Eternal Heart Chapter 310 to Chapter 360. There's a formation restriction spell here. Is it an inheritance? The slim woman widened her eyes and stared at the black barrier in front of her. Her heart was pounding. A formation restriction spell was usually set up by someone. If there was nothing inside, no one would set up a formation restriction spell here. If I can get the inheritance treasure inside, the slim woman's eyes were filled with greed. There were often rumors in the ancient country that some cultivators had accidentally obtained the inheritance of a powerful figure and then soared to the sky. When she heard such words in the past, she could only sigh with envy. But now, she had encountered it. I must get it. Is there really a treasure here? Qianyu's eyes lit up. Perhaps Xianxia had been staying here not because of the demon bone mineral vein, but because of the things inside the formation restriction spell. Of course there are good things, but not everyone can get them. The Red Flame King looked calm. Qianyu, everything here is mine, Qianyu said. Xianxia roared and looked at Qianyu with endless resentment. Go to hell. Xianxia roared and waved the black bone sword, attacking Qianyu again. Again? You're no match for me. Qianyu said calmly and took out his sword to meet the attack. Xianxia suddenly roared and an extremely powerful demonic qi burst out of his body. His whole body was surrounded by a layer of black demonic qi. At the same time, buzz boom, a shocking fluctuation came from within the black formation. A demonic will that shook the heavens spread out, causing the ground to tremble for a moment. Dong dong dong. Dong dong, Qianyu's heart beat violently. He felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation in the formation restriction spell. Suddenly, the demonic intent on Xianxia's body increased a bit, and the black bone sword in his hand also released an amazing demonic sword intent. He's stronger. Qianyu was slightly stunned. It turned out that Xianxia was not stupid enough to lead Qianyu to the place where the treasure was hidden. Instead, he was able to unleash even greater power here. Swoosh, with a stab of the sword, an astonishing demonic intent rushed straight into Qianyu's mind. Qianyu felt as if he was facing a demon with a monstrous demonic will in his mind. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the heavenly heart refinement and was frequently baptized by the moon spirit ore, causing his mental strength to be more resolute, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it at this moment. Boom, the baleful energy in Qianyu's body burst forth, forming a sword of baleful energy that protected Qianyu. Ding, Xianxia's black sword swayed and stabbed at Qianyu's huge sword. Xiao xiao xiao, Xianxia quickly changed his moves. The black bone sword in his hand disappeared, and countless sword shadows stabbed at Qianyu crazily. Qianyu only felt that Xianxia was like a crazy devil at this moment, desperate to kill him. Junior, let me help you. The slender woman immediately stepped forward and lashed out a blood-red whip shadow with the long whip in her hand. Her strength was not weak. After she attacked, she caused great disturbance to Xianxia. Ha! With a roar, Qianyu fully activated the copper statue gang body, bursting out a layer of bronze statue Buddha light. His body also grew in this layer of light and turned into a small giant. Qianyu remembered that the light and aura emitted by his real body had a certain suppressive effect on Xianxia. Sure enough, looking at the enlarged Qianyu, Xianxia's eyes showed a look of disgust. Cut. After the enlargement, Qianyu fought with Xianxia again. Ding. Bang, the two pitch-black swords crisscrossed back and forth dozens of times, and the baleful energy and demonic intent swept across. The slender woman in the distance interfered with him with a whip weapon. In an instant, Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Ah. I'm going to kill you, and everything here will be mine. Xianxia roared and became even crazier. The demonic intent on his body became stronger, and the demonic power became stronger and stronger. But his body gradually turned pitch black, completely losing his mind, just like those demonic beasts he had encountered before. This person is completely finished. The Red Flame King said. Originally, Xianxia still had a lot of sanity, but now he unscrupulously borrowed the power of this place, so that his body and soul were completely infected by the demonic intent. If he was strong, he might be able to bear it, but the demonic power here was beyond his control. Sword shatters the nebula. Qianyu thrust the sword at Xianxia's chest. Bang! On the giant ruler sword, the enormous evil chi and pure evil chi exploded, turning into a cluster of black nebula, blasting Zhang Nan into the stone wall at the side. There was a palm-sized hole in Zhang Nan's chest, but no blood flowed out. Go to hell! Qinyu fiercely threw out the huge ruler sword in his hand. Ding! The huge ruler sword rushed into Zhang Nan's chest, and the huge force caused a fatal blow. It's over. Qinyu stopped the enlargement and returned to his normal size, ready to take the huge ruler sword. At this moment, a blood-red whip shadow entangled Qinyu. Qinyu instantly clenched his fist and fiercely punched. Bang! With the real body of the bronze statue and the pure evil energy, Qinyu smashed the red whip shadow with one punch. Senior! Qinyu looked surprised. As soon as Zhang Nan died, the only one who could attack him was the slim girl. Blood-killing shadow! The slim girl shouted in a low voice, waving the blood whip in her hand again. Go to hell. You just used the secret method to enlarge yourself, and now you should be at your weakest. The slim girl sneered. She had asked Qinyu before, and knew that Qinyu had no life-saving trump card given by the deputy dean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The countless whip shadows, like long red snakes, surrounded Qinyu. All the red snakes suddenly shrank and entangled Qinyu. At this moment, the slim girl used the strongest secret method to launch a peak blow. However, the slim girl underestimated the strength of Qinyu. Break! Qinyu shouted in a low voice, once again driving the real body of the bronze statue with all his strength to enlarge himself. This ability was indeed a heavy burden on the body. If others used this ability, they would definitely fall into weakness afterwards, but Qinyu's body could no longer be measured by common sense. Boom! After the enlargement, Qinyu's arms were as thick as the legs of an elephant. He waved his arms crazily, displaying a series of dark bronze fist shadows, and the red snake whip shadows were all shattered by Qinyu. Ah! The slim woman was directly blown away by Qinyu's attack, and her delicate body fell to the ground. Junior, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I will be yours in the future, and you can do whatever you want. The slim woman immediately begged for mercy, showing a pitiful expression. Qinyu looked at the woman with some disgust. He and the slim woman had come from the edge of life and death, but after discovering the treasure, this woman actually took the opportunity to sneak attack him, trying to kill Qinyu. Qinyu, kill her. Her spiritual will is not strong enough, and she is too greedy. She has already been invaded by the demonic intent here, so she lost her mind and attacked you just now. The Red Flame King suddenly said. The demonic aura in this underground world was too strong. Ordinary people would have a drastic change of heart after staying here for a long time, such as Zhang Nan. The Scarlet Flame King reckoned that this demon bone or vein might have been formed due to the power emitted by the black restriction. The reason why so many demonic beasts had appeared in the demon bone wasteland was probably because of this demon bone or vein. This showed how powerful the demonic power here was. As for why Qinyu was not affected, the Red Flame King could not see through it. You can actually speak. The slim woman was taken aback, staring at the fire scale beast. Normally, except for those with special intelligence, Chi transformation realm demonic beasts basically could not speak, not to mention the Red Flame King was only at the Hotian realm. Qinyu's face darkened. He knew that the Red Flame King spoke on purpose, so that Qinyu would have another reason to kill the slim woman. At this moment. Whoosh! The slim woman suddenly got up and flew towards the fire scale beast. She was not Qinyu's opponent, but the fire scale beast was only at the late Khanate realm. She could easily subdue it, and then use the ancient beast's life to threaten Qinyu, so she could live. The ancient beast was so precious, she believed that Qinyu would not dare to attack it. Little girl, you really don't know life from death. Do you think this king is easy to bully? The Red Flame King glanced at the slim woman, slightly raised his eyebrows, and showed a disdainful expression. Boom! The Red Flame King released the bloodline suppression, and his body became red, emitting a scorching heat. Such a powerful bloodline. Witnessing this scene, the slim woman was even more shocked. But this was even better. The more valuable the fire scale beast was, the higher the chance of her survival. When she left this place, as long as she spread the news, there would be countless people looking for trouble with Qinyu. Whoosh! The Red Flame King jumped up and attacked the slim woman. Boom, one person and one beast met each other, and after a collision, both landed on the ground. How is this possible? The slim woman's chest spurted blood, and she fell to the ground dead. My God! Xianxia could not help but exclaim. He clearly saw the exchange just now. Apart from cultivation, the Red Flame King's battle experience, movement skills, and the use of power were all superior to the slim girl's. Plus, the slim woman had underestimated her opponent, so she was killed by the Red Flame King. Let's go. After we get out, tell the school the secret here, and you will get a lot of benefits. The Red Flame King said. Xianxia was dazed. The Red Flame King was not tempted at all, and planned to leave just like that, and let Xianxia report the secret here to the school. After thinking about it carefully, Xianxia understood. The demonic intent here was overwhelming, and even if there was an inheritance treasure, it would be of little help to the Red Flame King. And if Xianxia wanted to get it, he needed the Red Flame King's help, so he had to give him some benefits. Wait, if I can get some benefits, I will not treat you badly. Xianxia immediately said, and threw out a few fire cores. Crack, the Red Flame King immediately turned around, swallowed the fire cores, and directly bit them, looking like he wanted more. Alright, this king will do his best to help you. However, the power of this array formation is rather powerful. With just the two of us, we can only combine it with some offensive arrays to break it open. Give this king some time. The Red Flame King pondered for a while. I have a way that might be able to break this spirit formation. Xianxia thought for a while and suddenly said. The Red Flame King glanced at Xianxia, and he didn't believe it. The restriction array here was extremely strong, and if a normal origin realm martial artist didn't know about arrays, it would be hard to break it. Xianxia had already used his life-saving trump card, otherwise, he could give it a try, and if he was lucky, he might be able to break it. Xianxia didn't care about what the Red Flame King was thinking, and walked to the front of the giant black barrier. An ancient token suddenly appeared in his hand. It was none other than the command medallion he had obtained in the Blood Grave. In the Blood Burial Garden, this token had the mystical ability to break the restriction array, but he didn't know if it would be effective against the restriction array here. That is, the Red Flame King looked at the token in Xianxia's hand and squinted his eyes. Once the ancient token appeared, the restriction array in front of him trembled inexplicably. Break, holding the token in his hand, he lightly struck it. Immediately, the black barrier trembled, and an opening appeared. The moment the restriction was broken, a monstrous demonic intent gushed out from the gap, which was also mixed with resentment, anger, dominance, ruthlessness, and many other negative emotions. At this moment, Xianxia's spiritual world seemed to be hit by stormy waves and could be engulfed at any moment. Buzz, at the critical moment, the jade pendant that Xianxia wore released a sacred white halo, which enveloped Xianxia's spiritual world. The impact of the demonic intent was weakened by a few %, and Xianxia could only withstand it. At the same time, Xianxia found that his spiritual power had become stronger and more condensed at the critical moment just now. It was as if it had reached the late-stage Khanate realm. The demonic aura in the restriction is too strong, so this will happen as soon as the gap is opened. The Crimson Flame King said. At the same time, he also found that Xianxia's spiritual power had become stronger at that moment. In such a place, if you can't be infected by the demonic intent, you can instead hone your spiritual power. The Crimson Flame King said again. It was precisely in such a place that Xianxia's mental strength grew even stronger as he guarded his heart. The slender woman failed to guard her heart and was infected by the demonic intent. Her temperament changed greatly, and she embarked on the path of destruction. Xianxia didn't care much and looked inside the restriction. Suddenly, he saw a black skeleton, and in front of the skeleton stood a pitch-black giant sword. This sword was pitch black, and there were 9 sword spikes on both sides of the sword. It didn't look like a sword, but more like a strange-looking bone. Boom! The bone sword was surrounded by monstrous demonic aura, like a vortex, shrouding the entire space inside the restriction. When staring at this sword, Xianxia's spiritual consciousness was attacked by an invisible demonic intent. At this moment, Xianxia was prepared, and he focused on guarding his mind, so he could withstand it. Buzz, the restriction was about to be restored. Xianxia immediately went in, and the Crimson Flame King followed closely behind. After entering, one man and one beast stood in place, observing the situation inside the cave. The layout of the cave was very simple, with almost no decorations. The entire empty cave only had a black skeleton and a black bone sword. Everything was clear at a glance. Looks like he didn't have time to do anything else before he died, the Crimson Flame King sighed. The source of the devil chi here must be this sword. Xianyu's eyes were fixed on the black bone sword as his heart pounded. That's right. From the looks of it, the sword's power leaked into the outside world through the restrictive spell and formed the Demon Bone Stone Mountain range. The nearby demonic beasts have also been infected after living in such an environment for a long time. The Crimson Flame King calmly said. A single sword has formed a demon bone stone vein. Xianxia was shocked. It was hard to imagine how much power this sword contained. As for the skeleton beside the sword, it should be the previous owner of the sword. The entire space was filled with a tremendous demonic aura. Only the area around the skeleton remained unaffected. At this moment, the power in this sword has basically dissipated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to approach it, the Crimson Flame King said. Under normal circumstances, this kind of treasure would have residual power of its owner. Xianxia slowly approached the bone sword. You'd better not touch it. Even if the power of this sword has dissipated, it's still not something you can touch. The Crimson Flame King smiled disdainfully. He was sure that if Xianxia touched this bone sword, he would definitely become like Zhang Nan. I can't even touch it? Xianyu's heart skipped a beat. The power in the sword had dissipated, and he couldn't even touch it. This was too ridiculous. Let's go. This sword isn't something you can take. The Crimson Flame King shook his head. How do you know if you don't try? Xianxia was somewhat unwilling to accept this outcome. He was already in front of the treasure, but he couldn't even touch it and could only give up. Anyone would be unwilling. Even if I help you, there's only a 10% chance of taking this sword. If I'm stronger, the success rate will be slightly higher. The Crimson Flame King revealed a smile. Xianxia rolled his eyes at the Crimson Flame King. To put it bluntly, he just wanted benefits. Tell me about your method first. Xianxia didn't believe the Crimson Flame King easily. My current cultivation is too low, so the method is more troublesome. First, I need to set up a fierce hell array to refine the devil chi here, then set up a chi sealing array to further weaken the power in the sword, and finally set up a spirit sealing array to seal its spirituality. Only then will there be a possibility of obtaining this item. The Crimson Flame King said after careful consideration. After hearing this, Xianxia indeed felt that it was troublesome, but this also proved the power of the sword. The greater the opportunity, the harder it was to obtain. You know how to set up arrays? Xianxia didn't expect that the hot-tempered Crimson Flame King would actually know arrays. This can't be counted as an array. It's equivalent to releasing some of my supernatural powers through other means. The Crimson Flame King didn't want to explain more. What do you need? Xianxia asked. Fire core, primordial stone, demon core. The Crimson Flame King answered simply. Okay. Xianxia had quite a few of these three things, so he took out some of each. The Crimson Flame King picked up a fire core and put it in his mouth. He then squatted down and chewed on the fire core while drawing something on the ground with his claws. Xianxia didn't relax and stared at the Crimson Flame King. Firstly, he was afraid that the Crimson Flame King would embezzle the fire core and resources. If the Crimson Flame King's cultivation surpassed Xianyu's, it would be of great help to him, but it would also be more harmful. Secondly, if he looked carefully, he might be able to learn something. Don't look, you won't understand even if you look. The Crimson Flame King seemed to know what Xianxia was thinking and said casually. Xianyu's face turned red. He really couldn't understand. He only felt that the twisted lines drawn by the Crimson Flame King seemed to have some kind of strange power. Inscription? Xianxia suddenly thought of something. When blacksmiths refined treasures, they needed to add inscriptions to the treasures to enhance the attributes and abilities of the treasures. At this moment, the things that the Crimson Flame King drew on the ground were very similar to inscriptions. After drawing for a while, the Crimson Flame King was sweating profusely and stopped to rest. It seems that this thing looks simple, but it consumes a lot of mental energy. Jinyu speculated. Next, Jinyu didn't monitor the Crimson Flame King anymore and started to cultivate. This place was narrow and filled with demonic energy. It wasn't suitable for cultivating combat skills and cultivation techniques. Cultivate mental energy. Thinking up to this point, Jinyu immediately started circulating the Heavenly Heart technique to cultivate his mental strength. After a while, Jinyu took out the Moon Spirit mineral and stuck it on his body. Instantly, he felt that his soul was abnormally clear and calm. A mysterious power like moonlight cleansed and nourished his soul. After staying here for a long time, Jinyu's soul was more or less affected by the demonic energy. But at this moment, under the effect of the Moon Spirit mineral, the mottled demonic intent would be completely expelled. Eh? Kid, you have quite a lot of good stuff in your hands. The Crimson Flame King noticed the Moon Spirit mineral in Jinyu's hands and exclaimed. After the first day, the Crimson Flame King set up a Burning Hell Array. The Burning Hell Array used the fire core as its energy source and could instantly produce a strong flame power to refine the demonic energy. After another 3 days, the Crimson Flame King set up a Qi Sealing Array. The Qi Sealing Array used primordial stones as its energy source and could suppress Yuan Qi when it was activated. The third array was the most complicated. The Spirit Sealing Array used the demonic core as its energy source and could suppress mental energy and other aspects. I'll give you this demonic core. Not only can it increase your cultivation base, but it can also improve your bloodline. Consider it your reward. Also, it can be used as a source of energy for the Spirit Sealing formation. Jinyu took out a blood-colored demonic core. This was the demonic core of the Blood Dragon Beast. After taking out the demonic core, Jinyu kept a portion of the fire core. This thing is not bad. The Crimson Flame King nodded. 5 days later, the Spirit Sealing Array was completed. Open! The Crimson Flame King spat out a fireball and ignited the Burning Hell Array. Boom, a flame pattern appeared and emitted a powerful flame power that burned fiercely and fought against the demonic energy. Buzz buzz, feeling the other powerful energy, the bone sword suddenly trembled and emitted an even more surging demonic aura. It contained all sorts of negative emotions that attacked Jinyu and the Crimson Flame King's mind. Open again. The Crimson Flame King activated the Qi Sealing Array. The power of this array was mainly used to deal with the bone sword. In an instant, the demonic energy released by the bone sword was greatly weakened. Amazing! Jinyu couldn't help but exclaim. This was the second time he saw the Crimson Flame King make a move after the Crimson Flame King helped him break through. The Crimson Flame King was only in the Hotian realm, but he had such means. If he had enough resources and time to set up these things, he wouldn't have to be afraid even when facing an Origin Realm expert. Buzz buzz, the bone sword trembled again as if it was angered and emitted a mental energy. Suddenly, ding, he then abruptly pulled out the bone sword, circled it in the air, and took the initiative to point its tip at Jinyu. Jinyu was stunned. This sword was actually pulled out by itself and could even move by itself. This was beyond Jinyu's knowledge. Swish, the bone sword slightly trembled and pierced towards Jinyu with a shocking demonic intent. Before the sword arrived, Jinyu's mind felt an intense pain as if his soul was going to be pierced. At this moment, Jinyu deeply felt the power of this sword. Open! The Crimson Flame King suddenly shouted and the Spirit Sealing Array was immediately opened. A strange transparent energy was released and landed on the bone sword. Buzz buzz buzz, instantly, the bone sword shook and stopped its attack. Ding bang, after struggling for a moment, the bone sword fell from mid-air. You can think of a way to get this sword now. The Crimson Flame King said. Jinyu activated his copper statue true body and carefully moved forward. At a certain moment, he held the bone sword. In an instant, Jinyu's hands felt a strong resistance. At the same time, he felt a boundless domineering demonic intent that was mixed with anger, hatred, and bloodlust, rushing towards Jinyu's mental world. Buzz buzz, the bone sword in his hand trembled violently as if it didn't recognize Jinyu and wanted to leave. Don't even think about it. Jinyu held the sword with both fists and stabbed it into the ground. At this moment, Jinyu activated his copper statue true body to the limit and even used the power of the dragon scale bloodline. A violent murderous aura also rushed out of his body to resist the impact of the demonic intent. Kid, don't blame me if you don't succeed. The Crimson Flame King looked at Qinyu from afar. In fact, this time taking the sword was more dangerous. But the Crimson Flame King did his best to help Qinyu and didn't violate the contract. Buzz buzz buzz, layers of pitch-black demonic aura spread along Qinyu's arm to Qinyu, invading Qinyu's true qi, body, and soul. So strong. Qinyu was secretly shocked. Dong. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong. The mysterious heart seemed to sense Qinyu's emotions and danger and entered a strange state of uncertain speed. Suddenly, Qinyu felt a taboo aura escaping from the depths of the heart. Boom, the entire cave and the entire mine outside shook as if a layer of shadow had appeared. What's going on? Even the Crimson Flame King felt an indescribable power and was shocked. But the spacious cave and even the mine outside began to shake, as if a layer of shadow had appeared. What's going on? The Crimson Flame King sensed an indescribably powerful force and was shocked. This guy is hiding something. The Crimson Flame King's eyes flickered as he stared at Qinyu. He could sense that this strange power that shook the world originated from Qinyu. However, Qinyu was only at the Qi transformation realm, yet he was hiding something that even he was shocked by. Demonic Bone Wasteland. Buzz boom, the entire place began to shake and overlap, and there was a spatial fluctuation. Crack crack, with Qinyu at the center, cracks appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. A monstrous demonic aura surged out from the cracks and dyed the sky black. Not far away, there was a team of 4 people. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were from the Yunyang school of the 4 great schools. Look, what's going on ahead? One of them exclaimed. Such a huge commotion, and I can sense a terrifying force. There must be a great treasure. The other said. In the next moment, the 3 of them focused their attention on a bronze-skinned, clean-looking, short-haired young man. Brother Wu, should we go and take a look? A sharp-faced young man asked. Let's go and take a look. The young man surnamed Wu said. Then, the 4 of them hurried into the distance. In another direction. Jin Zhuofeng and the long-haired man did not leave the demonic bone wasteland. They were here to hunt other demonic beasts. After all, they did not kill any demonic blaze lizards in the demonic bone wasteland, so they would not receive any rewards. Therefore, the 2 of them decided to stay here and hunt some demonic beasts. At that moment, a demonic aura soared into the sky, emitting a domineering aura. What's that? The long-haired young man exclaimed. That direction, Jin Zhuofeng pondered. He suddenly recalled that the place where Qinyu and the slender woman were buried was there. Let's go and take a look. The long-haired young man hurried over. Jin Zhuofeng also moved. At the same time, the other adventurers nearby were also alarmed by this phenomenon and rushed over. Of course, it was not only humans, but also demonic beasts. After all, the Devil Bone Wasteland had the most devil-type demon beasts, so how could they not be alarmed by such an enormous devil-type aura, in the spacious cave? Buzz, the bone sword in Qinyu's hand trembled when it sensed the suppression of a peerlessly overbearing power. Gradually, the bone sword no longer emitted any power, and the resisting force also retracted into it. In the end, the bone sword turned into an ordinary sword and was held in Qinyu's hand. However, Qinyu knew that this sword was not ordinary at all. If he tried to use it, his true energy would be sucked dry, and he wouldn't even be able to swing it once. Weng hu hu, the demonic qi in the cave gradually dissipated, and the skeleton suddenly turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. He succeeded. The Crimson Flame King was surprised. Previously, he estimated that even if Qinyu succeeded, he would have to pay a huge price, such as his body and soul being invaded by the demonic intent, or being injured, etc. However, it seemed that Qinyu did not feel any discomfort. The bone sword seemed to have fallen into silence as it was held in Qinyu's hand. The Crimson Flame King was a little jealous. This kid's luck was too heaven-defying. He was only in the Qi transformation realm and he already had such a divine weapon. Alright, let's see if I can put it in my storage bag. Qinyu tried and put the bone sword in his storage bag. He was afraid that the sword could not be put in his storage bag, and his mysterious crystal space was too narrow to contain it. However, he was pleasantly surprised to see that the sword was successfully put in his storage bag. Let's go. Jinyu immediately pulled the Crimson Flame King and left the place. He took out the ancient token and was about to break the restriction. Buzz. The power of the black restriction gradually weakened, and eventually turned into nothingness. Kid, where did you get the token in your hand? The Crimson Flame King's eyes sank as he asked again. You obtained it from a secret realm? You seem to know where it came from? Jinyu immediately asked. Up until now, he only knew one use of the token, and that was to easily break the restriction. The location of the token in the inheritance in the Blood Burial Garden was obviously the best. The token's use was definitely not limited to that. I don't know where it came from, but you should use it less in the future. Otherwise, I don't know what the consequences will be. The Crimson Flame King hesitated for a moment before saying. You're playing tricks. Seeing the Crimson Flame King's words, Jinyu curled his lips. The Crimson Flame King did not know the origin of the token, but he still made it sound so scary. The man and beast left the cave and came to the underground space. What's going on? How did this place become like this? Jinyu wore a surprised expression. At this moment, the underground space was a mess. The entire Demon Bone Stone vein had many cracks, and a large number of Demon Bone Stones were scattered everywhere. You don't know? The Crimson Flame King asked. It was all because of the mysterious force that had appeared in Chinyu's body, but Jinyu did not know about it. Jinyu shook his head. Previously, he had placed all of his attention on the bone sword. Secondly, he had felt a strange power bursting forth from his heart. As the owner of the heart, he didn't realize how much of an impact the energy had on the surroundings. I can't take this Demon Bone Stone vein, but I can't let go of these peeled Demon Bone Stones. Jinyu's eyes lit up as he began to pick up the Demon Bone Stones. Although he had 400,000 demon points, they were all used to exchange for cultivation techniques. For a long time, no matter how many demon points and primary stones Jinyu had, they would soon be used up. The Demon Bone Stone in this Demon Bone Stone is so pure. Jinyu picked up a large Demon Bone Stone and sensed the Demon Bone Stone within it, before putting it into his storage bag. The price of the Demon Bone Stones varied according to the Demon Bone Stone they contained. Some were only worth a few hundred inferior grade primary stones, while others could be sold for an astronomical price. Due to the limited space in his storage bag, Jinyu tried his best to pick the higher quality Demon Bone Stones. At that moment, a black shadow flashed past. Whoosh, the black shadow abruptly burst forth and charged toward Jinyu. It was a black ant, but its body was the size of a normal tiger. Its body was pitch black, and its black pupils emitted a terrifying light. Get lost. Jinyu activated the true body of the copper statue and threw a punch. Bang, his fist landed on the black ant's head. The terrifying force of the fist, along with a weak lightning energy, landed on the black ant's body. The black ant's head split open, and its body was sent flying into the distance. Jinyu ignored it and continued to pick up the Demon Bone Stones. However, not long after, many demonic beasts attacked him one after another. These demonic beasts did not have high cultivation levels, and they did not come in groups. Jinyu easily dealt with them. Amidst the pile of rubble, Jinyu discovered an exceptionally dark Demon Bone Stone. The stone was pitch black and glowed. At the same size, it was much heavier than other Demon Bone Stones. The Demon Bone Crystal Stone contains purer Demon Dao energy. Jinyu was overjoyed. Only when the Demon Dao energy in the Demon Bone Stone reached a certain level, or when there was an extremely pure Demon Dao energy in it, would it form a Demon Bone Crystal Stone. The value of a Demon Bone Crystal Stone was at least equivalent to more than 20 high-quality Demon Bone Stones. Jinyu immediately put the Demon Bone Crystal Stone into his storage bag. At that moment, "Kid, take out the thing you just picked up." An angry voice came from not far away. Glancing over, Jinyu saw a team of 5 people rushing toward this location. Senior Liu, the color of the Demon Bone Stone that Kid just got is completely different from the others. It must be a Demon Bone Crystal Stone. A yellow-faced young man bowed and said. The leader, the young man surnamed Lu, stared at Qinyu with a fierce gaze. I picked it up. There are so many here. You guys look carefully, maybe you can find it too. Qinyu said immediately. I told you to hand it over, didn't you hear me? The young man surnamed Lu looked down at Qinyu as if he was superior. He shouted again. Kid, haven't you heard of the Ghost Luo Academy? The four of us are from the Ghost Luo Academy. This is Senior Lu of the Inner Court. His strength is ranked top 30 in the Ghost Luo Academy. The yellow-faced young man looked at the young man surnamed Lu and flattered. Be sensible and hand over the thing. We might let you live. Another person in the team laughed evilly. What if I don't hand it over? Qinyu smiled disdainfully. Such a large demon bone mineral vein, these people didn't look for it themselves, but came to rob others. It seemed that they were used to doing this kind of thing. They must have killed and robbed many times. Ha ha ha, unless you want to die. The yellow-faced young man laughed loudly. I think you're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The young man surnamed Lu's expression turned cold. He took the initiative to step forward and struck out a gloomy palm light. It was filled with ghostly qi. Boom, the black palm light instantly descended and exploded, stirring up a layer of ghostly qi and dust. However, the figure in the center of the dust was like a bronze statue. He didn't move and wasn't injured at all. How is this possible? The young man surnamed Lu's expression changed drastically. He quickly struck out with his palm. I think you're the ones who are courting death. Qinyu's eyes sharpened and he rushed out like a bolt of lightning. Boom, the young man surnamed Lu's palm light was directly shattered by Qinyu's body. A black shadow flashed. Qinyu arrived in front of the young man surnamed Lu and punched. No, the young man surnamed Lu finally felt death and screamed in horror. Bang, the punch landed. Blood splattered everywhere. The young man surnamed Lu's head was smashed by Qinyu. Senior Lu. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? The other three people trembled. The young man surnamed Lu had broken through to the late-stage Khanate not long ago. He was the strongest among the four of them. However, Senior Lu couldn't even take one punch from Qinyu. Who was this young man in front of him? Could he be the top prodigy of the four academies? Die. After killing the young man surnamed Lu, Qinyu killed the other three people. Run. The three people scattered in all directions. Swoosh, a dark blue light shot out and pierced through one of the people's neck. The body fell to the ground, dead. At the same time, Qinyu killed another person. Don't kill me. The last yellow-faced youth trembled in fear, his hair standing on end. At that moment, a figure landed on the ground. The old man had a wrinkled face and carried a wooden sword on his back. He looked at the situation underground through the cracks. Taoist Ghost Wood. The yellow-faced young man recognized the old man's origin. Taoist Ghost Wood, save me. I'm a student of Ghost Luo Academy. If you save me, my family will reward you handsomely. The yellow-faced young man immediately asked for help. Taoist Ghost Wood glanced at the yellow-faced young man and Qinyu. He floated down, picked up a demon bone stone, and put it in his storage bag. Taoist, this person found a great treasure here, and I happened to see it. I want to kill him to silence him. The yellow-faced young man rolled his eyes and spoke again. This time, Taoist Ghost Wood immediately turned around and stared at Qinyu. He then glanced at the fire-scale beast, and his eyes flickered with a strange look. Although the Crimson Flame King had once again suppressed its ancient beast bloodline, the fire-scale beast was still extremely valuable in the eyes of outsiders. The yellow-faced young man was overjoyed seeing this. Taoist Ghost Wood was quite famous in the Sky River Prefecture. His cultivation had stagnated at the late-stage Xiantian realm for more than 10 years, but it had reached a shocking level. Qinyu was startled. Although the yellow-faced young man was lying, Qinyu did find a great treasure here. Young man, let me check your interspatial pouch. Taoist Ghost Wood stared straight at Qinyu. His calm gaze was as sharp as a sword. Senior, if I said that this person has a great treasure on him, and I killed him to steal it, would you believe me? Qinyu could not help but smile as he pointed at the yellow-faced youth. This Taoist ghost would believe the yellow-faced young man's words, and even wanted to check his interspatial pouch. This made Qin Yu feel rather gloomy. Of course, there was no way he would let the man see his interspatial pouch. The bone sword was inside the interspatial pouch. Apart from that, there were also a large number of fire cores and demon bone stones, all of which were extremely valuable. If that's the case, I'll kill him first and see if he has any great treasure on him. Taoist ghost would let out an evil grin. Whoosh, he pointed his finger forward, firing a gray sword ray straight at the yellow-faced young man's forehead. Puff, the gray sword ray penetrated his forehead, leaving a bloody hole with blood pouring out. Following this, Taoist ghost would flew forward and took the yellow-faced young man's interspatial pouch to inspect it. You killed him because of a single sentence from me? Qin Yu had only said it casually to warn Taoist ghost would not to trust others so easily. Ha ha ha, you two brats dare to make a joke out of this old man? Both of you must die. Taoist Guemu couldn't help but smile and shake his head slightly, thinking that the young man in front of him was truly naive. There's nothing in his bag of holding. Looks like there are treasures in yours, right? Taoist ghost would took everything from the yellow-faced young man's storage bag, then looked at Qin Yu. He believed that the two sides would not fight each other for no reason. There must be a treasure. Xiao, all of a sudden, Taoist ghost would made his move. A sharp sword light burst out from between his fingers. This sword light was slightly stronger than the sword light that killed the yellow-faced young man just now. Ding, the sword light bombarded Qin Yu's body and shattered, but Qin Yu was not injured in the slightest. Oh? Young man, your strength is not bad. Taoist ghost was surprised. He was merely at the early Xiantian realm, yet his physique was able to block his sword light. This young man in front of him was already very outstanding. Whoosh, Taoist ghost would suddenly rushed out and pulled out the wooden sword on his back. When he realized that Qin Yu was not simple, he directly attacked with all his strength. Xiao, Xiao. Xiao, Taoist ghost would approach Qin Yu in an instant, and the peachwood sword in his hand flew out at lightning speed. Streaks of dark gray sword light strangled Qin Yu. The weapon in Taoist ghost wood's hand was an upper-grade weapon. Coupled with his exquisite swordsmanship and condensed natural qi, each strike was very powerful. Bang! Bang, bang! Qin Yu immediately took out the giant ruler sword and swung it, destroying dozens of gray sword light. You also use a sword? Unfortunately, your swordsmanship is too poor. Taoist ghost would shook his head with a smile, feeling that Qin Yu's swordsmanship was very clumsy. Ding! Bang! In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of blows. The sword light and the evil wind surged. Just then, another two groups of people arrived. One of them had a total of 4 people, all students of Yunyang Academy. We're a little late. Some people are already fighting. A female student said with a smile. But who is that young man? He's only at the early Khanate realm, but he hasn't been defeated by Taoist ghost wood. Another person exclaimed. Taoist ghost wood was a little famous. He had stayed in the Qi transformation realm for a very long time. Coupled with his exquisite swordsmanship, his strength was very strong. Interesting. The bronze-skinned young man in the lead stared at Qin Yu and couldn't help but smile. Then, the group of 4 began to pick up the demon bone stones, and kept an eye on the battle between Qin Yu and Taoist ghost wood. On the other side, there were more people, about 11 or 12 people. The man in the lead was dressed in brocade clothes, looking elegant. Good, this mineral vein is the Situ family's. The man in brocade clothes said with a smile. Once he found this mineral vein, once he reported it to the family and occupied it, his status in the family would rise sharply. Young master, look, that's an ancient beast. A guard pointed at the fire scale beast and said. Haha, it's true. Not only did I find such a high-level mineral vein, but I also found an ancient beast. It seems that I've come to the right place. The eyes of the man in brocade clothes suddenly lit up. In addition to these 2 groups, other people arrived one after another. Below. Qin Yu and Taoist ghost wood were still fighting fiercely. Young man, you're not bad to be able to withstand so many moves from me. But it's all over now. Taoist ghost wood's eyes became cold. Swish, the sword in his hand suddenly changed. He held the wooden sword horizontally, and the patterns on it flashed with a dark yellow light. Peach would ghost kill. Daoist Ghost would suddenly slash twice with the wooden sword in his hand, forming a cross-shaped slash. This slash contained not only the power of the ghost path, but also another kind of power, which was very powerful. You're right. It's time to end it. The pure evil chi on the huge sword in Qianyu's hand surged, and a solid sword of evil chi was formed in an instant. The invisible evil chi was breathtaking. Boom, with a sweep of the sword, Daoist Ghost Wood's killing move was instantly shattered. The aftermath of this sword bombarded Daoist Ghost Wood, sending him flying dozens of feet away. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, Daoist Ghost Wood's face was full of shock. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Qianyu. Young man, so what if you've defeated me? You won't be able to leave this place alive after obtaining such a precious treasure. Daoist Ghost Wood shouted, and then leaped up. Being defeated by Qianyu was a humiliation for him. But he believed that with so many people here, they would not let go of Qianyu. Precious treasure? The eyes of the man in the brocade robe lit up. The people from the Yunyang school also stopped what they were doing. There was a demon bone stone lode here, so it was normal for other precious treasures to appear. And it seemed that Daoist Ghost Wood and Qianyu had a dispute because of the treasure. Everyone, stop. This mineral vein already belongs to the Situ clan. The man in the brocade robe suddenly shouted. Immediately, a group of people behind him spread out, roughly distributed around the lode. There were as many as 20 people in this group, all of whom were natural experts. One of them had even reached the peak of the natural realm. Such a powerful group was enough to defeat the rest of the cultivators here. Moreover, this group belonged to the Situ family. Many people felt oppressed and displeased, but they did not dare to fight back. A red-haired man from the Situ family immediately rushed out and stopped in front of Daoist Ghost Wood. Why? The Situ family didn't discover this lode first. Many people were indignant. This lode belongs to the Situ family, but I, Situ Guang, won't make things difficult for you. Each of you can only take 10 demon bone stones at most, and you can only leave after we inspect you. The man in the brocade robe, Situ Guang, said again. I only took a few demon bone stones. Daoist Ghost Wood immediately said. Then, the red-haired man began to inspect Daoist Ghost Wood's storage bag. Since you found it here, you must keep it. The red-haired man took a high-grade crafting material from Daoist Ghost Wood's storage bag. I got this at the auction. Daoist Ghost Wood said angrily. When the rest of the people saw this, they were extremely displeased. The storage bag was for them to inspect, and the Situ family would have the final say. Aren't you guys too overbearing? The bronze-skinned young man with the surname Wu from the Yunyang School's group said. Oh? Yunyang School? I'm from the Heavenly Star Academy. If you can defeat me, the Situ family won't care about the people from your Yunyang School. Situ Guan looked at the 4 people from the Yunyang School and said. Yunyang School was the leader of the 4 great academies, and he did not want to embarrass the students of the Yunyang School too much. Therefore, he proposed a martial arts competition. If the students of the Yunyang School were defeated by him, he believed the other party would have nothing to say. Situ Guang's cultivation was at the late innate realm, and he was ranked top 30 in the Heavenly Star Academy. He believed that none of the people from the Yunyang School in front of him was a match for him. Alright, let me, Wu Heng, fight you. The young man with the surname Wu said in a low voice. Bang, the soil under his feet splashed, and Wu Heng turned into a shadow, closing in on Situ Guang. Wu Heng, you're the genius Wu Heng from the Yunyang School who has the Thunder Spirit body variant? Situ Guang's complexion changed. That's me. Wu Heng said in a low voice, and his fist suddenly surged with a layer of lightning. Situ Guang immediately took out a jade fan and waved it, creating a white light. Bang, the lightning suddenly appeared, stirring up a terrifying power, and both of them took a step back at the same time. Again. Wu Heng's fighting spirit was overflowing, and the surface of his body was surrounded by lightning. The lightning in his fist became even more concentrated, causing people's hearts to tremble. With a punch, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Situ Guang. Bang! Bang, the lightning exploded, and a scorched pit appeared on the ground. Situ Guang was blasted back 5 or 6 steps before he stopped, and there were some burn marks on his clothes. Damn, this Wu Heng has only been in the academy for a few years, and he's only at the middle innate realm, but he's already this strong. Situ Guang's complexion was somewhat ugly. But he had already said it, and if he went back on his words, he would lose all his face. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be Wu Heng's opponent, so he could only drop the matter. So it's Wu Heng, I've long heard that the Yunyang Academy has a genius like you. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Today, no discord, no concord. Brother Wu and the rest, my Situ clan will not care about you. At most, you can take 100 demon bone stones and leave. Situ Guang said generously. Wu Heng and the rest did not continue to speak. The Situ clan was too powerful in the Sky River Prefecture, and they were alone. This person is the Yunyang Academy's lightning spiritual body genius, Wu Heng. Too powerful. He's only at the middle innate realm, but he can already defeat the late innate realm genius from the Heavenly Star Academy. You must know that this person has only been in the academy for a short time, and with his talent, he might be able to reach the late innate realm before the academy tournament. At that time, he would be able to show off his brilliance. Many people nearby exclaimed. Lightning Dao is indeed powerful. Chen Yu acknowledged Wu Heng's strength. Situ Guang's strength was not weak, and he was considered to be at the top of the late innate realm. However, he was still not Wu Heng's opponent. I'm from the Demon-Free Academy, and I only took 50 to 60 demon bone stones. Chen Yu walked out and took the initiative to report his academy. He had obtained the bone sword, so it was better not to stay here for too long. The rest of the people could not help but roll their eyes at Chen Yu, thinking that Chen Yu was pretending to be from the Demon-Free Academy and wanted to sneak out. Demon-Free Academy? Situ Guang frowned slightly. What he was doing now was, firstly, to occupy the demon bone stone mineral vein, and secondly, to keep Chen Yu here. Chen Yu might be in possession of the treasures obtained here, and he also had an ancient spiritual pet with him. Humph, don't try to trick me. If you dare to pretend to be a student of the Devil-Free Academy, I will take you down right now. Situ Guang revealed an angry expression. He had just lost to Wu Heng, and this time, he wanted to save his face from Chen Yu. Situ Guang had just witnessed the battle between Chen Yu and Daoist Ghostwood. If it was him, he could crush Daoist Ghostwood in less than 20 moves. Therefore, in his opinion, his strength was much stronger than Chen Yu's. Once he defeated Chen Yu, he could do whatever he wanted to Chen Yu. Even if they found out that Chen Yu was a student of the Devil-Free Academy, the academy wouldn't do anything to Situ Guang. After all, it was their student who wasn't skilled enough and lost to Situ Guang. I didn't lie to you. I have an identity token. Chen Yu immediately said and took out his identity token from his storage bag. But at this moment, Situ Guang had already rushed towards him. The jade fan in his hand fluctuated with a shocking white light. Chen Yu's expression darkened. Situ Guang didn't put him in his eyes at all. He probably believed Daoist Ghostwood's words, or maybe he had his eyes on the fire scale beast. Since that was the case, then he would speak with strength. Pung, a deep pit appeared under Chen Yu's feet. His body instantly leaped out. His body shone with a bronze light, as if he had turned into a Buddha statue, emitting a powerful physical pressure. Eh? Lightning? Wu Heng's eyes glanced at Chen Yu. He could feel the power of lightning from Chen Yu's bronze statue. Kaiyuan fan. The feather fan in Situ Guang's hand suddenly slashed out, creating a white fan shadow. It was incomparably sharp and swept towards Chen Yu, as if it wanted to cut him in half. Evil Qi manifestation, Chen Yu didn't show any mercy. The silly Qi in his arm surged endlessly, condensing into a pitch-black scaled python, and fiercely punched out. Boom, the white fan shadow and the pitch-black python collided. In an instant, the pitch-black python shattered the white fan shadow and whizzed towards Situ Guang. Impossible. Situ Guang's expression changed greatly. At this moment, the strength that Chen Yu displayed was much stronger than before. During the exchange, Chen Yu's moves directly broke through his battle technique. Situ Guang's expression turned serious, and he waved the feather fan in his hand again, unleashing a large expanse of miniature white fan shadows. Boom! Bang! Amidst the continuous explosions, Situ Guang withstood the might of Qin Yu's fist. But from this move alone, one could already see how powerful Qin Yu was. In the distance, Daoist Ghostwood was secretly shocked, wiping away his cold sweat. Only now did he realize that Qin Yu hadn't used his full strength when they fought. Who is this kid? With such a cultivation, he was actually able to take advantage of Situ Guang. Someone asked. From the exchange just now, it could be seen that Qin Yu was a top genius not weaker than Wu Heng. Kid, you've angered me. Situ Guang's expression was incomparably gloomy. He was the young master of the Situ family. Just now, he was at a disadvantage in the hands of the thunder spirit genius, Wu Heng. If he were to lose to Qin Yu now, where would his face be? At least, Wu Heng had a great reputation in Yunyang Academy, and his abnormal spirit body talent caused many teachers to fight to take him as a disciple. But who was Qin Yu? Boom! Boom! The true qi in Situ Guang's body surged crazily, and a layer of revolving light appeared around his body. The feather fan in his hand was even more dazzling. Opening prime killing blow. Situ Guang once again approached Qin Yu, unleashing a powerful attack. Swoosh, a huge white fan shadow slashed out horizontally, and wherever it passed, everything was split apart. What a powerful attack. If he's not careful, this young man will die a violent death. Many people were worried for Qin Yu. On the other hand, Qin Yu's expression didn't change at all. Taking out the giant ruler sword, Qin Yu's body condensed a shocking murderous aura, as if a peerless evil sword had appeared out of nowhere. Sword shocks the winds and clouds. When Situ Guang's attack descended, Qin Yu suddenly slashed out with his sword. As if a huge sword had descended from the sky, endless murderous aura surged endlessly. Boom! This sword directly shattered the huge white fan shadow, and continued forward. So scary, Situ Guang's heart trembled. When Qin Yu unleashed that sword, there was an invisible sword of murderous aura that pierced into his soul, causing him to feel fear towards Qin Yu. Boom! Situ Guang activated a layer of defensive light barrier, but the light barrier instantly shattered, and he was sent flying several meters away, smashing heavily onto the ground. How can he be so strong? Situ Guang's face was pale, and he found it hard to believe. If he wasn't wearing a high-grade defensive treasure armor, he most likely wouldn't be able to climb up at this moment. Situ Guang lost. Heavens, who is this person? He actually defeated Situ Guang so easily. Many people around exclaimed, and even the other experts of the Situ family were in disbelief. Brother Wu, who is this person? Have you heard of him before? A student from Yunyang School asked. The talent and strength that Qin Yu displayed was already not any weaker than Wu Heng, who had the thunder spirit physique. Of course, in terms of future potential, Qin Yu was far from Wu Heng. I don't know him. Wu Heng said, and his eyes that looked at Qin Yu flashed with a trace of splendor. In other places, a few people from the Situ family moved, as if they were going to attack Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu defeated Situ Guang, causing the Situ family to lose face. But at this moment, suddenly, a ball of black light appeared in the distance, like a black star, extremely dazzling. Swish, in an instant, that ball of black light descended, emitting a boundless oppressive aura. Everyone below instantly felt oppressive, and many people with lower cultivation had their legs trembling, finding it hard to stand straight. Hehe, Situ Guang, your Situ family is really shameless. Not only do you occupy the mine, but you also bully other cultivators. The key is that you, a good-for-nothing, are not even a match for others. What a disgrace. From within the black light, a crisp and straightforward laughter came. The black light gradually faded, and a woman in a black dress appeared. She had a slender figure, curvy curves, sexy and attractive. On her oval face, bright eyes, and bright teeth, the corner of her mouth held a trace of a smile. Who is she? Many people's gazes immediately fell on the woman in black, attracted by her sexy figure and beauty. In addition, someone who dared to mock Situ Guang was definitely not a simple person. Duan Xingyue. Situ Guang glanced at the woman in black, and his face darkened. He did not expect that there would be someone from the Duan family nearby, and it was Duan Xingyue. I really did not expect to see Duan Xingyue here. It is said that she is the #1 expert in the Heavenly Star Academy, and she cultivates the Heavenly Star Academy's ultimate technique, the Dark Star Heavenly Palace Art. Many people looked at Duan Xinyue with a change in expression, and there was only admiration and awe. Situ Guang's face was somewhat embarrassed. The relationship between the Situ family and the Duan family was not good, and he and Duan Xinyue were in the same academy. Every time he saw Duan Xinyue, he would be ridiculed. What was even more unbearable was that he could not refute Duan Xinyue, or else he would be even more embarrassed. Therefore, in the Heavenly Star Academy, he was extremely sullen. Therefore, after returning to the family, he released his original self, and even became more severe, often humiliating and torturing others. Duan Xinyue, why is it you? Situ Guang gritted his teeth. The scene of him being defeated by Qinyu was coincidentally seen by Duan Xinyue. Even if Duan Xinyue scolded him as a good-for-nothing, Situ Guang could not refute. Of course, he was more concerned about the demon bone stone vein. Although the Duan family only sent Duan Xinyue, and the Situ family had nearly 20 people. But Duan Xinyue was the #1 expert in the Heavenly Star Academy, and her strength had reached a very terrifying level. In addition, Duan Xinyue had left a shadow in Situ Guang's heart, so at this moment, Situ Guang did not dare to do anything to her. However, when he discovered the demon bone stone vein, he had already sent out a message. He believed that the experts of the Situ family would be the first to rush over. What a strong aura. Just one person, but she suppressed nearly 20 people from the Situ family. Qinyu sighed in his heart. The woman in front of him was really not ordinary. Before she came, the Situ family's team was arrogant and overbearing. When they said that the demon bone stone vein belonged to the Situ family, no one dared to refute. But now, Duan Xinyue alone was suppressing the Situ family's team. Situ Guang was scolded as a good-for-nothing, but he did not dare to fight back. I have my eyes on this demon bone stone vein, you can leave. Duan Xinyue said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Situ Guang could not help but spill some blood from the corner of his mouth. If he left like this, how would he have the face to meet others in the future? Soon, many teams arrived. Although there were no Duan or Situ family among them, there were still many second-rate families in the Sky River Prefecture. They could not be compared to the 4 great families and the 10 great ancient clans, but they were still a huge force. Now that the situation was complicated, they were not afraid of Situ Guang and Duan Xinyue. Apart from the demon bone stone vein, the second was the fire scale beast, which attracted many people's disdain. Ancient spiritual beast. Many people's gazes fell on the fire scale beast. Seeing this, Qinyu prepared to leave. Wait. Situ Guang immediately said. You were defeated by me just now, and you still want to make things difficult for me? Qinyu frowned. As soon as he said this, the expressions of many people changed. Previously, they were all thinking about the fire scale beast, but Situ Guang and Duan Xinyue did not make a move, so they did not act rashly. They did not expect Qinyu to defeat Situ Guang before this. Such a genius could not be without a background. You have misunderstood, I am deeply sorry for what happened just now. I would like to invite you to the Situ family as a guest. Situ Guang's attitude became easygoing. He did not expect Qinyu to be as stubborn as Wu Heng. However, Qinyu had an ancient spiritual beast in his hands, so he could not let him leave just like that. If he invited Qinyu to the Situ family, the elders of the Situ family would deal with him. Not interested. Qinyu said casually and prepared to leave. At this moment, Duan Xinyue's figure moved. Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Qinyu. Qinyu looked at Duan Xinyue, who had an alluring figure and a pretty face, but whose aura was incomparably powerful, and felt a sense of pressure. Little brother, which school are you from? Since you defeated Situ Guang, why don't you play with me? If I win, you will sell the ancient spiritual beast in your hands to me. Duan Xinyue blinked her eyes and smiled, as if she was teasing Qinyu. No demon school. Being teased by such a powerful beauty, Qinyu felt a deep sense of pressure. With his current strength, he was naturally not Duan Xinyue's opponent, but he could not refuse, so he could only keep quiet. Swish swish, from afar, 2 figures arrived. One of them was dressed in blood-colored clothes and emitted a shocking bloody aura, causing many people in the surroundings to avoid him. Jin Shuofeng? Many people called out Jin Shuofeng's name. Junior Chen, it's great that you're still alive. When Jin Zhuofeng saw Chen Yu, his expression changed, and he immediately revealed a concerned expression. From this scene, it could be seen that Chen Yu was indeed a student of the No Demon School, and he seemed to have a good relationship with Jin Zhuofeng. Duan Xinyue, don't make things difficult for a student of my No Demon School. Jin Zhuofeng looked straight at Duan Xinyue. Oh? Duan Xinyue raised her brows slightly, and the smile on her lips became even wider. Jin Zhuofeng actually dared to oppose her for a junior. He's the junior brother of the No Demon School's #1, Yuan Chen. From afar, the long-haired man with Jin Zhuofeng said. Yuan Chen. As the #1 of the No Demon School, Yuan Chen was the top prodigy of the entire ancient country, and ranked 3rd on the sky list. Naturally, everyone knew him. And Chen Yu was not only a student of the No Demon School, but he was also Yuan Chen's junior brother. Oh? I heard that the vice principal of the No Demon School accepted a disciple some time ago. It should be this little brother, right? Duan Xinyue's eyes that were like black stars landed on Chen Yu, and the interest in her eyes intensified. Everyone around Chen Yu promptly shifted their gazes toward him. Yuan Chen was the top student of the Demon-Free Academy and was famous among the younger generation of the Yunjiao nation. And Chen Yu was actually Yuan Chen's junior brother. This also meant that Chen Yu and Yuan Chen had become the disciples of the same expert. Yuan Chen's junior brother. Situ Guang felt slightly better. At least Chen Yu had fame and background. Situ Guang felt slightly better after being defeated by Chen Yu. Oh? I heard that the vice principal of the Demon-Free Academy took in a disciple recently. It must be this little brother. Duan Xinyue's eyes were like black stars as they landed on Chen Yu. The interest in her eyes deepened. That's right. Jin Zhuofeng said. He might be the top student of the Blood Fiend Peak, but facing Duan Xinyue, he still felt an invisible pressure. If Duan Xinyue still wanted to make things difficult for Chen Yu, then he would be in trouble. After all, he was not Duan Xinyue's match at all. He stood up to protect Chen Yu because he wanted to get on Chen Yu's good side. He did not expect Chen Yu to still be alive. If Chen Yu knew what the long-haired man had done, the two of them would be in danger. He's actually the vice principal's disciple. Those who didn't know the details were shocked. Nearby, Wu Heng stared at Chen Yu, a hint of interest appearing on his face. He really wanted to know how exactly Chen Yu was able to obtain the vice principal's recognition and become his disciple. So you're Yuan Chen's junior brother. If that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. With a flash of black light, Duan Xinyue's figure disappeared and reappeared at her previous position. What a fast speed. Chen Yu was inwardly shocked. Indeed, none of the top students in the academy were simple. Students with potential would even take the initiative to stay at the Qi transformation realm for a period of time to accumulate more Qi. When they break through to the origin realm, they would have even more Qi. I am Wu Heng. I hope to have a chance to compete with you in the academy tournament. Wu Heng suddenly spoke from afar. Among the younger generation of his age, there weren't many who were his match. And Chen Yu's strength was acknowledged by Wu Heng. Just now, Wu Heng had sensed a faint trace of lightning energy in Chen Yu's body, which had piqued his interest even more. All right. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Wu Heng wasn't much older than him, and he had the aptitude of a mutated spirit body. Chen Yu really wanted to learn from such an opponent. These two are so young, but their strength has already caught up to the older students, reaching the standard to participate in the Academy Grand Competition. I reckon that if Wu Heng participates in the competition, he should be able to get a good result. Chen Yu isn't bad either. Even if the two of them don't do well in this competition, they will definitely be the top contenders for first place in the next competition. Many people nearby were talking about it. Junior Chen, where's Junior Yu? Jin Zhuofeng asked. Back then, Chen Yu and the slender girl were buried together underground, but now, only Chen Yu was seen. She's dead. I only came out alive because of the life-saving trump card that Master gave me. Chen Yu looked at Jin Zhuofeng and the long-haired man. Jin Zhuofeng and the long-haired man were secretly shocked. Chen Yu actually had a trump card given by the vice dean. If the two of them had openly attacked Chen Yu, they might have been the ones dead. It's great that Junior Chen is fine. Back then, when the underground suddenly collapsed and buried you guys in that cave, Senior Jean and I both blamed ourselves. The long-haired man revealed a sorrowful expression. These guys really know how to act. The Scarlet Flame King had a disdainful expression as he transmitted his voice to Qinyu. Hee, I'll take revenge when I have the chance. Qinyu smiled faintly in his heart. The long-haired man's means might be able to fool others, but it couldn't fool the Scarlet Flame King. The Scarlet Flame King had already told Qinyu that the underground collapse was caused by the long-haired man. Previously, Qinyu thought that Jin Zhuofeng was the only one who wanted to deal with him. He didn't expect the long-haired man to be in cahoots with him. Junior Chen, if you want to return to the academy, let's go first. Senior Jean still has some matters to attend to. The long-haired man said with a smile. Subsequently, Qinyu and the long-haired man returned to the academy first. Qinyu knew that Jin Zhuofeng stayed here naturally to wait for the Jin clan to come and fight for the demonic bonestone vein. Such a large vein wasn't occupied immediately. At that time, there would definitely be many forces competing for it. Of course, this wasn't something that Qinyu should worry about. After returning to the academy, Qinyu went to the Mission Commission office and submitted the mission. You killed the demonic blaze lizard alone? The person in charge of the mission office had a surprised expression. That's right. Qinyu wasn't afraid of anything and confidently admitted it. Because Jin Zhuofeng and the long-haired man escaped in the end, and the demonic blaze lizard was killed by Qinyu using his master's trump card, Qinyu didn't intend to share the mission reward with the long-haired man and Jin Zhuofeng. Regarding this, the two of them didn't have any objections. First, Qinyu's current identity was different. Second, at that time, they wanted to harm Qinyu. Although they didn't succeed, they didn't want to be too entangled in this matter, lest they were implicated in something unfavorable to them. Alright, hand over the demonic blaze lizard's materials. The person in charge of the mission office didn't ask much. Now all the administrators in the academy knew that Qinyu was the vice principal's disciple. After handing over the demonic blaze lizard's materials and demonic core, Qinyu received 250,000 demonic points, 30,000 low-grade primordial stones, and a number of commonly used elixirs. After receiving the reward, Qinyu immediately went to find senior brother Yuan Chen. Senior brother Yuan Chen was more concerned about Qinyu, and about the origin of the demonic points, Qinyu also briefly explained. You actually encountered such a thing? The soil suddenly collapsed, burying you and another academy student underground? Yuan Chen's face flashed a trace of coldness. He suspected that there might be some hidden story, but without evidence, it could only be that nothing happened. This time, I also met Heavenly Star Academy's Duan Xingyue. Qinyu said again. Heavenly Heart Academy's Duan Xingyue was a heaven's pride like senior brother Yuan Chen, and was also a popular candidate for first place. Senior brother, when I participated in the last academy tournament, I cooperated with Duan Xingyue, and we also have some friendship, Yuan Chen said with a smile. Qinyu understood, no wonder when Duan Xingyue heard that he was Yuan Chen's junior brother, he acted as if nothing had happened and left. Senior brother, who is the number one person of Yunyang Academy and Heavenly Sword Academy? Qinyu was very curious about this. If there were no surprises, the number one person of the academy tournament would basically be the number one person of the 4 great academies. The number one person of Heavenly Sword Academy is a member of one of the 4 great aristocratic families, the Yi clan. His name is Yi Qingfeng. This person is a Sword Dao prodigy. His understanding of the Sword Dao is unparalleled. He reached the peak stage of the Xiantian realm at the age of 23. At that time, there were few in the same rank who could withstand a single sword from him. Yi Qingfeng might still be at the peak stage of the Xiantian realm, but it is said that he already has an 80% chance of breaking through to the origin realm. He didn't break through because he wanted to accumulate his foundation. Yuan Chen's expression had a trace of seriousness. Reaching the peak stage of the Xiantian realm at the age of 23 was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, this person was a sword cultivator. At that time, other than a few elite prodigies, there were few who could withstand a single sword from him. I wonder how Yi Luofeng is now. Qinyu suddenly thought of Yi Luofeng. This girl also went to Heavenly Sword Academy. He wondered if he could meet her during the academy tournament. What about Yunyang Academy? Qinyu couldn't help but ask. Yunyang Academy was the head of the 4 great academies. It gathered the prodigies of the imperial family, aristocratic families, and ancient clans. It was the strongest academy. In the past, in the academy tournament, the probability of the number 1 being from Yunyang Academy was 60%. Among the 4 great academies, Yunyang Academy had 60%, which was already very high. Currently, the number 1 person of Yunyang Academy should be the 4th prince of the imperial family, Yun Haizhen. The imperial Yun clan is also one of the top 10 ancient clans. Not only is Yun Haizhen's bloodline awakening rate extremely high, it is also said that he possesses a special spirit flame. He is currently the number 1 person of Yunyang Academy. Yuanchen said seriously. In the sky list, Yun Haizhen was also number 1. Of course, this ranking might not be accurate. Under normal circumstances, as long as the people at the bottom of the ranking didn't challenge the people at the top, the ranking wouldn't change. Duan Xinyue, Yi Chengfeng, Yun Haizhen. Qinyu remembered these 3 names. Of course, Yunyang Academy is the head of the 4 great academies. On the surface, Yun Haizhen is indeed number 1. However, there are rumors in the academy that there are 1 or 2 people who are on par with him. Yuanchen said again. Qinyu sighed in his heart. As expected of an ancient country, it was vast, rich in resources, and full of talents. Yunyang Academy was also worthy of being the head of the 4 great academies. The number 1 person in the academy was actually controversial. The one who is believed to be the closest to Yun Haizhen is the descendant of the Tang clan, one of the top 10 ancient clans, Tang Mo. This person is very low-key and rarely fights on the surface. Most of the time, he is in seclusion or adventuring. Although he is ranked at the bottom of the sky list, his actual strength is hard to estimate. Yuanchen said seriously. Junior brother, are you confident that you can take 20 moves from me? Yuanchen suddenly asked. If Qinyu didn't have the ability, it would be a waste of time to ask so many questions about the geniuses of the 4 great academies. Qinyu laughed. Right now, he really didn't have the confidence. Duan Xinyue and Yuan Chen's strength should be about the same. With the speed that Duan Xinyue had shown, Qinyu reckoned that even if he went all out, he might not be able to catch up. There's still half a year left. Junior brother, do your best. Let's go find Master now and ask him to help you exchange for the cultivation method. I'm also looking forward to seeing if Junior brother can master this cultivation method. Yuan Chen left the residence with Qinyu and went to where Master was. On the cliff, Ilan Tian was still standing on the lonely peak and looking into the distance. The night lynx was sleeping lazily and didn't care about anything else. Master, I already have 500,000 demonic points. Qinyu said immediately. There's still half a year left. If you can make some achievements in this cultivation method, you should be able to take 20 moves from Yuan Chen. Ilan Tian looked carefully at Qinyu and then said. Then, Qinyu followed Master Ilan Tian to the Earth Demon Pavilion. Deputy Dean. The pavilion tutor immediately got up. Then, the 3 of them quickly went to the 3rd floor of the Earth Demon Pavilion. There were only 5 cultivation methods on this floor, and they should be the top cultivation methods of the Demon-Free Academy. This disciple of mine wants to exchange for the first 3 levels of the Sky Demon secret pattern. Ilan Tian said calmly. Okay. 800,000 demon points? The pavilion tutor said in an inquiring tone. Generally speaking, this cultivation method was one of the top 10 ancient cultivation methods and was a priceless treasure. The first 3 levels required 1 million demon points. If it weren't for the fact that very few people chose this cultivation method and even fewer people cultivated it successfully, the price would be even higher. However, since the deputy dean came in person, the pavilion tutor tactfully said 200,000 demon points less. 500,000. Ilan Tian said. Okay, the pavilion tutor didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only agree. Qinyu was secretly shocked. He had complained that 500,000 demon points was too expensive, but now it seemed that if he didn't have the deputy dean as his master, he wouldn't even be able to exchange 500,000 demon points. The tutor withdrew the formation and took out an ancient book from a dark gray box. Then, Qinyu copied the contents of the first 3 levels of the Sky Demon's secret patterns. Vice Dean, is your disciple going to cultivate this cultivation technique? The teacher in charge of guarding the pavilion asked. In the past 100 years, almost no one had exchanged for this cultivation technique, and there were only 1 or 2 people who had succeeded in cultivating it. Although this cultivation technique was powerful, it was useless if it was difficult to cultivate. It would be a waste of 500,000 demon points. Yes, let him try. If he succeeds, the No Demon Academy has a chance of winning the next competition. Xianxia said calmly. The tutor took a deep breath. He didn't expect the vice dean to have such high hopes for Qinyu. However, it was true that if Qinyu could really succeed in the Sky Demon's secret patterns, he would have a high chance of winning the next competition. The tutor's heart sank at the thought of the competition. All these years, the No Demon Academy's results in the competition were not very good. They were either 3rd or 4th, and it had been almost 10 years since they had taken the 1st place. Although Xianxia was strong, he was only in the No Demon Academy. After all, Xianxia didn't come from a super family, and he didn't have a powerful bloodline. He had relied on his perseverance and talent to get to where he was. Soon, Qinyu finished copying the first 3 levels of the Sky Demon's secret patterns. If you secretly give this cultivation technique to others, you will regret it in the devil prison of the No Demon Academy for the rest of your life. Xianxia warned Qinyu. Students in the No Demon Academy would only be imprisoned in the devil prison if they had committed some heinous crimes. Once imprisoned, it was almost impossible for them to come out. I know. Qinyu said solemnly. The Sky Demon's secret patterns was one of the top 10 ancient cultivation techniques, and it was also known as the #1 defensive cultivation technique in the Kenyan continent. If he leaked this cultivation technique, even the vice dean wouldn't be able to save his life. If you want to exchange for the 4th to 6th levels, wait until you reach the 3rd level and have 1,000,000 demon points. Xianxia said again. Qinyu knew that the 1,000,000 demon points was definitely a discount. After exchanging the cultivation technique, Qinyu bid farewell to his master and returned to his courtyard. Qinyu first skimmed through the Heavenly Fiend's secret patterns. As one of the 10 great mystic arts of the ancient times, it was naturally not something that an ordinary martial art could compare to. Every level of the records of the Sky Demon's secret patterns could be cultivated into a special demon pattern that contained a trace of the profoundness of the heaven and earth demon Tao. Not only could it refine the demon body, but every demon pattern could also produce unimaginable power. The first 3 levels of the Sky Devil secret pattern record corresponded to the Chi transformation realm, the 4th to 6th levels corresponded to the origin returning realm, and the 7th to 9th levels corresponded to the empty sea realm. In other words, if Qinyu could successfully cultivate this cultivation method, there would be a glimmer of hope for him to reach the highest realm in the Kenyan continent. From this, one could see how powerful this technique was. Empty sea realm. Qinyu felt his blood boiling as a sense of yearning grew within him. Carefully reading through it, this cultivation technique was a combination of physical cultivation and demon Tao. The cultivation method was also extremely special. It required the power of demon Tao and physical cultivation to form a special and powerful demon pattern Qi. In terms of physique cultivation, one had to use the body as a sculpture or tool to temper and carve demon patterns on the body. The first level of the records of the Sky Devil secret patterns corresponded to the Qi transformation realm. Once cultivated, one would have a demon pattern that would allow one's physique defense to ignore all attacks from the Hotian realm. The 2nd to 3rd levels corresponded to the Qi transformation realm. Once cultivated, one would have 3 demon patterns that would allow one's physique defense to ignore all attacks under the origin returning realm. Of course, other than strong defense, this cultivation technique's offense was also top-notch. 500,000 demon points, it's so worth it. Qinyu smiled. The power of this cultivation technique was indescribable. He guessed that the mysterious heart would also enhance this cultivation technique. Immediately, Qinyu began to cultivate the records of the Sky Devil secret patterns. Different from other cultivation techniques, this cultivation technique required one to cultivate both Qi and physique at the same time. First of all, Qinyu needed to convert his pure aura Qi into the demonic pattern Qi of the demonic pattern record. Secondly, his copper statue true body also needed to convert into the secret pattern demonic body. Qinyu's pure aura qi and bronze statue true body had both reached the late-stage Xianxia realm. Which meant to say, in order to complete the conversion, he had to at least cultivate the second level of the records of the Sky Devil secret patterns. Time was precious. Xinyu immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. The process of cultivating the records of the Sky Devil secret patterns was rather painful. The demon pattern chi of this cultivation technique was abnormally strong. It required an extremely dense demon Dao aura. If one wasn't careful, one's consciousness might be affected and go berserk. Fortunately, Xinyu had the moon spirit ore, an ancient mystical stone, so he didn't have to worry too much. On the other hand, the bronze statue technique contained some Buddhist concepts. Buddhist and demon Dao were irreconcilable. Not only was the conversion of physique extremely difficult, it was also extremely painful. Xinyu felt as if his copper tendons, copper bones, and copper skin were being bitten by countless ants as they slowly changed. On the first day, Xinyu transformed a trace of demon pattern qi. In the sea of energy in his body, a trace of black demon pattern qi appeared in the pitch-black murderous cloud true qi. It was like a tiny black snake swimming in a lake. A small part of his bronze statue true body had also turned pitch black, and the patterns on it had changed. The first level of the records of the Sky Devil secret patterns corresponded to the postnatal qi transformation realm. It was not too difficult for those with high cultivation to cultivate low-level cultivation techniques. Therefore, Xinyu quickly learned it. A month later. Whoosh whoosh, inside the seclusion room, above Xinyu, baleful energy soared into the sky, forming a pitch-black python that coiled around him. However, at the tail of the black python, there was a complicated and hideous black demon pattern. Now, Xinyu had already cultivated the first level to Xiaocheng. After another month, Xinyu had cultivated the first level. Whoosh, Xinyu activated the enigmatic demonic body. In an instant, a layer of faint jet-black light appeared on his body. On his right arm, a hideous jet-black demonic mark appeared, like a demonic claw. Is this the first demon pattern? Xinyu stared at the demon pattern on his arm with anticipation. Activating the secret pattern demon body, the black on Xinyu's arm shone brightly as if it had come alive and turned into a hideous demon claw. Boom, bang, without using the amplification of the bronze statue skill, Xinyu punched the ground. Bam! Crack, a domineering force of physique surged out, and a fist-sized pit appeared on the ground. Small cracks spread in all directions. It should be known that the materials in the secret cultivation room were strengthened by arrays and were extremely hard. Ordinary early-stage Khanate beings would not be able to damage them. However, at this moment, Xinyu destroyed it with a punch. In this punch, he only used the amplification of the Sky Demon secret pattern record. Looks like the amplification of my physique from the mysterious heart still exists. Xinyu was secretly delighted. The first level of the Sky Demon secret pattern record corresponded to the postnatal qi transformation realm, but the pure power of Qinyu's punch was comparable to that of an early-stage Khanate being. This cultivation technique was even more outstanding in terms of defense. Xinyu estimated that after he cultivated the first level, the secret pattern demon body alone should be able to withstand the attack of an ordinary mid-stage Khanate being. Then, Xinyu began to cultivate the second level of the Sky Demon secret pattern record. The difficulty of each level increased exponentially. Xinyu spent a month on the second level before he was able to get started. No, this progress is too slow. Qinyu's face darkened. In the secret room, the Crimson Flame King's body emitted Khanate fire qi. Obviously, he had already digested part of the power of the Blood Dragon Beast's demon core and his cultivation had reached the Khanate being. On this day, Xinyu left his residence and went to find his master, Ilan Tian. Ilan Tian was a fiendish Dao cultivator. Coupled with his high cultivation, he should be able to give Xinyu good advice. You've already cultivated the first level? Ilan Tian was a little surprised. Although the first level corresponded to the postnatal qi transformation realm, it was not that easy to cultivate. Of course, this cultivation technique would be more difficult to cultivate as one progressed. The first level took 3 months, and the second level might take a year or even longer. You can take some fiendish Dao elixirs to promote the cultivation of true qi and the tempering of your body. In addition, you can also go to the college's fiendish qi pool to cultivate. This pool has a very good tempering effect on true qi and body. Xianxia gave some advice. Thank you for your advice, master. Qinyu did not stay for long and immediately left. He quickly went to the Fienless branch hall and bought some elixirs and body tempering liquid. Then, he went to the college's cultivation ground, the fiendish qi pool. The fiendish qi pool was a special cultivation ground like the Evil Wind Valley. It was specifically for fiendish Dao cultivators. After paying the fiendish points, Qinyu entered the fiendish qi pool. He saw that the entire huge pool was filled with thick, pitch-black liquid. The surface of the pool was constantly tumbling like boiling water. Above the fiendish qi pool was a layer of thick black fog, filled with a strong fiendish Dao aura. Qinyu. It's Qinyu, the vice dean's new disciple. Many people looked at Qinyu with envy, jealousy, and surprise. After Qinyu's reputation spread, some of his information was also known by the students. Isn't Qinyu a fiendish Dao cultivator? Why did he come to the fiendish qi pool? This was the question in the minds of many students. Hualala Qinyu walked into the fiendish qi pool. Immediately, Qinyu felt that every part of his body was being squeezed and eroded by the power of the fiendish Dao. No wonder most people only cultivate in the periphery. Qinyu thought to himself. If one wanted to enter the center, one not only needed cultivation, but also a strong physique. After a while, Qinyu adapted to the periphery. He took a few steps forward and began to cultivate the Heavenly Demon's secret pattern record. Whoosh, whoosh. Qinyu's body emitted a strong fiendish Dao aura, which was also mixed with a part of the fiendish Dao aura. And Qinyu's physique was constantly being tempered by the fiendish qi pool. Fiendish Dao aura. The nearby students immediately felt the strong fiendish Dao aura on Qinyu. Cultivating the fiendish Dao and the fiendish Dao at the same time is a little stupid. Moreover, these two great Daos have extremely high requirements for the mind. I think it's very likely that he will go berserk. A student from the Fiendish Wind Academy said with a smile. While cultivating, Qinyu felt that the pressure from the outside world was gradually reducing, so he took a few steps forward. At this moment, almost all the fiendish Dao cultivators around him were at the mid-stage Khanate realm. Eh? How did he get here so quickly? A mid-stage Khanate realm student revealed a look of surprise. Under normal circumstances, early-stage Khanate realm cultivators could only cultivate at the periphery of the fiendish qi pool. And for those who had just started cultivating the fiendish Dao, it would be considered good if they could enter the fiendish qi pool. Near the center of the fiendish qi pool, a cold-looking young man opened his eyes. This person was Ren Han. The student's competition was approaching, and he was also making the best use of the remaining time to improve his strength. Qinyu? Ren Han frowned slightly. If Qinyu had not been accepted by the vice dean as a disciple, he was sure that Qinyu would have been dead by now. At the same time, he was also very surprised that Qinyu had actually started cultivating the fiendish Dao. In the demonic qi pool, Qinyu focused on cultivating and did not pay attention to anything else. The special cultivation area in the academy prohibited fighting, so he did not have to worry about anything. Moreover, he needed to speed up his cultivation. Otherwise, even if he participated in the academy competition, he would not be able to obtain any results. He would only be a supporting character. Demonic Spirit Pill. Qinyu took out the demonic cultivation pill he had bought and swallowed one. Immediately, a powerful and overbearing medicinal effect spread out from his body, producing a strange medicinal effect that increased the speed at which Qinyu absorbed and condensed demonic qi. In the sea of energy, the pure aura qi was extremely slow to transform into the demonic pattern qi. In terms of physique, Qinyu's body was very fast at absorbing the medicinal liquid in the demonic qi pool. He immediately mobilized a trace of the power of the demonic pattern and gathered it on the surface of his body, carving fine patterns. The demonic pattern qi in the Heavenly Demon's secret pattern record and the demonic pattern carvings on the surface of his body contained the principles of inscriptions and body tempering. Although Qinyu did not understand inscriptions, he only needed to follow the inscription patterns in the cultivation technique. Every time a trace of pattern appeared on the secret pattern demonic body, it would frantically absorb the demonic qi in the demonic qi pool. In addition, a black and ferocious demonic pattern appeared on Xianyu's arm like a demonic claw. This demonic pattern was called Demonic Claw Secret Pattern, and it was the corresponding demonic pattern of the first level of the Heavenly Demon Secret Pattern record. At this moment, this demonic claw secret pattern was also being nurtured in the demonic qi pool. The cultivation effect here has increased by almost 50% to 60%. Xianyu thought to himself. Cultivating too fast was accompanied by certain side effects, such as affecting one's mind or causing hidden injuries that were difficult to heal. However, Xianyu did not care about these. In terms of mental strength, he had the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother. In terms of physical strength, the mysterious heart gave him an extremely strong self-healing ability. Therefore, Xianyu did not care about these side effects. He just had to endure more pain. However, in order to cultivate such a powerful cultivation technique and quickly increase his strength, it was all worth it. He saw. Gurgle the black liquid in the demonic qi pool around Xianyu continuously churned, and Xianyu's body was practically covered in the black liquid. His figure was like a black statue standing in the pool of demonic qi, emitting an imperious aura. This guy is crazy. He's so bold as to absorb the demonic energy of this place. What a madman. He has just started cultivating the demonic path. If he continues like this, he will definitely go berserk. Some of the nearby students were shocked to see Xianyu cultivating in such a manner. 10 days later. Sky Demon Secret Pattern Record, a second level had been mastered. A strand of the second demonic pattern appeared and connected to the demonic claw pattern. The second layer corresponded to the Xiantian realm. However, Xianyu felt that the strength of his physique had already reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and his defensive power should be even stronger. 30% of the pure aura qi in his qi si had already been converted into demonic pattern qi. Due to the enhancement of his physique, he moved a few steps closer to the center. This scene caused the nearby students to be dumbfounded. He's actually still in one piece. Not only that, but his understanding of the demonic path seems to have improved a little. He's walking towards the center of the demon qi pool. The shock and jealousy in the hearts of these students were indescribable. Although they came to the demon qi pool to cultivate, they did not dare to absorb too much demonic energy at once. Firstly, the process was very painful. Secondly, their physique was poor and they could not withstand it. Thirdly, their mental consciousness was easily affected. However, Xianyu was absorbing the demonic energy without any scruples, and nothing happened to him. This naturally made them very jealous. After taking a few steps forward, Xianyu stopped. The effects of cultivation in this place had increased slightly. Just by standing here, Xiaoqin felt a boundless pressure pressing down on him from all directions. Only some late-stage Xiantian realm students could withstand this position. Therefore, there were not many people around Xianyu. He focused and swallowed a few elixirs. He cultivated the Sky Demon Secret Pattern Record again. In the distance, Ren Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sized up Xianyu from the corner of his eye. This lad seems to have cultivated an extremely powerful demonic cultivation method, and he seems to have mixed it with the path of body tempering. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this position. Ren Han was worthy of being the #1 person in the Devil Wind Academy. He could see so many clues from Xianyu's cultivation situation. However, is this lad's talent in the demonic path so high? And what cultivation method is he cultivating? It seems to be more powerful than the 1000 demon technique that I cultivate. Although Ren Han was knowledgeable, it was difficult for him to guess that Xianyu cultivated the Sky Demon Secret Pattern Record. After all, Ren Han had only heard of this cultivation method and did not understand it at all. The fact that Xianyu cultivated this cultivation method was currently only known to his master Ilan Tian, his second senior brother Yuan Shen, and the pavilion tutor. It had not been spread out. A month passed. Xianyu felt that he was about to enter the second level of Xiaocheng. He continued to take a few steps towards the center. At this moment, Xianyu felt that the effect of his cultivation had increased by nearly 90%. What cultivation method is this lad cultivating? Ren Han's expression was a little cold as he watched Xianyu approach him step by step. Suddenly, his lips curled into a faint smile. He had wanted to kill Qinyu a long time ago, but because Qinyu had become the deputy dean's disciple, he did not dare to make a move. He still did not dare to make a move when Qinyu was so close to him. However, in the demonic chi pool, there should be no problem for him to do something secretly as long as he did not have sufficient evidence. While cultivating, Qinyu suddenly felt the pressure of the demonic energy around him, and it was constantly getting stronger. In the beginning, Qinyu did not think much of it and continued to cultivate. However, immediately after, the black pool water around him began to boil, and powerful demonic energy gathered towards him as if it was going to drown him. Look, that guy is crazy. He actually triggered such powerful demonic energy. Many people in the distance looked at Qinyu, as if they were watching a good show. The demonic chi pool's environment was complicated, and the energy was chaotic, which greatly interfered with one's perception. In the eyes of others, the phenomenon around Qinyu was caused by himself. Qinyu was also focused on cultivating and did not notice it. Haha, you have just entered the demonic path, and you should be flustered by this situation. If you do not handle it well, you will be severely injured or suffer chi deviation. In the distance, Renhan smiled coldly and no longer cared about Qinyu. He could only attack secretly. It would not be good if Qinyu noticed it too obviously. Boom, boom, powerful demonic energy surged towards Qinyu from all directions. In an instant, a large amount of demonic energy surged into Qinyu's body. This energy was extremely violent, and it swept around recklessly. Devour. Qinyu controlled the demonic pattern qi and circulated it, frantically devouring this energy. At the same time, his mystic pattern fiend body also rapidly absorbed this demonic energy and tempered his body. However, this still could not solve the urgent problem. At this moment. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu's heart suddenly beat, producing a mysterious heart that suppressed and absorbed the demonic energy around him. Under the suppression of the heart, the domineering and manic demonic energy in the demonic energy was suppressed, and it flowed smoothly in Qinyu's body, converging at the center of the energy sea. Buzz buzz, Qinyu's cultivation speed also increased a little, and his pure aura was quickly converted into demonic pattern qi. At a certain moment, the conversion rate reached 60%, and Qinyu successfully broke through to the second level, Xiaocheng. Moreover, in the center of this 60% demonic pattern qi, there was a dark and shiny fine line that was abnormally dazzling, emitting an extremely powerful aura that seemed to be even stronger than the demonic pattern qi. What is this? Qinyu was slightly puzzled, but he could not see anything. At this moment, there were 3 types of energy in his energy sea. The outermost was the pure aura qi, and the innermost was the demonic pattern qi. At this moment, in the center of the demonic pattern qi, there was a dark and shiny fine line that was somewhat similar to the demonic pattern qi. After the conversion, the demonic pattern qi was even stronger and more condensed than the pure aura qi, and the dark and shiny black line in the center emitted an aura that was actually stronger than the demonic pattern qi. Even so, there was only a trace of that dark and shiny black line, which was too little. After breaking through the second level of the Sky Fiend mystic pattern record, Qinyu improved in all aspects, and was no longer afraid of the large amount of demonic energy around him. In the distance. Has he calmed down? Renhan noticed the situation on Qinyu's side and his brows moved slightly. After careful observation, he also discovered that the demonic aura on Qinyu's body had become stronger. How could this be? Renhan was shocked and a little surprised. He wanted to attack Qinyu just now, but the result was unexpected. Qinyu did not have any abnormalities, and instead, his demonic cultivation technique became more refined. At this moment, Renhan did not dare to attack again. The crisis just now did not affect Qinyu, and it probably would not be of any use even if it happened again. Secondly, he could not attack too obviously, otherwise, it would be easy for the other party to notice. I've broken through to Xiaocheng. Qinyu felt his physique and strength. On the surface of his body, apart from the first demonic claw secret pattern, the second demonic pattern had also condensed halfway, forming scales that connected with the demonic claw secret pattern. The first demonic claw secret pattern could allow Qinyu to cultivate the first level of the Sky Fiend mystic pattern record, the offensive combat skill demonic destruction claw. And if the second demonic pattern was successfully condensed, he would be able to use the second-level defensive combat skill, Demonic Pattern Protection. After breaking through to Xiaocheng, Qinyu once again approached the center, and he was extremely close to Ren Han. Oh my god, how long has it been? And Qinyu has actually walked to the depths of the demonic chi pool and is so close to Ren Han. Could he be a rare demonic genius? Many people opened their mouths wide, and their jaws almost hit the ground. They all watched as Qinyu walked from the edge, step by step, and finally approached the top person of the Wind Demon Academy, Ren Han. Ren Han? Hearing the discussion of the others, Qinyu was shocked. He only knew that he had a feud with Ren Han, but he had never seen Ren Han before. He did not expect that the cold-faced, long-haired youth not far away was Ren Han. In that case, the sudden change in the demonic chi pool might have been caused by this person. After cultivating for a short while, Qinyu got up and left the demonic chi pool. Then, he went to the Academy's cultivation tower and rented a small secret cultivation room. Recently, he had been focusing on raising his cultivation level and did not touch on combat skills at all. Buzz, activating the secret pattern demonic body, Qinyu's body instantly turned jet black, and wisps of demonic chi rose around him. The demonic patterns on his body instantly flashed with a dark light. He looked like an evil devil, exuding a slightly cold and domineering aura. Demonic Destruction Claw. Qinyu suddenly reached out with his hand. Buzz, the demonic claw patterns on his arm suddenly climbed and covered Qinyu's arm and palm. As he reached out, the jet-black demonic chi formed a terrifying demonic claw covered with strange patterns, looking ancient and mysterious. Boom, bang, this domineering and slightly cold claw suddenly whistled out, directly piercing through an Iron Man not far away. The Iron Men here were dummies specially made for cultivators to experiment on. Even so, the Iron Men's defense was extremely strong. Ordinary late-stage Khanate beings could only leave a few potholes on them. Using the demonic pattern chi and the secret pattern demonic body, my attack has reached the peak late-stage Khanate being. Qinyu couldn't help but grin. Currently, Qinyu's secret pattern demonic body was similar to the bronze statue's true body, so the enhancement wasn't very big. Therefore, the main enhancement of this attack came from the demonic pattern chi and the demonic destruction claw. Then, Qinyu continued to cultivate this combat skill and mastered it. When he left the secret cultivation room, he heard that the No Demon Academy was going to have a competition. Only the top 20 would have the opportunity to represent the No Demon Academy and participate in the grand competition of the entire Yunjiao nation. In the entire No Demon Academy, there were only 20 slots to represent the academy in the tournament. Compared to the majority of No Demon Academy students, these slots were very few. Most of them were at the peak or late-stage Xiantian realm. The cultivation tower is also overcrowded. Seems like many people are preparing to fight for a slot. Qinyu sighed. To be able to represent No Demon Academy in the Inter-Academy tournament was an honor in itself. Furthermore, there were many opportunities in the tournament. The final ranking would even make Origin Realm experts jealous. Once missed, they would have to wait another 5 years. The Inter-Academy tournament also had a rule that the participants couldn't be over 30 years old. In another 5 years, many people would exceed this limit and no longer have the qualifications to participate in the tournament. Therefore, this opportunity couldn't be missed. As for the slot contest, Qinyu didn't pay much attention to it. His master had already made a request. If he couldn't withstand 20 moves from Yuan Chen, he wouldn't be able to participate. Currently, my devil pattern chi has far surpassed the average late-stage Xiantian realm. I won't be defeated by Xixiang in a direct confrontation. The key is that my movement technique is still lacking. Qinyu knew of his shortcomings. Recently, he had been increasing his cultivation level and cultivating the devil secret pattern physique. His movement technique had fallen behind. Immediately, Qinyu came to the Fiend Wind Valley to cultivate the Fiend Devil secret technique. This secret technique belonged to the Demon Dao to a certain extent. Qinyu had already cultivated the Fiend's secret pattern record. It should be easier for him to cultivate this movement technique. Roar! A dark and violent fiend aura burst out from Qinyu's body. Immediately, Qinyu turned into a black shadow and flew out. Qinyu had already comprehended the fiend intent. Even if he switched to the Demon Dao, the fiend intent would still exist. It would increase Xianyu's movement technique to a certain extent. Bang bang bang, Xianyu flew back and forth in the Fiend Wind Valley. Every time he landed, he would leave a deep pit on the ground. Soon, Xianyu formed a few afterimages and formed a Fiend Devil domain. Within the domain, Xianyu's speed increased again. Furthermore, the domain had a strong suppression effect on the enemy. Half a month later, Xianyu left the Fiend Wind Valley. Fiend Violent Shadow is at the 5th rank. My speed isn't much slower than Xixiang Yuan Chen's. Xianyu was very satisfied with his cultivation results. When Xixiang Yuan Chen reached the 2nd rank of Devil Secret Records, I will be the 2nd rank. After making his decision, Xianyu immediately returned to his residence and went into seclusion 1. Last time. He was going to attempt to break through to the 2nd stage of the Sky Demon Secret Patterns record. Inside the secret room, Xianyu sat cross-legged and took out a black mist bead from his storage bag. This bead was the demonic energy that Xianyu expelled from his body after consuming the demon cleansing pill. The Devil Chi is to be, of the demon Chen Devil Pearl, in Devil Pill, Chen Soul. The soul, Chen In of. This pearl of energy of Chen of domain. Mo Chen Demon Pearl to be. I Demon Chi of Demon Pearl are you. Xianyu placed the black mist bead on his palm and circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the energy within it. As expected, the demonic energy within the black mist bead was rapidly absorbed by Xianyu, merging with his true qi and physique at an extremely fast speed. In his qi, the qi of demonic pattern increased. The black pattern in the center danced, emitting a terrifying aura. In the distance, Scarlet Flame King was lying on the ground. He looked like he was sleeping, but he was actually cultivating. Eh? This kid is improving so fast? Feeling the powerful demonic fluctuations coming from Xianyu's body, the Crimson Flame King opened his eyes and glanced at Xianyu. This cultivation technique is not simple. This kid is talented in body cultivation. That's why it is so smooth. Scarlet Flame King observed for a while and commented. Xianyu's talent in cultivation was average, but his talent in body cultivation was shocking. Just as Scarlet Flame King was about to close his eyes and rest, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation in Xianyu's body. After sensing it carefully, Scarlet Flame King's eyes flashed with light. Is this kid even human? He is only at the early stage of the Xiantian realm and he has already condensed a trace of true essence embryonic form. He probably didn't even realize it. Scarlet Flame King got up and walked in. He looked at Xianyu in surprise. Normal geniuses would be able to condense some half-step true essence before advancing to the origin realm. These geniuses were all at the peak stage of the Xiantian realm. There were even late-stage Xiantian realm, but they were even rarer. But Xianyu was only at the early stage of the Xiantian realm and he could condense a trace of true essence embryonic form. Although it was rare and the quality wasn't high, it was already a miracle. Of course, this might be because Xianyu changed his cultivation technique midway. The original primary Fiend Divine technique was already very strong and Xianyu had cultivated it to an extremely deep level. Midway, he switched to the more ancient and mysterious Sky Demon Secret Pattern record and started from the beginning, making his true qi even stronger. But even so, Scarlet Flame King still found it unbelievable. Kid, what secrets do you have? Scarlet Flame King suddenly asked. After a long time, Xianyu woke up from his cultivation state. He looked at Scarlet Flame King seriously and thought to himself, could he have seen through the secret of my mysterious heart? The mysterious heart had always been Xianyu's biggest secret. Not only did this heart increase his physique and self-recovery ability, it could also suppress other powers and devour bloodlines for its own. There was even an independent mysterious space within it. It was hard to imagine what kind of treasure this mysterious heart was. But he knew that this secret must not be exposed. What's wrong? Xianyu pretended to be confused. You have already condensed a trace of true essence embryonic form. Scarlet Flame King's expression turned solemn. True essence embryonic form? Xianyu was shocked. He had experienced the strength of true essence. Back when he fought with Senior Yuan Chen, the moment he used his half-step true essence, Xianyu's killer move was instantly disintegrated. Seems like you don't know. Maybe it was accidentally born. Scarlet Flame King said. This is the true essence embryonic form? Jinyu's spiritual sense sank into the dark pattern at the center of his sea of qi. This was indeed an accident caused by Renhan. Haha, looks like I have to thank Renhan. Jinyu laughed. But then he thought about it. This strand of true essence embryonic form was an accident, and the amount was too little. It was almost useless. Jinyu did not know the method of condensing half-step true essence. After this strand of true essence embryonic form was condensed, it had not changed at all, nor did it grow. Moreover, he was only at the early stage of innate realm, and his chi-si had not yet taken shape. If he started to condense half-step true essence now, would there be any accidents? Kid, you have already condensed a trace of true essence embryonic form. This king has a secret technique that can allow you to condense the true essence embryonic form into half-step true essence while cultivating innate true chi. Then, you can continue to cultivate and increase it. As if seeing through Jinyu's thoughts, the Crimson Flame King's next words caused Jinyu's heart to tremble. But correspondingly, you have to give this king some benefits. Scarlet Flame King didn't hide his intentions. Jinyu was worried about the Scarlet Flame King. He himself was at the early stage of innate realm, and so was the Scarlet Flame King. Therefore, Jinyu had never given any resources to the Scarlet Flame King. Alright. Jinyu pondered for a moment and felt that this deal was completely feasible. If he could successfully condense half-step true essence embryonic form, it would become one of his trump cards. Since his strength had increased, it was only right to give the Scarlet Flame King some benefits. 20 fire cores. Jinyu took out 20 fire cores from his storage bag. These fire cores were all at the early stage and middle stage of innate realm, which wasn't considered high. He had already sold all the high-grade fire cores during the previous exchange. Kid, you are too ignorant. How can the value of this king's secret technique be exchanged with 20 fire cores? Scarlet Flame King said furiously. This secret technique was obtained by accident, but he had already broken through to the origin realm, hence, he didn't use it. However, the value of this secret technique was self-evident. All the experts below the origin realm would fight for it at all costs. Jinyu went into deep thought again. He was worried about giving too many fire cores, and the Scarlet Flame King probably wouldn't be interested in other things. What about this? Jinyu took out a stalk of black blood strange grass from the pale silver crystal space. This was his harvest from the blood burial garden. As it was too valuable and useless to him, he had been keeping it. Eh? Blood summoning spirit grass, you actually have such a treasure? Scarlet Flame King was surprised. The treasures on Shenyu weren't something a regular innate realm expert would have. Alright, I guess it'll do. Scarlet Flame King pondered for a moment and agreed. He knew that Shenyu wouldn't give him too many cultivation resources, but this blood summoning spirit grass could help awaken the power of the bloodline. The fire scale beast already had the bloodline of the sacred beast, Qilin. If it could be upgraded, the bloodline would be even more terrifying. For the time being, Scarlet Flame King couldn't change to another body and could only stay in the fire scale beast. To be honest, the fire scale beast's body was extremely strong, much better than a human's. But as a human, Scarlet Flame King naturally didn't want to become an ancient beast. After that, Jinyu and Scarlet Flame King completed the transaction. After the transaction, Scarlet Flame King ate some fire cores and rested again. As for the blood summoning spirit grass, he didn't use it, but kept it in the storage bag that he asked Jinyu for. Half a month later, when Jinyu absorbed all the demonic Tao power in the black mist bead, the second rank of the Sky Devil secret pattern record reached the completion stage. Peak early stage innate realm. Jinyu felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and wasn't far from the middle stage innate realm. During this period, he also cultivated the secret technique given by Scarlet Flame King and successfully condensed half a step true yuan, although it wasn't much. On this day, Jinyu ended his seclusion and came to the residence of his Xixiang Yuanchen. Xixiang, are you ready? Yuanchen said with a smile. I hope that senior brother will show some mercy later. Jinyu also smiled and teased. In fact, at this moment, he was absolutely confident that he could withstand 20 moves from Yuanchen. Immediately, the two of them came to the Vice Dean's residence. Let's begin. Tian didn't say much. Boom, a layer of black demonic light suddenly appeared on the surface of Qinyu's body, and a layer of ancient and mysterious patterns appeared on it. A monstrous demonic aura rose into the sky. On his arm, a demonic claw pattern flickered, and there was another demonic pattern that extended to Qinyu's back. Facing Yuan Chen, Qinyu didn't let his guard down and attacked at full strength. Roar! With a roar of demonic wind, Qinyu rushed out and appeared in front of Yuan Chen in the blink of an eye. If it was an ordinary late-stage innate realm cultivator standing in front of Qinyu, they would be filled with fear and lose their will to fight. However, Yuan Chen's expression didn't change much, and he seemed calm. Boom! Qinyu's fist fell fiercely, forming a black demonic fist that was slightly domineering. Swoosh! Yuan Chen tapped the tip of his foot and quickly retreated, dodging the punch. However, Qinyu's reaction was extremely fast, and he suddenly increased his speed and followed Yuan Chen closely. Yuan Chen smiled slightly. His Xianxia had improved greatly in all aspects. It seemed that he couldn't just dodge. Qinyu's improvement shocked Yuan Chen. A year ago, he could easily dodge Qinyu's attacks, but now, he was being closely followed by Qinyu, and it would be difficult for him to escape if he didn't show his true abilities. Pa! Yuan Chen stretched out his hand and slapped out a mysterious ice palm shadow, which collided with Qinyu's fist. Boom! Bang! The ice demonic chi exploded, and both of them took a few steps back at the same time. What powerful true chi! It seems that junior brother's attainments in the Sky Demon Mystic pattern are not low. Yuan Chen was a little surprised. He didn't use his full strength in that attack just now and only used his true chi. In the exchange, they were actually evenly matched, and he didn't gain any advantage. In fact, the true chi of a top elite like Yuan Chen was slightly stronger than Qinyu's demonic chi. However, Qinyu had activated the mystic pattern fiend body, so the two were evenly matched. Little junior brother, you have to be careful next. Yuan Chen reminded with a smile. He only casually faced the first attack and didn't use his full strength. Swish! After saying that, Yuan Chen's movement technique disappeared, leaving behind an afterimage, and he quickly approached Qinyu. Roar! Not daring to be careless, Qinyu activated the demon fiend's secret technique, stirring up a demonic wind, and rushed out. Yuan Chen's palm landed on Qinyu's previous position, destroying his afterimage. Then, he chased again. Boom! The two of them clashed in the chase. Qinyu felt his arm turn cold as a cold, energy invaded his body. Fortunately, the mystic pattern fiend body was extremely resistant to the Tao of Evil, so it wasn't affected much. Yuan Chen also knew that Qinyu cultivated the Sky Demon Mystic pattern record, so he had a stronger resistance to the Tao of Evil, but he didn't expect Qinyu to be able to block his attack. Whoosh! Yuan Chen's palm arrived again. The cold force emitted by this palm was even more powerful, and countless ice crystal fragments danced around his palm. Qinyu immediately took out the giant ruler sword and slashed. Although he had switched to the Tao of Evil and the power of the demon fiend sword technique was not as good as before, his sword skills were still there. Ding ding pong, Qinyu's tremendous strength, fully utilizing the weight advantage of the giant ruler sword, clashed repeatedly with Yuan Chen. Soon, the two of them were nearing the agreed 20 moves. Chen, don't go easy on junior brother. If he doesn't have enough strength, participating in the Academy's grand competition will only bring shame to him. He might even lose his life. Master Tian said in a low voice. Profound ice palm. A trace of seriousness appeared in Yuan Chen's eyes. Cold energy erupted from his palm, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. In the void, there seemed to be a palm condensed from the power of ice, slapping towards Qinyu. With Yuan Chen's movement technique, it was impossible for Qinyu to dodge this palm strike. Demonic Destruction Claw. Qinyu switched the profound heavy sword to his other hand, and the demonic pattern chi on his right hand surged crazily. The devil claw marks on his arm suddenly climbed up and covered Qinyu's arm and palm. A claw flashed out, and the jet-black demonic energy formed a sinister and terrifying demonic claw. It was covered with strange patterns, appearing ancient and evil. Bang! The demonic claw and the ice palm collided, setting off an icy demonic energy storm. After this move, the two of them did not attack again. The 20 moves are up. Junior brother has improved rapidly. With such strength, your results in the Academy's grand competition won't be too bad. Yuan Chen smiled. Chen you've only used 50% of your strength. You haven't even used quintessential essence. Ilan Tian was very calm. In the past year, Yuan Chen had also improved a lot, and the conversion rate of his quintessential essence to quintessential essence had reached 80%. However, Ilan Tian knew that Chen Yu did not use all his means. Chen Yu, you've only cultivated to the second level of the Sky Demon secret pattern records, and you already have such power. Do you have any special physique? Ilan Tian then looked at Chen Yu and asked. My physique is indeed better than ordinary people. Chen Yu replied, not revealing the secret of the mysterious heart. I'll allow you to participate in the Academy's grand competition. In 10 days, the Academy will hold a battle for the quota. Prepare yourself. Chen Yu could only participate in the Academy's grand competition after receiving his master's approval. After returning to his residence, Chen Yu continued to cultivate in seclusion to increase his strength. Originally, he wanted to participate in the Academy's grand competition to see the talents of the entire Yunjiao nation. However, after cultivating the Sky Demon secret pattern records, Chen Yu felt that if he could make a breakthrough in this technique, his strength would greatly increase, and he would be able to shine in the Academy's grand competition and achieve a better result. Unfortunately, time was limited, and there was only 1 month before the Academy's grand competition. At this moment, Chen Yu seized every minute and second to increase his cultivation. In the spare time when he was cultivating the Sky Demon secret pattern records, Chen Yu activated the flame control technique to absorb and refine more of the sealed, blood-glazed flame. This flame was extremely powerful. In the past, Chen Yu had only refined 1/10 of it. At this moment, the strength of his cultivation and spiritual sense had increased. In less than a day, Chen Yu had refined 3/10 of the blood-glazed flame, and he did not refine any more after that. Soon, 10 days had passed. Chen Yu's Sky Demon secret pattern records had reached the greater mastery of the second level, and it would be difficult for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. These 10 days only made Chen Yu's cultivation a little more stable. After all, he had not been cultivating this technique for long, and he was anxious for results. The competition for the spots has begun. Chen Yu walked out of the courtyard and headed for the demonic sky peak. On the way, many students were rushing to the demonic sky peak, and many of them took the initiative to greet Chen Yu warmly. The demonic sky peak was surrounded by students. Of course, most of them were there to watch the competition. There were only 20 people who could participate in the Academy's grand competition, and they were destined to be the 20 strongest in the Academy. Brother Chen. Not far away, Kong Zhong, dressed in a black robe, greeted him and took the initiative to walk over. Brother Kong, are you going to compete for a spot? Chen Yu asked. Kong Zhong was currently at the peak of the middle Khanate stage. If he broke through to the late Khanate stage, he would be able to get a spot. He was not as talented as Duan Hao, Nie Xian, and the others, and he did not have the support of his family. His cultivation speed was already very fast. I'll give it a try. Kong Zhong smiled and wanted to give it a try. Ascending the demonic sky peak, Chen Yu saw many familiar faces with a glance. Among the students of the Evil Spirit Academy, Situlinu's eyes flickered as he looked at Chen Yu. I knew that you would participate in the Academy's grand competition. Situlinu smiled leisurely. In the freshman competition, he had lost to Chen Yu, but he was not convinced. During this period of time, he had been adventuring in the outer region, taking on the most dangerous missions to train himself. Right now, he had reached the late Khanate realm, and he was an existence that everyone in the Evil Spirit Academy revolved around. Apart from him, Duan Hao, Jin Zhuofeng, Shang Han, Luo Haoyan, and the others also looked at Chen Yu. Luo Haoyan stared at Chen Yu with a trace of anger and helplessness. In the past, Chen Yu was only an ant in his eyes. But now, Chen Yu had grown to such a level that he could compete with him on the same stage. Senior Luo, we buried Chen Yu underground that day, but he had the trump card given to him by the vice principal. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. The long-haired man who hunted the demonic blaze lizard with Chen Yu said. It's fine. If I encounter him in the Academy's grand competition, I will make him lose miserably. Luo Haoyan said with a confident face. What did he do to be accepted as a disciple by the vice principal? Shang Han of the four super families spat out a few words. With her pride, Qinyu did not have a good ending when he offended her. But Yuan Chen's sudden appearance changed everything. After waiting for a long time, a senior branch principal stood up and said, "The Academy's Grand Competition's quota competition will now begin." The rules of the competition were very simple. The top 20 would be chosen from the top 20 students of the Myriad Demon Tower. Thereafter, anyone could issue a challenge to these 20 people, but they could not challenge the same person consecutively. When there were no more challenges, the remaining 20 people would be the participants of the Academy's Grand Competition. Not far away from the challenge stage stood 20 people. They had become the focus of the entire demonic sky peak. The first person was Yuan Chen. He wore a simple yellow robe and had a calm smile on his face. The second person was the top student of the demonic fire peak, Luo Haoyin. The third person was the top student of the demonic wind academy, Ren Han. The fourth person was Jin Shuofeng. Those ranked in the top 20 were almost all older students. There's no rush. Qinyu found a place and waited patiently. There were more people in the demonic sky peak, and there were more people to challenge. Qinyu's cultivation was low. Even if he obtained one of the quotas, he would still be challenged by many people. Therefore, he decided to wait for a while. Kong Zhong was the same. His cultivation was only at the peak of the Xiantian realm, and he did not have much confidence. Whoosh, a figure dashed onto the challenge stage. This person was tall and had an ugly face. Qinyu happened to know him. It was Wei Bin. Qinyu had bought some high-quality fire spirit ginseng from this person during the Dark Night exchange. The last time Qinyu challenged the pagoda, he happened to see Wei Bin challenging the pagoda, and he reached the 37th level. "I'll be the first. Wu Hong, hand over your position." Wei Bin shouted as he looked at the 15th ranked man. "As you wish." A well-proportioned man in green clothes walked onto the challenge stage with his hands behind his back. Without a word, the two of them suddenly attacked. Clang, the saber and sword clashed violently, releasing a wave of ice and fire. "Haha! Again!" Wei Bin laughed as he slashed madly with the dark red saber in his hand, unleashing a flaming saber radiance. The man in green clothes stabbed out with his sword. His swordsmanship was exquisite and airtight. Both of them had reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. This battle did not last long. Blazing golden slash. Wei Bin shouted loudly, and a huge flame blade extended from the dark red broadsword in his hand. Then, he fiercely chopped down. Bang, the man in green clothes fell off the stage and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wei Bin won and obtained a quota. With this person's strength, he has a high chance of entering the top 10. Qinyu speculated. The top 5 had strength close to the origin realm, while the top 10 had the strength of peak Xiantian realm. Obviously, Wei Bin had met this requirement. "I want to challenge the 16th rank." A slim woman in a purple robe stepped onto the stage. However, this lady failed in the end. Obviously, the opponent she chose had improved beyond her expectations. After 2 battles, the battles became more intense. Almost every time someone was defeated, there would be another challenger. But most of them won more than they lost. "Let me test the strength of the top 10. Sitolinyu slowly walked out of the Evil Spirit Academy and landed on the challenge stage. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Sitolinyu was only a new student in the past 3 years. Not only did he want to obtain a quota, he wanted to challenge the top 10. "Let me test out the strength of the top 10. Sitolinyu slowly walked out from the Evil Spirit Academy and landed on the stage with a single leap. Sitolinyu is actually challenging the top 10. He's just a new student that entered the academy 3 years ago. How can he be comparable to the top 10? The crowd was in an uproar. This was the first challenge to the top 10 so far. Directly challenging the top 10? Duan He looked at Sitolinyu with a solemn expression. Even he didn't have full confidence in winning against the top 10 seniors. Qinyu was also a little interested. In the freshman competition, Sitolinyu was his strongest opponent. Although he had obtained first place, the process of the competition was quite dangerous. Furthermore, Qinyu felt that Sitolinu still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Sitolinu had always given Qinyu an unfathomable feeling. They hadn't seen each other since the freshman competition and only heard that Sitolinu had been adventuring outside. No one knew what level Sitolinu's strength had reached. Junior brother's courage is commendable, but you're still unable to clearly understand your own strength. It's really stupid. Let me teach you a lesson. Yu Hong suddenly stood up, his face cold and indifferent, with a trace of displeasure. Yu Hong was ranked 10th. He had a cultivation at the peak of late-phase Xianxia realm and was a senior of the Demon Fire Academy. To him, a student who had only been in the academy for a short period of time challenging him was an insult. Swish, Yu Hong's figure flashed out and he charged onto the stage. In an instant, a pinnacle Xiantian realm pressure accompanied by demonic flames caused the temperature of the stage to rise. Boom, Yu Hong suddenly turned into a dark blue flame and charged towards Sitolinu. Although he didn't think that Sitolinu was his opponent, he had heard of Sitolinu's name. He heard that this person was a rare genius in the Evil Spirit Academy and had a deep understanding of the demonic Tao. Therefore, Yu Hong wasn't too careless. Lose. Yu Hong let out a roar and punched out with his palm. Demonic aura condensed in the air and turned into a dark blue flame palm. Sitolinu didn't panic and also threw out a palm, forming a gloomy fog. Boom, the power released by the dark blue flaming palm instantly engulfed Sitolinu's palm technique and continued to advance. Whoosh, a layer of grey fog appeared around Sitolinu. He moved to the other side and left behind a grey afterimage that was dispersed by Yu Hong's palm strike. Haha, you are only SOSO. You actually dare to challenge me, Yu Hong. Yu Hong laughed and chased after Sitolinu. Boom. Bang, powerful fiery palms whistled across the stage. Sitolinu occasionally clashed with Yu Hong, but his attacks were all destroyed by Yu Hong. This caused Yu Hong to gradually feel that Sitolinu was only SOSO. The rumors were too exaggerated. Junior, it's time to end this. Yu Hong gave a low cry. His palms came together and an astonishing dark blue flame light burst out. Boom, he suddenly pushed out his palms, releasing a dark blue wave of devil chi that seemed to want to devour everything in front of him. Sitolinu is going to lose. He is too impulsive. Which one of the top 10 in the school isn't a peak Khanate cultivator? They have made a lot of preparations for the school competition. However, it's not bad that Sitolinu can withstand so many attacks from Yu Hong. Although he will lose to Yu Hong, he will have no problem entering the top 20. Many people below the stage started to discuss. No, it's not that simple. Qinyu thought to himself. From the beginning to the end, Sitolinu didn't use any mental secret techniques. He didn't even use his evil spirit. Heretic cultivators were not good at fighting head-on. Yu Hong cultivated the Fire Dao and Devil Dao, so it was natural that he had the upper hand. However, it was a big mistake for him to look down on Sitolinu. Yeah, it's time to end this. On the stage, Sitolinu smiled leisurely. Whoosh, he waved his sleeve and a big-headed evil spirit flew out. This big-headed evil spirit looked extremely solid and one could even see some of its skin patterns. It was obvious that Sitolinu's evil spirit had become stronger after such a long time. Eveline wave. Sitolinu suddenly opened his mouth and let out a low evil sound wave. At the same time, the big-headed evil spirit also used this evil technique. Buzz. Buzz, a translucent sound wave that could be seen with the naked eye blasted out. Boom. Boom, the dark blue wave that was coming towards him immediately shook and then dissipated bit by bit. Using the vibration effect of the sound wave to cause the enemy's battle technique to lose its stability and greatly weaken its power. A teacher's eyes were filled with admiration. Sitolinu's evil attack could shatter Yu Hong's killing move because he had a clear understanding of Yu Hong's cultivation technique and battle technique. The gray-robed teacher said with a gratified smile. In the previous battles, Sitolinu had not only trained his battle techniques, but he had also observed his enemy's cultivation technique and battle technique. After understanding the enemy's weakness, he could suddenly attack and achieve an unexpected result. How could this be? Yu Hong was shocked. His killing move had been dissolved by his opponent's evil technique. Boom! At the same time, the evil sound wave landed on Yu Hong's body and created a tremor that struck his organs. He was pushed back 10 steps and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Secret Eyes of Darkness. Sitilinyu did not give Yu Hong any chance to catch his breath and immediately used his spiritual eye technique. Swish, the evil spirit also flew over to Yu Hong, its pitch-black eyes staring at him as it released a powerful evil Dao mental energy. No, Yu Hong struggled and tried to break free from the Secret Eyes of Darkness. As one of the top 10 in the academy, his spiritual energy wasn't weak. But Sitilinyu's spiritual energy was too strong, and when combined with the evil spirit, the power of his illusion technique was greatly increased. Swish, Sitilinyu used his movement technique and appeared in front of Yu Hong, sending out a palm strike. Boom! Yu Hong's body was sent flying out of the arena, drenched in sweat. He had only just woken up from the illusion technique. Yu Hong has been defeated by Sitilinyu. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. The reversal of the battle was simply too fast, which was why it was surprising. Sitilinyu's spiritual energy is close to the origin realm. Chen Yu was shocked. His spiritual energy was now at the late stage of the Xiantian realm. If he faced Sitilinyu, it would be extremely bad. But Sitilinyu wasn't strong in a head-on fight, and that was what Chen Yu was good at. The other 9 contestants in the top 10 couldn't help but look at Sitilinyu. As the prodigies of the academy, they had more or less seen Sitilinyu's true strength from the previous battle. The challenges continued. After 4 matches, Blood Fiend Institute's Duan Hao went up the stage. I challenge the 11th rank. Duan Hao's face was cold and his eyes were deep. He didn't want to lose to Sitilinyu, but he wasn't confident of winning against a peak Xiantian realm expert. In comparison, it was safer to challenge the 11th rank. Swish, the 11th rank went up the stage. It was a tall and sexy girl. Vicious tiger fist. Duan Hao dashed out and sent out a punch. The ferocious aura behind him formed a tiger shadow, which was terrifying. Pa, pa. Swish, swish. A dark silver whip appeared in the sexy girl's hand. She waved it and performed a series of sharp whip shadows. The sexy girl's whip technique was extremely profound. She stood on the spot and the whip shadows overlapped, attacking and defending. Black Dragon Leg. After throwing out the fist technique, Duan Hao used his leg technique to break the sexy girl's whip shadows. The sexy girl became more serious, and the true chi on the dark silver whip became more intense. The speed of her whip technique increased by a level. Boom! Bang! On the stage, the two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Compared to Sitilinyu's battle, Duan Hao's battle made the audience's blood boil. Fierce Wind Bloodline. Duan Hao's body erupted with the power of his bloodline, and a layer of dark green wind pattern appeared on the surface of his body. An invisible whirlwind force flowed out and combined with his cultivation technique. After activating the bloodline, Duan Hao's speed multiplied, and the power of his moves also increased. Bang! Duan Hao suddenly broke through the sexy girl's defense and punched her left shoulder. The sexy girl retreated and left the stage. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Duan Hao won. As expected of the genius of the Duan clan. He's as famous as Sitilinyu in the academy. Many new students exclaimed. 2 years ago, Sitilinyu and Duan Hao were still new students, but now they were in the top 20 of the academy. It was unbelievable. This was a great encouragement for the new students who had just entered the academy. The two of them became the idols of many new students. Duan Hao and Sitilinyu's improvement was indeed very shocking, and they overshadowed the other students of that year. I wonder how strong Senior Chinyu is now. I heard that Senior Chinyu defeated Duan Hao and Sitilinyu in the freshman competition and became the champion. Moreover, Senior Chinyu was accepted by the vice dean as a disciple. Many new students immediately focused their attention on Chinyu. Junior brother, it's time for you to make your move. Yuan Chen, who was ranked first, revealed a smile. His junior brother could withstand 20 moves from him and seemed to have a trump card that he had not used. With such strength, he might be able to squeeze into the top 10. Brother Yuan, you seem to be very confident in your junior brother. Luo Haoyan asked with a smile, asking about Chinyu. junior brother is extremely talented. He should be able to stand out in this year's academy tournament. Yuan-chen said in a low voice. Seeing senior brother Yuan-chen's gaze, Qinyu could not help but stand up. I challenge the 13th place. Qinyu challenged the 13th place. The competition was only to fight for a place. As long as he could enter the top 20, there was no need to use all his tricks to fight for a ranking. Moreover, Master Elan Tian also reminded Qinyu, don't reveal the secret of you cultivating the Heavenly Fiend secret pattern before the academy tournament. After all, Qinyu was Elan Tian's disciple and would attract more attention. If he kept a low profile at the beginning and tried to be ignored by the other academies, it would be easier for him to obtain better results at the critical moment. However, he could not be too low-key and ruin his master's reputation. Therefore, Qinyu challenged the 13th place and decided to seize that position. Senior Qinyu only challenged the 13th place. It seems that he thinks that he is inferior to Duan Hao and Sita Linyu. That's right. After all, Senior Qinyu doesn't have any family power, so his cultivation speed is far inferior to Sita Linyu and Senior Duan Hao. At this moment, Senior Sita Linyu and Senior Duan Hao are both at the late stage of the Khanate realm, while Senior Qinyu is only at the early stage of the Khanate realm. The new students felt a little regretful and guessed the reason. They had completely forgotten that for an ordinary student who had been in the academy for 2 years, it was already very impressive for him to challenge the 13th place. I've long heard that the vice principal has accepted a new disciple, but I've never had the chance to meet him. Today, junior brother Chen has taken the initiative to challenge me. Let me see what kind of ability junior brother Chen has. Fan Dong said with a smile on her face. Fan Dong was a senior student of the Devil Wind Academy. Although he was ranked 13th, he had stayed in the late stage of the Xiantian realm for a very long time. He had heard of Qinyu's achievements and knew that he had the ability to challenge those who were stronger than him. However, he didn't believe that he, who had been stuck at the late Xiantian realm for many years, would lose to a young man at the peak of the early Xiantian realm. Nearby, many instructors and teachers looked at Qinyu. Many of them had only heard that Qinyu was the vice school head's disciple, but they had never seen him in person. They were naturally curious as to who had caught the eye of the vice principal. The vice principal's insight was extraordinary. For example, Yuan-chen didn't have a powerful bloodline, nor did he have a powerful clan. However, his strength was undisputed number 1 in the Demon-Free Academy. Whoosh, Fan Dong took a step forward and landed on the stage with a gust of wind. With a light tap of her toes, Fan Dong quickly approached Qinyu without stopping. Phew, he punched out, and a strong wind howled, forming the image of a beast that descended on Qinyu's chest. Qinyu immediately activated the copper statue vigor body and transformed into a copper statue that was illuminated by Buddhist light. His copper statue shield body hadn't completely transformed into a rune devil body, so he could still use it, but it wasn't as powerful as before. Activating his pure aura chi, Qinyu punched out. Boom, the fist and the palm collided, and a strong wind and murderous aura spread out. A huge force was released from Qinyu's arm and transmitted to Fan Dong's arm, causing him to feel a splitting pain in his bones. What a powerful force. Fan Dong was secretly shocked. In addition, Qinyu's pure aura chi was actually on par with his true chi. What he didn't know was that if Qinyu had used his secret pattern devil body and devil pattern chi, this punch would have severely injured Fan Dong. Tearing wind palm. Fan Dong's expression turned cold as he mobilized his true chi with all his might. Fan Dong continuously struck out several palm winds with astonishing momentum, accompanied by the rapid movement of her body technique. Roar, Qinyu stimulated his body's strength and true chi, displaying the Devil Fiend Berserk Shadow. In an instant, his speed was extremely fast as he closed in on Fan Dong. After all, Qinyu's Devil Fiend Violent Shadow had been cultivated to the 5th level, and his speed was only slightly slower than his senior brother, Yuan-chen. Evil Chi Manifestation. Qinyu's pure aura chi revolved around his arm, transforming into a black-scaled giant python and striking out. Tearing wind palm. Fan Dong immediately struck out with a palm in an attempt to block. Whoosh, the black-scaled python instantly crushed the strong wind in front of it and hit Fan Dong's body. Fan Dong's body flew backward and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If he wasn't wearing a defensive armor, Qinyu's punch would have severely injured him. Whoosh, Qinyu closed in again and kicked him off the stage. I lost. Fan Dong had a disappointed look on her face. She had actually been defeated by a Xiantian primary stage student. But on second thought, this student was not ordinary. He was the vice dean's disciple. Fan Dong felt better. After defeating Fan Dong, Qinyu stood in the 13th position among the 20 people. Qinyu's speed, defense, and strength are all outstanding. No wonder he's the vice dean's disciple. He's only at the pinnacle of the early Xiantian stage, but he can already defeat a Xiantian advanced stage student. Many teachers and mentors nodded in agreement. Not far from the stage, Renhan looked puzzled. Didn't he switch to the path of diabolism? Qinyu had indeed switched to the path of diabolism, but the pure aura qi in his body had not been completely transformed into demonic print qi. Therefore, he could still fight as a cultivator of the path of diabolism, but he could only use about 50 to 60% of his strength at his peak. Next to Renhan, Luo Haoyan shook his head. How can he stand out in the inter-school tournament with such little strength? Qinyu could get the 13th position here, but the inter-school tournament of the entire Yunjiao nation would gather the elites of all the schools. By then, his strength would not be enough. However, they could not rule out the possibility that Qinyu had hidden his true strength. Yu Hong, you'll challenge Qinyu later. Luo Haoyan looked at Yu Hong and sent him a telepathic message. Yu Hong was originally ranked 10th, but he was defeated by Situlinyu, and his place was taken. He was healing the injury on his mind, preparing to challenge again later. Senior Luo, Qinyu is Yuan Chen's junior brother. Yu Hong put on a bitter face. Luo Haoyan was the top student of the Demon Fire Academy, and he was the pride of the Luo family, one of the 10 major ancient clans. Yuan Chen was the top student of the entire Demon Fire Academy, and Qinyu was his junior brother. It was a tough choice. Don't worry, Yuan Chen is a broad-minded person. If you defeat Qinyu with your true strength, he won't do anything to you. Even if you win, Qinyu still has a chance of getting a place, Luo Haoyan tried to persuade him. Yu Hong was also considered a powerful person, and this kind of thing would offend others, so he could not force it. In the end, Yu Hong agreed. With his current state, if he were to challenge the top 9, it would be terrible if he failed. He did not dare to challenge Situlinyu, who was ranked 10th. Duan Hao was also very difficult to deal with, and the 12th was a good friend of his. With his cultivation at the peak of the innate realm, if his ranking was too low, it would be too embarrassing. The challenges continued. People continued to challenge, but their targets were all between the 11th and 20th places, and most of them challenged the last 5 places. However, they all won more than they lost. In the Magic Wind Academy, a girl in black stepped onto the challenge stage. She had a beautiful appearance and fair skin. It was Xian. I challenge Mao Wei. Xian challenged the 18th place. Xian had also broken through to the late stage of the innate realm, but it seemed that she had just broken through and was not very stable. Junior sister, don't blame me for being ruthless. A slightly fat man stepped onto the challenge stage with a mocking look on his face. His eyes wandered around Xian's exquisite body. Thud, Xian dashed out like a spring, and the black longsword in her hand slashed towards the fat man's neck. Clang, the fat man took out a pair of short rods and blocked Xian's sword. Then, the short rods in his hand struck out wildly, launching an extremely ferocious attack, closing in on Xian. However, Xian's movement technique was brilliant, and her dodging ability was even more amazing. Her soft and delicate body twisted at will, making all kinds of difficult movements. From time to time, Xian would sneak behind the fat man and launch an attack. The two of them exchanged close to 200 moves, but the fat man could not do anything to Xian. At a certain moment, Xian found a flaw in her opponent, and her body slid behind the fat man. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in her sleeve, and she stabbed out fiercely. The power of this attack was extremely strong. The fat man tried his best to block the attack, and the short rod in his hand blocked the attack. But immediately after, Xian's second and third attack came. Bang, the fat man was kicked off the challenge stage by Xian. Assassins will not let go of any opportunity. After watching this battle, Qinyu thought of the 2 assassins he had met before. If the two assassins were any stronger, he might have died in their ambush. Facing an assassin, one could not show any flaws, because the other party would definitely not let go of this opportunity, and would explode with super strong battle power to end the battle. Nie Xian's victory caused a burst of cheers. After all, as an assassin, he was not good at fighting in the open. The challenges continued, but there were very few challengers who could win. I want to challenge the 13th place. Yu Hong suddenly stood out. Yu Hong's challenge did not surprise many people. After all, he was ranked 10th, but he was defeated by Citilinho, and Qin Yu's cultivation was the lowest among the 20 people. Yuan Qin glanced at it and was not worried at all. He knew that if Qin Yu fought with all his strength, Yu Hong had no chance of winning. It's over. Senior Qin Yu's strength is not as strong as Citilinho and Duan Hao. If he is challenged by Yu Hong, he might lose. Some of the freshmen revealed a look of regret. Previously, when Qin Yu challenged the 13th place, these freshmen thought that Qin Yu thought that he was not a match for Citilinho and Duan Hao. In that year's competition, although Qin Yu was first, as time passed, Qin Yu was overtaken by Citilinho and Duan Hao. This made them sigh. Having a strong family background was the way to go. Swoosh, being challenged, Qin Yu did not say much and stepped onto the challenge stage. Junior Chen, I'm sorry, but your position is mine. Yu Hong said with a smile. If he was not forced by Luo Haoyan, he would not want to challenge Qin Yu. Swoosh, Yu Hong's figure flashed out, turning into an afterimage as he approached Qin Yu. Suddenly, a dark blue flame palm shot out. Qin Yu took out the giant ruler sword and swung it horizontally, creating a frightening sword aura of evil wind. Boom, there was an explosion, and the blue flame raged. Blue flame palm. In the chaotic storm of flames, Yu Hong suddenly rushed out and once again struck out a powerful flame palm. Boom, Qin Yu used the demon shocking sword technique and slashed out with the giant sword. This kid is not simple. Yu Hong became more and more shocked. In fact, Qin Yu was also a little surprised. It was not an easy task to defeat Yu Hong without using the demon pattern chi and the mysterious demon pattern body. His copper statue gang body and the pure fiendish chi were transforming into the mysterious demon pattern body and the demon pattern chi, so it was difficult to exert the power of the complete state. Of course, if Yu Hong knew what Qin Yu was thinking at this time, he would probably vomit blood. Ha! Qin Yu roared and pushed the copper statue gang body to the limit. The Buddha light on the surface of his body was extremely dazzling, and his body instantly grew a lot, like a small giant. What's going on? Yu Hong's face was full of shock. In the academy, this was the first time Qin Yu used the ability of the giant form. Sword-shattering nebula. After using the giant form, Qin Yu suddenly used a sword move, and an incomparably huge sword of black fiendish chi exploded. Boom, Yu Hong was thrown off the challenge stage by Qin Yu and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. No, how could I lose? Yu Hong was in disbelief. Senior Qin Yu actually defeated Yu Hong. Is this the true strength of Senior Qin Yu? It seems that he is not weaker than Citilinho and Senior Duan Hao. The new students were shocked and could not help but exclaim. This is his full strength. A cold smile appeared on Luo Haoyan's lips. Just now, he clearly saw that Qin Yu was forced into a corner, and only then did he use his ultimate move to defeat Yu Hong. After defeating Yu Hong, Qin Yu's position was completely stabilized. The challenge continued. Soon, the number of challengers decreased. I challenge the 20th place. At this time, the puppet master Kong Zhong went up the challenge stage. Kong Zhong finally made his move. Qin Yu looked at Kong Zhong on the stage. He hadn't seen Kong Zhong fight since the freshman exam, so he didn't know how strong Kong Zhong was now. Haha, you want to take my position? In the 20th position, a slightly plump woman suddenly walked out. This woman had defeated the expert who originally occupied this position and seized the position. Her strength wasn't weak, and she was an outstanding late-stage connate cultivator. The chubby woman looked at Kong Zhong's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Her own appearance and figure were inferior, but after seeing Kong Zhong, she felt a trace of comfort in her heart. Humph. Kong Zhong could tell what the chubby woman was thinking from her expression and snorted coldly. Go. Kong Zhong waved his hand and released 4 puppets, 2 of which were late-stage Khanate cultivators and 2 mid-stage Khanate cultivators. Even so, puppets weren't as flexible as cultivators, and they didn't have spiritual intelligence. They were only controlled by a puppeteer. A late-stage Khanate puppet certainly couldn't compare to a late-stage Khanate cultivator. In addition, the chubby woman was a genius in the magic-free academy. Her expression didn't change at all when she saw the 4 puppets that Kong Zhong had released. However, Qin Yu, who had some understanding of Kong Zhong, found something different about Kong Zhong's puppets. For example, the giant bear puppet and the ape puppet only looked a little similar to these animals, but upon closer inspection, many parts of them had been greatly modified. Qin Yu speculated that Kong Zhong's puppeteering skills must have been greatly improved. Swish swish, under Kong Zhong's control, the ape, the giant bear, and the 2 cheetah puppets attacked the chubby woman from 4 directions. Just a few puppets. The chubby woman didn't care, and a dark blue hammer appeared in her hand. Boom. Boom, boom. She waved the hammer and spun, releasing a layer of wild cold energy. With her as the center, there seemed to be a layer of grayish-white ice storm spreading in all directions. Haha, I'll first reduce the flexibility of your puppets, then I'll get rid of you, the puppeteer, and everything will be over. The chubby woman thought to herself. The puppeteer's main means were puppets, and their combat strength wasn't high. However, the chubby woman found that these puppets were very good and had very strong resistance. But gradually, the speed and agility of the 4 puppets gradually decreased under the corrosion of the cold ice energy. A mere Xianxia middle stage puppeteer wants to snatch my spot? The fat woman snorted disdainfully. She rushed towards Kong Zhong, and along the way, she suddenly swung her hammer, blasting a cheetah puppet nearby into pieces. But to the fat woman's surprise, whoosh, a spider puppet suddenly rushed out from the remains of the cheetah puppet. Hiss, a tough spider silk shot out and wrapped around one of the fat woman's arms. At the same time, a square hole suddenly opened up in the bodies of the other 3 puppets. A spider puppet flew out from each hole and spat out a strand of spider silk. In an instant, the fat woman's limbs were bound by the spider silk. Break! The fat woman struggled with all her might, her true chi surged crazily, and a colding energy spread along the spider silk, trying to destroy the spider puppet. Right at this moment, Kong Zhong extended his metal arm, and a purplish-golden claw shot out from within, grabbing at the obese woman's chest. Pung! The clothes in front of the obese woman's chest were torn, but the treasured armor underneath blocked part of the power. But she still spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale. At this moment, the giant bear, cheetah, and ape puppets immediately launched their attacks. The obese woman hurriedly blocked, and in the end, she was blasted out of the challenge stage. We won. Kong Zhong revealed a smile. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Before, they didn't think that this Xiantian middle stage puppeteer would win. But the puppet technique and adaptability that Kong Zhong displayed amazed them. Master Black Star, your disciple is not ordinary. Some teachers and mentors looked at the one-eyed Master Black Star and said, "It seems that Brother Kong is not confident in himself." Qin Yu smiled faintly. Just now, Kong Zhong's performance was relatively calm, as if he hadn't used all his trump cards. After Kong Zhong's challenge, Yu Heng issued another challenge. After 2 rounds of defeat, he no longer had the ability to fight for the top 10, so he challenged the 14th place. If he was arrogant and challenged the top 10, once he failed and was injured, he might not even be able to get a spot. Soon, the competition for the spots was over. Next, you can challenge those who are ranked at the top. If you win, you will replace them. The final ranking will also be your ranking in the No Demon Academy. The senior branch dean spoke again. Qin Yu wasn't interested in this. It was just some extra fame, and it didn't have much practical use. But among the 20 people, there were a few who had their eyes on the ranking and issued challenges. Among them, the one who changed the most was Wei Bin, who was ranked 15th. He challenged the 8th place, and after a long battle, he finally won. Wei Bin didn't use his full strength in the previous battle. That was obvious to everyone. It was not surprising that he could make it to the top 10. Finally, the 20 spots for the No Demon Academy's tournament were decided. Among them, Wu Heng, Luo Haotian, and Ren Han, who were ranked at the top, had never been challenged. Countless spectators looked at these 20 people with admiration and respect. These 20 people were the strongest 20 people in the No Demon Academy. They would represent the academy in the tournament of the entire Yunjiao nation. This is information about the tournament. The 20 of you go back and learn about it. A teacher took out 20 booklets and gave one to each of them. Back at his residence, Jinyu flipped through the booklet. First of all, the booklet recorded the situation of the students from the 4 major academies and the 20 to 30 top academies. Duan Xinyue, Yi Chengfeng, Yun Haizhen, and the others are all introduced in this booklet. Qinyu's eyes sparkled. The booklet introduced the skills that these people practiced, some of their techniques, and their strengths and weaknesses. Of course, these descriptions might only be of the geniuses in the past. It didn't necessarily represent their current strength. It must be as recorded in the booklet. Among them, Jinyu took a look at the Yunyang Academy. Senior Yuanchen once said that the first place in the Yunyang Academy is still controversial. At least 1 or 2 people have the ability to challenge the first place. The Yunyang Academy was indeed the top of the 4 major academies. It had the most disciples from the royal family and the aristocratic families. Therefore, the possibility of a peerless genius appearing there was higher. The top 20 are all at the peak of the Khanate level. After taking a look at the information, Jinyu was slightly shocked. Unlike the Demon-Free Academy, the top 20 of the Yunyang Academy were all at the peak of the Khanate level. In the booklet, other than the information, there was also a detailed explanation of the competition. In the past, there were usually 2 segments. The first segment would be a trial or an adventure, which would eliminate most of the students. After all, there were too many participants in the competition. If it was a direct ranking battle, it would waste too much time. And in this segment, the mortality rate was higher. The second segment would be the ranking battle, which would determine the ranking of the students from the Yunjiao nation. In addition, there were a few years where there was an additional segment in the middle of the competition. The purpose was to test or eliminate the students. Other than that, there were rewards. Almost every year, there would be energy transformation elixirs, which could increase the chances of breaking through to the returning origin realm. Other than that, there were also top-grade bejeweled weapons, large amounts of spirit stones, and titles. I wonder what the rewards for this year's competition will be. Jinyu was looking forward to it. According to the information, the rewards for every year's competition would gradually increase, surpassing the previous years. That night, Yuanchen came to visit. "Senior, why are you here?" "We will be leaving in 3 days." Chenyu asked. "Master asked me to give this to you." Yuanchen took out 2 items from his storage bag. One was a dark purple pearl. Chenyu recognized this item. Back in the Devil Bone Wasteland, Chenyu had used this pearl to kill the demonic inferno lizard and resolve the crisis. This is a message amulet. It might come in handy when the time comes. Yuanchen handed the second item to Chenyu. Chenyu didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the 2 items. The dark purple pearl's power was comparable to a full-force attack from an returning origin realm martial artist. If used well, it could even kill an returning origin realm martial artist. The message amulet allowed Chenyu to send a distress message to Yuanchen. This was the first time Chenyu felt that his master, Elan Tian, valued him so much. With these items, as long as Junior can pass the first segment, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 50. Yuanchen smiled plainly and left his residence. The college tournament only gave out rewards to the top 50. To be able to enter the top 50 was not bad. But Chinyu's goal wasn't just the top 50. "If I go all out, I can enter the top 20. Chinyu estimated in his heart. For the rest of the time, Chinyu went into seclusion to cultivate the Sky Devil secret pattern record. The stronger one was, the better the college tournament would be. 3 days later, everyone came to a plaza in the college. There were already a few students and some of the college's upper echelons gathered here. 1 hour later, everyone had basically arrived. Swish, suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared in the sky. On his shoulder, there was a sleeping mountain cat. When everyone looked over, the figure suddenly appeared on the ground. So fast. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't even see this person's movement technique clearly. Vice Dean. All the upper echelons bowed in unison. Among the 20 students, there were a few who had never seen the Vice Dean's lineup. They all revealed looks of surprise and admiration. If it wasn't for the college tournament, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the Vice Dean after they graduated. Let's go. The Vice Dean's black robe fluttered as his demonic chi surged. In the next moment, a strange demonic beast that was tens of feet long appeared in the plaza. This beast had a huge head and body. Its body was covered in scales, but it had a pair of black wings. It flapped its wings and a black wave of fishy wind spread out. Many of the Xianxia realm students felt a sense of oppression and had difficulty breathing. An Origin realm flying mount. All the students had looks of envy. This demonic beast's grade was also not ordinary. Swish swish, all 20 of them boarded it. The Origin realm flying mount suddenly flapped its wings, carrying everyone and flying far away. In less than half a day, everyone arrived at the Sky River Prefecture Royal City. After activating the teleportation array, everyone was teleported to the Yunyang Sacred Residence. However, among the 20 people from the Sky Sword Academy, the one who attracted the most attention was not the two of them, but a woman. For some reason, Yi Luofeng felt a little happy and replied telepathically. Miss Luofeng, are you looking at me? Gradually, most people's gazes were focused on Qinyu. On the way, Qinyu took the initiative to send a telepathic greeting. The Vice Dean of the No Demon Academy is getting more and more discerning. Haha, I can kill an early-stage Khanate expert with one slash. Qinyu thought. Yuan Chen suddenly said. Many students were instantly heartbroken. After sizing him up, he frowned slightly. Yi Qingfeng's gaze lingered on Yuan Chen for a moment, and then he looked away. Most people could see that Yin Qingzhuang was deliberately causing trouble for Qinyu. The Vice Dean is accepting disciples. The geniuses of your academy are all extraordinary in this year's competition. They will definitely get good results. Senior brother, why are they here? Qinyu saw many people standing in front of him from afar. Yunyang Academy. Let's go to the competition ground first. This person was the number 1 person of Yunyang Academy, Yun Haizhen. Yuan Chen? Many people started discussing. When she sensed Qinyu's cultivation, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. The 20 people from the No Demon Academy also looked over. The Sky Sword Academy students didn't pay much attention to the gazes around them. They were all looking at the No Demon Academy students. Some of the No Demon Academy students suddenly felt that their strongest person, Yuan Chen, was far inferior to the Sky Sword Academy and Yunyang Academy. Duan Hao said in a deep voice. The figures became clearer and clearer, and everyone suddenly felt a sense of pressure. In other words, the nearby academies that were affiliated with the No Demon Academy would follow the lead of the No Demon Academy in the first round. At this moment, he closed his eyes, as if he was meditating and completely forgot about the outside world. On the Sky Sword Academy's side, Yi Qingfeng's sharp eyes were fixed on a handsome young man in a golden robe. One of the students was full of praise. Before the Demonless Academy group could leave, the teleportation array lit up with a layer of silver-gray light again. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Qinyu did not have any strength, but he was accepted as a disciple by the vice headmaster. Naturally, there were many people who were envious and jealous of him. Among them, those who had suffered at the hands of Yuan Chen in the last competition would not let Qinyu off. They're here to welcome us. The Grand Academy competition is actually organized by the 4 great academies. Because the 4 great academies are too strong, the other academies can't gain any advantage in the Grand Academy competition. Therefore, most of the academies will choose to attach themselves to the 4 great academies in order to obtain protection. The golden-robed young man sensed that something was amiss and opened his eyes. A blazing light flashed in his eyes and collided with the sword intent in the void. An invisible force exploded in the void. It was well known that Yin Qingzhuang was ranked 3rd in Yunyang Academy. But, if he defeated the top student of No Demon Academy, what would happen to No Demon Academy's reputation? Right at this moment, a few Origin Realm experts came over to greet Vice Dean Lan Tian. Weibin let out a few weird laughs in enjoyment. The rest of the people also revealed smiles and puffed out their chests. At the same time, among the countless people in the surroundings, almost a third of them rode on their flying mounts and soared into the sky, following behind No Demon Academy. Yi Luofeng, the genius of the new generation of Sky Sword Academy, and the number one beauty of this academy, a group of people from Sky Sword Academy were riding on a small silver boat. This boat had a peculiar shape, and it looked like a sword. An old man with white eyebrows on the sword boat said with a faint smile. Yi Luofeng's cold eyes were fixed on Qinyu. In her eyes, there was fighting spirit, reunion, and a trace of joy. Just as he finished speaking, a thin and sinister man in gray clothes from Yunyang Academy took the initiative to look at Yuan Chen. In the No Demon Academy's information, only the original top 20 students were listed. Qinyu obtained his spot later, so there was no detailed information. On the top of the mountain, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe laughed loudly. Ilan Tian simply replied. Among the 20 people from No Demon Academy, there was a middle-stage Khanate Realm student and an early-stage Khanate Realm student. Qinyu asked. Sky Sword Academy. The students from the other academies stared at the 20 people from No Demon Academy and discussed. The people from Yunyang Academy were stationed at the top of a mountain, and halfway up the mountain were the shadows of their affiliated academies. Their number was at least twice that of No Demon Academy. Yi Qingfeng's sharp eyes followed Yi Luofeng's gaze and looked at Qinyu. Yi Qingfeng, who was in the lead, wore a spotless white robe, and his light blue hair flowed in the wind. Yi Qingfeng's sword arts are unparalleled, and Yun Haizhen has a powerful Yun family bloodline and a special spirit flame. It's hard to say. This soul-stirring beauty caused many of the male students to be dumbstruck and salivate. What a powerful sword intent. I feel fear at first glance. Is this Yi Qingfeng's strength? Yi Luofeng had always been the center of attention. Her strange behavior also attracted countless people's attention. Suddenly, the eyes of many people on the other two mountain peaks gathered on the No Demon Academy students. No wonder they're from the top 4 academies. Their lineup is so strong. That yellow-robed youth must be No Demon Academy's top student, Yuan Chen. Among the second-rate academies, there were only 1 or 2 early-stage Khanate Realm students. A layer of dazzling silver-gray light slowly dissipated, and the group from No Demon Academy appeared in the transportation center of Yunyang's sacred prefecture. Does Yi Luofeng already have someone she likes? She had also been accepted as a disciple by the deputy dean. Although Qinyu was an early-stage Khanate Realm student, she would definitely go all out against Qinyu. A late-stage Khanate Realm student said in shock. Although they had never met Yi Luofeng from Sky Sword Academy, they had long heard of her reputation. The No Demon Academy students landed on a mountain peak on the left, while Sky Sword Academy students sat on the right. Suddenly, Yi Qingfeng's eyes carried an incomparably sharp sword intent, descending upon them, causing the hearts of the demon-less students to tremble. Yin Qingzhuang smiled evilly when he saw that Yuan Chen did not speak. Huh? There was a commotion all around. Not long after, the 2 academies led the many affiliated academies to an endless stretch of beautiful mountains and rivers. He Qiuyun's gaze swept across everyone before stopping on Qinyu. Now that she had reached the peak mid-stage Khanate realm, she had left Qinyu far behind. Although Yuan Chen was not as strong as Yun Haizhen and Yi Qingfeng, he was still the top student in No Demon Academy. More importantly, he was the deputy dean's disciple. Junior brother, you have to be careful of Yin Qingzhuang. Although he was once defeated by me, his bloodline is very powerful. I'm not sure how strong he is now. It seems like senior brother has a grudge against Yin Qingzhuang. Senior Yi, how have you been? Yi Qingfeng's intuition told him that the person Yi Luofeng was staring at was only an early-stage Khanate Realm youth. Back when he had participated in the big hunting competition, Qinyu had snatched the title of Hunting King. The gray-robed man, Yin Qingzhuang, smiled evilly. As the top student in Heavenly Sword Academy, he could not resist a beauty like Yi Luofeng. Moreover, Yi Luofeng was also surnamed Yi. He had once invited Yi Luofeng to join the Yi clan of the 4 great families. Look, that's Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiuyun. They're both so handsome. After saying that, he sized up the 20 people from No Demon Academy. Behind him, Yi Qiuyun had sharp brows and starry eyes. Her appearance was even better than Yi Qingfeng's. I heard that Yuan Chen's junior brother is also participating in this year's academy tournament. I wonder who it is? I wonder who's stronger between Yin Haijin and Yi Qingfeng. Moreover, although Qingyu wasn't strong now, the fact that he was accepted as a disciple by the vice-headmaster meant that he was extraordinary. In the next academy tournament, he might become a pillar of support for the demon-free academy. If they could kill him now, it would naturally be for the best. Yi Luofeng's beautiful eyes flashed. Senior brother Yuanchen said in a low voice. At the same time, he had been pursuing Yi Luofeng for so many years without success. He blamed it all on Qingyu. Miss Yi, how are you doing in Heavenly Sword Academy? In this way, Yuan Chen's junior brother was naturally the deputy dean's disciple. Deputy Dean Yi, you're early. The No Demon Academy and Heavenly Sword Academy are finally here. Many of them laughed loudly. On the other hand, the students from the Sans Devil School all revealed looks of astonishment, as if they were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Yuan Chen looked at Qingyu and said with concern. Don't just pay attention to Yun Haijin. No one from Yunyang Academy can be underestimated. Tang Mo, ranked 2nd, Yin Qingzhuang, ranked 3rd, Yun Haijin. The No Demon Academy students looked around and saw a sea of people in all directions. This girl is getting more and more beautiful. Only a few people, through other sources, knew that Qingyu was the deputy dean's disciple. There was a sudden uproar. Countless eyes gathered on the No Demon Academy's group. This girl seems to want to compete with me. Early Khanate realm? Are you kidding me? This kid is here to die, right? Not bad. Luofeng will definitely rush into the top 20 in this year's academy tournament. Eh? Why is there a Khanate early stage kid? I don't think he's here to participate. She had lost to Qingyu in the big hunting match. Most of them were genius students in their 20s. Ilan Tian said calmly and left on his flying mount. The girl was wearing a white veil. Her eyes were as cold as autumn water. She had a fine nose and willowy eyebrows. Her flawless face made her look like a fairy. Boom, almost all the Heavenly Sword Academy students were handsome men and beautiful women. Luofeng? Few people could remain calm when they were admired by so many people. Eh? That kid is here too. The ice fairy Yi Luofeng actually smiled. Who is she looking at? It seems to be someone from the No Demon Academy. Weibin revealed a slightly stupid and weird smile. Same to you. This scene caused the blood of all the students of Devilless Academy to surge, and they felt extremely proud. Qingyu was a little speechless. It seemed that Yi Luofeng was very unwilling to accept her defeat last time. Now that he saw her, she really deserved her reputation. There are at least 400 academies participating in the Academy Grand Tournament. These are all academies other than the 4 major academies. They were all at the Origin Realm, but there were a few who were older than Ilan Tian. However, they called him Senior Yi with a respectful smile. Yuan Chen introduced the other students who were participating in the Grand Tournament for the first time. Immediately, the Sky Sword Academy and the No Demon Academy each led a large group of affiliated academies and rushed into the distance. To be accepted as a disciple by the vice principal, every single one of them was destined to become the number 1 or number 2 expert in the academy. Haha. There was a rumor about Yi Qingfeng. Other than the number 1 of the 4 major academies, no one in the same realm could withstand a single blade from him. Qingyu looked at Yi Luofeng and was slightly dazed. We have arrived at the No Demon Academy. Yuan Chen? I didn't expect you to be the number 1 of the No Demon Academy in this tournament. This time I will definitely defeat you. As expected, he will also be participating in the tournament. That youth in yellow is the No Demon Academy's number 1, Yuan Chen. However, it was only for a moment before Yi Qingfeng looked away. There are also the number 2, Luo Haotian, and number 3, Ren Han. They are both the handsome type that I like. Feeling the invisible contest between the 2 number 1s, many of the students felt their blood boiling. They looked at the No Demon Academy students with eyes filled with excitement and admiration. A fat old man laughed out loud. The Yin family has the bloodline of the eye, and Yin Qingzhuang's Yin flame eyes are even more powerful. He only needs one look to kill. Shang Han, who harbored hostility toward Qingyu, said with a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. The Yin family was one of the 10 ancient clans. Even Shang Han might not be able to take a few hits from Yin Qingzhuang. In other words, if Qin Yu ran into Yin Qingzhuang, he would definitely die. The three academies looked at each other for a while, then quieted down. The competition was coming up soon. There would be plenty of opportunities to make a move. After everyone from the Demon-Free Academy settled down, Qin Yu didn't care about anything else and focused on the record of the Sky Demon's secret patterns. There were too many strong cultivators in this year's competition. With his strength, he might die if he wasn't careful. The Flame King was lying on the side, probably cultivating. The competition would take a long time. Qin Yu didn't feel safe leaving the Flame King in the academy. Maybe the guy could help him at a critical moment. One day later, the Heavenly Star Academy arrived. The vice principal of the Heavenly Star Academy also led the team. All the members rode on a flying device shaped like a palace. The number one of the Heavenly Star Academy was Duan Xinyue. She wore a black dress and stood proudly with her curvaceous figure. A confident and alluring smile appeared on her pretty face. She was like a fiery demon, the complete opposite of the ice fairy. Duan Xinyue glanced at the other three academies and greeted Yuan Chen first. Xinyue. Tang Mo, who was ranked second in the Yunyang Academy, spoke for the first time. Many people in the four academies knew that Tang Mo liked Duan Xinyue, but Duan Xinyue wasn't interested in the low-key Tang Mo at all. The four academies all arrived early so that they had more time to observe the participants. After all, the information in the reports might not be accurate. At the same time, all the martial artists in the Yunzhao Nation who were interested in the competition also rushed to the drifting cloud mountains. Gradually, more and more cultivators gathered in the flowing Cloud Mountain range. The previously silent atmosphere became lively. One day, the Yunzhao Nation's academy competition begins now. The middle-aged man on the Yunyang school's side, who was wearing a robe with golden clouds, said in a clear voice. His loud and clear voice immediately spread in all directions, clearly entering everyone's mind. This person was not only the deputy dean of the Yunyang school, but also a member of the royal family. All the students looked over. They knew that it was time to announce the rules of the competition. The rules of the tournament had a certain degree of influence on the outcome of the tournament. What are the rules of the competition? Jin Zhuofeng muttered. Every year's academy tournament was jointly decided by the higher-ups of the four academies, and they had to sign a contract to keep it a secret. The first round is the elimination round. Every participant can choose a token. The golden cloud-robed man waved his hand. Golden clouds rolled in the air, and nearly 1,000 gray tokens appeared. All the students were puzzled. The rules of the competition this time were indeed different from the previous years. Even though they didn't know the reason, all of the participants still leaped into the air and chose a token each. In the first segment, all of you will enter a training ground, and the participating students must gather 10 white command tokens and 10 black command tokens to be considered to have passed the first segment. Finally, the rules of the competition were announced. Black and white tokens? Many students were puzzled. Didn't everyone get a gray token? All of a sudden, the gray color on the surface of the tokens gradually faded, and they turned black or white. Black. Qin Yu's eyes flickered, and he immediately put the token into his storage bag. The moment the others knew the color of the token, they also put their tokens into their storage bags, and started to pay attention to their surroundings. The rules of the first segment were that the participant had to gather 10 black and 10 white command tokens to be considered to have passed the first segment. In other words, even if you gathered 20 white command tokens, you still wouldn't be considered to have passed the first segment. If you rashly expose the color of the token in your hand, your good friends might attack you. Secondly, the ranking in the first segment will be based on the number of black and white command tokens. The top 10 will receive additional rewards. The vice principal of the Yunyang Academy announced the last rule. Hearing this, the top experts of the four academies instantly wore smiles on their faces. Hee, this year's academy tournament is going to be interesting. Yin Qingzhuang smiled, and his pair of gray eyes glanced at all the students. The format of the academy tournament was basically to plunder. The more command tokens one got, the higher their ranking would be, and the more rewards they would receive in the first segment. The eyes of Yun Haizhen, the number one student of the Yunyang Academy, also flickered. Apparently, he was a bit interested. In the past, the first segment was an ordinary elimination round, without any competitiveness or fighting spirit. But now, the first segment would also determine the ranking, and some rewards would be given out. The faces of the students outside the 4 academies instantly turned pale. With their strength, wouldn't they be plundered after entering the trial? After entering the trial, if you meet any students from the 4 academies, hand over the command tokens and ask for their protection. A senior management of the academies gave advice to their students. The trial begins. The vice principal of the Yunyang Academy threw out an ancient silver stone plate. At the same time, the vice principals of the other 3 academies flew out. Buzz. Buzz, the 4 vice principals simultaneously performed hand seals, and a series of mysterious words were imprinted on the stone plate. The 4 vice principals each have a part of the seal key. A sharp light flashed in the Red Flame King's eyes. Open! The 4 of them shouted at the same time. Buzz! Buzz, the space above the stone plate fluctuated violently, and suddenly, a crack was torn open. An ancient and special aura leaked out from it. Hurry up and enter! In an instant, all the participating students flew into the air. But all of a sudden, a terrifying aura pressed down on the passageway. Many students who arrived nearby were forced back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! Suddenly, a shocking cold sword light appeared, pointing directly at the space passage. Yi Qingfeng seemed to have turned into a shadow of sword light, and with a speed far faster than everyone else, he was the first to enter the space passage. Then, whoosh, a golden figure with a layer of dazzling golden flames blasted away several top experts, and rushed into the space passage. Yun Haizhen. What a powerful true qi. Jin Zhuofeng, who was next to him, was forced back. Whoosh. Whoosh, then, Duan Xinyue and Yuan Chen entered one after another. After the top candidates of the 4 academies entered, the other students of the 4 academies fought to enter, and finally, the students outside the 4 academies. Isn't the first segment of this year's competition too cruel? 10 black and white command tokens to advance, which means that more than 90% of the students will be eliminated in the first round. Many senior management of the academies who only learned the rules later were shocked. To collect the command tokens, one had to kill each other. In the past, the elimination rate in the first segment had never been this high. You may not know this, but this trial is a new mystic realm discovered by the Yunzhou royal family last year. In other words, this is the first time it has been explored. Vice Dean Yunyang said. A new mystic realm. Many senior management of the academies, including the cultivators who came to join in the fun, were excited. Almost every time, the first segment of the competition was a trial and adventure. These trial grounds were treasures that far surpassed ordinary mystic realms. Because of this, the academies with weaker abilities would also participate, and sometimes, they would gain something. This time, the trial ground of the first segment turned out to be a treasured land that had never been explored before. As we all know, mystic realms that have never been explored before have the greatest opportunities. Therefore, the rules of the first segment are relatively cruel. Vice Dean Yunyang said again. Whoosh, as soon as Qinyu passed through the space passage, his body suddenly felt heavy, and he felt dizzy and uncomfortable. He controlled his body and landed steadily. This was an ancient forest. The surrounding trees were thick and strong, and the vegetation was lush, exuding an ancient aura. A 200-year-old blood-dissolving herb. Qinyu glanced over and saw a dark red herb next to an ancient tree. I can't believe I found a 200-year-old herb so easily. However, the blood-dissolving herb was a very common herb. It was only 200 years old, so its value was not high. Besides, the fact that he could find a 200-year-old herb so easily proved that the grade of the resources here was very high. Therefore, Qinyu was not in a hurry to collect the blood-dissolving herb. Instead, he released the iron moon bug to investigate the surrounding environment. As soon as the iron moon bug flew out, Someone's here? Qinyu raised his guard, but he immediately relaxed. A mid-stage Khanate realm student suddenly appeared behind Qinyu. When the male student saw the insignia of the No Demon College on Qinyu's clothes, he immediately looked terrified. Don't kill me. I am willing to hand over the token. Please let me follow you, senior. Jinyu turned around and looked at the student. Judging from his clothes, he was not from one of the 4 big colleges. He was obviously a student from a second-rate college. Eh? Early-stage Khanate realm? At this moment, the student also sized up Jinyu carefully with a strange look on his face. He hid the bewildered look on his face, held the token with both hands, and slowly approached Jinyu. You must be the vice dean's disciple. You must be talented and strong. Otherwise, the vice dean wouldn't have taken a fancy to you. The male student had a flattering smile on his face. However, when he was less than 3 meters away from Jinyu, the male student suddenly dashed out. A scimitar appeared in his hand, and he swung it violently. Haha. Go to hell. The male student revealed a sinister smile. The scimitar he swung spun rapidly like a crescent moon, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind as it slashed towards Jinyu. Hee, the vice dean's disciple of the No Demon College. I think the vice dean must have used his power to give you a slot. However, you are really courting death. A mere early-stage Xianxia dares to participate in the tournament. The male student laughed loudly. As a mid-stage Xianxia, he was ranked top 10 in his college. However, this was the trial mystic realm, and the outside world couldn't see what was happening inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk to harm the vice dean's disciple. However, in the next moment, the male student's smile stiffened. Ding, the sharp scimitar he swung seemed to have collided with an iron wall. It trembled violently, and it couldn't move an inch forward. This? Senior, the male student's face was filled with fear. His body trembled, and he was about to beg for mercy. Pa. Xiao, Jinyu stretched out his hand, grabbed the scimitar, and swung it forcefully. A golden light flashed, and the sharp scimitar slashed across the male student's neck. Blood splattered, and his head fell to the side. Jinyu walked over, and took the interspatial bag from the male student's body. Not bad, a white token. Jinyu smiled, and took away the tokens and the ones that he was interested in. In the first round of the competition, one had to collect 10 black and white tokens each to pass the test. Secondly, the top 10 rewards would be given based on the number of black and white tokens. Although Jinyu didn't know what the rewards were, he had heard that as long as it was given out in the competition, it would definitely not be bad. If it's possible, I want to fight for the top 10 as well. Jinyu thought to himself. Currently, the chances of that happening were slim. For example, the top students of the 4 great academies were almost invincible in the trial. Of course, the second and third ranked students were only second to the top students. There were 2 ways to fight for the top 10. First, steal a large number of tokens at the beginning of the trial. Students outside of the 4 great academies had a large number of tokens, and it was easy to steal them. Second, steal the tokens from the top geniuses at the end of the trial. In the end, every top genius would have a large number of tokens. Every time they stole, the rewards would be bountiful. At this moment, the Iron Moon bizarre insect that Jinyu sent out found traces of other students. In his sight, a black-haired young man with a straight figure and a cold expression met with a fat man. The fat man was the 19th ranked student of the Demon-Free Academy. Senior Ren, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. The fat man looked excited as he rushed over. Although he was a student of the 4 great academies, his strength was the weakest. If he encountered students from the other 4 great academies, he would probably not have a good ending. At this moment, he encountered Renhan, who was ranked 3rd in the academy. The danger would be greatly reduced if he was with Renhan. Let's go together. Renhan's eyes were calm as he said coldly. The fat man was overjoyed and came to Renhan's side. However, in the next moment, he revealed a painful expression and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He saw that his heart had been pierced by a white and slender claw, and blood was spurting out. Senior Ren. The fat man fell to the ground in disbelief. Renhan expressionlessly took away the storage bag and took out a bottle, sprinkling a dark green medicinal powder on it. Instantly, the fat man's corpse started to burn. From afar, Jinyu was also shocked to see this. Judging from the earlier situation, there should not be any grudges between the fat man and Renhan. Otherwise, the fat man would not have approached Renhan so excitedly and unguardedly. However, Renhan had suddenly attacked a student from the same academy. At this moment, Renhan glanced at a spot not far away and saw a dark blue dot. Not good, I've been discovered. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Renhan's senses and alertness were too strong. Through the insect's vision, Xianxia saw Renhan fiercely thrust out his palm. Boom, a black palm blade that seemed almost corporeal slashed out like a small black saber, giving off a shocking demonic intent. At the critical moment, the iron moon strange insect drilled into the ground and used the soil to offset most of the power of the palm. Then, the iron moon strange insects quickly retreated underground. Renhan is here. Xianxia immediately retreated. However, in terms of speed, Renhan might be slightly faster than him. Given the grudges between Xianxia and Renhan, coupled with what he had seen, it would be strange if Renhan would let him go. Renhan was ranked third in the academy. Even if Xianxia used all his means, he might not be able to kill this person. Swoosh, a black shadow flashed rapidly in the ancient forest and came to an empty space. There was someone here just now. Renhan's face was gloomy. His gloomy, pitch-black eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for clues. Suddenly, his ears twitched as if he had heard something. He then rushed forward. In the sky above the ancient forest a few miles away, a figure with a pair of broken black wings was floating in the air above the ancient forest, overlooking the depths of the ancient forest. He is so fast. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. The broken black wings on his back were the reward of the big hunting competition. If he had not used the wings in time, he might not have been able to get away so easily. In the sky, Xianxia had a very wide vision. He noticed that there was another student not far away and Renhan was rushing towards this student. The student handed over his token but was still killed by Renhan. Swish, a dark blue light spot flew over and landed on Xianxia's palm. Renhan's attack just now had caused a certain degree of damage to the iron moon strange insect. Fortunately, the injury was not serious and the insect's recovery was also very strong. Whoosh, Xianxia flapped his wings and temporarily left this place. In the distance, Xianxia could see the end of the forest. There is a cave ahead. Xianxia controlled the wings and slowly descended. Using the wings to fly consumed a lot of genuine qi. However, when he landed, Xianxia found that there was a team of 3 people in front of the cave. The leader of the team was a person that Xianxia was familiar with. Thinking about it carefully, there were several people from Yunyang School who came to visit during the freshman competition. The short-haired young man was one of them. He was very enthusiastic about Countess Ning. It was said that he was from the Liu family of the top 10 ancient clans. His name was Liu Zhe. Let's go and have a look first. Xianxia landed on the ground, folded his wings and approached the cave not far away. Then, he sent the iron moon strange insect into the cave again to investigate the situation. Boom! Bang, bang! The sound of fighting came from the cave. He saw Liu Zhe and the other 2 fighting with 7 or 8 scorpions. These scorpions were black and shiny, and there was a touch of bright red at the tip of the scorpion's tail. It was obvious that they were extremely poisonous. There was a black spring in the cave. There were many precious materials in the middle of the spring, and there were some hatched eggs at the edge. These are black iron demon scorpions. They have a trace of ancient beasts' bloodline in their bodies. They are a top existence among the demonic beasts. There are 6 hatched eggs of the black iron demon scorpions. Liu Zhe's eyes fell on the hatched eggs in the cave with fiery eyes. If these eggs hatched successfully, they would become 6 powerful spiritual pets under the cultivation of the family. However, Xianxia was not interested in the hatched eggs of the black iron demon scorpions. Instead, he was very interested in a precious material in the spring. Demonic spirit poisonous heart flower. The demonic spirit poisonous heart flower was a rare demonic material. It contained the essence of demonic Tao, which could be quickly absorbed to improve one's cultivation. However, the demonic spirit poisonous heart flower was accompanied by a kind of poison that directly attacked the heart, causing unbearable pain. Even so, precious materials that could improve one's cultivation were too rare. Even if this flower was poisonous, many demonic cultivators would still take the risk to eat it. However, the strength of these three people is not bad. Qinyu did not act immediately. Liu Zhe was from the Yunyang Institute. His cultivation was at the peak of the innate realm and he had the power of a bloodline. Among the 20 people from the Yunyang Institute, he was ranked 8th. However, the overall strength of the Yunyang Institute was very strong. He was ranked 8th, which was comparable to the top 5 of the Demon-Free Institute. In addition to Liu Zhe, there were 2 late-stage innate realm students from other institutes. I will act after they kill the Black Iron Demon Scorpions. Qinyu made a plan in his mind. He would let the Black Iron Demon Scorpions consume the true qi of the 3 people first. After they solved the problem, Qinyu would go in and get a share. As long as Qinyu showed his strength and could attract the attention of the other party, it would not be a problem to get a demonic spirit poisonous heart flower. In order to prevent accidents, Qinyu asked the Iron Moon strange bug to withdraw from the cave and scout the surroundings. If he rushed into the cave and other students rushed over, the situation would be troublesome. Therefore, Qinyu had to make sure that there was no one else nearby. At a certain moment, a red figure flashed in the vision of the Iron Moon strange bug. Jin Zhuofeng. Qinyu's eyes narrowed. Back in the demonic bone wasteland, Jin Zhuofeng had secretly attacked him. Of course, it was only in the dark. Jin Zhuofeng did not dare to kill Qinyu in the open. Later, when he found out that Qinyu was not dead, Jin Zhuofeng's attitude changed greatly. He took great care of Qinyu and even fought with Duan Xinyue. Then let's go and ask Senior for help. Qinyu grinned and controlled the Iron Moon strange bug to show itself, attracting Jin Zhuofeng's attention. At the same time, Qinyu quickly rushed over. Who is it? In the ancient forest, Jin Zhuofeng stared cautiously into the distance. Senior Jin, it's me. Qinyu said with a smile. Qinyu? Jin Zhuofeng was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting to meet Qinyu so soon. Kill. Or not, if he killed Qinyu, he would be able to get huge benefits from Luo Haoyin. Moreover, there were only the 2 of them in this trial ground, so it was safer. However, Jin Zhuofeng did not have any grudges with Qinyu and he had other concerns. Qinyu's master was the vice president, so he might have a life-saving trump card that the vice president gave him. Junior Chen, follow me. It's safer this way. In the end, Jin Zhuofeng gave up the idea of killing Qinyu. In that case, he would temporarily win Qinyu's favor and trust. Firstly, it would be easy to kill Qinyu and the success rate would be higher. Secondly, there were Yuan Chen and the vice president behind Qinyu, so there would be some benefits to befriending them. Senior Jin, I just found a cave with a lot of precious materials and ores, but they have been occupied by other students. Qinyu said immediately. Oh? Where is it? Jin Zhuofeng asked immediately. He also discovered that the precious materials in this trial ground were relatively old, and there were some rare materials in the outside world. Follow me. Qinyu led the way in front, bringing Jin Zhuofeng slowly to the cave. Qinyu did not disclose the specific information in the cave. The 2 of them did not wait long. The sound of fighting in the cave gradually weakened. Let's go. Jin Zhuofeng shouted and immediately rushed out. When they came to the cave, the demonic black iron scorpion inside had already been killed by the 3 of them. They came to the incubating eggs and the pool, preparing to collect them. Who? Suddenly, Liu Zhe looked at the entrance of the cave and shouted. Then, Jin Zhuofeng and Qinyu walked over slowly. We want some of the things here too. When Jin Zhuofeng saw the 3 enemies, he was a little relieved and said coldly. Liu Zhe was ranked 8th in Yunyang School, and should be on par with him. The other 2 were from other schools, and their strength was not too strong. Qinyu was enough to deal with them. He believed that in such an evenly matched situation, LVZ would not fight head on. However, when Liu Zhe looked at Qinyu, he showed a different expression. Last time, he and Princess Ning visited the freshman competition of the No Demon School. Because Princess Ning praised Qinyu, Liu Zhe was jealous. In Liu Zhe's eyes, Qinyu was just an ant, and could never catch up with him. But now, not only had Qinyu become the deputy dean's disciple, but he had also participated in the freshman competition and competed with him on the same stage. This made Liu Zhe extremely disgusted with Qinyu and wanted him to disappear. Haha, I have long wanted to meet the students of the No Demon School. Lu Zhe showed a cruel smile. Jin Shuofeng frowned slightly. The other party was so domineering and unwilling to share the resources here. Are you sure you want to fight to the death? Jin Shuofeng frowned slightly. The other party was so strong that he didn't want to share the resources here. Haha, you two from No Demon Academy really think highly of yourselves. LVZ laughed loudly. Yunyang Academy was the head of the 4 major academies. He naturally thought that he was better than the other 3 academies. Secondly, there were 3 people on his side. No matter how he looked at it, it was a sure win. Jin Shuofeng's face darkened. He didn't want to fight with the other party. It was easy for both sides to suffer. If other people approached this place, wouldn't they be the fishermen who benefited from it? However, before Jin Shuofeng could think about it. Attack. Under LVZ's command, he transformed into an afterimage and charged out. The other man and woman were just outer court students. They didn't dare to disobey and took out their weapons. Moreover, in their opinion, Yunyang Academy was definitely better. The 2 from No Demon Academy were definitely not their opponents. Whoosh, when LVZ approached, he suddenly changed his trajectory and attacked Qinyu. Jin Shuofeng and Qinyu were suddenly stunned. They didn't expect this situation. LVZ's hostility towards Qinyu was only one-sided. Qinyu naturally didn't know about it. Senior Jin. Qinyu approached Jin Shuofeng without saying anything, seeking protection. Humph, coward. LVZ snorted. Seeing Qinyu hiding from him in such a cowardly manner, a sense of joy welled up in his heart. Whoosh, Jin Shuofeng took out a blood-colored spear and stabbed it. Since he had decided to temporarily gain the favor of Qinyu, he naturally couldn't stand by and watch him die. Ding, LVZ slashed the long saber in his hand fiercely, creating a green saber slash. Well, I didn't meet you in the last school competition. Now let's determine the winner. LVZ shouted and fought with Jin Shuofeng. Although his teammates were not from the 4 major academies, they were at the late stage of the innate realm. It should be more than enough to deal with Qinyu, who was at the early stage of the innate realm. Boom. Bang, the power of the battle between 2 peak innate realm experts spread out. Above the cave, gravel kept falling. On the other side, a man and a woman attacked Qinyu. Hee, I heard that this kid is the disciple of the Demon Free Academy's vice principal. He should have a lot of good stuff on him. The male student laughed sinisterly. Anyway, it was LVZ who had ordered them to kill him. Even if the news got out, the LV family and the Yunyang Academy would stand in front of them. Hee, you're so young and your cultivation is so low. Instead of staying in the academy, you came out to die. The female student revealed a sinister smile. The 2 of them flanked Qinyu from both sides, 1 sword and 1 saber, pressing forward. Although they were not from the 4 great academies, they were still top-notch existences in their own second-rate academies. The students outside the 4 academies are also short-sighted and stupid. Qinyu sneered. Courting death. The male student's face turned frosty. Back then, he had failed the entrance exam of the No Demon Academy and had only managed to enter a second-rate academy. Hence, he bore a grudge against the No Demon Academy. At this moment, he was about to kill a genius from the Demon Free Academy. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. The male student let out a low roar. The saber in his hand vibrated intensely as he fiercely slashed out a huge black saber aura. On the other side, the long sword in the female student's hand rippled with a deathly light as it pierced towards Qinyu's neck. On the other hand, Qinyu actually stood in his original position, not moving an inch. When the two's attacks neared, Qinyu suddenly extended both his hands. His right hand turned into a palm, which suddenly shone with a bronze light. It was covered densely with bronze markings and was surrounded by a layer of pure aura chi. Bang, the male student's black saber aura struck Qinyu's palm, leaving behind a shallow mark before disappearing. And Qinyu's other hand, condensing pure aura chi, pinched the tip of the female student's sword, making it difficult for it to advance. How can this be? The female student used all her strength, but the long sword in her hand could not pierce through at all. The two students were dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. In their field of vision, the tall youth was like a bronze Buddha statue. His arms were surrounded by a layer of black, scale-like qi. One palm, one pinch, instantly dispelled the two's attacks. So casual, so calm. Suddenly, Chen Yu moved. He pinched the long sword in the female student's hand with one hand and punched with the other. Seeing this, the female student instantly abandoned her sword and fled. Bang, Chen Yu punched out, and a black, scaled fist aura whizzed out. The female student could not dodge in time, and was hit by the fist. Her body hit the rock wall, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. After knocking down one person, Chen Yu attacked the male student like lightning. No, how can you be so strong? The male student's face was filled with fear. He was a late-stage Khanate. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be so afraid of an early-stage Khanate. So, the male student had no will to fight, and immediately retreated. But after Chen Yu used his secret movement technique, his speed became even faster, and he instantly closed in. Bang! Bang! The moment the two clashed, the male student was kicked away by Chen Yu. Chen Yu clapped his hands, a relaxed look appearing on his face. If it was the late-stage Khanate from the 4 academies, they might be able to exchange a few moves with him. But the Outer Institute students were much easier to deal with. On the other side, Jin Shuofeng and Lu Zhe were still fighting fiercely. Suddenly, the male student's body flew past them. What? Lu Zhe glanced at it, and his face was filled with shock. 2 of his team's students were actually defeated. This was too fast. He had only exchanged less than 10 moves with Jin Shuofeng. Although Jin Shuofeng was shocked, he was still fine. During the competition for the slots, Chen Yu had defeated the peak late-stage Khanate experts in the academy in a few moves. Senior Jin, let me help you. Chen Yu immediately leaped over and punched out a domineering fist aura. Bang! Bang! Lu Zhe waved his long blade, shattering Chen Yu's fist aura. In this exchange, Lu Zhe could feel the power of Chen Yu's attack. His true qi is even stronger than the average late-stage Khanate. Lu Zhe was shocked. He knew that Chen Yu was a physique cultivator, and his strength and defense were outstanding. If he had such powerful true qi, defeating an average late-stage Khanate would be as easy as flipping his palm. Chen Yu did not show any mercy and cooperated with Jin Shuofeng to attack Lu Zhe. He could see that Lu Zhe was hostile towards him. If it was someone else, they would definitely not choose to fight. Unfortunately, Lu Zhe had underestimated Chen Yu's strength. Damn it! Lu Zhe felt great pressure, and he knew that he would lose without a doubt. Evil qi materialized. Chen Yu condensed a large amount of pure evil qi and blasted out a lifelike black-scaled python. What? Lu Zhe was shocked by Chen Yu's sudden attack. On the other side, Jin Shuofeng took the opportunity to attack. His spear art was sharp, and it was like a sea of spears. Bang! Lu Zhe was pushed back by the joint attack of the two. His body smashed into the wall, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Since Brother Lu is not willing to share the resources with us, then we will not stand on ceremony and take it all. Chen Yu laughed. Just now, they said to share the resources, but Lu Zhe did not agree. Lu Zhe was so angry that his face turned purple. His gaze was like a sharp knife, and he glared at his 2 teammates. Wait, I discovered this place first, and the devil black iron scorpions here were also exterminated by us. You should at least leave some resources for me. Lu Zhe said unwillingly. But after saying that, he suddenly felt humiliated. As a student of the 10 great ancient clans and Yunyang school, when had he ever been so humble? Hee, you still don't understand the situation. Now, your life is in our hands. If you don't hand over all the tokens, this cave will be your burial ground. Chen Yu threatened. You dare? If you force me, we will all die here. Lu Zhe's face was red with anger, and there was a kind of desperation in him. Jin Shuofeng's face was filled with vigilance. You have a trump card, so do we. At that time, it's hard to say who will die. Chen Yu was not afraid and continued to threaten. Lu Zhe's arrogance was immediately suppressed. As a disciple of the deputy dean, Chen Yu's cultivation was so low. It was impossible that the deputy dean did not give him a life-saving trump card. And Lu Zhe was seriously injured, and indeed could not fight against Chen Yu and Jin Shuofeng. Hand over all the tokens, or you will die now. Qin Yu's eyes surged with killing intent. Jin Zhuofeng also had confidence, and the blood spear on his blood spear rippled. In the end, Lu Zhe had no choice but to hand over the token in his hand. Now that the grand competition had just begun, he still had a chance to collect tokens. Moreover, he did not have many tokens in his hand. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. Lu Zhe actually had 4 tokens. 2 of them might belong to the 2 students, and the other one was snatched from the hands of others. Senior Jin, you are strong and can definitely pass the first round. Give these 4 tokens to junior brother. If my senior brother knows about it, he will definitely thank you. Qin Yu immediately took the token and said. The corners of Jin Zhuofeng's mouth twitched slightly. He did not say anything and nodded stiffly. In order to gain Qin Yu's favor, it was just 4 tokens. Forget it. Subsequently, the 2 of them came to the spring. Senior, let's distribute the resources here equally according to their value. Qin Yu took the initiative to speak. Equally? Jin Zhuofeng was stunned. He had some complaints in his heart and was about to question it. In the past, when he teamed up with other students, he had always taken the majority while the others took a small portion. However, Qin Yu was only at the early stage Khanate realm, but he actually proposed to share equally with him. Before he could agree, Qin Yu immediately plucked 2 demon spirit poisonous heart flowers. Senior Jin, I'm a demonic cultivator. These 3 demon spirit poisonous heart flowers are of great use to me. I believe you won't fight with me for them. Qin Yu said bluntly. The corners of Jin Zhuofeng's mouth twitched a few times again. He even regretted his decision. Why don't I go back on my words now and kill this kid? I can still get all the precious materials and resources. If my master takes care of me like this, he will definitely be very happy. Qin Yu continued and then glanced at the other precious materials. All right. At the mention of Qin Yu's master, Jin Zhuofeng immediately calmed down and suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Subsequently, the 2 of them plundered the resources here. During the distribution, Qin Yu made some requests one after another. Jin Zhuofeng endured them again and again. He also suddenly realized that his tolerance was quite strong. After the distribution, Qin Yu obtained more than 60% of the benefits. He and Jin Zhuofeng each had 3 incubated eggs, but Qin Yu monopolized most of the other precious materials. After all, this was the cave of the Black Iron Demon Scorpion, and most of the precious materials were at least 300 years old. There were also 3 types that were 400 years old and were of higher value. As for the demon spirit poisonous heart flowers that Qin Yu valued the most, he had obtained all of them. If he successfully consumed and absorbed them, there was hope for him to break through to the mid-stage Khanate realm. Jin Zhuofeng and Qin Yu divided all the resources in the cave. Lu Zhe consumed a recuperation elixir and occasionally glanced over with his peripheral vision. He gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that he wouldn't get a share of the resources here. Hence, he brought his 2 cadets and left. However, when the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the cave, a ferocious demonic aura rushed over with a gust of wind. They saw a giant scorpion that was over 3 meters long rushing over. Its body was pitch black and had a cold metallic glow. Its giant scorpion tail was swaying in the air with a bright red tip. Inside the cave, Qin Yu and Jin Zhuofeng felt that something was wrong and immediately walked out. Devil Black Iron Scorpion King. The 5 of them exclaimed at the same time. This Devil Black Iron Scorpion King's strength is probably close to the Origin Realm. Jin Zhuofeng revealed a fearful expression. It would be difficult for him and Qin Yu to kill the Devil Black Iron Scorpion King. Furthermore, Lu Zhe and his group were standing on the opposite side. Both parties naturally couldn't cooperate perfectly. Who knows, Lu Zhe and his group might suddenly attack them during the battle. Hence, there was no need to clash head-on with the Devil Black Iron Scorpion King. Let's go. Jin Zhuofeng made up his mind and immediately shouted. Qin Yu didn't intend to fight with the Devil Black Iron Scorpion King and escaped with Jin Zhuofeng. However, the Devil Black Iron Scorpion King's pitch black eyes flickered with an eerie light as it stared at Jin Zhuofeng and Qin Yu. A pair of scorpion pincers came slashing over. Whoosh, black wind whistled and a dark light flashed. 2 scorpion pincers slashed over with lightning speed. Jin Shuofeng's body was covered in blood as his speed suddenly increased and he dodged this attack. On the other side, Qinyu also executed Devil Violent Shadow and dashed forward for a distance, dodging the Devil Black Iron Scorpion King's attack. Not good, the Devil Black Iron Scorpion King must have smelled the egg's aura on us. Qinyu speculated. Among the 5 of them, only he and Jin Shuofeng had touched an egg. Therefore, the Devil Black Iron Scorpion King hated Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng. The demonic Black Iron Scorpion King's speed is not slow, and its attacks are even more powerful. Once you are injured by its pincers, you will probably be poisoned. If you are stabbed by its tail, you will almost certainly die. Jin Shuofeng thought to himself. Whoosh, seeing that it had failed to kill the 2 of them, the demonic Black Iron Scorpion King became even more enraged. It furiously attacked with its black pincers. In an instant, the area within a radius of dozens of feet was enveloped by a black blade light. Countless neat scratches appeared on the ground and the hillside. Hee, you brought this upon yourself. LVZ revealed a sinister sneer. Haha, the 2 of them took away the magic Black Iron Scorpion's egg. That is how they ended up getting entangled by the magic Black Iron Scorpion King. The other 2 students couldn't help but laugh. Go. LVZ and the other 2 students retreated to the side while Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng were distracted by the Devil Black Iron Scorpion King. Senior Liu, why aren't we retreating? The female student asked curiously. Hee, don't you think this battle is very interesting? The corner of LVZ's mouth curled up into a smile. Senior Liu is sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits. The male student had a flattering smile on his face. LVZ nodded and looked at Qinyu with hatred in his heart. He didn't expect that Qinyu, who he once regarded as an ant, would grow to such an extent. And the most hateful thing was that he was actually defeated by Qinyu. If this matter was spread to Princess Ning's ears, how would he be able to face her in the future? Therefore, the best solution was to make everyone who knew about this disappear. Right now, the appearance of the magic Black Iron Scorpion King had created this possibility for him. If Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng used all their trump cards, they might be able to defeat the magic Black Iron Scorpion King. But at that time, wouldn't the exhausted Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng be at their mercy? Ding ding bang, Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng were entangled by the magic Black Iron Scorpion King and couldn't escape. Moreover, the 2 of them had the smell of an egg on them. The magic Black Iron Scorpion King would definitely chase after them. Junior Chen, LVZ is still hiding in the dark. If we kill the magic Black Iron Scorpion King, we won't have the strength to deal with them. Jin Shuofeng secretly transmitted his voice. He was also secretly thinking of a solution. Maybe he could make Qinyu a scapegoat and take the opportunity to escape. But LVZ and the others were watching from afar. If this matter was spread, the Vice Dean would still question Jin Shuofeng. Hee, they want to see us fight with the magic Black Iron Scorpion King and take advantage of us. How can there be such a good thing? Qinyu smiled. In fact, if he used the Black Remnant wings to supplement his secret movement technique, he could escape from the magic Black Iron Scorpion King. But it was better not to reveal this trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. Do you have any ideas? Jin Shuofeng's eyes lit up. Of course. Qinyu immediately took out a dark black egg from his storage bag. Instantly, the magic Black Iron Scorpion King in front of the 2 of them roared crazily, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. I'll give them one. Qinyu looked in the direction of LVZ and the others and threw the egg. Far away. LVZ and the others were watching the battle with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, Qinyu took out an egg from his storage bag and threw it in their direction. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and their expressions changed drastically. This damned Qinyu, what a vicious scheme. LVZ instantly cursed. Facing the egg that was flying in a straight line, LVZ did not catch it, but immediately said, "Let's go." Swoosh, the magic Black Iron Scorpion King's gaze instantly turned to the other side and quickly charged over. Clamping the egg, the magic Black Iron Scorpion King's pitch-black eyes swept around with anger and ferocity. Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng had long disappeared, but LVZ and the other 2 disciples were still in the magic Black Iron Scorpion King's sight. Without a second word, the magic black iron scorpion king charged towards LVZ and the others. Damn it, using us as bait to lure the magic black iron scorpion king. LVZ was furious, but he had no choice but to escape. Relatively speaking, his team's overall strength was far from Jin Shuofeng and Xinyu. It was unknown if they could survive a head-on clash with the magic black iron scorpion king. However, the magic black iron scorpion king seemed to have gone mad, biting LVZ and the others as it closed in. Not long after, the magic black iron scorpion king caught up to LVZ and the others. Shua, with a flash of red light, the scorpion tail was like a fatal ray of light, descending from the sky. LVZ's body shivered and he dodged. However, the female student was grazed by the scorpion tail. In an instant, the female student's wound turned black, and it quickly spread. "Save me," the female student screamed in pain. However, LVZ and the other male student were on high alert, and did not have the time to save her. In just a moment, the female student died. "Senior LV, what should we do?" The male student's face was pale, and he could already feel death. "Don't be afraid, we're saved." LVZ suddenly calmed down. Rumble, the ground suddenly shook, and 3 huge figures appeared in the distance. One of them was a rhinoceros that was 10 meters tall, and its huge horns were shining with a metallic luster. The other was a huge tiger with eyes like fire, leaving a trail of flames behind as it walked. In the sky, there was a huge green goshawk, and on it stood a yellow-clothed girl. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and she had a proud look on her face. "Sister Chilling!" LVZ immediately shouted. "LV Chilling, Heavenly Star Academy's #2 genius. I heard that her spiritual energy is extremely strong, and she is a beast-taming grandmaster." On the side, the male student said excitedly. At this moment, LV Chilling had 3 spiritual pets beside her. Among them, the green goshawk and the silver-horned rhinoceros were emitting an aura that was close to the origin realm. With such powerful battle strength, normal people would not even have the heart to resist. "LVZ, how did you end up in such a miserable state?" LV Chilling frowned and said coldly. Although her attitude was cold, she still helped. Boom, the silver-horned rhinoceros suddenly charged, and its huge sharp horn charged towards the magic black iron scorpion king. Ding-pong, the magic black iron scorpion king's pincers clamped down, but it was still knocked back by the silver-horned rhinoceros by a few dozen feet. At the same time, the flaming eyes giant tiger pounced over, and its sharp claws clawed at the magic black iron scorpion king. "Sister Chilling, you must help me. I found many precious materials and treasures in a cave, and there was even the hatched egg of the magic black iron scorpion. But when we killed the magic black iron scorpion, Demon-Free Academy's Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng suddenly appeared and stole all my spoils of war," LVZ immediately complained. Then, he added, "they also took away all the tokens I had. Humph, how dare they bully my LV clan's people?" LV Chilling snorted. "I don't know where they escaped to now." LVZ's face was filled with grief and hatred. "Humph, no matter where they are, I will find them." LV Chilling's words were filled with confidence. At this moment, the magic black iron scorpion king was killed by LV Chilling's 2 spiritual pets. On the other side, Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng got rid of the magic black iron scorpion king. After escaping for a while, the 2 found a hidden valley and temporarily hid inside. This time, it's enough for LVZ. Jin Shuofeng, who had always been cold and serious, couldn't help but grin. They asked for it. Qinyu didn't think much of it. If LVZ and the others had directly retreated, this wouldn't have happened. Jin Shuofeng sat cross-legged and swallowed some elixirs to heal and recover his energy. Seeing this, Qinyu also sat down. He patted the pet bag and released the Crimson Flame King. The Crimson Flame King had a ferocious look on its face and was about to curse, but it noticed that there was someone next to it. It stopped its mouth and glared at Qinyu. Then, Qinyu released the Iron Moon Strange insect and took out a demon spirit. Poison Heart Flower. "Junior brother, when did you switch to the demonic Tao?" Jin Shuofeng couldn't help but ask. He didn't know this before the competition. "Not long ago." Qinyu answered truthfully. It wasn't long ago that he switched to the demonic Tao. You want to consume the demon spirit poison heart flower? Jin Zhuofeng had a surprised look on his face. Although this flower had the effect of increasing one's cultivation, it also contained a deadly poison. This poison would directly attack the heart, causing unbearable pain. If one was still suffering in the midst of cultivation, the cultivation effect would naturally be greatly reduced. If one was not careful, it was normal for one to go berserk. N. Qinyu nodded his head and plucked the flower, stuffing it into his mouth. Seeing that Qinyu consumed the demon spirit poison heart flower, Jin Zhuofeng didn't stop him. He thought to himself, does this kid not know that the demon spirit poison heart flower is poisonous? Ordinary people only need to use this flower with painkillers or antidotes. If this kid's heart is affected by the poison or goes berserk, it will be my chance to make a move. The thought of killing Qinyu in Jin Zhuofeng's heart hadn't completely disappeared. Qinyu was also on guard against Jin Zhuofeng, which was why he released the Crimson Flame King. Last time, Qinyu gave the Crimson Flame King 20 fire cores. Now, the Crimson Flame King's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Xianxia realm. With the Crimson Flame King's ability, Jin Zhuofeng still couldn't do anything to it. Moreover, Qinyu felt that his heart should have a strong resistance against the demon spirit poison heart flower's poison. As for the specifics, he still had to try to know. The Scarlet Flame King was also surprised. He naturally recognized the low-grade demonic spirit poison heart flower. This flower could increase the cultivation of demonic cultivators, but it contained a deadly poison that attacked the heart. If the Scarlet Flame King did not have a certain understanding of Qinyu, he would also suspect that Qinyu was stupid to swallow the demonic spirit poison heart flower. On the other side, Jin Zhuofeng looked at Qinyu from the corner of his eye. After all, killing Qinyu would bring him great benefits from Luo Haoyan, and he could also get the resources and treasures on Qinyu. Later, when the poison attacks his heart or he goes berserk, I can easily kill him. But before that, I have to get rid of this ancient beast. Jin Zhuofeng sized up the Scarlet Flame King. Such a precious species, Jin Zhuofeng was a little reluctant to kill it. But once a spiritual pet contract was signed, the spiritual pet would swear to protect its master. So, to kill Qinyu, he had to get rid of the Scarlet Flame King first. After swallowing the demonic spirit poison heart flower, Qinyu immediately felt a domineering and powerful energy spread throughout his body, seeping into his flesh, tendons, and veins, and flowing to his heart. Qinyu immediately used the mental cultivation method of the Sky Fiend's secret pattern record and mobilized the chi of the demonic pattern to absorb this demonic energy. The two energies met and immediately fused together without any conflict. During this process, Qinyu felt that the demonic aura in his chi of the demonic pattern had increased a little, and its temperature and purity had increased a lot. At this moment, Qinyu felt another energy flow uncontrollably into his heart. This is the poison of the demonic spirit poison heart flower. Qinyu tensed up slightly. He watched as the dark liquid flowed into his heart. Qinyu waited for a few breaths, but he did not feel any discomfort. The dark liquid was like a water droplet falling into the sea, instantly disappearing without a trace. Dong. Dong. Dong, Qinyu's heart was beating as usual. The poison is ineffective. Qinyu could not help but inwardly rejoice. At this moment, he thought back to the time when he was in Chu, when he was being hunted by the Watermoon sect leader. Back then, when the Watermoon sect master stabbed her own heart, Qinyu acted as if nothing had happened. Compared to that, this bit of poison was nothing. Now, Qinyu was completely relieved. Not only was his heart not afraid of being pierced by swords, it was also not afraid of poison. Immediately, he focused all of his attention on the medicinal effects of the demonic spirit poison heart flower, refining and absorbing it with all his might. Not far away, Jin Zhuofeng and the Scarlet Flame King were both paying attention to Qinyu. After a long time, Qinyu's complexion did not change. In fact, he looked very comfortable. The demonic aura that his body emitted was even stronger than before. Something's wrong. The poison should have taken effect long ago. Jin Zhuofeng was surprised and impatient. He even suspected that Qinyu was forcibly restraining himself and deliberately putting on such an expression. The Crimson Flame King also revealed a strange expression. Qinyu, who had consumed the demonic spirit poison heart flower, did not show any abnormalities. This was somewhat illogical. Even some poison cultivators would feel pain when their heart was invaded by the poison. After a while, Qinyu's expression still did not change. Jin Shuofeng's face was gloomy and his mind was in a mess. The idea of assassinating Qinyu in his heart dissipated bit by bit. After a long time, Qinyu opened his eyes and the demonic aura around him quickly disappeared. There's still one left. If I consume it and absorb it, I will definitely break through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Qinyu took out another demonic spirit poison heart flower from his storage bag. Junior brother, this flower is poisonous. Did you feel any discomfort when you consumed it just now? Jin Shuofeng immediately asked. From the beginning, this doubt had been lingering in his mind. Senior brother knows that this flower is poisonous? Why didn't you stop me just now? Qinyu did not answer and asked back. Jin Shuofeng's body suddenly tensed up and his pupils contracted. Just as the two were in a deadlock, Qinyu sensed that the situation outside was not right through the vision of the Iron Moon's strange insect. There's a situation. Qinyu suddenly said as he kept the demonic spirit poison heart flower and quickly walked out of the valley. Jin Shuofeng also got up and left. Rumble, the earth trembled slightly and a huge and fierce aura descended. He saw 3 demonic beasts heading straight towards the valley. Demonic beasts? No. LV Chilling. Jin Shuofeng revealed a look of doubt. When he saw the 2 figures on the green goshawk, his face immediately changed. LV Chilling, the second top expert in the Heavenly Star Academy. Her strength was not strong, but if she released all her spiritual pets, she could even fight against the number 1 person in the Heavenly Star Academy. LV Chilling, a beast tamer. Qinyu thought of the relevant information about this person. If she was a beast tamer, with the ability to tame beasts, it would not be difficult to track the 2 of them. Run. The 2 of them did not say a word and immediately ran away. LV Chilling was a terrifying person whose strength was close to the number 1 person in the Heavenly Star Academy. Even if Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng joined forces, they had no chance of winning. Moreover, Lu Zhe was also on the green goshawk. Haha, where are you 2 going? Lu Zhe laughed out loud. Eh? An ancient spiritual pet. LV Chilling's eyes flickered as she stared at the Scarlet Flame King. She did not expect such a pleasant surprise. An ancient spiritual pet was extremely valuable, but it was easier said than done to tame an ancient beast. Go! LV Chilling shouted. Swoosh, the green goshawk beneath her feet flapped its wings, sweeping up a green gust of wind. In an instant, the green goshawk approached Jin Shuofeng and Qinyu. A pair of green steel claws brought along a shocking gust of wind as it fiercely clawed at them. Ding! Jin Shuofeng and Qinyu took out their weapons at the same time and struck the steel claws. The green goshawk's strength was comparable to the black iron devil Scorpion King. As it was diving down from the sky, the green goshawk's attack was extremely powerful, causing Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng to retreat. Boom, bang, Jin Shuofeng's figure fell and smashed an ancient tree. At the same time, he used this force to execute a movement technique to escape. On the other side, Qinyu also fell, but he managed to stand on his feet without any injuries. He has a flying spiritual pet and a taming master at that. This won't be easy. Qinyu rolled his eyes and immediately fled in another direction. Sister Chilling, leave that Qinyu to me. Lu Zhe glanced in the direction that Qinyu escaped and said immediately. You? LV Chilling was slightly hesitant. She had originally planned to deal with Qinyu personally and take his ancient spiritual pet. Sister Chilling, don't worry. After killing Qinyu, I'll capture that ancient spiritual pet for you. Lu Zhe knew that LV Chilling had her eyes on that ancient spiritual pet and wanted to kill it personally. He once again begged, I have some grudges with this Qinyu. Sister Chilling, let me kill this person personally. Just now, Qinyu had thrown the egg to Lu Zhe and used them as bait. This made Lu Zhe hate Qinyu even more. LV Chilling nodded. With Lu Zhe's strength, dealing with Qinyu should be a piece of cake. Alright, I'll give you little Kai. It can help you capture that ancient spiritual pet. LV Chilling took out a pet bag and handed it to Lu Zhe. Whoosh, Lu Zhe had an excited smile on his face. He jumped down from the goshawk and chased after Qinyu. As the 8th-ranked student of Yunyang School, Lu Zhe's strength was similar to Jin Shuofeng's. His speed was extremely fast. In the ancient forest, two figures, one fleeing and the other chasing. Luckily, only Lu Zhe is chasing after me. Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. A top genius like LV Qiuling was hard for him to deal with at his current stage. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing Qinyu's relaxed appearance, Lu Zhe's anger erupted and he cursed. No matter what, he was still the 8th-ranked student of Yunyang School. His strength was equivalent to the top 5 students of other schools. Yet, Qinyu actually looked down on him. Lu Zhe's pride suffered another blow. After running for some distance, Qinyu suddenly came to a stop. He wasn't worried about a single Lu Zhe chasing after him. You. Lu Zhe's eyes widened. Looking at Qinyu, who had stopped running, his chest heaved up and down violently. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. This Qinyu actually looked down on him so much that he couldn't even be bothered to run. You still can't do anything to me. Why don't we separate here? Qinyu spread out his palms. Haha, if I don't kill you today, you won't know how ignorant and stupid you are. Lu Zhe instantly laughed. In his opinion, Qinyu must have been taken in by the vice principal as a disciple. That's why he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Go, little Kai. Lu Zhe released the pet that LV Qiuling gave him. Swish, a huge colorful spider appeared next to him. The patterns on its body were colorful and not very beautiful. Instead, it made Lu Zhe feel a little disgusted. But it didn't matter, as long as this colorful spider could catch the fire scale beast. After releasing the spiritual pet, Lu Zhe took out a long saber and attacked Qinyu. Qinyu wasn't worried about the Red Flame King at all. He took out the huge ruler sword and faced Lu Zhe. Ding, the saber and the sword collided. True Qi intersected, and a wave of air swept out. Qinyu retreated several steps before he stabilized his body. A top-grade treasure weapon. Qinyu's eyes focused, staring at the light green long saber in Lu Zhe's hand. Of course, if the huge ruler sword in his hand was used to its full potential, it would reach the high-grade king grade, which was not much different from a top-grade treasure weapon. In addition, Lu Zhe was at the peak of the natural realm. His true qi was slightly stronger than Qinyu's pure evil qi. Therefore, in a one-on-one confrontation, Qinyu was at a disadvantage. But in Lu Zhe's view, it was already very amazing that Qinyu could take one of his sabers. If it was an ordinary middle-stage natural realm, he could kill him with a casual saber. Previously, you two could only force me to retreat because of Jin Shuofeng. Now that you are alone, I can defeat you in 10 moves. No, I can kill you in 20 moves. Lu Zhe laughed, revealing a cruel expression. Previously, Qinyu looked down on him. If he didn't kill Qinyu, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Qinyu shouted. Bronze light bloomed from his body, and a layer of ancient patterns appeared. Ding, the two clashed again. After activating the bronze statue skill, Qinyu's strength had increased a bit. Even if Lu Zhe had a top-grade treasure weapon, he could still fight head-on. 5 moves had passed. Green Dragon Chop. Seeing that Qinyu was so strong, Lu Zhe immediately used his combat skill. On the green long saber in his hand, a green light bloomed. With a fierce slash, a huge green saber slash, accompanied by a dragon's might, descended. This powerful dragon's might didn't come from Lu Zhe himself, but from the top-grade treasure weapon. Qinyu's pupils shrank. His Big Dipper body and true qi were both changing to devil path. It wasn't so easy to block this move. Ha, Qinyu shouted. Bronze light bloomed from the surface of his body, and his body instantly enlarged, turning into a bronze Buddha. After the transformation, Qinyu's strength and defense had increased. Wielding the giant ruler sword, with all his strength, Qinyu swept out a shocking black scale sword wave. Boom, with the sound of an explosion, a green wave attacked Qinyu. However, after the transformation, his defense had increased greatly. Bronze light shone on the surface of his body, and he didn't have any major problems. How could this be? Lu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He was ranked 8th in Yunyang School, but he couldn't even deal with an early natural realm. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound. He saw that the colorful spider was actually wrapped in a layer of colorful spider silk. And the Red Flame King was using his claws to fiddle with the colorful spider that was wrapped into a fur ball. He seemed to be very bored. How could this be? Elvise was surprised and couldn't believe it. Although the colorful spider that LV Chilling gave him was not an ancient beast, its cultivation had reached the late stage of the natural realm, and it was good at long-range attacks. Its spider silk was very tough and had a strong binding force. Even if Qin Yu's pet had reached the ancient beast level, it shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. And it seemed that Qin Yu's pet had won with an overwhelming advantage. Qin Yu didn't think it was a big deal. If the Flame King was defeated by a small spider, then he would have lived in vain. In that case, I can only kill you in a short time. Elvise snorted, and his face darkened. Qin Yu's pet seemed to be very powerful. If he fell into the attack of Qin Yu and his pet, it would be difficult for him to win. Whoosh! Some dark blue spots appeared on Elvise's skin, and the blue natural qi on the surface of his body suddenly became deep, giving people a cold and dangerous feeling. The power of the LV family bloodline. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. The bloodline of the LV family could increase the strength of natural qi. When the natural qi was strengthened, other aspects would also have a slight increase. Swish! Elvise suddenly burst out, and his speed was a little faster than before. In an instant, he approached Qin Yu and slashed with his long saber, creating a sharp and violent dark blue saber light. Boom! Qin Yu held the giant ruler sword in his hand to block the slash. Humph! After activating the power of the bloodline, the power of my natural qi has greatly increased. How can you block it? Elvise snorted. Puff! That powerful slash made Qin Yu's feet constantly retreat, splashing a layer of soil and flowers. You are not the only one with the power of the bloodline. Seeing Elvise's appearance, Qin Yu did not care and mobilized some of the power of the dragon scale bloodline. Immediately, a layer of translucent red scales appeared on his arms and forehead, emitting the intimidating aura of an ancient beast. At this moment, the bloodline in Elvise's body trembled faintly and was suppressed a little. How is it possible? You also have the bloodline? Elvise's expression changed drastically. He had never imagined that Qin Yu actually possessed a bloodline, and its quality was even higher than his. Boom! After activating the dragon scale bloodline, Qin Yu's strength and defense increased greatly. He lifted the huge sword in his hand and shook off Luze's long saber. What a powerful force! Elvise was shocked. He understood that after Qin Yu activated his bloodline power, his strength had increased greatly. Of course, Qin Yu's dragon scale bloodline had an invisible effect on his bloodline, causing his bloodline power to weaken slightly. Fiend Sword Wild Chop. Qin Yu brandished the giant ruler sword, which condensed into a solid sword of evil aura. He slashed out crazily, and streaks of frightening black scale evil swords shot out. Azure Dragon 9 forms. Not daring to be careless, Luze used his saber art battle skill. The long saber in his hand danced rapidly, and a dark blue saber light enveloped his entire body. Boom! Bang! After activating the bloodline power, the confrontation between the two became more intense. Sword radiance and saber slashes shot out in all directions, destroying all the thick ancient trees nearby. At a certain moment, bang! Elvise was sent flying by Qin Yu's sword, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In terms of bloodline power, Elvise's bloodline was not as good as the dragon scale bloodline. Go! Elvise took advantage of the impact of this force to escape. He never thought that he would be no match for Qin Yu in a one-on-one battle. If he let Qin Yu's spiritual pet participate in the battle, it would be difficult for him to escape, so Elvise retreated now. But the bloodline vision on the surface of Qin Yu's body disappeared. Let's go. Qin Yu did not intend to chase Elvise. First, Elvise came from the 8 great families, and he might have some trump cards. It would not be good to force him. Second, if he chased after Elvise, it would be difficult to deal with LV Chilling. Moreover, the token in Elvise's hand was already in Qin Yu's hands. Boom! The Red Flame King opened his mouth and spat out a crimson red flame, igniting the colorful spider that was wrapped in the spider silk and letting out a series of miserable screams. Not long after, the screams disappeared, and the colorful spider was roasted to death. Kid, why do you have this bloodline? The Red Flame King asked. Beg me, and I will tell you. Qinyu did not want to say, so he said so. It was naturally impossible for the Red Flame King to beg Qinyu. The Red Flame King snorted coldly and looked up with arrogance and disdain. Let's go, LV Qiuling should have sensed the situation here through that spider. Qinyu and the Red Flame King sped up and left this place. This kid actually has the bloodline power, which was not mentioned in the intelligence report, and he is so strong. If we wait until the next competition, who can be his opponent? LVZ kept muttering along the way. Let's quickly contact Sister Qiuling and ask her to kill Qinyu. LVZ's expression was slightly gloomy and sad. If he had known this, he would not have taken the initiative to ask for help. He should have asked LV Qiuling to kill Qinyu. Now, not only did he not succeed, but he also let LV Qiuling's spiritual pet die. He would be punished later. Who is it? LVZ seemed to have heard something and suddenly shouted. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a pitch-black dagger less than a meter away from him. LVZ suddenly had goosebumps all over his body, and his heart trembled. When did the other party get close? He actually did not notice. At this moment, LVZ felt the crisis of death. Boom, LVZ activated the bloodline power and blasted out a knife. In the grey dust, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind LVZ, and the dagger quietly stabbed out. No. LVZ opened his mouth and screamed. He had just experienced a chase and a big battle, and he was not in his best condition. And the other party's strength was far beyond his. Even if he was at his peak, LVZ was probably not this person's opponent. In addition, the wound on his back emitted a rotten smell, and it was obvious that the other party's dagger was smeared with poison. LVZ stared at that person, but the other party was wearing a pitch-black cloak and a pure black mask, and he could not see his face clearly. However, LVZ felt that this person gave him a sense of familiarity. Bang, the masked man slapped out, and LVZ's body flew a few meters away, and his aura was completely gone. Coming to LVZ's corpse, the masked man picked up the storage bag. So unlucky, there's not even a token. The masked man transferred the contents into his storage bag. Then, he took out a jade bottle and poured out some black and green medicinal powder. Someone's here. The masked man sensed something, and his figure leaped away. At this moment, a huge green goshawk flew in the sky. LVZ. On the goshawk, LV Qiuling jumped down and looked at LVZ, who was being burned by the green flames, and her eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. With LVZ's strength, there's no way Qinyu could kill him. LV Qiuling waved her palm, and a faint green energy shot out, extinguishing the green flames on LVZ's body. After careful observation, LV Qiuling found a small wound on LVZ's spine. This wound, and there's poison, and this kind of method to destroy the corpse, it's the work of an assassin. LV Qiuling finally found something suspicious. There's such a powerful assassin among the students that entered here? Qinyu must have colluded with this assassin, and if I find him, I'll be able to find the real killer. LV Qiuling leaped onto the green goshawk and quickly flew away. In her opinion, Qinyu must have colluded with the assassin to kill LVZ, so both of them were murderers. Beast tamers could tame beasts, and their ability to find people was very strong. As Qinyu fled, he encountered many students that were not part of the Big Four, and he did not hesitate to rob them of their tokens. Now, the total number of tokens in his hands had reached 12. Of course, Qinyu also encountered a strong team led by a student from the Sky Sword Academy, and he avoided them. At a certain moment, Qinyu found that there were 3 or 4 students on the way, who were rushing to a certain place. With a strange look on his face, Qinyu also followed them to have a look. Not long after, a dark green lake appeared in front of the forest. Around the lake, a lot of people gathered, roughly divided into 3 groups. The first group was mainly composed of students from the Yunyang Academy, and among them was a noble and extraordinary woman in a green dress. Her eyes were like deep pools, and her black hair was like a waterfall, which was very eye-catching. This woman was none other than Princess Ning, whom Qinyu had met several times before. The other group was mainly composed of people from the Sky Sword Academy, and Qinyu found the shadows of Yi Luofeng and He Choyun among them. The third group was composed of people from the No Demon Academy. The leader of the No Demon Academy was Wei Bin, who had made a name for himself in the competition for places, and the other two were Duan Hao and Kong Zhong. Secondly, among the three groups, there were several students that were not part of the Big Four. Chen Yu. Kong Zhong and Duan Hao couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Chen Yu. The leader, Wei Bin, also looked over. Chen Yu was the disciple of the vice dean, and he also had some impression of Chen Yu. Chen Yu immediately walked over. At the same time, many people in the two groups opposite also looked at Chen Yu. It's him? Princess Ning looked at Chen Yu and showed a sweet smile, which made the male students beside her stunned. It's that guy? He Chuyan also saw Chen Yu. Beside her, Yi Luofeng's cold eyes rippled, emitting an invisible sword essence. Last time, Yi Luofeng lost to Chen Yu, and she was very unwilling. After a long time, she couldn't help but want to compete with Chen Yu again. The strange behavior of the two beauties almost attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Chen Yu. This brother Chen is really popular with women, Kong Zhong said with envy. Chen Yu smiled and slowly walked over. He was a little curious. What was going on? Why were there so many people gathered here? When he walked closer, he immediately saw many extremely precious and rare treasures floating in the middle of the dark green lake, such as the ice spirit fruit, the lightning grass, and the three-leafed sunflower. There were many kinds of natural treasures, such as ice, fire, thunder, and other treasures, and there were also treasures of the demonic path. Magical triangular grass. Chen Yu found that there were such rare treasures of the demonic path in it. The magical triangular grass contained powerful mental energy of the demonic path, and it could condense one's mental will, making it more powerful and unyielding. But at the same time, if the mind was too weak, or cultivators with mental demons consumed this treasure, they would be invaded by the demonic will, and hallucinate, causing their minds to go crazy. Chen Yu is here, and our team is a little stronger. When we fight for these resources, we have more confidence. Wei Bin took the initiative to greet Chen Yu. Why don't you make a move? Chen Yu asked. Even he was tempted by the treasures floating on the lake. Even if he couldn't use them, they could be auctioned for an extremely high price. After exchanging for the first 3 levels of the, Chen Yu suddenly became poor again. Wait. Kong Zhong said one word. At this moment, green waves surged on the surface of the lake. Those treasures slowly floated up, and a huge brown tortoise appeared below. And these precious treasures were growing on the shell of this tortoise. This is the treasure goldenwood tortoise, also known as the treasure calling tortoise. It is an extremely rare low-level ancient beast. This tortoise likes to collect rare herbs and plant them on its shell. I didn't expect to see it in this mystic realm, Wei Bin introduced. This treasure goldenwood tortoise had reached the origin realm, and it belonged to the ancient beast category. But this tortoise was naturally timid, and it had been hiding in the depths of the lake. Finally, the students present threw all kinds of poisonous pills and powders into the lake to force the tortoise to slowly surface. Alright, this turtle can't hold it in anymore. It's been forced out by the poison. Wei Bin let out an ear-piercing scream. The 3 teams' expressions changed as they stared at the center of the lake. I didn't expect to see the legendary treasure-calling turtle here. Chen Yu was also surprised as he stared at the brown giant turtle in the center of the lake. In the middle of the treasure-calling turtle's shell, there was a special piece of rocky soil. There were all kinds of valuable treasures planted on it. After exchanging for the demonic secret patterns, Chen Yu didn't have many demonic points and primeval stones left. Exchanging for the 4th to 6th levels required 1 million demonic points. Therefore, Chen Yu was in dire need of resources. He wouldn't let go of anything valuable. In addition, this treasure-calling turtle had reached the origin realm and was considered an ancient beast. Of course, this turtle was naturally timid and wasn't good at attacking. Otherwise, the people here might not be able to deal with it. Attack. On the Sky Sword Academy's side, a skinny man with sword-like eyebrows suddenly flew up. This person is Sky Sword Academy's 3rd-ranked Zhou Yuning. His strength far surpasses mine and Yunyang Academy's Princess Ning. In addition, he has a genius like Yi Luofeng in his team. Therefore, Sky Sword Academy is the strongest of the 3 teams. We have to be careful of them. Wei Bin warned Chen Yu. Wei Bin was 8th ranked and Duan Hao was 11th. In Yunyang Academy's team, Princess Ning was 10th. Therefore, Sky Sword Academy's overall strength was the strongest. Clang, Zhou Yuning drew out a crimson sword and slashed out a crimson flame sword light. It was about 10 feet long and was surrounded by many red sword shadows. Many students nearby felt a burning pain on their skin. Pung, the crimson flame sword light dragged countless red sword shadows and bombarded the treasure-calling turtle's head. Wu, the treasure-calling turtle, screamed as a shallow cut was left on its head and blood flowed out. What a strong defense! Even Zhou Yuning's attack only left some superficial wounds on the treasure-summoning turtle. An Outer Institute student said in shock. Then, the rest of the attacks arrived one after another. Colorful sword lights, leg shadows, and fist lights all arrived first. The students from the Demonless Academy also joined in. Sensing the terrifying waves of vital energy in the surroundings, the treasure-summoning turtle revealed a fearful expression and retracted its head into its shell. At the same time, the surrounding water rippled, forming a green barrier of water that protected the treasure-summoning turtle and the precious materials on its back. The treasure-summoning turtle loved treasures as much as its life. Even if it was attacked, it would still think of ways to protect its treasures. Puff, everyone's attack shattered the water barrier around the treasure-summoning turtle. Part of it missed, while the other part hit the turtle shell, leaving a shallow mark. Since they were all long-range attacks, the attacks weren't accurate. Fools, don't attack recklessly. You will destroy the precious materials on the treasure-summoning turtle's back. Weibin immediately cursed. Wasn't the reason why everyone was attacking the treasure-beckoning turtle here for the treasure on its back? Suddenly, several ice path cultivators stepped forward, releasing an extremely cold frost power. Immediately, a layer of ice appeared on the surface of the lake. The lake was filled with people's poisons. If one stood on it rashly, one would be affected by the poison. However, if he were to freeze the lake water into ice, he would be fine as long as he used his Xianxia to protect the soles of his feet. Tap tap, many people stepped onto the surface of the frozen lake and attacked the treasure-summoning turtle at close range. Not only was the accuracy increased, but the power of the attack was also stronger. However, the treasure-summoning turtle's shell was like a steel castle. Any attack that landed on it couldn't affect it at all. Only the attacks of elite experts like Zhou Yuning, Princess Ning, Wei Bin, and Yi Luofeng could leave some shallow marks on the turtle shell. This turtle shell is really hard. Even if an Origin Realm expert were to come personally, he might not be able to break it. Many people felt helpless. Once the treasure-summoning turtle shrank into the turtle shell, everyone's attack range was even smaller. They could only send their attacks through the gaps of the turtle shell. At this moment, there were already a few people who were extremely close to the treasure-summoning turtle, attempting to pluck the treasures on its back. Woo woo, the treasure-summoning turtle let out an angry cry from within the turtle shell. Suddenly, the treasure-summoning turtle stretched out its head and spat out a giant water pillar. Quickly dodge! He Choyun immediately yelled. Boom, 2 Outer Institute cadets couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the water pillar. Their bodies were blasted a few dozen feet away and crashed into 5 to 6 thick ancient trees before falling to the ground. Although the treasure-summoning turtle isn't good at attacking, it is still an ancient beast of the Origin Realm. Its attack can instantly kill a late-stage Xiantian realm expert. Everyone, be careful. Princess Ning's pleasant voice could be heard. When this turtle is being attacked, it will dodge and defend. But once someone tries to snatch its treasures, it will immediately counterattack. Qinyu was rather speechless. This turtle really loved treasures as much as its own life. Swish, at a certain moment, when the water barrier around the treasure-summoning turtle was broken, a thin spider silk suddenly shot out and wrapped around a silver fruit on the back of the treasure-summoning turtle. Instantly, the treasure-summoning turtle stretched out its head and was enraged. Plop, the spider silk violently pulled and broke the silver fruit's root. It flew out with the fruit and landed in the hands of the puppet master, Kong Zhong. Hee hee. Kong Zhong laughed proudly. At this moment, rumble, in the lake, green waves tumbled violently and rose into the sky. They turned into balls of dark green water and swept across. Dodge, this water is poisonous. Wei Bin yelled. Just now, everyone had poisoned the water to force the treasure-summoning turtle out. But now, the treasure-summoning turtle was using the poisonous water to deal with them. Swish 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 swish, the scene was chaotic. Everyone executed their movement techniques to dodge. There were also many people who came into contact with the poisonous water and the poison invaded their bodies. Those with lower cultivation levels died from the poison. Xianxia seemed rather relaxed. His movement technique was profound, and with his special physique, he seemed to be fine even when the demonic spirit poison heartflower's poison attacked his heart. Bastard, you're courting death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yuning's artifact sword shone with a shocking fiery light as he slashed down. Boom, an astonishingly blazing sword projection landed on the treasure-summoning turtle's head, leaving behind a bloody wound. On the other side, Wei Ben and Princess Ning also took the opportunity to attack the treasure-summoning turtle. The treasure-summoning turtle was attacked from all sides and its injuries worsened. Once again, it retreated into the turtle shell. Everyone, put in more effort. This turtle can't hold on much longer. Zhou Yuning yelled and his voice echoed throughout the area. Whoever still has poison, throw it into the turtle shell. He Qiuyun suddenly thought of something and yelled. That's right. This turtle has a strong defense and has been hiding in the turtle shell. We can still throw poison into the turtle shell. Many people's eyes lit up and agreed with this method. Unfortunately, in order to force the treasure-summoning turtle out, some of the people present had almost used up all the poison pills and powders. I have some. Xianxia thought of something and said. Back when he went to the poison fog forest to kill the poison dragon on the wanted list, he had obtained all kinds of poison pills and powders from the other party's storage bag. From the name Poison Dragon, it could be seen that this person was good at using poison. Whoosh, Xianxia took out many jade bottles and medicine packets and distributed them to the people from the Demon-Free Academy. Buzz, Xianxia used his true qi to wrap some red and green poison powder into a ball and shot it into the turtle shell. Woo, the treasure-summoning turtle roared. These humans actually threw poison into its turtle shell. It suddenly stretched out its head and blocked some of the poison pills and powders. Suddenly, the true qi on the surface of one of the pink powders broke, emitting a strange and attractive fragrance. Many people breathed in and immediately felt their mouths go dry. One or two of the female students even had a layer of captivating red on their cheeks. This is aphrodisiac powder, Wei Ben laughed strangely as he looked at Xianxia. Shameless. In the distance, Yi Luofeng glared at Xianxia. She didn't expect Xianxia to have such a thing. Many people looked at Xianxia with strange gazes. These are all my spoils of war, Xianxia wanted to explain but found it difficult to explain. He didn't know about poison and didn't study it in detail. How would he know that there was such an aphrodisiac powder among the poison pills and powders? Everyone didn't care about this and continued to attack the treasure-summoning turtle. Under the long attack of many students, the treasure-summoning turtle was covered in wounds and was extremely weak. Many people cautiously approached the turtle, preparing to snatch the treasure. Magical triangular grass. Xianxia suddenly accelerated and charged at the treasure-summoning turtle. Seeing this, the others also dashed out. But in terms of straight-line speed, only Zhou Yuning could compare with Xianxia. Buzz, at this moment, the treasure-summoning turtle went crazy, and the green waves surged again. Zhou Yuning had no choice but to slow down and dodge the poisonous water. But Xianxia didn't slow down at all. He's courting death. Zhou Yuning snorted. The water was mixed with all kinds of poisons. Under the control of the treasure-summoning turtle, it became a lethal weapon. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch it. Hee hee. He Qiuyun also sneered. But suddenly, a bronze light shone from Qianyu's body and he turned into a bronze statue. Qianyu's body was highly resistant to poisons, and the bronze statue's shield body was immune to all kinds of poisons. He leaned to the side, trying his best to avoid the poisonous water that covered a large area, and passed through it. Hiss, Qianxia screamed. His bronze body was smoking, but it wasn't serious and he recovered soon. How is this possible? How can he be so resistant to poisons? Zhou Yuning was startled. However, he dares to get close to the treasure-summoning turtle. He will have to face the turtle's angry counterattack before its death. He Qiuyun's eyes darkened. So far, only Kong Zhong could snatch the things on the back of the treasure-summoning turtle from a distance. Go. When Qingyu was 3 meters away from the treasure-summoning turtle, he suddenly stopped and a bug flew out of his hand. The bug pierced through the back of the treasure-summoning turtle, bit off the stem of a precious material, and brought a dark purple precious material over. Got it. Qingyu smiled. The precious material brought back by the iron moon bug was the magical 3-edged grass that Qingyu valued. Seeing this scene, many people were envious. He got it. Yi Luofeng was a little annoyed. In her heart, she was already competing with Qingyu. She had to get the precious material on the back of the treasure-summoning turtle before Qingyu. Not far away, a huge green goshawk flew over. What's going on over there? On the back of the goshawk, LV Chilling looked at a dark green lake. Hee, I'm so lucky. Not only did I find Qingyu, but I also ran into the legendary treasure-summoning turtle. LV Chilling was overjoyed. The goshawk flapped its wings and rushed over. Rumble, the goshawk beneath her feet flapped its wings, creating a layer of faint green whirlwind as it swooped down rapidly. Around the lake, the treasures on the back of the treasure-summoning turtle were stolen by Qingyu. It went berserk again as the water around it surged and swept in all directions. Many of the cadets avoided it temporarily. After the treasure-summoning turtle went berserk, it became even weaker and seemed like it couldn't hold on for much longer. Right at this moment, everyone felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on the ground as a giant green goshawk descended, emitting an aura that was close to the origin realm. Just the gale created by the green goshawk was enough to send many innate realm experts flying a few meters away. Go to hell, Qingyu. LV Chilling glared at Qingyu with cold eyes. PFFF, a pair of steel-like green claws clawed at Qingyu. At the crucial moment, Qingyu pushed the bronze statue true body to the limit and took out the giant ruler sword to block in front of him. At the same time, he stomped on the ground, causing the ice below to crack and his figure to sink. Ding bang, the giant ruler sword clashed with the goshawk's claws, causing a violent tremor. And Qingyu's body fell to the bottom of the lake. Seeing this scene, many of the cadets nearby shuddered. What did Qingyu do to make LV Chilling so angry that she wanted to kill him? I wonder how much poison was put into this lake. The treasure-summoning turtle was able to withstand the poison because it was familiar with the water, had the turtle shell for defense, and had a strong bloodline. But if an ordinary person fell into the water, they would definitely be poisoned and have no chance of survival. The group of cadets lamented. Qinyu's performance was so outstanding just now, but he was killed by LV Chilling in the next moment. The contrast between before and after made everyone sigh. Brother Chen. From afar, Kong Zhong was shocked. On the Sky Sword Academy side, Yi Luofeng's cold eyes stared at LV Chilling, emitting a bone-chilling sword intent. Bottom of the lake. Qinyu felt a burning pain from the corrosion on his skin. He pushed his copper statue avatar to the limit and activated the high-grade artifact's defensive barrier. At the same time, he mobilized the powerful demonic pattern Qi to create a layer of protection. This damned woman. How dare she be so heavy-handed? She wants to kill me. Qinyu's eyes gleamed coldly. It's not a good time to go out. Qinyu didn't leave. Instead, he stayed at the bottom of the lake. If he resisted with all his might, he could still stay at the bottom of the lake for a while. You guys can leave. This treasure-summoning turtle is mine. LV Chilling stood proudly on the goshawk and shouted with awe-inspiring might. What a big tone. We worked so hard to exhaust him, and in the end, we give all the benefits to you. Wei Bin was the first to be unconvinced. His ear-piercing voice rang out. Aren't you being a little too unreasonable? Princess Ning also spoke up. Haha, I gave you a chance. Since you didn't cherish it, you can't blame others. LV Chilling smiled disdainfully. She took out several pet bags and released all the spiritual pets inside. Boom. Bang, the earth rumbled continuously as several powerful demonic beasts appeared. There was a silver horn rhino, a giant fiery tiger, a yellow wasp, and 4 black spiders. The silver horn rhino and the azure goshawk were at the same level of cultivation, while the other beasts had also reached the peak of the Khanate level. Beast tamers are so scary. Many students were frightened. LV Chilling, you're looking down on me. On the Heavenly Sword Academy's side, Zhou Yuning's slender eyes emitted a scorching sword intent. Hee, you're the only one here who can be my opponent. What? Are you going to fight me? LV Choling looked at Zhou Yuning. Take this. Zhou Yuning didn't waste any time. He slashed his sword and a shocking fiery sword aura shot out at LV Choling. Clank, the azure goshawk flapped its steel-like wings and released a layer of azure whirlwind to weaken the power of the sword. Bang, a brown leather whip appeared in LV Choling's hand. She whipped it and shattered the sword aura. The fierce battle between the two top overlords created a wave of true chi that forced the other students to retreat. The scene was chaotic. Apart from Zhou Yuning, the other students were fighting with LV Choling's spirit beasts and spirit pets. At the bottom of the lake, Qinyu was resisting the poison with all his strength and observing the situation outside. The treasure summoning turtle is dying. Qinyu knew the situation of the treasure summoning turtle very well. Go, a dark blue light spot flew out of Qinyu's hand. It was the Iron Moon insect. The Iron Moon insect had reached the mid-stage of the Khanate level and its poison was terrifying. If a late-stage Khanate cultivator was bitten, they would definitely die. Pfft, the Iron Moon insect suddenly rushed out of the lake and entered the treasure summoning turtle's neck. In an instant, the treasure summoning turtle died after struggling for a while. The water in this lake is so poisonous. I can't hold on for much longer. It's all thanks to the treasure summoning turtle that I've been floating on the lake for so long. Qinyu sighed. The true chi shield he had released and the protective shield of his superior grade artifact armor had been corroded by the poison. At this moment, many places on the surface of Qinyu's skin had been corroded by the poison. Let's go, Qinyu swam up and approached the treasure summoning turtle. In the air, LV Choling and Zhou Yuning were fighting fiercely. Zhou Yuning was indeed worthy of being the third-ranked genius of the Heavenly Sword Academy. His attacks were extremely sharp. LV Choling and the green goshawk had joined forces, but the goshawk was still injured in many places. As a sword cultivator, defense was Zhou Yuning's shortcoming. His clothes were also damaged and dyed red with blood. Zhou Yuning, you're no match for me, LV Choling said. She had a flying mount and had a great advantage. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that Zhou Yuning would take away the treasures on the treasure summoning turtle if she flew too far away, she definitely wouldn't have fought Zhou Yuning head-on. Zhou Yuning didn't say anything. He was very unwilling. The team he was in was the main force that attacked the treasure summoning turtle. Zhou Yuning had also spent a lot of time and energy on it. How could he hand over the treasures on the treasure summoning turtle to others? At this moment, Walala, a figure jumped out of the lake with a black javelin in his hand. Brother Zhou, let me help you. Smiling, Qinyu gathered power in his heart and hurled the javelin in his hand. Not only was the javelin soaked in the poisonous lake, but Qinyu had also smeared the green moss poisonous mushroom's venom. You're not dead yet? Zhou Yuning was stunned. After suffering an attack from the green goshawk and falling into the depths of the poisonous lake, Qinyu actually jumped out after so long. Even a cockroach couldn't compare to such vitality. However, in the next moment, he was stunned again. Swoosh, the javelin that Qinyu threw out dragged a layer of black spear shadows in the air. The tip of the spear had a hint of cold golden light, and it instantly pierced through the distance of dozens of feet, stabbing towards LV Choling. What? LV Choling looked as if she had seen a ghost, and her charming face revealed a trace of shock. She didn't expect that Qinyu could come out alive after falling into the poisonous lake. Not only that, but the power of the javelin that Qinyu threw out made her feel threatened. Swoosh, the javelin slashed across the green goshawk's wings, and blood splattered as the steel-like feathers fell. That wasn't the end. The javelin didn't slow down and charged towards LV Choling. Swish, LV Choling hurriedly dodged, and the wind from the javelin brushed past her right arm, tearing a part of her sleeve. The students nearby had their mouths wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. Not only did Qinyu not die after falling into the lake, but he also suddenly attacked and injured the green goshawk. He's not dead. The coldness in Yi Luofeng's eyes gradually disappeared. She looked at Qinyu again, and when she saw his smirk, she couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. Boom, boom, the green goshawk had already suffered some injuries in the previous battle, and now that Qinyu's javelin had injured its wings, the poison spread, and it couldn't maintain its balance and fell. Furthermore, the green goshawk had fallen close to the lake, and its other wing landed in the lake. Boom, boom. Boom, dust rose, and the green goshawk screeched, causing a layer of poisonous water to fall from the sky. Many people were drenched by the poisonous rain, and black spots immediately appeared on their bodies. Everyone quickly retreated and hid in the forest. Qinyu, how dare you? LV Qiling stood up and clenched her fists. The faint green qi around her trembled, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. However, when LV Qiling looked at the center of the lake, Qinyu was nowhere to be seen. When Xiaoqin looked again, the precious materials on the back of the treasure summoning turtle, the few most valuable and old ones, were nowhere to be seen. Zhou Yuning was stunned for a moment, and his eyes narrowed. Swish, he swung the sword in his hand and slashed out a scorching sword light, cutting down a group of ancient trees in the distance. At the end of the path, Qinyu's figure appeared. At this moment, his body was covered in black and green patches, and the poison had yet to be completely removed. He looked a little pathetic. However, Qinyu, on the other hand, wore a smile on his face as he ran. At this moment, how could Zhou Yuning and LV Qiling not understand that Qinyu must have taken advantage of the situation and taken the most valuable materials on the treasure summoning turtle's back? After all, among so many people present, only Qinyu was closest to the treasure summoning turtle, and his poison resistance was astonishing. LV Qiling, do you want to continue fighting? Zhou Yuning immediately chased after him. An early-stage Khanate Jr. had taken advantage of the situation in front of him. Zhou Yuning felt that he had completely lost face. Little green. LV Qiling looked at the green goshawk and felt her heart ache. Then, she looked at Qinyu with even more hatred in her eyes. She immediately fed some healing pills to the green goshawk and put it back into the pet bag. Alright, we'll split the materials here equally. LV Qiling gritted her teeth. Although the green goshawk's combat strength was damaged, she still had other spiritual pets, and there were 2 students from the Heavenly Star Academy here. She and the Heavenly Sword Academy's team were the strongest here. Okay. Zhou Yuning agreed. When the 2 of them joined forces, the remaining students from the No Demon Academy and the Yunyang Academy were far from their opponents and could only retreat to the side. That damned bitch. However, that brat Qinyu sure is fierce. Wei Bin scolded angrily and then laughed. To be able to make a powerhouse like LV Qiling suffer a loss, it was not something that ordinary people could do. He's really bold. Not only did he hurt LV Qiling's mount, but he also took away several precious materials in front of LV Qiling and Zhou Yuning. The other students sighed and were worried about Qinyu's life. LV Qiling suffered a setback at the hands of Qinyu, so she would definitely not let Qinyu go. Soon, LV Qiling and Zhou Yuning finished distributing the resources. They had 2 teams, and there were many people. In the end, the benefits that LV Qiling and Zhou Yuning got were slightly less than those that Qinyu took away. After dividing the benefits, the 2 teams drew a line. Whoosh, LV Qiling jumped onto the flaming tiger. Let's go. Qinyu. I will tear you into pieces. The flaming tiger left with LV Qiling, and the beasts behind them left, kicking up a cloud of dust. Senior Zhou, it seems like a few students of the Heavenly Sword Academy were assassinated by assassins. Their corpses were destroyed, including Senior Liu. He Choyun said in a low voice. Senior Liu is ranked 4th in our academy. It's not easy to assassinate her. As far as I know, none of the top students from the other 3 academies are good at assassinations. Zhou Yuning said after thinking for a while. Not only that, I heard that Fan Dong from the No Demon Academy and Lu Zhe from the Yunyang Academy were also assassinated. He Choyun said again. Assassinations regardless of academy? If that's the case, there's another possibility. The sect spies also participated in this trial. Zhou Yuning's eyes flashed. There had always been spies from this sect in the 4 academies and the royal family, but they were very good at hiding, and they were good at assassinations. If they were spies from the sect, it would explain why students from the 4 academies were assassinated. Of course, these spies might not be hiding in the 4 academies. They might have come from other academies. Tell the other students from the Sky Sword Academy to be careful. Don't trust the people around you. Zhou Yuning said secretly. Not far away. The treasure-calling turtle without its shell was surrounded by the teams from the No Demon Academy and the Yunyang Academy. When they dissected the treasure-calling turtle, they found that the internal organs were all gone. In the forest. Currently, Qinyu was hiding on top of a lush ancient tree. Whoosh, a dark blue light flashed, and the iron moon insect fell into Qinyu's hand. You're full. Qinyu hurriedly left the area, running for his life. It turned out that the iron moon insect had been hiding inside the treasure-calling turtle after entering it. The internal organs of ancient beasts like the treasure-calling turtle were very valuable, and they were very beneficial to the iron moon insect. Haha, we've earned big this time. That bitch must be pissed to death. Qinyu laughed heartily and calmly said, LV Qiuling won't let me go, but her flying steed is heavily injured. She won't be able to catch up so quickly. While escaping, Qinyu jumped into a small stream and absorbed the smell from his body. Right at this moment, Qinyu heard a loud rumbling sound coming from afar. Let's go take a look. Qinyu slowly walked over and let the iron moon strange insect scout ahead. After a while, Qinyu saw a scene through the iron moon strange bug. Roar, a 3-meter-tall, long-haired ape pounded its chest with its fists and let out a series of roars. Long-haired gorilla. Qinyu's eyes widened in shock. This long-haired Vajra ape had reached the origin realm and was classified as a low-class ancient beast. Furthermore, it had outstanding offense and defense. However, at this moment, there were over a dozen bloody wounds on the body of the long-haired Vajra ape. In front of it, a handsome man in golden robes floated. His entire body was shining with golden light, as dazzling as the sun. This man was the number 1 of Yunyang College and the 4th prince of the royal clan, Yun Haizhen. Slash. Yun Haizhen's golden sword with dragon patterns slashed out. Hua, a blazing golden sword rainbow landed on the body of the long-haired Vajra ape and instantly left a long bloody wound. The sword light scattered in all directions and caused a fire. A single slash is already so powerful. Qinyu was shocked. Previously, they had 3 small teams with 20 to 30 people attacking the treasure-summoning turtle. They used all sorts of methods to slowly exhaust it to death. But now, Yun Haizhen could easily injure the long-haired Vajra ape with a single slash. Suddenly, Qinyu realized something. Yun Haizhen was really floating in midair. Furthermore, the powerful energy rippling from his sword wasn't something that Qi could compare to. Origin Realm. Qinyu concluded that Yun Haizhen had broken through to the Origin Realm. With Yun Haizhen's strength, breaking through to the Origin Realm wasn't a problem. But he had been suppressing it and building a solid foundation. From the looks of it, Yun Haizhen must have had some sort of miraculous encounter and broke through to the Origin Realm. Roar! The long-haired Vajra ape roared in anger and leaped up to fight Yun Haizhen. Boom! Yun Haizhen's body emitted golden light as he flashed behind the long-haired Vajra ape with lightning speed. Slash! The golden sword was blazing with flames. With a slash, a shocking golden sword rainbow pierced through. The brilliance of the sword caused the entire area to be covered in golden light. Plop! Fresh blood spurted out and the long-haired Vajra ape fell to the ground dead. 1 man and 1 sword had killed an Origin Realm ancient beast. Those hiding in the surroundings, hand over all your tokens. Yun Haizhen's eyes flickered with golden light as he scanned the surroundings. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the trees. Those who looked into his eyes instantly felt an undefiable pressure that caused their hearts to tremble. A battle at the Origin Realm was naturally earth-shattering and attracted many people. Yun Haizhen didn't care about this. After killing the long-haired Vajra ape, he would extort the tokens. Whoosh! Qinyu immediately controlled the Iron Moon strange bug to return. Luckily I didn't go near. Otherwise, I would have to hand over the tokens. Qinyu had a lingering fear as he quickly left. After witnessing Yun Haizhen's strength, Qinyu felt an immense pressure and was eager to increase his cultivation strength. After running for an hour, Qinyu found a hidden crevice in the mountain. This place is not bad. I will absorb the remaining demonic spirit poison heart flower here. Qinyu was preparing to sneak in. Whoosh! A red figure rushed out from the crevice, but when he saw Qinyu, he immediately stopped. Qinyu? Jin Zhuofeng was slightly surprised and then felt slightly relieved. If experts from the other colleges found this place, the situation would be complicated. Senior Jean, how have you been? Chenyu smiled. He got the Iron Moon strange bug to search for a hidden place and coincidentally found Jean Shuofeng, so he came over. Chenyu glanced at Jean Shuofeng. Jean Shuofeng's face was slightly pale and there were bloodstains on his body. It seemed that he was chased by LV Qiuling very badly. Chenyu, you killed Lu Zhe? Jean Shuofeng asked. Lu Zhe is dead? Chenyu was a little surprised. Although he defeated Lu Zhe back then, he didn't kill him. At this moment, he finally knew why LV Qiuling would kill him when she saw him. It turned out that Lu Zhe was dead. Didn't he chase after you? You didn't know? Jean Shuofeng asked. I didn't kill him. Chenyu said with certainty. Jean Shuofeng also heard about Lu Zhe's death on the way. At that time, he was quite frightened. With Chenyu's strength, how could he kill Lu Zhe? Now that he found out from Chenyu that Lu Zhe wasn't killed by Chenyu, he felt that it was more normal. Senior Jean, do you mind if I come in? Chenyu asked as he walked into the crevice of the mountain. Next, Chenyu began to sort out the spoils of war. Swish, he took out the things he got from the back of the treasure summoning turtle one by one. This is the nether fire lingji, white moon spirit light grass, three-leafed sunflower, magical triangular grass. Jean Shuofeng was instantly dumbfounded. The few precious materials that Chenyu took out at this moment were at least 500 years old. Among them, the nether fire lingji and magical triangular grass were at least 600 years old. These precious materials were already rare and extremely precious in the outside world. Coupled with their high age, their value was hard to estimate. At this moment, Jean Shuofeng had the urge to kill and snatch the treasures. However, he was a calm and intelligent person. Junior brother, where did you get these from? Jean Shuofeng asked. Haha, Zhou Yuning and LV Qiuling were fighting fiercely just now, so I took advantage of the situation and stole these things. Chenyu gave a very simple explanation. Jean Shuofeng was shocked. Chenyu's guts were not ordinary. He actually took advantage of the situation under the nose of Zhou Yuning and LV Qiuling. This made Jean Shuofeng a little fearful. He wondered if Chenyu had any powerful trump cards. Crimson Flame King, protect me. I want to break through to the mid-stage Xiantian realm. Chenyu transmitted his voice. Oh? You don't seem to be in danger now, right? I have no obligation to help you. The Crimson Flame King rejected arrogantly. Set up an offensive array here to protect me. If I successfully break through to the mid-stage Xiantian realm, this three-leafed sunflower will belong to you. Chenyu took out precious resources to tempt the Crimson Flame King. When his strength broke through to the mid-stage Xiantian realm, there would be some improvement. He would naturally be at ease to let the Crimson Flame King's cultivation level increase a little. Okay, I still need the following herbs. Help me keep an eye out for them, the Crimson Flame King thought for a moment and agreed. Then, he transmitted a few herbs. No problem. Chenyu immediately agreed. Then, he took out some primeval stones and fire cores and gave them to the Crimson Flame King. After doing all this, Chenyu sat down cross-legged and took out a demon spirit poison heart flower and ate it. Immediately, Chenyu felt a domineering and powerful energy spread out and wandered in his body. He immediately operated the demonic pattern qi and fused with the medicinal effect of the demon spirit poison heart flower. As for the poison that flowed to his heart, he did not care. On the other side, Jean Shuofeng also began to heal his injuries. But from time to time, he would observe Chenyu. After a while, there was no change in Chenyu's expression. What's going on with this kid? He ate the demon spirit poison heart flower and is completely fine. Jean Shuofeng could not figure it out. Eh? What is this ancient beast drawing? Jean Shuofeng glanced at the Crimson Flame King with a strange light in his eyes. He saw the Crimson Flame King squatting on the ground with strange flames on its claws, slowly drawing lines on the ground. Jean Shuofeng could not understand what the Crimson Flame King was drawing, but he could feel that the lines seemed to contain some kind of profound mystery and special power. At this moment, Jean Shuofeng wondered if he had become stupid or something. Not only could he not see through Chenyu, but he also could not understand the spiritual pets around Chenyu. At this moment, a layer of indistinct demonic patterns appeared on the surface of Qinyu's body. A powerful and domineering demonic aura was emitted from Qinyu's body in the form of strange patterns. Is he going to break through to the middle stage? But thinking of this, Jin Zhuofeng was stunned. This kid is currently only at the peak of the early stage of the Xiantian realm, but his strength is already terrifying. If he breaks through to the middle stage, he will probably be able to compete with me. As time passed, the demonic mist around Qinyu became thicker and thicker, like a layer of demonic clouds, shrouding a radius of dozens of feet. Wu, a soul-shaking roar came from the pitch-black demonic clouds. He just switched to the demonic path not long ago, but the momentum of breaking through to the middle stage is already so strong. What kind of cultivation technique is he cultivating? Jin Zhuofeng was shocked. Under normal circumstances, there should not be such a huge phenomenon when breaking through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Jin Zhuofeng, who was beside Qinyu, could clearly feel the boundlessly tyrannical demonic Dao energy in Qinyu's body. Even he felt goosebumps all over his body, and his heart palpitated. Qinyu's cultivation had already reached the peak early stage Khanate realm. He was confident that he could successfully break through to the mid-stage Khanate realm after absorbing the medicinal power of this demonic spirit poison heart flower. After consuming the precious materials and circulating the heavenly fiend's secret pattern record, the chi of the fiend pattern in Qinyu's body slowly absorbed the medicinal power of the demonic spirit poison heart flower. Buzz in the sea of chi, the huge chi of the fiend pattern and pure malevolent chi spun rapidly. In his body, the essence and blood continuously merged into the sea of chi and were converted into true chi. In less than an hour, the true chi in Qinyu's body increased a little. Not far away, Jin Zhuofeng's gaze lingered on Qinyu. This lad is now at a critical moment of seclusion. Should I kill him? Jin Zhuofeng pondered and struggled. The precious materials that Qinyu had just taken out were priceless, much more than all of Jin Zhuofeng's gains so far. But at the same time, Jin Zhuofeng was also puzzled and worried. Does Qinyu really trust me that much? He's making a breakthrough right next to me without any defense at all? Jin Zhuofeng asked himself. At this moment, his gaze was once again attracted by the Crimson Flame King. At this moment, the Crimson Flame King had already set up an offensive array. Around Qinyu, there were countless lines forming a strange pattern, and there were even some origin stones and fire cores placed on certain spots of the pattern. At first glance, it seemed extraordinary. Is this an array formation or? Jin Zhuofeng's heart was in turmoil. An ancient beast could actually set up an array formation. This was too strange. Moreover, the strange lines around Qinyu made Jin Zhuofeng feel an invisible threat. It seems that Qinyu is not unprepared. If I make a move now, I wonder what the consequences will be. The shock and killing intent in Jin Zhuofeng's heart slowly calmed down. In less than half a day, the true chi in Qinyu's body increased a lot. The astonishing demonic intent emitted from Qinyu's body and the demonic cloud avatar with him as the center gradually faded and eventually dissipated. He succeeded. Jin Zhuofeng sighed. Qinyu opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. After breaking through to the mid-stage Khanate realm, he had some improvements in all aspects. Originally, Qinyu had intended to consume the magic triangular grass. However, this precious material's age was too high, and the medicinal effects were likely extremely fierce. If the moon spirit or source wasn't used to suppress it, something unexpected might happen. With Jin Zhuofeng by the side, Qinyu naturally could not take out a treasure like the moon spirit organ. Therefore, this matter was put aside for now. Then, he activated the mental cultivation method of the Heavenly Devil secret pattern record and began to consolidate his cultivation base that he had just broken through. However, at this moment, rumble, the ground suddenly began to tremble, and a violent, bloody aura pressed down on them. LV Jinyu said. Jin Zhuofeng Jinyu's god. He was chased by LV Chilling earlier, which was why he ended up in such a state. If he hadn't used his trump card, it would have been difficult for him to escape. At this moment, before he had fully recovered from his injuries, LV Chilling was charging towards him once again. After giving it some thought, the culprit who attracted LV Chilling this time should be Qinyu. Senior Jin, don't panic. Qinyu laughed. Don't panic? Jin Zhuofeng stared at Qinyu as if he was looking at a fool. LV Chilling was the second strongest in the Heavenly Star Academy. She had a lot of spirit pets and could even compete with Duan Xianxia. As for Jin Shuofeng, he was injured and not in his best state. Qinyu actually told him not to panic. Haha, I didn't expect you two to be hiding here. Just nice, I can catch both of you in one fell swoop. LV Qiuling's loud voice reached Jin Shuofeng and Qinyu's ears. Jin Shuofeng saw the situation outside through the cracks in the mountain. LV Qiuling was riding on the giant flaming tiger. Beside her was a silver-horned rhinoceros, a yellow hornet, and 3 black spiders. Huh? Where's her flying mount? Jin Shuofeng was surprised. LV Qiuling's flying mount was one of the main forces. In addition, flying mounts could fly at high altitudes and take the initiative. But at this moment, Jin Shuofeng did not see LV Qiuling's flying mount. Haha, LV Qiuling, without your flying mount, you still want to catch all of us in one fell swoop. Qinyu laughed. LV Qiuling's flying mount was temporarily unable to participate in the battle. But Qinyu's cultivation had just increased and he had Jin Shuofeng by his side. If the two of them worked together, there was no need to be afraid of LV Qiuling. Qinyu, you injured my little green. I will tear you into pieces. LV Qiuling saw Qinyu's arrogance and anger erupted in her heart. LV Qiuling's flying mount was injured by Qinyu. That's why it can't participate in the battle. Jin Shuofeng sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Qinyu in disbelief. The strength of the green goshawk was on the same level as the black iron devil scorpion king. It was unbelievable that Qinyu could injure such a terrifying spirit pet. And this was said by LV Qiuling. Jin Shuofeng had no choice but to believe it. Break this place. LV Qiuling ordered. Roar, the silver-horned rhinoceros roared and stomped on the ground, causing dust to rise. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the silver-horned rhinoceros charged forward. The horn on its snout glowed with a silver light as it charged forward. Dodge, Qinyu! Jin Shuofeng shouted. The silver-horned rhinoceros's strength was on par with the green goshawk. Jin Shuofeng, who was injured, wasn't confident that he could deal with the spirit pet. Senior Jin, why should we dodge? You don't need to deal with this silver-horned rhinoceros. You just need to move a few steps. Compared to the panicking Jin Shuofeng, Qinyu was very calm. There was even a faint smile on his lips. Only need to move a few steps? Jin Shuofeng's eyes widened and his heart thumped. He stared at Qinyu for a moment. At this moment, he couldn't see through Qinyu at all. But before he could think too much, the silver-horned rhinoceros's attack was already coming. Jin Shuofeng immediately retreated to the side. Scarlet Flame King, it's up to you. Qinyu transmitted a message. Humph. The Scarlet Flame King raised his head and snorted. His claw glowed with flames as it landed on the attack formation that was already set up. Instantly, the pattern on the ground flickered with a blazing flame, bursting forth with a powerful flame energy. The nearby heaven and earth energy was trembling. Boom! Within the attack formation, flames condensed and shot out a flaming pillar straight at the silver-horned rhinoceros. The power of this flaming pillar was comparable to an attack from an Origin Realm expert. The terrifying flame energy blasted a huge hole in the silver-horned rhinoceros's head. Boom! Boom! The silver-horned rhinoceros's body flew a few meters back and crashed heavily onto the ground. Blood gushed out from its head. The scene was dead silent. Jin Shuofeng and LV Qiuling's eyes were wide open as if they were numb. They stood there in a daze. Little Silver. LV Qiuling reacted and jumped down from the flaming eyes giant tiger and rushed to the side of the silver-horned rhinoceros. But at this moment, the silver-horned rhinoceros's body had already turned cold. After twitching a few times, it completely stopped moving. This is what the ancient beast scribbled on the ground. It actually has such terrifying power. Jin Shuofeng swallowed his saliva. His clothes were already soaked in cold sweat and his heart was still trembling violently. If he had tried to kill Qinyu just now, he would probably be dead without a burial ground. Qinyu. You hurt my little green and now you killed my little silver. Your sins are unforgivable. I will chop your corpse into pieces and feed it to my spiritual pets. LV Qiuling's entire face was somewhat distorted. Her body was slightly trembling and the faint green qi on the surface of her body was constantly trembling, creating a gust of wind. Senior Jean, now that LV Chilling has lost the help of her two main spiritual pets, you and I are enough to deal with her if we work together. Qinyu said to Jean Zhuofeng. As a beast tamer, without a spiritual pet, my battle power will be sharply reduced. Jean Zhuofeng calmed down. A layer of blood ripple appeared on the surface of his body, emitting a bloody aura. He had been chased by LV Chilling so miserably before, so he naturally wanted revenge. With his current strength, he probably couldn't defeat LV Chilling, but it was much better than running away. Whoosh, Jean Zhuofeng rushed out with the blood spear in his hand and swept out a layer of blood-colored spear shadows. Jean Zhuofeng, you are still injured. Even if I don't have a strong spiritual pet to help me, you are no match for me. A brown leather whip appeared in LV Chilling's hand. She whipped it fiercely, setting off a layer of green wind. Boom! Bang, bang! Jean Zhuofeng and LV Chilling fought fiercely. At the same time, all of LV Chilling's spiritual pets attacked Qinyu. Kill! Qinyu was not afraid at all. He took out the giant ruler sword and set off a layer of black sword waves. Boom! Bang! The heavy and terrible black sword waves swept out, causing a yellow poisonous bee to keep retreating. This poisonous bee was at the peak of the natural realm. It was good at attack and speed, but not good at defense. Where are you going? Qinyu performed the devil fiend wild shadow. The evil wind roared on his body, and he turned into a dark shadow, chasing after the yellow poisonous bee. Sword fiend wild cut. A solid sword of evil aura condensed on the giant ruler sword. The giant sword slashed out crazily, and a series of black sword scales raged. In the face of such a violent attack, the yellow poisonous bee suddenly panicked. It was good at speed and kept dodging, but in the end, one or two evil swords hit its body. At the same time, around Qinyu, 3 black spiders each spat out a white spider thread, entangling Qinyu's legs and right arm. Swoosh, the injured yellow poisonous bee raised its slender stinger and stabbed at Qinyu, as if it wanted to take revenge. Haha, you underestimate me. Qinyu couldn't help but smile. Buzz, the bronze patterns on Qinyu's body flickered, and a layer of bright bronze light bloomed. His body instantly enlarged and turned into a bronze Buddha giant. Crack, the 3 spider threads broke in an instant. Go to hell. Qinyu raised the sword with both hands and swung it with all his strength. The giant ruler sword, which was fully activated, reached the power of a high-grade keen precious weapon. Boom, the yellow poisonous bee had no time to retreat. It was hit by Qinyu's sword and smashed into the ground, creating a pit that was 1 foot wide. Puff, Qinyu added another strike and killed the yellow poisonous bee. Ha ha ha. Qinyu laughed and rushed to the other 3 black spiders. The strength of the black spiders was a little weaker than that of the yellow poisonous bee. Moreover, these spiders were better at long-range combat. Their binding methods were better than their attacking methods. If they got close, it would be difficult for them to exert their strength. Qinyu instantly approached a black spider. At the same time, a dark blue light flashed under the ground, and the iron moon insect fiercely bit the black spider's abdomen, which was the most vulnerable part of the spider. Go to hell. Qinyu cooperated with the iron moon insect and killed a black spider in a few seconds. In addition to the silver-horned rhinoceros that had been killed by the attack formation, Qinyu had killed 2 of LV Chilling's pets in a row. Qinyu, no. In the distance, LV Chilling's angry scream came. Qinyu, no. LV Chilling's angry scream could be heard from afar. LV Chilling knew that Qinyu had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but in her eyes, a mid-stage Xiantian realm was nothing, so she didn't care. Who would have thought that Qinyu's strength was so monstrous? The strength he displayed was nothing like a mid-stage Xiantian realm. She sent out 4 peak-stage Xiantian realm spiritual pets to kill Qinyu, but in the blink of an eye, Qinyu killed 2 of them. At this rate, the remaining 2 black spiders wouldn't be able to live for long. His strength has increased by so much. Jean Zhuofeng also noticed the movement on Qinyu's side and couldn't help but take a deep breath. In fact, Qinyu's strength did not increase by much after breaking through to the mid-stage Xiantian realm. It was just that he had never used his full strength in front of LV Chilling and Jean Zhuofeng. No? Qianyu glanced at LV Qiling. How could he agree to her request? Previously, LV Qiling wanted to kill Qianyu, although to a certain extent, it was because LV Qiling mistakenly thought that Qianyu was the murderer who killed Lu Zhe. Roar! The black wind howled as Qianyu used the berserk shadow and turned into a pitch-black gale, killing another black spider. When the black spider saw Qianyu coming over, it shrieked and its hair stood on end as it immediately fled. Qianyu, how dare you! On the other side, LV Qiling shouted angrily. The true qi in her body surged crazily, and hundreds of powerful green whip shadows surrounded her, temporarily forcing Jin Shuofeng to retreat. Swish, LV Qiling used her movement technique, and her figure flashed. She went around Jin Shuofeng and attacked Qianyu. Previously, she thought that as long as she blocked Jin Shuofeng for a while, her spiritual pets would kill Qianyu. However, things didn't go as she wished. Qianyu's strength was beyond her imagination. In this case, she could only deal with Qianyu personally. At this moment, Jin Shuofeng hesitated again. If I don't stop LV Qiling, Qianyu will face the siege of LV Qiling and the two spiritual pets. He will most likely die. Jin Shuofeng thought to himself. But when he thought of Qianyu's previous actions, Jin Shuofeng was very worried. What if Qianyu had a way to escape? Suddenly, Jin Shuofeng saw the place where he and Qianyu had gone into seclusion. The Scarlet Flame King was lying there, looking at the battle outside with a bored expression. Jin Shuofeng couldn't help but shudder when he thought about how the Scarlet Flame King had instantly killed LV Qiling's silver-horned rhinoceros just by doodling on the ground. Immediately, Jin Shuofeng moved, chasing after LV Qiling. Jin Shuofeng, if you don't stop me, I'll forget about the enmity between us. I'll thank you later. LV Qiling immediately shouted. She didn't slow down at all and headed straight for Qianyu. Qianyu and I are both from the Demon-Free Academy. Why would we help an outer court student like you? Jin Shuofeng said righteously. Bang! Swoosh! Jin Shuofeng slapped the blood-colored long spear in his hand. The long spear was rolling like a blood dragon, flying out and stabbing toward LV Qiling. Damn it! LV Qiling felt Jin Shuofeng's attack and cursed in her heart. She had to stop temporarily and dodge the attack. In this way, Jin Shuofeng had bought some time for Qianyu. At least, LV Qiling wouldn't be able to get close to Qianyu so quickly. However, Qianyu's action made Jin Shuofeng dumbfounded. Bitch, you want to kill me? Qianyu cursed and took the opportunity to attack LV Qiling. At this moment, LV Qiling stopped because she was dodging Jin Shuofeng's attack. Buzz, the evil qi sword on the giant ruler sword in Qianyu's hand was condensed and constantly growing. The sword stabbed out. Before the giant sword arrived, the evil qi sword had already rushed into LV Qiling's spiritual consciousness. Then, a black-scaled sword light flew out. Boom! Bang! The earth exploded and smoke rose. Courting death. A yellow figure rushed out from the center of the explosion. As a beast tamer, LV Qiling's spiritual power had reached the origin realm. She had a strong resistance against the spiritual influence of the evil qi sword. Therefore, Qianyu's sword could only cause some light injuries to her. Swoosh! LV Qiling quickly approached Qianyu. The brown leather whip in her hand swung out, dragging a pale green wave. Bang! Qianyu put the giant ruler sword in front of him and took a defensive stance. His body retreated. On the other side, Jin Shuofeng rushed over. He stretched out his palm and the blood-colored long spear that was stuck in the ground shook and returned to Jin Shuofeng's hand. Senior Jin, let's work together. Qianyu shouted. After Jin Shuofeng arrived, Qianyu switched from defense to offense. He swung the giant ruler sword again. Sword-shattering nebula. Qianyu stabbed out with his sword. The power surrounding the giant sword suddenly exploded, creating a dark nebula explosion. Blood God Spear. Jin Shuofeng circulated his blood Dao Qi and stabbed out, forming a huge blood-colored spear light. Get lost. LV Qiling let out a sharp voice. The brown leather whip fiercely lashed out, dragging a green gale. Boom! Boom! LV Qiling took the two attacks head-on. Both sides were evenly matched. As a beast tamer, it was already very terrifying to have such battle strength. This attack is stronger than the previous one. Qianyu was slightly shocked. She used half-step true essence. Jin Zhuofeng said. In the four major schools, most of the peak Xiantian prodigies had condensed a small amount of half-step true essence. Jin Zhuofeng had condensed some not long ago, but this was one of his trump cards. He wouldn't use it easily. At this moment, the two black spiders in the distance spat out two white spider webs under LV Chiling's control. But this time, the black spider's target wasn't Qinyu, but Jin Zhuofeng. As long as I can stall Jin Zhuofeng for a moment, I can kill Qinyu. LV Chiling thought in her heart. This was her current plan. Swish, Jin Zhuofeng's eyes narrowed as he swept his blood spear twice, destroying the two spider webs. Die, Qinyu. LV Chiling took this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Qinyu. Swish, a green whip shadow flew over with extraordinary power. LV Chiling's killing intent towards Qinyu was monstrous. She also used half-step true essence to deal with a mid-stage Xiantian cultivator. Watch out, Qinyu. Jin Zhuofeng couldn't help but exclaim. Boom, Jin Zhuofeng immediately circulated a portion of half-step true essence and swept his spear. However, it was a little too late for him to provide support now. Boom, Jin Zhuofeng's spear didn't block LV Chiling's whip shadow, only reducing its power by a little. Swish, the green gale whip shadow dimmed a little and continued to whip towards Qinyu. Even if LV Chiling's attack was weakened by 60%, it was still very powerful after using half-step true essence. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Qinyu's face froze as black light flowed in his eyes, emitting a shocking demonic aura. Buzz, the copper light on Qinyu's body faded and was replaced by a layer of black luster. Mobilizing the demonic chi, Qinyu swung the giant ruler sword in his hand. Boom, a violent demonic rune sword wave whizzed out and collided with the green whip shadow. Demonic chi. Jin Zhuofeng's heart thumped wildly as he looked at Qinyu. When he knew that Qinyu had switched to the demonic path, he had a question in his heart. Why had Qinyu never used the power of the demonic path? At the beginning, Jin Zhuofeng thought that the power of the demonic path was far inferior to that of the evil path when Qinyu switched to the demonic path. At this moment, he realized that the power of the demonic path was Qinyu's trump card. He had been hiding his strength all along. On the other side, LV Chiling was completely stunned. This is the power of the demonic path. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that Qinyu actually had another powerful force hidden within his body. Boom, her brown whip was struck away, and part of the sword chi hit LV Chiling, forcing her to take a few steps back. Go. Qinyu growled and waved his sword again. Jin Zhuofeng immediately reacted and stabbed with his spear. At this moment, Qinyu and Jin Zhuofeng, who had used the power of the demonic path, joined forces. And LV Chiling only had two spider spiritual pets left, which did not have much impact on the battle. Boom. Boom, after a while, LV Chiling flew out with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Damn it, Qinyu hid his strength. LV Chiling fled and wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she already knew that it would be difficult for her to kill Qinyu. Moreover, Qinyu and Jin Zhuofeng might even be able to kill her if they joined forces. Senior Jin, chase. Okay. Jin Zhuofeng smiled. He did not expect that he could defeat LV Chiling in this battle. Previously, LV Chiling chased after him and almost killed him. How could he let LV Chiling go so easily? Whoosh. Whoosh, the two of them chased at full speed. After breaking through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, Qinyu had improved in all aspects. At this moment, he was on par with Jin Zhuofeng. But LV Chiling's speed was not slow either. While escaping, LV Chiling took out a flute and kept playing a strange music. At a certain moment, two demonic beasts suddenly rushed out of the forest and attacked Jin Zhuofeng and Qinyu crazily. This woman is using the nearby demonic beasts to stop us. Jin Zhuofeng's face was gloomy. The two demonic beasts were not strong and were instantly dealt with by Qinyu and Jin Zhuofeng. From the looks of it, LV Chiling's method could only control those with lower cultivation. It was difficult to control powerful demonic beasts of the same level. However, this also affected Jin Zhuofeng and Qinyu. If this goes on, it will be hard to catch up. Jin Zhuofeng sighed. At this moment, Qinyu took out a black javelin. Dong. Dong. Dong, his heart suddenly exploded and Qinyu threw the javelin in his hand. Swoosh, the black javelin dragged out layers of black spear shadows, and its shoulder was suffused with a touch of dark golden sharpness as it flew out. Because it was a sudden attack from behind, LV Qiuling's reaction was slower. Javelin? LV Qiuling's mental energy was strong and she immediately dodged. The black javelin dragged a heavy storm of baleful aura and brushed past her, tearing the clothes in her sleeves. A cold light swept past her skin, leaving a few faint red scars. After a moment, LV Qiuling fled again. Jinyu continued to chase and took the javelin. This was Jinyu's last remaining javelin, so he had to use it sparingly. During the chase, Jinyu constantly threw javelins, which greatly affected LV Qiuling. On a hillside, two groups of people were fighting. Suddenly, LV Qiuling dashed past them. LV Qiuling, as the second strongest person in Heavenly Star Academy, had a resounding reputation. Her appearance caused many people to tremble, thinking that a disaster was about to befall them. But in the next moment, they clearly saw LV Qiuling's situation. Her hair was messy, her face was slightly embarrassed, and her clothes were torn. Both of her sleeves were missing, revealing her pure white jade-like arms. Heavenly Star Academy's second strongest, LV Qiuling, seems to be being chased. Subsequently, Jin Zhuofeng and Qinyu appeared in everyone's line of sight. It's Jin Zhuofeng and Qinyu. Jin Zhuofeng is only ranked 4th in the Demonic Academy, and Qinyu is only a Xiantian middle stage. How could the two of them force LV Qiuling into such a miserable state? The two groups of people were shocked. Junior Chen, forget it. If we meet other experts from the Heavenly Star Academy, the situation won't be good. Jin Zhuofeng advised during the chase. This secret domain was not small, but it was not big either. If they continued to chase, they would definitely meet other teams. If they met people from the Heavenly Sword Academy or Yunyang Academy, they might take advantage of the situation. If they met a team from the Heavenly Star Academy, the current situation would be reversed. Therefore, Jin Zhuofeng did not recommend a long chase. At this moment, Jinyu hurled the jet black javelin in his hand once more. Xiao Qi, the black javelin dragged a layer of black spear shadows as it rapidly pierced through. Pooh, the javelin pierced through LV Qiuling's shoulder. Blood spurted out, accompanied by LV Qiuling's scream. Good. Jin Zhuofeng could not help but clap his hands. This time, Jinyu's javelin was not as good as the previous ones, but it was the one that injured LV Qiuling the most. After all, LV Qiuling could not calm down when she was being chased. She was constantly on guard against the javelin behind her, and her mental state was easily fatigued. If this continued, her mental state would plummet. If she was not careful, Jinyu's javelin would injure her. After being injured by the javelin, LV Qiuling swallowed a pill, quickly stood up and continued to run for her life. In a bamboo forest, two groups of people and countless green snakes were fighting at close quarters. One of the teams was led by the No Demon Academy. The leader was a woman dressed in white, her black hair was like a waterfall, fluttering back and forth in the green bamboo forest, like a beauty from a painting. This person was the number 1 beauty of the No Demon Academy, Shang Han. Yu Hong, who was defeated by Situ Linyu and then challenged Qinyu, was also in this team. The other team was led by the Heavenly Star Academy. The leader was a youth dressed in black. He had fair skin, a jade-like face, and was very handsome. In addition, there was another youth dressed in black. He was the genius from the Fu clan who was cheated by Qinyu in the Scarlet Earth secret domain, Fu Bailing. At this moment, a woman's scream came from outside the bamboo forest. The two teams could not help but look over. Qiuling. The black-robed young man's eyes were filled with shock and he immediately cried out. In the academy, she admired LV Qiuling very much. If it wasn't for the fact that she was weaker than LV Qiuling, she might have already started to pursue her. Heavenly Star Academy's rank 2, LV Qiuling. Many people in the Demon Free Academy's team shuddered involuntarily. If LV Qiuling was here, how could they be a match for the Heavenly Star Academy? However, upon closer inspection, LV Qiuling, who was outside the bamboo forest, had fallen to the ground. She was in a very sorry state, and one of her arms was covered in blood. Who is it? To force LV Qiuling to this extent? Yu Hong's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and look outside the bamboo forest. At this moment, how could the two teams still have the mood to deal with the green snake in the bamboo forest? If an extremely powerful student came from the outside, the situation here could be changed in an instant. When everyone looked over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures arrived in front of LV Chilling. Senior Jean and Chen Yu. Yu Hong immediately shouted. He didn't expect that the people who chased LV Chilling to this extent were actually the students of the Demon-Free Academy. However, after thinking about it carefully, with Senior Jin's strength and Chen Yu's, they were far from being LV Chilling's match. Chen Yu. Shang Han's eyes narrowed, and her face darkened. She originally thought that since Chen Yu had made so many enemies, he might have already died in the secret territory. However, not only was Chen Yu alive and well, but he was also together with Jin Shuafeng to kill the Heavenly Star Academy's rank 2, LV Chilling. One had to know that if LV Chilling's spirit pets were to move out, she could even contend against Duan Xingyue. LV Chilling, hand over the token. Chen Yu said coldly. Whoosh from the bamboo forest, a group of people rushed out. It was the Heavenly Star Academy's team. Senior Chilling. The black-robed youth saw LV Chilling, and with a face full of anger, he shouted, "If you dare to hurt Sister Chilling, I will not let you go." Fu Bailing looked at Chen Yu, and a desire to fight rose in his heart. Although the two of them worked together in the Scarlet Earth secret territory, their relationship was not good. Not to mention that at this moment, he and Chen Yu were from different academies, and they stood on the opposite side. At this moment, the Demon-Free Academy's team also walked out. Chen Yu and Jin Shuafeng were slightly relieved, and they did not care about the black-robed youth, and stared at LV Chilling. What if I don't hand it over? LV Chilling coldly snorted, and said in an extremely cold and arrogant tone, "Do you dare to kill me?" Chen Yu suddenly felt a little angry. These geniuses with backgrounds were indeed different. They were defeated by him, and yet they were still so arrogant. However, Lu Zhe died because of Chen Yu. If Chen Yu killed LV Chilling, the Lu clan would definitely not let him go. You're right, I really don't dare to kill you. Chen Yu revealed a trace of a playful smile, and continued, but other than not killing you, I dare to do anything else. LV Chilling was stunned, and then her face was filled with hatred, and she was so angry that she could not speak. I once killed a poison cultivator, and I obtained a lot of poisonous pills from him. I'm not sure about the specific effects, so why don't I use you to test the poison? Chen Yu grinned. After saying so, he took out a dozen or so small bottles from his storage bag. You dare? LV Chilling instantly rebuked. Test poison? There were all kinds of poisons, and some could even cause people to wish they were dead. Oh right, I remember that there are aphrodisiacs in here, do you want to try it? Chen Yu revealed a slightly wretched smile. Hearing Chen Yu's words, many people nearby had a look of disdain, but most of the male students were looking forward to it. LV Chilling was extremely embarrassed, and her face was flushed red. If she took that kind of medicine, she could not imagine what would happen to her, and it was even possible that she would uncontrollably take off her clothes. You better think carefully. Chen Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, and he opened the lid of a jade bottle. Slowly. I'll give you all the tokens. LV Chilling was really afraid. She glared at Chen Yu, wishing that she could cut him into 1,000 pieces, but at the same time, she was extremely afraid of Chen Yu. If Chen Yu really gave her those pills, she did not even dare to think about what would happen next. Amazing, he actually made LV Chilling submit. Yu Hong was full of admiration for Chen Yu. Then, LV Chilling took out a pile of tokens in front of everyone. Not bad, more than 100 tokens. Chen Yu said with a smile. He did not deliberately collect tokens, and so far, he only had 12. As a beast tamer, LV Chilling was strong, and she was good at discovering hidden enemies. She had just started collecting tokens, and that was why she had so many. I suspect that you have hidden more tokens, let me see your storage bag. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed, and he looked at LV Chilling again. LV Chilling was about to refuse, but Chen Yu pushed the bottle over. Here, LV Chilling angrily handed over the storage bag. Humph, you really hid tokens, eh? There are still many things inside. Senior Jean and I have chased you for so long, take it as compensation. Qinyu unceremoniously took away all the tokens, and some precious materials and ores. Among them, the resources that LV Qiuling obtained from the treasure-attracting turtle were all taken out by Qinyu. Then, he threw the storage bag to LV Qiuling. "Senior Qiuling, are you alright?" The Heavenly Star Academy's team immediately walked over. "I'm fine." LV Qiuling's face was gloomy. She swallowed a few pills, and under the protection of the black-robed youth and the others, she began to heal. "Senior Jean, your harvest this time is very bountiful." Xianxia immediately came over, and revealed a noble and elegant smile. In LV Qiuling's hands, there were a total of 156 tokens. In addition, there were a few rare and precious resources in the outside world, as well as rare ores that could be used to refine treasured weapons. With such a bountiful harvest, it would be great if she could get a share. Jean Zhuofeng nodded, but did not speak. Seeing that Jean Zhuofeng was ignoring her, Xianxia was a little annoyed. At this moment, Qinyu and Jean Zhuofeng began to divide the spoils. "Senior, I'll take 60, you take 40, no problem, right?" Qinyu said without any trace of politeness. "No problem, after all, Junior Chen put in more effort." Jean Zhuofeng readily agreed. From the beginning to the end, Jean Zhuofeng only restrained LV Qiuling, and did not contribute much. In contrast, Qinyu had repeatedly reversed the situation of the battle. However, in the following distribution, Qinyu made various requests. Regarding this, Jean Zhuofeng was already mentally prepared, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Out of the 156 tokens, Qinyu obtained 90. At the side, Xianxia and the rest were dumbfounded. In the distribution of the spoils between Qinyu and Jean Zhuofeng, Qinyu took at least 70%. Logically speaking, when Qinyu and Jean Zhuofeng teamed up to deal with LV Qiuling, Jean Zhuofeng would definitely be the main force, and he would definitely contribute the most. However, in the final distribution of the spoils, Jean Zhuofeng's harvest was not even half of Qinyu's. The key point was that Jean Zhuofeng did not refute or question it. Other than LV Qiuling, everyone else was confused. They instantly felt that Qinyu was unfathomable and unfathomable. He must be relying on the vice principal as his teacher, Xianxia mumbled in her heart. "Now, I have a total of 102 tokens in my possession." Qinyu did a quick calculation. Passing the first round was definitely not a problem, but it was far from enough to fight for the top 10. The further one went, the harder it was to obtain tokens. Most of the tokens were concentrated in the hands of the top experts. "Did you guys discover anything here?" Qinyu asked. Xianghan's expression was cold, and she did not answer. However, Yu Hong took the initiative and said, "We found many poisonous treasures here, but outside these treasures, there is a nest of green snake demonic beasts." In the competition for the spots, Yu Hong was forced by Luo Haoyan to challenge Qinyu, and he lost. At this moment, he felt that Qinyu was extraordinary, and he wanted to please Qinyu to make up for his previous mistake. Next, Qinyu and Jean Zhuofeng temporarily joined Xianghan's team, and they headed into the bamboo forest. On the other side, LV Qiuling's injuries had basically recovered, and she joined the black-clothed youth's team, also participating in the competition for resources. With the addition of the 3 experts, the green snakes in the bamboo forest were quickly eliminated. The 2 teams divided the resources here equally. Then, the Demon Free Academy's team divided the resources they obtained. Among them, Jean Zhuofeng voluntarily gave the biggest share to Qinyu. This scene caused all the students to be astonished. After that, Qinyu left LV Qiuling's team, and chose to go into seclusion for a while. He had just broken through to the Xiantian realm, and he had not had time to consolidate it. He had learned a lot from the battle with LV Qiuling. "Junior Chen, I'll help you keep an eye on them, and my injuries have not fully recovered, so I need to rest. We can take care of each other." Jean Zhuofeng volunteered to team up with Qinyu. He had not fully recovered from his injuries, and after the consecutive battles, he needed time to rest. Then, the 2 found a hidden cave and went into seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Inside the cave, the demonic true qi on the surface of Qinyu's body slowly receded. At this moment, a white light suddenly floated in front of Qinyu, and then stopped moving. Communication talisman? Qinyu stared at the white light in front of him, and he stretched out his hand. He also had a communication talisman in his hand, which was given to him by Yuan Shen, and it was similar to the talisman in front of him. The message talisman given by his master, Elan Tian, could only allow Qinyu and Yuan Shen to communicate with each other. Therefore, the message talisman that flew in front of Qinyu must have been sent by Yuan Shen. Elan Tian's original intention was that if Qinyu was in danger, he could ask Yuan Shen for help. However, Qinyu had never used that message talisman. Instead, it was his senior brother, Yuan Shen, who used it. "Senior brother, do you have something to tell me?" Qinyu reached out and touched a white light floating in front of him. In an instant, a stream of information surged into Qinyu's consciousness. In this message, there were a few simple words and a simple topographic map. Oh no, senior brother is in trouble. Qinyu couldn't help but frown. He originally thought that if he could be with Yuan Shen, he would be able to do well here and the speed of collecting tokens would be much faster. However, he did not expect that the message talisman that Yuan Shen sent was for help. Yuan Shen asked Qinyu to gather a few powerhouses from the No Demon Academy and rush to a certain location to support him. What's wrong? Junior brother Chen? Jin Zhuofeng naturally noticed the message talisman and could not help but ask after seeing Qinyu's expression. Senior brother Yuan Shen is in trouble and asked me to lead a few students from the No Demon Academy to support him. Qinyu said truthfully. If he went to support him, the first student he would look for would definitely be Jin Zhuofeng. Hearing this, Jin Zhuofeng hesitated slightly. Something that even Yuan Shen could not deal with was definitely not ordinary. However, if he could successfully help Yuan Shen, there should be many benefits. Senior Jin, let's go. Qinyu stood up. Let's go. Jin Zhuofeng did not refuse and planned to support Yuan Shen. First of all, they were from the same academy. If he refused, it would not be good if word got out. Secondly, he knew Yuan Shen very well. If he helped him, Yuan Shen would definitely repay him. Previously, Jin Zhuofeng had obtained many precious materials from LV Qiuling's body. Now, not only had his injuries completely healed, his strength had also increased significantly, and he had condensed quite a bit of half-step. Quintessential essence. Qinyu had stayed in the mystic realm for many days and had visited many places. He and Jin Zhuofeng combined the terrain in their memories and roughly confirmed Yuan Shen's current location. Since it was quite a distance away, the two of them set off immediately. After walking for a short while, the two of them encountered a team of 4 people. Sitolinyu was the leader, and Ye Xian was also among them. The other 2 were the top experts of the outer court. Brother Situ, help me with something. After it's done, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Qinyu took the initiative to invite Sitolinyu. They were in a hurry, and it was unknown whether or not they would run into the Demon-Free Academy team. In Qinyu's eyes, Sitolinyu was not a simple person. His strength was extraordinary. However, their relationship was not very good, so Qinyu made a heavy promise. All right. Sitolinyu and Ye Xian talked for a while and agreed. After running for 2 hours, Qinyu and the others began to approach the target given by Yuan Shen. However, they could not guarantee that Yuan Shen was still here. It's the river in front. In the distance, Qinyu could see a wide river. The murky water within the river surged wildly. He used the Iron Moon strange insect to check the surroundings and did not find anyone else. Qinyu approached the river alone and jumped in. Ice? Qinyu found a huge ice wall at the bottom of the river. Junior brother? A blurry figure appeared in the ice wall, and Yuan Shen's voice could be heard. At the bottom of the river, the senior and junior brothers met. Senior brother, are you injured? Qinyu realized that Yuan Shen's complexion was not good. Yes, I was ambushed by a team led by Yin Qingzhuang and was slightly injured. Yuan Shen sighed. Yin Qingzhuang. Qinyu recalled how Yunyang Academy's 3rd-ranked student, Yin Qingzhuang, had taken the initiative to provoke Yuan Shen. Afterwards, Yin Qingzhuang had purposely exposed Qinyu's identity to make enemies for Qinyu. How many people did you bring? Yuan Shen asked. Jin Zhuofeng and Sitolinyu. In the team, only these 2 were considered top tier and could be of use. It's still not enough. If we fight head-on, we probably won't be a match for Yin Qingzhuang's team. Yuan Shen said after analyzing. Furthermore, Yin Qingzhuang has an eye bloodline and there's another person in his team that specializes in tracking. It won't be long before they find this place. Senior brother, do you have any ideas? Chen Yu asked. Yin Qingzhuang might be ranked third in Yunyang school, but he was able to injure Yuan Chen. Before I was ambushed by Yin Qingzhuang, I obtained an ice origin fruit. I'm going to eat it and use this opportunity to reach the origin realm. Yuan Chen's eyes twinkled. Okay, we'll lure the enemies away. Chen Yu had already guessed Yuan Chen's plan. In reality, a genius like Yuan Chen had a high chance of breaking through to the origin realm. He just wanted to stay at the Qi transformation realm for a while longer to increase the amount of true Qi. This way, after reaching the origin realm, the amount of true Qi he had would increase. The ice origin fruit could not only increase the amount of true Qi of an ice cultivator, it could also help ice cultivators condense their true Qi. Therefore, Yuan Chen had a higher chance of breaking through to the origin realm and it wouldn't take too long. Give these resources to Jin Shuofeng, Situ Linyu, and the others. Following this, Yuan Chen took out some precious materials that he had obtained here. Evil energy fruit, blazing sun blood flower, Yin wind wonder grass. Chen Yu's eyes widened. The quality of some of the materials that Yuan Chen had taken out was similar to that of the treasure summoning turtle. Amongst them, there was a magical three-edged grass that was 600 years old and had the highest value. It seemed that Yuan Chen had purposely left it for Chen Yu. Alright, take care, senior apprentice brother. Chen Yu took these resources and quietly left the river, returning to the forest not far away. What? Delay Yin Qingzhuang's team? The two Outer Institute students were trembling, but they still agreed in the end. After all, they weren't the main force, and if they didn't agree, they wouldn't be able to get those precious resources. This evil energy fruit is mine. Sitolinu's eyes flashed as he took a fruit. The blazing sun blood flower was taken by Jin Shuofeng, and the Yin wind wonder grass was taken by Nie Xian. Other than that, there were some other resources that were equally distributed to everyone. After the distribution was done, the group hid nearby. After discussing the strategy, Nie Xian left alone. Until a certain moment. A team suddenly appeared in front of him. There were a total of 12 people, 3 from Yunyang Institution and 9 from the Outer Institute. The leader was a skinny man in gray robes. He was Yin Qingzhuang, ranked 3rd in Yunyang Institution. In front of Yin Qingzhuang, there was a short youth with a dark face. He was squatting on the ground, as if he was observing something carefully. Beside him was a black squirrel whose nose kept twitching. Yuan Chen should be hiding in this area. The short youth said after thinking for a while. Don't talk to me about these useless things. If you find him, I'll reward you with some resources. Yin Qingzhuang snorted coldly. They had already searched for a long time, but they still couldn't find Yuan Chen's hiding place. Yin Qingzhuang had long lost patience with this short youth, and he didn't trust his tracking ability. At this moment, there was a sound in the forest on the other side. Yin Qingzhuang and the others immediately sensed it and looked over. Who's there? Yin Qingzhuang shouted and leaped out. The other 5 followed closely behind him. People from the Demon-Free Academy? Chen Yu. When Yin Qingzhuang saw the team in the forest, he couldn't help but smile. In the forest, when Jin Shuofeng and the others saw Yin Qingzhuang, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Although Yin Qingzhuang was ranked 3rd in Yunyang Institution, his strength wasn't much weaker than the 2nd. He could even fight against Yun Haizhen. Facing such an expert, they were more or less fearful. Other than Yin Qingzhuang, there were 2 other students from Yunyang Institution. One of them was a blue-clothed female named Golin, ranked 6th. The other was a muscular youth, ranked 11th. The other 9 might be Outer Institute students, but they had a large number of people and shouldn't be underestimated. Retreat. We just need to lure him away. When Yuanchen Shixiang breaks through to the origin realm, Yin Qingzhuang won't be able to do anything. Chen Yu transmitted a message and retreated immediately. Swish swish swish, the group immediately moved and split up. Chen Yu, haha. Not long ago, your Shixiang was severely injured by me. Now that you've appeared, it seems like I might be able to send all of you to hell in this mystic realm. Yin Qingzhuang's sinister voice sounded. Not good. Chen Yu revealed a bitter expression. Because of his Xixiang, Yuan Chen, Yin Qingzhuang hated Qinyu. His cultivation was much weaker than Yin Qingzhuang's. His opponent's I bloodline was especially hard to defend against and was a counter to close combat physical cultivators. Qinyu didn't want to fight against such an enemy. But Qinyu had a trump card. If Yin Qingzhuang was careless and got close enough, Qinyu would use the trump card his master gave him. Wang, at the back, Yin Qingzhuang's eyes were covered with a layer of dark red glow and a cold flame energy rippled from his eyes. Eye technique. Qinyu felt the threat coming from behind him. Yin Qingzhuang was from an I bloodline clan. Qinyu had heard of the power of his eye technique. At that moment, Situ Linyu, who was in another direction, looked at the Yunyang Academy team behind him. His eyes became pitch black and evil, emitting a powerful attractive force. Eh? This kid's eye technique can actually affect my eyes? Yin Qingzhuang's eye technique was affected and didn't activate. After all, Qinyu was running. If his eye was affected, the accuracy of his eye technique would be very low. A genius from the Situ family? Yin Qingzhuang inspected Situ Linyu but didn't bother with him. But right at this moment, Situ Linyu's big-headed evil spirit also used its eye technique to affect Yin Qingzhuang. Hee, you're courting death. A brat dares to use an eye technique in front of me? Yin Qingzhuang laughed coldly as he changed his strategy and charged towards Situ Linyu. Let's go. Situ Linyu and Jin Shuofeng retreated together. They had already discussed a plan. Situ Linyu, who specialized in mental energy and eye techniques, and Jin Shuofeng, who was the strongest, would lure Yin Qingzhuang away. Qinyu and company would deal with the others. Galin, I'll leave that brat Qinyu to you. Yin Qingzhuang ordered before chasing after Situ Linyu and Jin Shuofeng. Humph, brat, accept your death. Count yourself lucky to have fallen into my hands. I'll let you die a quick death. Galin, who was dressed in blue and had a beautiful figure, had a cold expression on her face. Swoosh swoosh, Galin's remaining 10 people charged toward Qinyu and company. With Yin Qingzhuang's strength, it was enough to deal with Jin Shuofeng and Situ Linyu. Brother Chen, the other two students' voices trembled as they complained. Qinyu didn't tell them that there were so many enemies. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have agreed to it. Don't worry, these people can't do anything to us. Qinyu said calmly. The two outer yard students widened their eyes and stared at Qinyu as if they were looking at an idiot. They were being chased by 11 people, including Galin, who was ranked 6th in the Yunyang Academy, and a muscular young man who was ranked 11th. Qinyu was only ranked 13th in the Devil-Free Academy. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Even now, Qinyu still dared to boast. If there wasn't something wrong with his head, then what was? Don't worry. These people can't do anything to us. Qinyu said calmly. The two outer yard students were frightened by Qinyu's words. However, there was no time for them to retort. Behind them, Galin's powerful team was hot on their heels. In less than 5 minutes, Galin and the others had caught up. The main reason was that these two outer court students were rather slow, and they were dragging Qinyu down. Of course, Qinyu's original intention was to lure this group of people to a certain distance before taking action. Pray that I, Galin, have set my sights on has no chance of escaping. Zhurlin giggled. The others smiled and walked out leisurely. To them, the enemy this time was too easy to deal with. It was not a challenge at all. The two outer yard students with Qinyu trembled and lost their will to fight. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their minds, attack. Attack? Attack what? The two were stunned for a moment. At this moment, the sound of a strong wind roared in their ears. Roar after executing the berserk shadow, Qinyu seemed to have transformed into a pitch-black ferocious beast as he charged forward. You dare to resist? Kill him. A few of the students immediately shouted. They took out their artifacts and attacked together. Most of these outer yard students were late-stage Khanate cultivators. There were 1 or 2 mid-stage Khanate cultivators, but only one was at the peak Khanate cultivator. In an instant, they attacked one after another. A series of dazzling sword shadows, punches, palms, and kicks collided with Qinyu. However, Qinyu did not slow down at all. He activated the bronze statue technique to its limit. Bang bang bang. The attacks of ordinary late-stage Khanate cultivators were immediately shattered when they landed on Qinyu's body. They could not leave any mark on Qinyu's bronze Buddha body. Only the attack of the peak Khanate cultivator left a shallow mark on Qinyu's skin. What? This scene caused the students' expressions to change drastically. Previously, they had all thought that Qinyu was just an ordinary mid-stage Xiantian. Even if he was the vice dean's disciple, his strength would at most be comparable to a late-stage Xiantian. The scene in front of them scared them to death. Qinyu was like a bronze Buddha, impervious to swords and spears, impervious to fire and water, and indestructible. Pucci, Qinyu fiercely swung the greatsword in his hand, and set off a layer of black-scaled sword wave, cutting off the head of a Xiantian advanced stage student. At the same time, this scene also shocked the two students who were with Qinyu. It was as if they saw the hope of survival, and they immediately became excited. No wonder he could become the vice principal's disciple. He does have some ability. Zhurlin became slightly more serious, but she still had a faint smile on her face. She did not think much of Qinyu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhurlin and another muscular youth immediately rushed out. The rest of the students heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the two experts of Yunyang School had taken action, would they still be afraid that they wouldn't be able to deal with Qinyu? Roar! After killing one person, Qinyu did not stop, but continued to display the devil-violent shadow. The muscular youth, who was ranked 11th in Yunyang School, wanted to catch up with Qinyu, but he found that his speed was not as fast as Qinyu, which made him think more highly of Qinyu. Stay here. Zhurlin's figure floated out. She could see that Qinyu's body movement was straightforward, so she intercepted Qinyu in front of him. Swish! Zhurlin revealed a faint smile, and a blue sword appeared in her hand. She stabbed out fiercely. She was ranked 6th in Yunyang School, and her real strength could almost be compared to the top 3 in other schools. An ordinary Hotian advanced stage couldn't even withstand one strike from her. However, Qinyu's speed did not decrease at all. The evil qi on the greatsword surged, condensing into an invisible sword of evil qi. Clang! The two collided fiercely. The long sword in Zhurlin's hand trembled, and her arm felt numb. The two figures staggered. How is this possible? This guy's strength. Zhurlin couldn't believe it. Although she didn't take Qinyu seriously, so she didn't use her full strength, her attack just now was enough to kill an ordinary advanced stage Xiantian expert. Roar! After the confrontation, Qinyu still displayed his body movement, and his speed became faster and faster, leaving several residual shadows. The next moment, Qinyu successfully displayed a domain of evil wind. A shocking black evil wind covered an area of more than 10 feet, shrouding all the students of Yunyang School. Suddenly, Qinyu appeared behind a student at the advanced stage of Xiantian and swept out with his sword. Bang! By the time the student realized the danger, it was already too late. He was blown away by Qinyu's sword, and his breath was gone. The other students immediately united and gathered together to fight against Qinyu. At this moment, 2 of Qinyu's team members also participated in the battle. Brother Chen deserves to be the disciple of the deputy dean of the demon-free school. His strength is so strong. No wonder he was so calm from beginning to end. The 2 students were impressed by the strength shown by Qinyu. At the same time, a very fast black shadow suddenly jumped out from behind an ancient tree not far away. Swoosh! As the black shadow rushed into the domain of evil wind, a dagger suddenly appeared and slashed a student's neck. Blood sprayed wildly and was blown up by the evil wind, splattering on the faces of the other students. The figure that suddenly rushed out from the dark was Xianxia. Before this, everyone had discussed the countermeasures. Xianxia was good at assassination, so she had left early and had been hiding in the dark. After the successful attack, Xianxia used the domain of evil wind as a cover and stabbed the dagger in another person's heart. Ah! A miserable scream sounded, and another person was killed in one blow. Assassins were so terrifying that they could often assassinate people of a higher level. But after killing 2 people, Xianxia was almost completely exposed, and it would not be so easy to succeed again. You are too arrogant. Gu Lin's face turned cold. The 11 of them had chased after Qinyu and the other 2, but now, 4 of them had been killed by Qinyu and the others. If Yin Qingzhuang knew about this, he would definitely scold them to death. Swoosh, Gu Lin immediately flew out, and the green sword in her hand stabbed out again and again, displaying a gale of sword shadows, cutting into the domain of evil wind. This time, Gu Lin was serious. Boom! Inside the domain of evil wind, Qinyu used the fiend's shocking sword art to block Gu Lin's attack. At the same time, his movement secret skill was also stopped. Whoosh! Qinyu was already prepared. He took a deep breath, and his stomach expanded. At the same time, bronze light shone from his body, and his body quickly enlarged. Boom! Bronze statue skill was activated, and with a thunderous explosion, the ground was leveled, and the forest was shaken. A sound wave spread out in the shape of a fan. The outer yard students had just escaped from the domain of evil wind, and were immediately faced with the sound wave attack. They were instantly caught unprepared. At the same time, Xianxia's figure leaped out. She suddenly exploded with speed, and instantly neared a student. Her dagger lightly slashed, and a streak of blood appeared. Then, she quickly attacked another person. The process was extremely smooth, and there was no pause. Poof, another person fell. When she tried to assassinate the third person, she was blocked, and Xian quickly retreated. But with the cooperation of Qinyu and Xian twice, the number of enemies had been reduced by half. On the side, the two outer yard teammates looked at Qinyu and Xian, and their mouths gaped. One was in charge of attracting firepower and interfering with the enemy, and the other was in charge of ambushing and assassinating. The two's cooperation was truly amazing. Ah! One of the enemy students suddenly screamed. There was a hole in the sole of his foot, and poison quickly spread, causing him to lose feeling in his entire leg. Whoosh! A dark blue dot of light flew over, and returned to Qinyu's palm. Hee hee, another person taken care of. Qinyu couldn't help but grin. On the other side, Gu Lin and the muscular youth's faces were ashen, and they were trembling with anger. From the moment Qinyu attacked until now, their numbers kept decreasing, and now there were only 6 people left. One of them was poisoned in his leg, and even if he could suppress the poison, he could not participate in the battle. You're courting death. Gu Lin's face was ashen. Her figure flashed, and she quickly closed in on Qinyu. The blue treasured sword trembled, and gave off a shocking true chi wave. On the other side, the muscular youth attacked Xian. The remaining outer yard students were engaged in a fierce battle. Luo Yunyang is 6th. Qinyu's eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. He waved the greatsword and clashed with it. He did not underestimate Gu Lin, and he gave it his all. Ding, ding, bang, Gu Lin's strength was even stronger than Jin Shuofeng's at the beginning. Her swordsmanship was superb, and her attacks were airtight, suppressing Qinyu. Looks like it's hard to fight her without using demonic power. Qinyu did not continue to hide. His body shrunk, and the bronze light faded, replaced by a layer of black light. At the same time, demonic pattern chi was mobilized, and it gathered on the greatsword. Bang, there was a loud noise, and a terrifying force exploded. Whoosh, whoosh, Gu Lin was blasted back a few steps. Shock appeared on her face, and she stared at Qinyu with wide eyes. How is this possible? There's another force in your body? How could an ordinary person have 2 different kinds of chi in their body? Qinyu, who had displayed his demonic physique and demonic chi, had his overall strength increased. Gu Lin became serious, and she treated Qinyu as an opponent of the same level. Ding, ding, bang, the two of them clashed again. Qinyu's attacks were fierce, and he was fearless. Dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. In the meantime, Qinyu coordinated with his heart to unleash an even stronger force. Bang, Gu Lin was knocked back by Qinyu again, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. This kid has such an abnormal defense. Gu Lin looked at Qinyu, who looked like a demon in black, and she felt a little fearful. In the previous clash, her attacks had only left a shallow sword mark on Qinyu's body. She could occasionally see bloodstains, but the wounds healed almost instantly. Moreover, Qinyu had mastered some secret technique, and he had suddenly unleashed an even stronger force, instantly blasting her back. I'm ranked 6th in Yunyang School. How can I lose to a middle-stage Khanate brat? Gu Lin's charming face was distorted, and she looked gloomy. Buzz, a strong aura fluctuated, and the green sword in her hand emitted a layer of green rainbow light. Half-step true essence. Qinyu was slightly moved. A peak Khanate who had condensed half-step true essence and a peak Khanate without half-step true essence were two completely different levels. Hehe, you forced me to use half-step true essence. You can die in peace. The corner of Gu Lin's mouth curled up, and she instantly dashed out. Swoosh, the green sword dragged a layer of flowing light, and it split all obstacles in its way. It slashed at Qinyu's neck. Half-step true essence. Are you the only one who has it? Qinyu did not panic, and he revealed a smile instead. Buzz, in his sea of energy, a small ball of black light in the center of the demonic pattern chi was mobilized by Qinyu. Boom, the greatsword in Qinyu's hand emitted a layer of frightening black demonic light, and the whole sword emitted a strong pressure. Impossible. Gu Lin's face stiffened, and her eyes widened so much that they almost popped out. Qinyu was only at the middle stage Khanate. How could he have half-step true essence? Boom, the two swords collided, and a black wave of air drowned everything in an instant. Gu Lin, who was wearing a blue dress, was sent flying dozens of feet away. Her clothes were torn, and the blood she spat out was dyed red. They were both half-step quintessential origin, but Qinyu's half-step quintessential origin was condensed from an ancient mystical technique like the records of Heavenly Demon. Naturally, it was more powerful than Gu Lin's half-step quintessential origin. Of course, Gu Lin did not know this. She was still in a daze, her mind in a mess. Why did she lose to a mid-stage Khanate? Why did she lose to a mid-stage Khanate even after using half-step quintessential origin? She found it hard to accept this fact. Oh no, Gu Lin lost. How is this possible? Gu Lin is ranked 6th in Yunyang School. How could she be defeated by Qinyu, who is ranked 13th in non-demon school? Not far away, the outer yard students in Gu Lin's team were shocked when they noticed the situation on Gu Lin's side. On the contrary, the two outer yard students in Qinyu's team were overjoyed. However, the well-built youth and Xianxia were not here. The well-built youth was ranked 11th in Yunyang School. His strength far exceeded Xianxia's. She could only use the terrain to deal with him and temporarily delay the well-built youth. Therefore, there was only one person who noticed the details of Qinyu defeating Gu Lin. That was the outer yard student who had been bitten on the leg by the Iron Moon strange insect and could not move. He had not participated in the battle. Die. Qinyu slashed down with his sword. He had to kill Gu Lin and then deal with the others. Only then could he rush over to support Jin Shuofeng and Sita Linyu. No, Gu Lin shouted. She mobilized her half-step quintessential origin and slashed again. However, she was lying on the ground and was heavily injured. The power of this slash was not that great. Clang, Qinyu blocked it without using his half-step quintessential origin. At the same time, a dark blue dot flew out and bit Gu Lin's right hand. Ah, Gu Lin screamed. Her right hand trembled, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground. Instantly, the wound on her hand turned crimson blue and expanded rapidly. Seizing this opportunity, Qinyu slashed his sword across Gu Lin's neck. Poof, blood splattered, and a head rolled to the side. After taking Gu Lin's sword and storage bag, Qinyu did not have time to check his gains. Run. When Qinyu killed Zhilin, the 4 students in Zhilin's team quickly fled. Although the crippled outer court student was slow, he was the first to flee, and he was far ahead of the other 3. Hehe, you want to leave? Qinyu immediately gave chase. His speed was on par with Jin Shuofeng and the other top students. How could a few outer court students escape from him? Before long, Qinyu and the others were killed one by one. Qinyu checked their storage pouches and found that there were tokens in their storage pouches. Therefore, he took all the tokens and picked a few high-quality ores. Then, he gave the storage pouches of those people to his 2 outer yard teammates. Then, Qinyu went to support Xianxia. I hope Miss Xianxia is alright. The other 2 muttered to themselves. In the dense forest, a slender black shadow was leaping back and forth. His body was strong and his steps were agile. Hehe, where do you think you're going? A sturdy young man held a giant axe and dashed around. The giant axe danced and destroyed everything in its path. Earth-splitting axe. The sturdy young man swung the giant axe in his hand. A dark yellow axe light smashed on the ground and rushed forward. Boom. Boom, along the way, a few inches wide crack appeared on the ground, and ancient trees broke and fell. Humph, Xianxia groaned. She was hit by the sturdy young man's axe and fell to the side. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Hee hee, I didn't expect that there would be a beauty like you in the demon-free academy other than Xianxia. The sturdy young man leaped and landed in front of Xianxia, releasing a huge pressure. Xianxia had just broken through to the late stage of the Xiantian realm, and the sturdy young man was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. He was ranked 11th in the Yunyang Academy. The strength of the two was not on the same level. If not for Xianxia's strong dodging ability and the environment, she would have been killed by the sturdy young man. But now, she was not far from death. If you let me have some fun, I can let you live. The sturdy young man's lustful gaze fell on Xianxia's slender but voluptuous body. He knew that Xianxia was an assassin. This type of person was determined. If they failed to complete a mission, most of them would poison themselves. If Xianxia committed suicide, then he would have nothing to play with. Shameless pervert, don't even think about it. Xianxia's pale face was extremely cold. Her eyes were filled with disgust. If that's the case, then at least let me kill you myself. The sturdy young man's gaze sharpened and he raised the giant axe in his hand. The giant axe exuded a heavy pressure, making it difficult for Xianxia, who was on the ground, to dodge. The giant axe was about to fall. Swoosh, in the air, there was suddenly a sharp sound. The sound was even more ear-piercing and instantly approached the sturdy young man. Who is it? The sturdy young man swung the axe in his hand. Ding, a black spear was sent flying and pierced through an ancient tree not far away. You don't recognize me anymore? Qinyu's laughter was heard. He was extremely fast. Like a black shadow, he instantly approached the sturdy young man. Qinyu? How is that possible? The sturdy young man was shocked and his body stiffened. If he remembered correctly, didn't Gulin personally deal with Qinyu? With Gulin's strength, wouldn't it be easy for her to kill Qinyu? But now, Gulin was gone, and Qinyu appeared in front of him alive and well. The sturdy young man could not help but think of a result. Gulin was dead. Seeing Qinyu appear, Xianxia immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She had never underestimated Qinyu. She thought that Qinyu's strength and talent were not much worse than Sidolinyu's. But she was still very surprised that Qinyu came to support so quickly. Die. Qinyu approached the sturdy young man and slashed with the giant sword. Ding, the sturdy young man used his giant axe to meet the attack. The two terrifying forces collided and created a layer of sparks. In the end, the sturdy young man's arm trembled. He was suppressed by Qinyu and retreated 4 or 5 steps. Such strong strength. The sturdy young man did not expect that Qinyu's strength was even greater than his. After forcing the sturdy young man back, Xianxia immediately got up and retreated to the back. At this moment, the other 2 outer yard students also came to support. Attack together! Qinyu shouted. He did not care about bullying with numbers. He just wanted to quickly finish off the person in front of him. Qinyu was the main force and fought with the sturdy young man. His speed was faster than the other and the sturdy young man could not escape. The 2 outer yard students helped from the side. Xianxia hid in the dark, looking for an opportunity. Boom, Qinyu used a sword technique from the demon shocking sword technique, and the giant sword blasted out an exploding nebula. The sturdy young man was forced back several steps. At the same time, Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, finally attacked. Her body scuttled below the sturdy young man and the dagger in her hand stabbed upwards, cutting the sturdy young man's throat open. Blood spurted forward, but Xianxia had already left and not a drop of blood was splashed. Then, everyone sorted out the spoils. Xianxia and the other 2 outer yard students only hoped to pass the assessment, so they did not need too many tokens. Therefore, the 106 tokens in the hands of more than 10 people all fell into Qinyu's hands. In this way, Qinyu had a total of 208 tokens. Gulin was killed by Qinyu alone, so all the spoils belonged to Qinyu. The sturdy young man's spoils were divided among the 4 of them. We've made a fortune. The 2 outer yard students were overjoyed. They had thought that they were going to die. They did not expect Qinyu to be so strong. He killed Galin, who was ranked 6th in the Yunyang school, and then turned the situation around. Let's hurry over to support Jin Zhuofeng and Sitalinyu. After the distribution, everyone began to move. Previously, the group had discussed how to deal with the situation. Jin Zhuofeng and Sitalinyu had to restrain Yin Qingzhuang and couldn't run too far away. They just needed to circle around the area. Qinyu and the group immediately moved. Not long later, everyone felt a shocking qi fluctuation not far away and immediately rushed over. In the ancient forest, Jin Zhuofeng and Sitalinyu were running. This Yin Qingzhuang's eye technique is so strong. Sitalinyu. Are you okay? Jin Zhuofeng asked. Yin Qingzhuang's eye technique was mainly obstructed by Sitalinyu. Jin Zhuofeng would only occasionally attack Yin Qingzhuang to make it harder for him to catch up to them. I can still hold on for a while. Sitalinyu gritted his teeth. In reality, if it wasn't for the fact that his mental energy was close to the origin realm, he would have died a long time ago. After all, Yin Qingzhuang was ranked 3rd in the Yunyang school and his true strength was close to Yuan Chen's. His eye technique was also amplified by his eye bloodline, making it extremely powerful. Yin flame eye flame. Yin Qingzhuang's eyes locked onto Sitalinyu as the dark red glow in his eyes slowly formed into the shape of a ball of fire. On the other side, Sitalinyu's eyes flashed as he sensed something and immediately used ghost shadow steps. At the same time, the big-headed evil spirit that was floating in midair opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing screech, trying to affect Yin Qingzhuang. Boom, Sitalinyu's figure flashed and an ancient tree behind him started to burn with a dark red Yin flame. The entire ancient tree instantly broke. On the other side, a small ball of fire started to burn on Sitalinyu's clothes and spread. Sitalinyu immediately circulated his true qi and extinguished it. Brat, you won't be so lucky next time. Yin Qingzhuang laughed coldly. He had been chasing Sitalinyu and Jin Zhuofeng for a long time, but Sitalinyu's talent was too shocking. At the start, Yin Qingzhuang couldn't even enter the two of them. But as time passed, the difference between the two became apparent. Yin Qingzhuang's cultivation and foundation far surpassed Sitalinyu and Jin Zhuofeng. He could feel that Sitalinyu didn't have much mental energy left and was extremely tired. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Why aren't Galin and the others back yet? Yin Qingzhuang's eyes suddenly darkened. Logically, Zherlin and the others should be able to deal with Qinyu's group effortlessly. But he had been chasing Jin Zhuofeng and Sitalinyu for so long and they still hadn't returned. Right at this moment. Yin Qingzhuang, are you still hoping that they'll return? A loud voice answered Yin Qingzhuang's question. Yin Qingzhuang squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He instantly saw the figures of Qinyu and the others and his mouth couldn't help but open in shock. You guys are still alive? Yin Qingzhuang was in disbelief. Galin brought 11 people to chase after Qinyu. However, Yin Qingzhuang waited for half a day. The result was that Qinyu's group returned, but Galin's group didn't appear. There was only one possibility. Galin and the rest were all dead. This possibility struck Yin Qingzhuang's mind like a bolt of lightning, causing him to be stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe it. Haha, of course we are alive. Are you blind? Qinyu laughed and replied with a hint of mockery. On the other side, Jin Zhuofeng and Sitalinyu revealed looks of surprise. When they were discussing the plan, it was only to delay the enemies until Yuanshen broke through to the origin realm. They didn't expect that Qinyu's side would be able to finish off the enemies. This way, Yuanshen didn't even need to break through to the origin realm for this matter to be settled. Jin Zhuofeng and Sitalinyu stopped running and stood in place. Soon after, Qinyu's group came over. Yin Qingzhuang suddenly stopped and didn't move forward. He might be strong and didn't fear anyone, but there were too many enemies. If they were ganging up on him, it would be a different story. What's more, Qinyu, Xianxia, and the others could finish off Galin and the rest. It wasn't as simple as it looked. Go. Yin Qingzhuang immediately made up his mind. So, he immediately turned around, turned into a gray afterimage, and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Jin Zhuofeng, Xianxia, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. There was nothing else to do. But Qinyu said something shocking. Chase, we can't let him go like this. Qin bellowed, stupefying everyone present. Chase after Yin Qingzhuang? Jin Zhuofeng was stunned. Yin Qingzhuang was extremely strong. Chasing after him was a thankless task. Kiki, we just need to keep an eye on him and leave marks along the way. When Yuanqin Shixiang breaks through to the origin realm, Yin Qingzhuang can only wait to be captured. Furthermore, an expert like Yin Qingzhuang must have a lot more resource tokens than we can imagine. Qinyu chuckled and rushed out. When the others heard what Qinyu said, they immediately had the same idea. However, only Qinyu, Jin Zhuofeng, and Sita Linyu were able to keep up with Yin Qingzhuang's pace. The others could only hurry up behind him. Fortunately, there were markings along the way, so they wouldn't get lost. On the other hand, when Yin Qingzhuang saw that only Jin Zhuofeng, Sita Linyu, and Qinyu were chasing after him, he couldn't help but laugh. The three of you also want to kill me? Yin Qingzhuang laughed. He felt that he needed to teach this group of brats a lesson. However, Yin Qingzhuang discovered that when he slowed down, Qinyu and the others behind him also slowed down, maintaining a distance from Yin Qingzhuang. This was the distance from which Yin Qingzhuang's ocular technique could be activated. Damn it, they're just here to keep an eye on me. Yin Qingzhuang finally understood what Qinyu and the others were thinking. At the same time, he was also wondering who Qinyu was waiting for by doing this. The answer was obvious, it must be Yuanqin. If Yuanqin joined in, Yin Qingzhuang would definitely not be a match for the enemy. So, Yin Qingzhuang's body emitted a ball of violent qi, and his entire body's speed instantly increased. In a short moment, he disappeared in front of Qinyu and the others. We can't catch up. Jin Zhuofeng said helplessly. Jin Zhuofeng and Yin Qingzhuang might be at the peak of the Xiantian realm, but their foundation was completely different. Yin Qingzhuang used his secret technique to increase his speed, making it hard for the others to catch up. His secret technique will not last long. I will go first, you guys just have to catch up later. Qinyu made up his mind and said while gritting his teeth. He planned to enter the top 10 of the first round, but he only had 208 tokens, which was still a distance away from his goal. Yin Qingzhuang was ranked 3rd in Yunyang Academy, so he must have a lot of tokens. As long as he kept an eye on Yin Qingzhuang, when his senior brother breaks through to the origin realm, he would be able to snatch all the tokens from Yin Qingzhuang. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu gathered energy in his organs and suddenly released it. At the same time, he used the devil violent shadow and instantly turned into a ball of black wind as he flew away. Qinyu's secret technique was good at moving in a straight line and was even better at chasing. In addition, if he used the qi of the devil patterns, his speed would be faster. At the same time, with the burst of his heart, Qinyu's straight line speed reached an astonishing level, which made Jin Zhuofeng and Sita Linyu's jaws drop. Ahead, after Yin Qingzhuang shook off Qinyu and the others, he couldn't help but smile. Hee, I got rid of them easily. But at this moment, a loud roar came from behind him. Yin Qingzhuang turned around and was stunned for a moment. Impossible, this kid is only at the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, how can he burst out with such speed? Yin Qingzhuang was in disbelief. Of course, Qinyu still maintained a certain distance from Yin Qingzhuang, as he was afraid of Yin Qingzhuang's ocular technique. But soon, Qinyu's heartburst stopped and he fell into a state of weakness. Coupled with the fact that Qinyu did not stop chasing and running, he felt a little tired at this moment. He immediately took out a jade bottle from his storage bag, which contained a small mouthful of sky bamboo shoot liquid. In order to incubate the fire scale beast, he had wasted most of the sky bamboo shoot liquid, and this small mouthful was only enough for one consumption. Without saying a word, Qinyu swallowed the sky bamboo shoot liquid. His essence, qi, and spirit returned to the peak, and his qi also quickly recovered. This damn guy, he actually has this kind of spiritual liquid. In front, Yin Qingzhuang cursed. Although only Qinyu was chasing, Qinyu could catch up with him, and if he wanted to kill Qinyu, Qinyu could also escape. He simply couldn't be driven away, and he couldn't escape either, causing Yin Qingzhuang to be extremely furious. And what made Yin Qingzhuang even more depressed was that along the way, he did not encounter the team from Yunyang School. Until a moment, in the forest not far away, suddenly, a sword intent burst out. Swish, a figure in white suddenly appeared in Yin Qingzhuang's vision. He seemed to have turned into an indestructible light sword, rushing towards Yin Qingzhuang. Yi Qingfeng. Yin Qingzhuang's face was full of fear. Yi Qingfeng was the #1 in Sky Sword Academy, and his talent in Sword Dao was unparalleled. His offensive power was much stronger than Yin Qingzhuang's eye technique. And at this moment, Yi Qingfeng had sensed Yin Qingzhuang, and took the initiative to attack. Swish, Yi Qingfeng's speed was among the top of the geniuses in the tournament. In an instant, he blocked in front of Yin Qingzhuang. Sky Sword Academy's Yi Qingfeng. Chen Yu, who was chasing Yin Qingzhuang, also saw Yi Qingfeng. When he looked into his eyes, he felt a stabbing pain. Hand over all the tokens in your hands. Yi Qingfeng's cold eyes glanced at Yin Qingzhuang and Chen Yu calmly. Yi Qingfeng, you are looking down on me. Even if it's you, it won't be easy to defeat me. Yin Qingzhuang's face turned cold as he retorted. He didn't expect Yi Qingfeng to be so domineering, asking him to hand over all the tokens. Chen Yu was naturally unwilling as well. He was planning to make it to the top 10 of the first round. How could he hand over all the tokens? Then let's try. Yi Qingfeng said he would try. Ding, a long, crystal white sword was unsheathed. The invisible white sword intent spread out densely, cutting the trees and flowers around him into pieces and scattering them on the ground. Swish, with a sweep of the sword, a shocking sword light that could pierce through everything instantly shot out. It was like a bolt of lightning in the dark clouds, tearing through everything in a dazzling manner. Yin Qingzhuang's heart trembled. He didn't expect Yi Qingfeng to attack without any hesitation. Buzz, Yin Qingzhuang circulated a dark red stream of true qi, forming a fiery wall in front of him. Boom, the fiery wall could not even withstand for half a breath before it shattered, and the remaining sword light landed on Yin Qingzhuang's body. Yin Qingzhuang was prepared, and he knew that he couldn't block Yi Qingfeng's first sword so easily. He had already circulated his true qi to defend himself. Moreover, he had a supreme defensive artifact. Boom, Yin Qingzhuang was forced back dozens of steps by Yi Qingfeng's sword, and his face was slightly pale. Of course, Yi Qingfeng's sword was not only targeted at Yin Qingzhuang, but also Chen Yu. From a distance, a portion of the sword light pierced towards Chen Yu. Although it was only a small portion, Yi Qingfeng was a sword cultivator, and he was most proficient in attacks. Moreover, he did not have the intention of holding back with this sword. Enigmatic demonic body. Without a second word, Chen Yu activated the enigmatic demonic body. Boom, the sword light shot out, and a storm exploded. Luckily, I have a supreme artifact. However, this Chen Yu will probably be killed by Yi Qingfeng's sword. Yin Qingzhuang laughed secretly. Although Yi Qingfeng's sword was mainly targeted at him, and an extremely small portion was targeted at Chen Yu. However, Yi Qingfeng raised his brows slightly. He saw that after the dust dispersed, Chen Yu was actually safe and sound. This, Yin Qingzhuang found it hard to understand. Wasn't there no one in the same realm who could block Yi Qingfeng's sword except for a few top experts? Chen Yu was only at the mid-stage of the Khanate realm. Although it was not a complete sword from Yi Qingfeng, Chen Yu actually blocked it without a scratch. Of course, after blocking this sword, Chen Yu's enigmatic demonic body went into hiding. I'll say it again, hand over all the tokens. Yi Qingfeng was still as simple and cold as before. Buzz, the crystal white sword in his hand surged with sword intent, trembled slightly, and emitted an illusory white light. Obviously, Yi Qingfeng was already preparing for the second sword. His sword was not a continuous sword move. Each sword would pause, and then slash out after a while. Therefore, its power was extremely strong, and few could block it. Yin Qingzhuang looked a little embarrassed. Facing Yi Qingfeng, he really did not know what to do. And Chen Yu also felt that it was troublesome. Once Yin Qingzhuang compromised, he would face Yi Qingfeng alone. At this moment, a powerful wave accompanied by a shocking chill came from behind Chen Yu. This Qi presence, Yin Qingzhuang's face was ashen. Yi Qingfeng raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. Yi Qingfeng, as Sky Sword Academy's #1, you are bullying my shitty. Isn't that too much? A yellow figure suddenly appeared and came to Chen Yu's side. Xianxia. Chen Yu was instantly delighted. Since Yuan Chen was here, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, the current Yuan Chen was no longer the Yuan Chen from before. He had already broken through to the Origin Realm. Origin Realm? Yi Qingfeng could also see Yuan Chen's cultivation level. After all, Yuan Chen had just broken through and was still unable to control his qi presence. Alright, your shitty just blocked a portion of my sword's power. I won't find trouble with him. Yi Qingfeng compromised. At this moment, Yin Qingzhuang had the mood to cry. Yi Qingfeng didn't find trouble with Chen Yu, but he didn't say he wouldn't find trouble with him. And Yuan Chen would definitely not let him off. Both of you, I am willing to hand over all my tokens. After wailing in his heart, Yin Qingzhuang made a decision. Yi Qingfeng only wanted the tokens in his hand. If he handed them over, Yi Qingfeng wouldn't make things difficult for him. Moreover, Yuan Chen couldn't just ignore the clearance tokens. This way, he would be able to stay out of this matter. But the price was too high. He had to hand over all his tokens. Yin Qingzhuang had just entered and started to sweep through the tokens. He had already accumulated a huge amount. Walala, Yin Qingzhuang handed over a pile of tokens and immediately retreated. Yuan Chen planned to find trouble with Yin Qingzhuang, but he couldn't just ignore these tokens. Xixiang, Yin Qingzhuang was held back by me, Jin Zhuofeng, Situ Linyu and a few others. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. Qin Yu immediately said. His meaning was clear. Yin Qingzhuang had been watched by Qin Yu and the others. They had the most credit and Yi Qingfeng was just a newcomer. Understood. Yuan Chen nodded. When he was in danger, Qin Yu and the others only needed to chase Yin Qingzhuang away. But Qin Yu and the others took the risk to watch Yin Qingzhuang and wait for Yuan Chen to arrive. Yuan Chen and Yin Qingzhuang had a certain level of enmity. For this, he was still grateful. Yi Qingfeng, Yin Qingzhuang is a prey that Demon Free Academy has been watching for a long time. Therefore, his tokens are ours. Yuan Chen said. Forcefully. Then let me see your strength after breaking through to the origin realm. Yi Qingfeng snorted coldly as he glared at Yuan Chen. An extremely sharp sword will shot out from his eyes. Previously, he didn't pay much attention to Yuan Chen. But after breaking through to the origin realm, things were different. All right. Yuan Chen said simply. His expression showed that he was eager to try it out. He had just broken through to the origin realm and wanted to test his strength. The battle is about to begin. Qin Yu immediately retreated. In a split second, Yi Qingfeng and Yuan Chen moved. Swish, a crystalline white glow flickered as a shocking sword ray was fired in Yuan Chen's direction. This sword ray was prepared by Yi Qingfeng for a long time and it was extremely powerful. Mystic Ice Palm. Yuan Chen circulated his true essence and shot out a dark, icy palm shadow. Instantly, a terrifying chilling force was emitted, causing the area around him to be covered in a layer of frost. Boom, the sword light collided with the ice palm, and a destructive storm swept out. In the air, sharp, crystal white light and dark, icy shards shot out in all directions. Countless sword marks instantly appeared on the rocks and plants nearby, and a layer of ice formed on them. The strength of Yi Qingfeng's sword Dao attacks was renowned throughout the 4 major colleges. But at this moment, Yuan Chen, who had broken through to the origin realm, was able to go head-to-head with Yi Qingfeng. After exchanging a blow, the two of them started fighting again. Among them, Yi Qingfeng executed an extremely fast movement technique, dodging and defending. After a moment of preparation, he slashed out another shocking sword light that shook the surroundings. Not long after, Jin Zhuofeng, Situ Linyu, Xianxia, and the others arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, they gasped and approached Qin Yu. Yuan Chen has broken through to the origin realm, but Yi Qingfeng is still able to go against him. One of the Outer Institute cadets exclaimed. You don't understand. The elite prodigies of the 4 major colleges, before breaking through to the origin realm, have the ability to go against an origin realm prodigy. Compared to an average person, after these elite prodigies break through to the origin realm, their combat strength won't increase by much. Because their previous combat strength was already very strong and had reached a limit. But in terms of future potential, it isn't something a regular origin realm prodigy can compare with. These prodigies will grow more and more astonishing, even having the possibility of reaching the empty sea realm. But to a regular origin realm prodigy, this hope is much slimmer, almost non-existent. Jin Zhuofeng didn't think much of it and explained. This was also why these prodigies voluntarily stayed at the Qi transformation realm and refused to break through to the origin realm. I see. The cadet who said the wrong thing earlier instantly had an awkward expression. Boom. Boom, Yuan Chen and Yi Qingfeng's battle didn't last long. After Yuan Chen broke through to the origin realm, his Qi was one level stronger than the half-step Qi, and the quantity was higher as well. At a certain moment, Yi Qingfeng was pushed back over 10 feet by Yuan Chen's palm strike. His entire body was covered in a layer of ice, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yuan Chen, after I break through to the origin realm, I will take back this loss. Yi Qingfeng threw down a sentence and swiftly left the place. Soon after, everyone came to the pile of tokens. After counting, this pile of tokens had a total of 367 tokens. Yuan Chen naturally had the most credit for pushing Yi Qingfeng back, followed by Qinyu. If not for Qinyu, Yin Qingzhuang would have escaped long ago. Finally, Qinyu got 100 tokens. Senior Jin, you don't have much use for so many tokens, right? Qinyu took the initiative to look for Jin Zhuofeng and spoke after thinking for a while. Jin Zhuofeng was momentarily stunned and was speechless. Qinyu was obviously here to extort his tokens. Probably because he was used to extortion, Qinyu didn't look for Sitolinyu or Xianxia, but the stronger Jin Zhuofeng. I only need 10 pairs of black and white tokens to pass the first round. It is indeed a lot. I am planning to trade with those who need it. Jin Zhuofeng wasn't an idiot. He had been extorted many times, so he proposed a trade this time. Finally, Qinyu used some resources to exchange for 80 tokens from Jin Zhuofeng. With this, Qinyu now had 388 tokens in his possession. Junior brother, you want to fight for the top 10? Yuan Chen saw Qinyu's actions and revealed a shocked expression. He was indeed shocked. Qinyu was only in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm and he actually wanted to fight for the top 10 of the first round. That's right. Qinyu answered honestly. After all, the top 10 of the first round wasn't based on strength, but based on tokens. It was relatively easier. In addition, it was said that the prizes for this tournament were extremely generous. Qinyu even suspected that the prizes for the tournament were divided into 2 parts. The first part would be given out in the first round, and the rest would be given out at the end. If that was the case, he couldn't miss out on the prizes for the first round. Alright, I will try my best to help you. Yuan Chen smiled. This junior brother of his seemed to be more powerful than he had imagined. Perhaps in this tournament, his junior brother could make it into the top 20. After that, Qinyu and senior brother Yuan Chen formed a team and went their separate ways. There was only half a month left in the first round. Half a month ago, most people would focus on plundering precious materials. But half a month later, most people were thinking about the token problem. Those who didn't have 10 pairs of black and white tokens were thinking of ways to gather them. And those who had hopes of making it into the top 10 would not let go of any opportunity to plunder tokens from others. Qinyu and Yuan Chen were like this. Both of them wanted to make it into the top 10, so they started to plunder tokens. Everywhere they went, as long as they weren't from the Demon-Free Academy, they would be plundered. With Yuan Chen's origin realm cultivation, as long as he didn't meet the other top students from the other 3 academies, he would be unimpeded. 5 days later, the number of tokens in Qinyu's hands had increased by another 200, reaching a total of 588 tokens. But it would be even harder to plunder tokens from now on. There were only 10 days left in the first round. Everyone was moving in teams, and the teams weren't weak. Moreover, the tokens were concentrated in the hands of the top experts. Even Yuan Chen couldn't be as relaxed as before. He had to be more careful. It was said that Yun Haizhen, Yi Qingfeng, Yin Qingzhuang, Duan Xinyue, and the others were all leading their own teams to plunder tokens. Time passed slowly. The entire mystic realm was filled with the aura of battle. From time to time, a huge battle would erupt. In a foggy and dimly lit forest, a dozen people gathered together. These people were all dressed in black. Their faces were covered, revealing only a pair of eyes. Soon, one of the black-clothed men took out a token. The rest of them immediately squatted down and kowtowed. This token represented that they were direct disciples of the sect alliance. They were the top geniuses that had infiltrated the academies in the Yunjiao nation. Now, the academies in the mystic realm have formed large teams and are plundering tokens. It's hard for us to make a move. The man in black who took out the token said in a cold and deep voice. Yes, a few days ago, a disciple was discovered when he was making a move, and was then killed. One of them reported. It's all the fault of the Zhenluo sect. They were too arrogant and caused the academies to be on their guard. It's hard for us to make a move. A disciple complained. Zhenluo sect? The man in black who was holding the token muttered these few words. The Zhenluo sect was another strong force in the sect. This time, the Zhenluo sect had infiltrated the mystic realm. Based on his guess, the assassin with the black mask should be a direct disciple of the Zhenluo sect. His strength was even higher than his. All right. Give me the token that you got from killing the academy's prodigies. The man in black who was standing straight continued to speak. The rest of them immediately took out the tokens that they had collected during this period of time. Everyone understood that this direct disciple wanted to get into the top 10 of the first round. Do any of you know about Qinyu from the No Demon Academy? The man in black who was a direct disciple asked. He is only ranked 13th in the No Demon Academy. Does Xianxia intend to make a move on him? One of them asked. Qinyu is not as simple as he looks. He is the disciple of the No Demon Academy's vice principal. If we can get rid of him now, why give him time to grow? The only man in black who was still standing snorted. I know. Qinyu is with Yuan Shen. Yuan Shen has broken through to the origin realm and is very strong. With his protection, we can't touch Qinyu. A woman told him what she knew. That's not for sure. I heard that Yi Qingfeng from the Sky Sword Academy has broken through to the origin realm. He is looking for Yuan Shen and wants to fight him, a slightly sharp voice rang out. All right. Reveal Yuan Shen's whereabouts to Yi Qingfeng from the Sky Sword Academy. The man in black who was a direct disciple said. Hee. Xixiang has a good plan. Let Yi Qingfeng deal with Yuan Shen and Qinyu. One of them flattered. Yi Qingfeng's strength was ranked second in the sky list of the Yunjiao nation. He was much stronger than Yuan Shen. Now that he had broken through to the origin realm, he should be able to suppress Yuan Shen. Disperse. The man in black who was standing waved his hand. Swish swish, the group of people left and disappeared. The man in black left quickly. After walking for a short distance, he realized that there was no one around and kept his black clothes. He had a handsome face with a pair of dark and gloomy eyes. His long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. If there were students from the No Demon Academy here, they would be able to recognize his name. He was the number 1 of the Devil Wind Academy, Ren Han. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. In terms of collecting tokens, Qinyu and Yuan Shen didn't have any gains. Fortunately, in these 5 days, they had collected quite a lot of precious materials, so it wasn't a waste. Of course, the two of them had also used up quite a lot of precious materials. Yuan Shen needed to consolidate his cultivation that he had just broken through, while Qinyu needed to increase his strength as soon as possible to obtain a better ranking. There were less than 5 days left until the end of the first segment. Qinyu's Sky Devil secret pattern record was almost at the completion stage. As long as he cultivated a little more, he would be able to step into the 3rd stage. The 2nd stage of the magic pattern was like a layer of dragon scales, called the magic scale pattern. This magic pattern was connected to the magic claw pattern and extended to the back. With the complete magic scale pattern, he could still cultivate related combat techniques, but Qinyu didn't have the time to cultivate them. Xixiang, how many tokens do you have now? Qinyu asked. 632, Yuan Shen replied. If it wasn't for Yuan Shen breaking through to the origin realm early, he probably wouldn't have been able to collect so many tokens. Compared to Yuan Shen, Qinyu currently had 590 tokens, which was quite a lot. This was all thanks to LV Qiuling, Galin, Yin Qingzhuang and the others. LV Qiuling was ranked 2nd in the Heavenly Star Academy. Galin, the sturdy youth and the others had a lot of people. Almost all of their tokens were in the hands of Qinyu. Secondly, he followed his Xixiang Yuanchen and collected a large number of tokens. But towards the later stages, the difficulty of collecting tokens suddenly increased by several folds. Logically speaking, 590 tokens was enough to be in the top 10. But nothing was absolute. The further they went, the more variables there would be. It was better to collect as many tokens as possible to ensure their ranking. Moreover, the more tokens one had, the higher one's ranking was, and the more abundant the rewards would be. Seems like we can only obtain tokens through a big battle. Yuanchen pondered for a moment and said. Currently, the ones who had the majority of the tokens were basically huge teams. These few days, the two of them had witnessed two huge battles, which were extremely tragic. Let's go. Let's find the Demon-Free Academy's team first before looking for prey. Yuanchen made a decision. In the beginning, he only acted with Qinyu. Naturally, he wanted to maximize the benefits. After all, with more teammates, the two of them would naturally gain less. Soon after, Qinyu and Yuanchen hurried on their way, looking for the Demon-Free Academy's group. However, not long after the two of them walked, they sensed a chaotic and enormous aura approaching from afar. A large group is approaching us. Yuanchen's heart tightened. It would be great if they were from the Magicless Academy, but it would be terrible if they were from another academy. Right at this moment, a powerful Origin Realm aura burst forth from within the team, accompanied by a crystal white sword intent radiance that soared into the sky. Yi Qingfeng. Yuanchen was slightly shocked. There weren't many who could break through to the Origin Realm in the Heavenly Sword Academy, and besides Yi Qingfeng, there was no one else who possessed such a unique and powerful sword intent. If it was just Yi Qingfeng who had broken through to the Origin Realm, Yuanchen might not be a match, but he wouldn't be so fearful. However, Yi Qingfeng had obviously come with a large team. Even if he and Qinyu were extremely skilled, they would not be a match for him. What a coincidence to bump into Yi Qingfeng's team. Let's go. Yuanchen immediately said and retreated with Qinyu. Just as the two of them turned to leave, the enormous sword intent behind them grew stronger and pointed at them. Not good, we have been discovered. Yuanchen knew that Yi Qingfeng had his eyes on them. Swish, behind them, a white-robed figure rushed out from the large team like a sharp sword. Everywhere he passed, a layer of sword marks that were a few inches deep were left on the trees on both sides. Yuanchen, hand over your token. Yi Qingfeng's indifferent voice echoed. Hurry and run, junior apprentice brother. Wait, you and I are separated now. If you stay with me, even you will be targeted by Yi Qingfeng. Yuanchen laughed and said hurriedly. Alright, take care, senior apprentice brother. After Qinyu finished, he immediately separated from Yuanchen. If he were to escape with Yuanchen, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Yuanchen's speed and would only be a burden. Yuanchen might not be a match for Yi Qingfeng, but he would definitely be able to protect himself. Behind them, in the Heavenly Sword Academy's team. Haha, the number one of the Demon-Free Academy ran away as soon as he saw Senior Yi. A male student laughed heartily. That's true, Senior Yi's talent is unparalleled. In this year's competition, Senior Yi might be able to defeat Yunyang Academy's Yun Haijin and become number one. Another student said proudly. Miss Luofeng's talent is also very shocking. In the next competition, Miss Luofeng will definitely be more dazzling than Senior Yi. A handsome man looked at Yi Luofeng in the team, his eyes flickering as he said with a smile. At the mention of Yi Luofeng, the gazes of almost everyone in the team gathered on the white-robed ice beauty. Eh? Yuanchen's junior apprentice brother is also here. Yi Qingfeng went to chase after Yuanchen, so leave his junior apprentice brother Qinyu to us. A student said very casually. Previously, Qinyu had been following Yuanchen, searching for tokens everywhere, which made people helpless. But now, Qinyu had lost Yuanchen's protection, and with his ranking of 13th in the Demon-Free Academy, he could easily deal with him. Miss Luofeng, will you go? The handsome man who praised Yi Luofeng before asked. Nope. Yi Luofeng immediately refused. She naturally knew that Qinyu was Yuanchen's junior apprentice brother. Although she wanted to compete with Qinyu, it was a fair one-on-one fight, not a gang fight. She even wanted to persuade these seniors not to deal with Qinyu. But as a member of the Heavenly Sword Academy, she could not come up with a reason. Alright, wait until I get that kid's storage pouch. At that time, Miss Luofeng can choose whatever you like. The handsome man smiled warmly and immediately rushed out. Of course, there was also a group of students who followed him. After all, at the final stage of the first round, there were very few prey that were left alone. But a group of students were more willing to stay and look at the ice fairy in the academy. In the ancient forest, Jinyu ran with all his might for a while before relaxing. Let's go find the main team first. Otherwise, it will be terrible if I encounter the main team from the other academies. Jinyu made up his mind. Also, after finding the main team from the demon-free academy, he could go and support Yuan Chen. However, just as Jinyu was about to move, he discovered that there were several people chasing after him. Swoosh swoosh, a total of 7 people appeared in Chinyu's vision. All of them had relaxed gazes, looking at Jinyu like a large number of prey. Kid, you actually didn't run? The handsome man revealed an elegant smile, slightly curious. When he saw Jinyu, Jinyu stood at the same spot. Even when they arrived, Jinyu did not move a single step. Haha, I think he has accepted his fate. Anyway, he can't run away. A student laughed wantonly. Hee, since you took the initiative to give me the token, I would be embarrassed to not accept it. The corner of Chinyu's mouth rose slightly, carrying a playful smile. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the 7 people changed. Courting death. A Heavenly Sword Academy student's eyes sharpened, holding a purple light sword, he instantly rushed out. However, just as he approached Jinyu, clang, with a muffled sound, that student flew back quickly, smashing hard on the ground. His sword flew to the side, the body of the sword trembling. This student was also ranked 13th in the Heavenly Sword Academy, so he could not wait to attack, wanting to teach Jinyu a lesson. Unexpectedly, he did not even see Chinyu's movements clearly, and the other party did not even use his weapon, sending him back with one kick. Moreover, he also found that several of his ribs were broken. Your Excellency, you do have some skills. The handsome man narrowed his eyes, and a sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, he jumped out, giving off a sharp feeling. At the same time, the other 6 people also rushed out. Among these 6 people, 4 were outer yard students. Isn't it better to directly hand over the token? You just want to humiliate yourself. Jinyu revealed a trace of a smirk, took out the giant ruler sword, and pushed the bronze statue's gang body to the limit. In an instant, Jinyu turned into a shining bronze Buddha giant. Sword evil 4 directions. Genuine chi gathered, and with a wave, a terrible sword wave of evil chi pushed forward layer by layer. Boom, bang, bang, merely this round of attacks had blasted those 4 outer court students flying. Among the remaining 3, except for the handsome man, the other 2 were not feeling well. This time, Jinyu's attack finally shocked them. Bang, with a sudden stomp of his bronze foot, Jinyu rushed out, taking the initiative to attack. In a few seconds, the other 2 were also sent flying, leaving only the handsome man. How can you be so strong? The handsome man was shocked, and he began to question. He was ranked 6th in the Heavenly Sword Academy, but at this moment, he was completely suppressed by Jinyu, and could only passively defend. Bang, the handsome man did not last more than 20 moves, and was swept away by Chinyu's sword, falling heavily to the ground. Although the first round of the trial was over a period of time, compared to before and after, Chinyu's strength had improved greatly. After defeating the 7 people, Jinyu first came to the side of the handsome man, and snatched his storage bag. Not bad, there are some tokens. Jinyu happily took the tokens, and also some valuable things. In comparison, the other people's storage bags were slightly shabby, and there were very few that could catch Chinyu's eye. Scram. After taking the spoils of war, Jinyu let them live, and prepared to continue. But at this moment, behind a strong ancient tree next to Jinyu, a short blade suddenly stretched out, and without a sound, but with lightning speed, it slashed towards Jinyu's throat. At this moment, Jinyu's hair stood on end, and he felt a piercing cold light on his neck. An assassin. Jinyu's heart shook. This assassin was so close to him, but he did not sense it. Part of the reason was that the 7 people from the Sky Sword Academy had attracted Chinyu's attention, causing him to let down his guard. But the assassin's concealment technique was definitely top-notch. Facing the assassin's sneak attack, Xianxia tilted his head back. At the same time, the short blade changed direction and slashed backwards, showing how fast the enemy's reaction was. Xianxia did not underestimate the enemy, and had expected it, and blocked with one hand. Ding, chi. Chi, that short blade cut a wound on Xianxu's palm, and blood flowed out. The black-cloaked man frowned. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm, and he was a direct disciple of the sect alliance, but he failed to assassinate Xianxia. No wonder the two assassins he sent back then were unable to kill Xianxia. But it didn't matter, his dagger was poisoned, and Xianxu's condition would continue to decline, and he would soon die. But what surprised the black-clothed man was, Xianxu's injured hand actually grabbed the dagger, and he yanked it. That's right, he couldn't pull out the dagger, and it was grabbed by Xianxia. The black-clothed man had been assassinating for so many years, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. A huge force came, and the black-clothed man's figure was instantly pulled out. Courting death. Xianxia instantly activated the mystic pattern demonic body, and a layer of demonic pattern chi surrounded his jet-black legs, and he kicked. This brat actually wants to exchange injury for injury. The black-clothed man understood Xianxu's intention. Since Xianxia was injured, he might as well go all out, using this desperate method to restrain the black-clothed man, and then attack. This was what the black-clothed man thought. If Xianxia did not go all out, he would not have any chance of winning. However, in the black-clothed man's view, Xianxu's thinking was too naive. As a top-notch assassin, his control over his body was far beyond ordinary. Even if Xianxia did this, he could not do anything to him. The instant the black-clothed man's figure was pulled out, his body suddenly bent like a crescent moon, causing Xianxu's kick to land on an empty spot. With his attack missing, Xianxu's palm had already let go of the dagger, and he quickly punched out. Bang bang bang, Xianxu's punches and kicks were unceasing, while the black-clothed man's body was as agile as a snake, and his dodging ability was astonishing, far above Xianxia. However, facing such a concentrated attack from Xianxia, the black-clothed man was also somewhat unable to withstand it. Moreover, Xianxia was closing in step by step, every punch and every kick was full of power, emitting a slightly overbearing and cold demonic aura. His demonic power has actually reached such a level. The black-clothed man was secretly shocked. In addition, as a body cultivator, Xianxu's close combat ability was very outstanding, and he was tightly stuck to him. If it was an ordinary person, after the black-clothed man's assassination failed, he would quickly retreat and look for a second opportunity. You should be a spy from the sect, right? Was it your accomplice who tried to assassinate me last time? While attacking, Xianxia shouted coldly. In the secret realm, many genius students had already been assassinated, and many people speculated that those assassins must be spies from the sect in the various academies. Dead people don't need to know so much. The black-clothed man said coldly. However, in his heart, he nodded. Xianxia actually guessed correctly. Suddenly, the black-clothed man who had been dodging suddenly attacked, that black dagger, piercing towards Xianxu's neck at lightning speed. Every time the assassin attacked, it was silent and full of power. I think you're at death's door. You should say as much as you can. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to. Xianxia did not think much of it. Facing the sudden attack of the black-clothed man, he was not the least bit afraid. Ding, clenching the huge ruler sword, it collided with the short blade of the black-clothed man, creating a layer of sparks. Xianxia had the upper hand in terms of strength. After blocking the attack, he fiercely lifted it up. Zing zing, the man in black took the opportunity to dodge and leave, distancing himself from Xianxia. Hee hee, you're talking big. How long can you last after being hit by my spirit-dispersing powder? The black-robed man sneered. He did not need to fight with Xianxia at all. Soul divergence? Xianxia looked at the wound on his palm. Although the blood had already coagulated and the wound was healing quickly, the healing speed seemed to be slower than he had imagined. Moreover, he did feel that his condition was slightly affected. But this scene fell into the eyes of the black-clothed man, and he had a different feeling. He actually saw that the wound on Xianxu's palm had healed, but he did not see Xianxia take any healing elixir. It should be known that his dagger was a top-grade treasure weapon. It had a characteristic that the wound it caused would bleed continuously and was extremely difficult to heal. In addition, there seemed to be no change in Qianyu's mental state. Pung! Suddenly, Qianyu rushed up, like a black lightning, to kill the black-cloaked man. Swoosh! As an assassin, the black-cloaked man temporarily dodged, using the surrounding ancient trees as cover. Cut! Qianyu fiercely swung the huge ruler sword, cutting the ancient tree that the black-cloaked man was hiding in half. The ancient tree was broken into 2 pieces, and there was no trace of the black-cloaked man. But suddenly, the black-cloaked man fell from above, his short blade piercing out. It turned out that, when hiding behind the ancient tree, the black-cloaked man had quietly climbed to the top of the ancient tree. This time, the black-cloaked man's short blade posed a greater threat to Qianyu, far more than the previous 2 times. Demon Destruction Claw. Qianyu stretched out his right arm, his palm forming a claw. Buzz! The demonic qi in Qianyu's body surged wildly, and the secret demon claw pattern on his right arm bloomed with a dim luster, as if it had come to life, spreading and climbing, extending to Qianyu's claw. As the claw swept out, the jet-black demonic qi formed a hideous and terrifying demonic claw, covered with strange patterns, looking ancient and evil. This is? The black-cloaked man revealed a surprised look. The power that Qianyu erupted at this moment was far beyond his expectations. That claw was slightly powerful, domineering and evil, with an invisible deterrent force. Clang! The moment the 2 collided, a terrible force attacked the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man immediately retracted his hand, and his figure rolled backward, landing on the grass not far away. As his face was covered, only a trace of surprise could be seen in his eyes, but the black-cloaked man's arms were slightly trembling. Just now, if he hadn't retracted his hand in time, Qianyu's attack would have severely injured him. Heavenly Demon Secret Pattern Record. The black-cloaked man squeezed out a few words. You actually know? Qianyu was slightly surprised. Thinking about it carefully, this cultivation technique was one of the 10 great ancient cultivation techniques, and it was so famous that it was not surprising that someone recognized it. The black-cloaked man's face darkened. He didn't expect Qianyu to really cultivate the Heavenly Demon Secret Pattern Record. This cultivation technique not only had a special cultivation requirement, but it was also a fusion of demonic path and body tempering, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate, and the cultivation process was even more painful. A long time ago, there were students in the demonic academy who tried it, but now, almost no one asked about this cultivation technique. He didn't expect that Qianyu actually cultivated the Heavenly Demon Secret Pattern Record, no wonder even he couldn't see through it. I can't keep it. The black-cloaked man's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that Qianyu hadn't cultivated this cultivation technique for a long time, but his achievements were a little shocking, and it would be terrible in the future. Whoosh! The black-cloaked man took the initiative to rush out, and he attacked Qianyu head-on. In the next moment, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from his body, and he looked like a crazy ferocious demon. Boom! The black-cloaked man struck out with his palm, and a ball of pitch-black and hard palm wind blasted out. This scene made Qianyu very surprised. Right now, the assassin was actually fighting with him in close combat, and the sudden burst of power was also extremely shocking. Bang! The 2 of them struck out with their palms, and Qianyu immediately felt a violent demonic power rushing towards him. If he didn't have the secret pattern demonic body, he might have been the one who couldn't withstand it. Die! At the same time the black-cloaked man struck out with his palm, a black dagger suddenly slashed out in his other hand. Generally speaking, when assassins assassinated their targets, they would not use direct combat, and they were even more unwilling to expose their cultivation techniques and battle techniques. But at this moment, the black-cloaked man only wanted to kill Qianyu, and he didn't care so much. Ding! It was unknown when Qianyu's other hand had grasped a dark silver transparent dagger, and it collided with the black-cloaked man's dagger. But the black-cloaked man's technique was higher. His dagger slashed through Qianyu's dark snake sword, and then stabbed towards Qianyu's chest from another direction. The black-cloaked man was multitasking, one hand using his palm, and the other using his sword. It was obvious that he had trained hard for many years, and he could use it freely without any pause. Qianyu couldn't remain calm. The assassin in front of him was not only proficient in assassination techniques, but his strength was also extremely strong. He was not an ordinary person, and was at least comparable to Luo Haoyan, who was ranked second in the Magicless Academy. Boom! On Qinyu's body, a burst of bloodline power suddenly erupted, and a layer of translucent blood-colored scales quickly appeared on his arms and forehead. Activating the dragon scale bloodline, Qinyu's strength and defense soared. An even more powerful force burst forth from his palm, and it fiercely blasted out, causing the black-clothed man to retreat a few steps. Bloodline, the black-clothed man's pupils constricted, and he looked very surprised. Qinyu actually had the power of bloodline. Why hadn't he heard of it before? However, the black-clothed man didn't retreat. After seeing so many trump cards of Qinyu, he couldn't let him go. Pung! Pung! The black-clothed man's palm surged with demonic qi, and he fiercely blasted out a palm, followed by another palm. Moreover, the power of these two palms actually condensed in the air and superimposed. Pung! 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 Another 3 palms blasted out. And for the last palm, the black-clothed man even used half-step true essence. In the air, a condensed black palm of light, emitting endless black gas, blasted towards Qinyu. 7 supreme demon palms, you are a student of the Demon-Free Academy. Qinyu's eyes flickered. The 7 supreme demon palms was extremely famous in the Demon-Free Academy. It was very difficult to cultivate, but once it was mastered, it was extremely powerful. It was the first choice of many demonic path geniuses, which was why Qinyu knew about this cultivation technique. Facing the black-clothed man's killing move, Qinyu didn't hold back, and he mobilized the remaining half-step true essence in his body. On his arm, the demonic claw pattern lit up again, extending to the palm. Another demonic destruction claw was displayed, but this time, it used half-step true essence, and the power of this claw had reached a shocking level. Half-step true essence. The black-clothed man's eyebrows twitched, and his heart was in turmoil. Qinyu's monstrous talent really scared him. Boom! 2 powerful demonic powers collided, setting off a layer of demonic qi wind. Swoosh! The black-clothed man instantly rushed out, and in this demonic qi wind, his figure was very blurred, and it was difficult to see clearly. Die! The black-clothed man displayed the 7 supreme demon palms again, and used half-step true essence. Bang! 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 Qinyu and the black-clothed man exchanged 3 moves, and they were evenly matched. But after 3 moves, Qinyu's half-step true essence was used up. After all, he was only at the middle stage of the innate realm, and the time he had condensed half-step true essence was short, so he could only withstand 4 attacks. It's over. The black-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief, circulated half-step true essence, and blasted a palm at Qinyu. This battle was finally coming to an end. Just thinking about it was shocking. If a genius like Qinyu was allowed to grow smoothly, he might even have a chance of reaching the Void Sea realm. At this moment, Qinyu's angry voice came out, "You think it's over just because you said it's over?" Whoosh! Suddenly, a ball of blood-red flame rose on Qinyu's right hand. Although his half-step true essence was used up, the flame that emerged at this moment gave the black-clothed man a deterrence that was not any weaker than his half-step true essence. Spirit flame, the black-clothed man broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that Qinyu would have such a terrifying method. But at this moment, it was too late for him to stop. Boom! The 2 palms collided. In an instant, the blood glass flame spread to the black-clothed man's palm. Right now, the amount of the blood glass flame that Qinyu had refined had increased. He no longer merged this true essence flame into his true qi, but used it alone. Ah! The black-clothed man screamed, his body falling to the ground. The next instant, the blood glass flame spread along his palm, spreading to his entire body. The black-clothed man madly circulated his true qi and half-step true essence. After a short while, he was finally able to suppress the blood glass flame. After all, he had not touched much of the blood glass flame. The black-clothed man's black robe was burnt, revealing a silver item underneath. With one look, one could tell that it was a top-quality treasure weapon. If not for the defense of a top-quality treasure weapon, the black-clothed man would not have been able to extinguish the blood glass flame so quickly. But at the same time, the blood glass flame also burned the black cloth on the black-clothed man's face. Ren Han. Qinyu looked at the youth lying not far away and wasn't surprised. At the beginning, Qinyu suspected that the assassin was a student of the No Demon Academy. Later, when the assassin executed the 7 devil palms, Qinyu could more or less guess the identity of the assassin. Ren Han was ranked 3rd in the academy, and it wasn't a secret that he cultivated the 7 devil palms. He might be ranked 3rd in the No Demon Academy, but as an infiltrator, he had obviously concealed his true strength. His true strength should be on par with the 2nd-ranked Luo Haoyan, or even stronger. You actually have the true fire spirit flame. Ren Han stared at Qinyu unwillingly. Who would have thought that Qinyu didn't just hide his bloodline power, he also had the true fire spirit flame. Moreover, he felt that Qinyu's true fire spirit flame was an innate spirit flame. If it wasn't so, how could he have lost? Don't kill me. I will tell you the identity of the other infiltrators in the No Demon Academy. Ren Han suddenly spoke. Oh? Qinyu's brows twitched. The students had a rule that if they found the infiltrators, they would be rewarded handsomely. Suddenly, Qinyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. He might have been attracted by Ren Han's words, but he was also wary of the counterattack of an elite expert before his death. As expected, after Ren Han said that, he reached for his storage pouch. Go to hell. Ren Han threw out a black pearl. Inside the pearl, there was a surge of origin realm true essence fluctuation. As a personal disciple of the Sect Alliance, how could Ren Han not have a trump card for such a dangerous mission? Qinyu knew with one look that this was definitely refined by an origin realm expert and contained an attack of the origin realm. Swish, with a thought, Qinyu took out a black and purple pearl that Elan Tian gave him from the pale silver crystal space. At the same time, Qinyu hurled a bead at the monster. What? Ren Han was slightly shocked. Qinyu didn't move, but a black and purple pearl suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom, the 2 beads collided in the air, releasing a terrifying force. A monstrous wave of destructive demonic chi formed and continued to spread. The moment he threw out the bead, Qinyu activated the inscription Devil Body and retreated. On the other side, Ren Han was lying on the ground with injuries all over his body. He was slightly slower than Qinyu. Also, the explosion point predicted by Ren Han should be closer to Qinyu. However, things did not go as planned. Qinyu quickly took out his trump card, causing the black bead that Ren Han had thrown out to explode in midair. Pung! Ren Han's figure was sent flying and slammed heavily onto the ground. His face was pale as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Why? Ren Han stared at Qinyu, unable to understand the scene just now. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a dark blue dot of light rushed out from not far away from Ren Han and bit at his soul. Ren Han circulated his true chi and forced the Iron Moon strange insect out. But at this moment, the Iron Moon strange insect was not only poisonous, it was also tainted with a special demonic intent and attacked crazily. Just now, it had bitten Ren Han's foot a few times, causing the poison to spread even faster. No, Ren Han was seriously injured, and with the poison invading his body, he slowly died as he struggled. After Ren Han died, Qinyu approached Ren Han's body and took his storage bag. Then, he took off Ren Han's supreme-grade armor and put it on himself. In the battle with Ren Han just now, Qinyu's beast hide armor had already been damaged to a certain extent, and it wouldn't be long before it was replaced. In the end, after some thought, Qinyu still cut off Ren Han's head. After all, when he returned to the academy, he could still obtain a certain amount of rewards for killing the infiltrator. After the battle ended, Qinyu quickly left to search for the main team of the Demon-Free Academy. Along the way, Qinyu looked at Ren Han's storage bag. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. The number of tokens in Ren Han's storage bag was second only to Qinyu's. What Qinyu didn't know was that Ren Han also had plans to enter the top 10, so he collected a large number of tokens. Almost all the tokens obtained by the infiltrators were gathered in his hands. I've earned big this time. Qinyu couldn't help but laugh. He had 590 tokens in his hands, and in Ren Han's storage bag, there were 500 tokens. In total, Qinyu had more than 1,000 tokens. With so many tokens, Qinyu's goal was no longer the top 10, but the top 3. Of course, other than the black and white tokens, there were many other good things in Ren Han's storage bag. Among them, there were 4 types of ores that could be used to refine supreme-grade artifacts, and more than 10 types of 500-year-old precious materials. Before long, Qinyu found Jin Zhuofeng's team. Then, the entire team started to search for Yuan Chen. However, Yuan Chen and Yi Qingfeng's speed was too fast, such a large team might not be able to catch up to them. 2 days later, Yuan Chen found his team. He heard that Yi Qingfeng had chased him for a day and had exhausted his true essence, so he had no choice but to give up. Now, there were only 3 days left in the first round. The teams of the 4 academies were basically grouped together, no one acted rashly. I really didn't expect that Ren Han was actually an infiltrator. When he told Yuan Chen about this, Yuan Chen's expression was slightly shocked, and he sighed. But Junior brother, with your strength, can you kill Ren Han? Yuan Chen suddenly thought of something. No matter what, Ren Han was ranked 3rd in the Demon-Free Academy. Senior brother, you underestimate me too much. Qinyu smiled and did not explain further. Yuan Chen thought about it. His master had once given Qinyu a life-saving trump card. If this trump card was used well, he could indeed kill Ren Han. Senior brother, what color token do you lack? Qinyu asked. The ranking of the top 10 in the competition was based on the number of black and white tokens. If there were 100 black tokens and 200 white tokens, then the score would only be calculated based on 100 black and white tokens. I'm lacking a few dozen white tokens. Yuan Chen checked his storage bag. Perfect, I have some extra white tokens here. Hence, the two of them traded tokens to maximize their profits. Now, I have enough tokens in my hands. In the last few days, the team of the Demon-Free Academy did not take any action. At least, if Yuan Chen did not take action, the others would not dare to run around. As for Yuan Chen and Qinyu, they had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. The power of the copper statue righteous body had almost been completely converted into the mystic pattern fiend body. Qinyu was converting the last bit of pure ferocious qi into fiend qi. Soon, the time for the first round was up. The entire space shook slightly. There was an obvious unprecedented fluctuation, and everyone could feel it. The entire mystic realm was controlled by the 4 academies. Under the control of the 4 academies, all the students who were still alive came out of the mystic realm. On the mountains of the flowing Cloud Mountain range, all the higher-ups of the academies stood up and looked at the academies that walked out of the mystic realm. When the mystic realm's passageway closed, many people had sad expressions. It was obvious that those who did not come out were all dead. The first round of the academy tournament not only had a high elimination rate, but the death rate was also extremely high. Even within the 4 academies, many students had died. Elantian glanced at Yuan Chen and Qinyu with a calm expression. However, Instructor Su from the Demonic Wind Academy asked, "Where's Ren Han? Why didn't he come back?" In reality, most of the students of the Demon-Free Academy had never seen Ren Han in the Mystic Realm, so they naturally did not know. Master, Ren Han was an assassin. I've already killed him. Qinyu secretly transmitted his voice to his master. However, Elantian wanted him to announce it here. Instructor Su, in the Mystic Realm, traces of Ren Han's infiltrator have been discovered. He has already been killed. With his master's permission, Qinyu directly revealed the matter. What? Instructor Su was slightly shocked, but then he did not say a word. There was an uproar in the crowd. They did not expect Ren Han, who was ranked 3rd in the Demon-Free Academy, to be an infiltrator. Then, Qinyu took out a token. That's right, the identity token of a true disciple of the Black Prison Alliance. As soon as this token was taken out, no one had any objections. Of course, it was not only the Demon-Free Academy who had caught the infiltrator. The other 3 academies also had infiltrators who had been discovered and executed. After this matter had come to an end, the Vice Dean of the Yunyang Academy floated in midair. Now, the first round has ended. All participating students, please take out your proof of results. The voice of the man in the golden cloud robe reverberated throughout the mountain range. Immediately, all the students who had gathered 10 pairs of tokens took out their tokens. As for those who didn't gather, they quietly retreated. However, no one paid attention to this at this moment. Almost everyone's eyes were on the top few students of the 4 academies. Yi Qingfeng glanced at Yuan Chen, snorted coldly, and took out his own token. Suddenly, pairs of black and white tokens floated in midair. 412 pairs. Yi Qingfeng said coldly. 412 pairs, that was 824 tokens. As soon as this number came out, many people were shocked. As if to deliberately suppress Yi Qingfeng, Yunyang Academy's Yun Haizhen walked out. Black and white lights flashed, and in front of him were densely packed tokens. 596 pairs. This number shocked the audience. The golden cloud-robed man revealed a smile and nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, Heavenly Star Academy's Duan Xinyue walked out and took out her token. 342 pairs. The number of tokens Duan Xinyue had was far less than Yun Haizhen and much less than Yi Qingfeng. Of course, there was also an element of luck in snatching tokens. For example, Yin Qingzhuang, who was ranked third in the Yunyang Academy, could barely take out 120 pairs of tokens. Even he felt ashamed. 120 pairs? The third in the Yunyang Academy is too weak. Some of the students of the four academies and the ancient clans of the Yin clan ridiculed him. Then, LV Qiuling, who was ranked second in the Heavenly Star Academy, also took out her token. She had a little more than Yin Qingzhuang, 167 pairs. After all, when Qinyu snatched LV Qiuling's token, the first round had only been going on for less than half a month. With her ability as a beast tamer, she still had time to snatch a lot of tokens. LV Qiuling glared at Qinyu fiercely. With the number of tokens in her hand, it was still unknown whether she could enter the top 10. And all of this was caused by Qinyu. Then, Yuan Chen took out the number of tokens, a total of 349 pairs. All the higher-ups of the No Demon Academy nodded. As the students took out their tokens one after another, Qinyu also put his hand on his storage bag and took out his own token. Wow! Suddenly, a row of black and white tokens were neatly arranged in front of Qinyu. In terms of area, it was even bigger than Yuan Chen's. This startled the higher-ups of the No Demon Academy. And the other three academies, including the other second-rate academies, and so on, all looked at him. After all, the area of the tokens in front of Qinyu was really large and eye-catching. Otherwise, why would they pay attention to a Xiantian middle-stage student? They counted carefully. 539 pairs. It should be known that Yi Qingfeng also had 412 pairs, but Qinyu had more than 100 pairs more than Yi Qingfeng. In an instant, Qinyu's 539 pairs of tokens attracted almost everyone's attention. After all, some people had taken out a lot of tokens, and others had been mentally prepared. However, almost no one except Yuan Chen had been mentally prepared for Qinyu to take out 539 pairs of tokens. It seems that Ren Han has a lot of tokens. Yuan Chen smiled calmly. He knew the number of tokens Qinyu had. The reason why there had been such a sudden increase must be the spoils of war after killing Ren Han. On the other side, the top students of the four academies were all staring at Qinyu with shock, surprise, and jealousy. Is this the new disciple of the Demon Free Academy's deputy dean? Since the start of the competition, Yun Haizhen finally glanced at Qinyu, but only a few glances. After all, luck played a part in snatching tokens. With Qinyu's cultivation, he posed no threat to him at all. On the other hand, Yin Qingzhuang and LV Qiuling looked at Qinyu with jealousy and anger. To a certain extent, the reason why the two of them had such dismal results was because of Qinyu. One of the 539 pairs of command tokens was definitely theirs. Why does this guy have so many tokens? In the Demon Free Academy, Luo Haoyan's heart was in turmoil. After a long time, he also took out 313 pairs of tokens. Although it was a relatively large number, it was overshadowed by Qinyu's. He really attracts attention wherever he goes. Yi Luofeng's eyes lingered on Qinyu for a long time. She was competing with Qinyu in her heart, hoping that her results could surpass Qinyu's. However, when Qinyu took out 539 pairs of tokens, Yi Luofeng only took out 10 pairs of tokens. It did not matter whether she took out the rest or not. In addition to the students, the higher-ups of the other academies were also carefully sizing up Qinyu. As a disciple of Yilan Tian, his strength and talent were definitely not simple. However, he was only at the middle stage of the Khanate realm and could not affect the situation of this competition. Next, the ones who took out the most number of command tokens were Heavenly Sword Academy's Zhou Yuning and Yunyang Academy's second-ranked Tang Mo. The former took out 303 command tokens while the latter took out 335 command tokens, which was close to the result of Heavenly Star Academy's Duan Xinyue. It didn't take long before almost all of the people who were supposed to take out their tokens were taken out. The rest were definitely not qualified. Next, the top 10 rankings will be announced. The top 5 are Yun Haizhen, Qin Yu, Yi Chingfeng, Yuan Shen, and Duan Xinyue. This time, for the first time ever, no Demon Academy had 2 people enter the top 5. They were Qin Yu and Yuan Shen, making no Demon Academy shine brightly. The 6th to the 10th are Tang Mo, Luo Haizhen, Luo. The 6th to the 10th are Yi Yu, Luo. Luo Qiuman was the 3rd student from the Heavenly Star Academy and Luo Haizhen's younger sister. Lu Fan and Zhou Yuning were the 2nd and 3rd students from the Sky Sword Academy, but Zhou Yuning's results were better than Lu Fan's. Suddenly, everyone in the Drifting Cloud Mountains had their eyes on the top 10. Alright, the top 10 of the first round, follow me to receive the top 10 prizes. The vice principal of the Yunyang Academy said. What are the prizes for the top 10? Many people asked. The top 10 students were also puzzled. The top 10 will have the opportunity to enter the relic space of the Yunzhao royal family and comprehend it. The middle-aged man in the golden cloud robe announced the prizes with a proud look. The relic space of the Yunzhao royal family. The Yun clan was the current ruler of the Yunzhao nation. They controlled the 36 prefectures of the Yunzhao nation and founded the most powerful Yunyang Academy. The resources they had were immeasurable. I heard that the Yun clan has many relics left behind by late returning Origin Realm and even Empty Sea Realm experts. They contain different intents and insights. Entering them will allow you to comprehend the will of the experts, or the intent of their moves, many of the higher-ups exclaimed. Even they wanted to visit the relic space of the Yunzhao royal family. In fact, there were a few similar relic spaces in the Demon-Free Academy. But the level and completeness of the relic space were far from the Yunzhao royal family. Only those with high demon-free points could enter. Let's go. The man in the golden cloud robe waved his sleeves and led a dozen students up into the clouds. The Drifting Cloud Mountains was also the place where the Yunyang Academy was built. The group entered a golden whirlpool and arrived at the Yunyang Academy. The entire Yunyang Academy was majestic and full of palaces and pavilions. There was a special teleportation array in the forbidden area of the Yunyang Academy that led directly to the Yunzhao Royal Palace. After stepping into the teleportation array, the group was directly sent to the Yunyang Royal Palace. Compared to the Yunyang Academy, the Yunyang Royal Palace was even more majestic and grand. It also emitted an ancient pressure. The vice principal of the Yunyang Academy was a member of the royal family and had a high status. The palace was heavily guarded, but the group was unimpeded. Soon, the group arrived at a quiet valley. There were more than a dozen teleportation arrays around the valley. Choose the relic you want and enter it to comprehend it. Also, after entering the relic, take out your tokens. The more tokens you have, the longer you can stay in there. The man in the golden cloud robe said. The 10 students immediately stepped forward. Next to each ancient teleportation formation was a stone tablet with a simple introduction about it. Yun Haizhen of the imperial family walked directly to the teleportation array in front of him. Suddenly, the teleportation array was activated and formed a space tunnel. Yun Yanglai stepped into it. The ancient relic that Yun Haizhen entered is rumored to have been left behind by the first king Yun Yanglai after he fought with an empty sea state cultivator. Yuanchen said with a smile. Chen Yu was shocked. He was also very interested in the so-called relic, so he immediately looked for one that was suitable for him. Soon, Chen Yu found an ancient relic of diabolism. The person related to this relic was called the Dark Bone Demon Lord. After stepping into the teleportation array, Chen Yu instantly arrived in another space. The entire space was gray and the wind was raging. There were countless pits on the barren ground, emitting an ancient and desolate aura. The moment he arrived, a terrifying demonic intent that shook the sky came crashing down on Chen Yu. This was the demonic intent left behind by an empty sea state cultivator. Although it had been a long time and had weakened a lot, it still made Chen Yu feel a sense of pressure. Huh. Jinyu grunted and activated the secret rune demonic body. At the same time, he circulated the demonic rune chi and released a powerful demonic intent in his mind to resist. At the same time, Jinyu took out the black and white tokens and put them aside. The time I have to enter the relic is limited. I have to hurry. Jinyu immediately sat down with his legs crossed. He focused his mind and activated the heavenly demon mystic rune record to feel the power of the realm of heaven and earth. However, Jinyu felt that the level of power in this relic was too high. It was difficult for him to comprehend anything. He could only comprehend the powerful demonic intent and the power of heaven and earth. Compared to other geniuses, his talent in this aspect wasn't high. However, Jinyu wasn't depressed. He comprehended while cultivating the heavenly demon mystic rune record. He had already reached the greater success stage of the second level and was only a step away from the third level. After a while, buzz, the black light on the surface of Jinyu's body suddenly shone brighter and the demonic runes on his body became clearer, crazily absorbing the demonic energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, Jinyu's secret rune demonic body officially reached the third level. At the same time, the third level of the secret rune demonic body pushed the demonic rune chi to the third level. Soon, Jinyu's demonic rune chi also reached the third level. After the heavenly demon mystic rune record broke through to the third level, Jinyu felt the pressure around him lessen. The third level of the heavenly demon mystic rune record corresponds to the late stage of the Xianxia realm. However, when I just stepped into the third level, I feel my physique touching the origin realm. Jinyu felt his secret rune demonic body and was overjoyed. The heavenly demon mystic rune record is known for its defense. I wonder how my chi strength is after breaking through to the third level. Jinyu stood up, circulated the demonic rune chi, and punched out. A layer of black mist that looked like a demonic rune condensed on Jinyu's arm and whistled out with terrifying power. Boom, however, when this punch landed on the ground, it only created a small pit that was less than half a foot wide. Jinyu's eyes revealed a strange light as he carefully felt the ground. So hard. Jinyu couldn't help but be shocked. Under the cleansing of the Void Sea Realm expert's remnant intent realm, this ruin actually underwent a transformation. The normal soil and rocks became extremely hard. However, Jinyu still deduced that the punch he made using chi was very close to the normal attack of other peak Xiantian realm students using half-step true essence. After getting the result, Jinyu sat down happily and started to consolidate the third level that he had just broken through. In addition, he noticed that the black and white tokens that were placed at the side had unknowingly been grouped together in pairs. At this moment, there was already a pair of black and white tokens that had disappeared. It seemed that when all the black and white tokens disappeared, it would be the time for Jinyu to leave this place. Jinyu sat cross-legged and consolidated the third level of the heavenly demon mystic rune record that he had just broken through. Cultivating this ancient technique here, Jinyu felt that it was twice as good as cultivating in the demonic chi pool. In just a few days, Jinyu's understanding of demonic Tao had deepened a lot. 5 days later, Jinyu noticed that half of his black and white tokens had disappeared. In these 5 days, Jinyu's demonic Tao cultivation had been completely consolidated. His understanding of various aspects had also far surpassed before. I already have the second demonic pattern. I can now cultivate the corresponding combat technique. After consolidating the cultivation technique, Jinyu began to cultivate the corresponding second-level combat technique, ink scale protection. Activating the secret pattern demonic body and the power of the second level of the demonic pattern, the devil scale secret pattern on Jinyu's back seemed to have come to life and was swimming slowly. The devil scale secret pattern emitted a unique demonic Tao energy that formed a demonic pattern light barrier around Jinyu. It was covered with translucent black scales that enveloped Jinyu within. After reaching the third level of the heavenly demon mystic rune record, Jinyu's defense had reached the origin realm. If he activated the combat technique, Devil Scale Protection, Jinyu's defense would increase once again. With the cultivation of the Xiantian realm, only this ancient and modern number 1 defensive technique could defend against the attack of an origin realm. Of course, Jinyu had only just come into contact with the Devil Scale Protection. He still needed more practice before he could display its true defensive power. However, when Jinyu cultivated the corresponding combat technique of the second demonic pattern in the heavenly demon mystic rune record, the entire secret realm rumbled even more violently. The demonic intent surged and soared into the sky. In the dusky space filled with demonic chi, Jinyu seemed to see a black figure walking in the air with a strangely shaped sword in his hand. Although the silhouette was small, it gave Jinyu a sense of pressure akin to that of a mountain. Jinyu knew that what he saw was an illusion. It was just a phenomenon formed by the ancient ruins. That black figure should be the dark bone demon lord who left behind the ruins. Within the dark demonic chi space, a black figure appeared in the distance. He held a strangely shaped sword in his hand as he walked in the void. The appearance of this scene caused the demonic energy in the entire space to boil and darken. A powerful demonic will radiated from the figure, causing Jinyu to feel as if he was an ant, causing him to feel a sense of awe and veneration. At the same time, Jinyu realized that there seemed to be something strange within his storage bag. Upon closer inspection, the bone sword that he had obtained from the demonic bone wasteland was vibrating continuously and releasing a demonic chi. This scene shocked Jinyu greatly. Ever since he had placed the bone sword in his storage bag, it had been lying there quietly like an ordinary weapon. But now, something strange was happening to it. At this moment, the figure in the ancient ruin rushed towards Jinyu's direction and appeared in front of Jinyu in an instant. At this moment, Jinyu could clearly see that the strangely shaped sword in the black figure's hand was the bone sword that he had obtained. In that case, there was a high chance that this blurry black figure was the skeleton that he had found in the underground back then. Suddenly, the figure waved the bone sword in his hand. The bone sword was extremely strange. There were 9 segments on both sides of the sword that fluctuated like it was breathing and could extend and shorten. Boom, as the bone sword danced, the demonic chi in the entire heaven and earth revolved around it. Just looking at it would cause one to feel an immense pressure. Under this figure, Jinyu felt that he could not move at all. This was just an illusion of the ruin. If Jinyu were to face this scene for real, he would probably be instantly killed by the aftershocks of the dark bone demon venerable's sword. Suddenly, the figure tossed the bone sword in his hand down violently and it landed right in the center of the huge pit in front of Jinyu. Rumble, at the same time, the entire ground shook and black bone spikes shot out from the ground, extending over 10 meters. In an instant, Jinyu was surrounded by densely packed black bone spikes. It was as if he had turned into a bone forest. Is this the special ability of the bone sword? Seeing this scene, Jinyu thought to himself. Not only could this bone sword change shape, but it could also cause countless long and sharp bone spikes to instantly grow within a radius of 1,000 feet. Gradually, the bone spikes around Jinyu turned into dust and dissipated into the air. The phenomenon between the heavens and earth also completely disappeared. At this moment, Jinyu looked at the craters on the ground. Finally, he understood that this was the result of that move that the Dark Bone Demon Lord had used back then. That was the reason why the ground was filled with scars. At the same time, inside the storage bag, the black bone sword calmed down again. At this moment, Jinyu really wanted to take out the bone sword and give it a try. However, the Crimson Flame King had warned him that with Jinyu's current ability, using the bone sword for one move at most would exhaust his true chi and true essence. His true chi would be damaged, and there might even be unexpected side effects. Jinyu thought about it and decided to forget about it. If his true chi and true essence were to be depleted, and he was injured, it would be impossible for him to stay here. Jinyu sat cross-legged and carefully recalled the scene that he had just seen. After meditating for an entire day, Jinyu finally opened his eyes. The Sky Devil secret pattern record has broken through to the 3rd rank. In terms of offense and defense, it is comparable to the Origin realm. There is a possibility for me to make it into the top 5. The only shortcoming is the soul spirit. Jinyu's eyes darkened. He took out a stalk of magical triangular grass from his storage bag. This herb's medicinal effect was extremely strong. Coupled with its age, if someone with a weak mental state or a weak mental state were to consume it, it would be hard for them to resist the demonic illusion power. It would be easy for their mental state to be injured and become crazy. However, opportunities and risks coexisted. This herb's effects were strong, so it was reasonable for there to be risks. Without a second word, Jinyu consumed this herb. He then took out the moon spirit ore from the pale silver crystal space and held it in his hand. Within Jinyu's body, a domineering mental energy spread out and rushed towards Jinyu's mental energy. Every time this medicinal effect collided, Qinyu felt as though the entire world was shaking. Fortunately, the moon spirit ore emitted a tranquil energy, allowing Qinyu's senses to recover in an instant. But as the medicinal effect collided, his mental energy gradually absorbed it and became more condensed. At the same time, Qinyu's mental energy gave birth to a unique demonic intent. This demonic intent made Qinyu's mental energy even stronger. It could defend against mental attacks and even counterattack the enemy who used mental attacks. Just like that, under the effects of the magical triangular grass and the moon spirit ore, Qinyu's mental energy steadily increased. 2 days later, the medicinal effect finally disappeared. Qinyu's mental energy had already reached the peak of the Xianxia realm. I will strive to advance to the next rank. Qinyu gritted his teeth and took out the second stock of magical triangular grass. In the tournament, there were many who specialized in soul spirit attacks. For example, Situ Linyu. Although he was only at the late stage of the Xiantian realm, his spiritual secret arts could probably affect normal origin realm martial artists. There was also Yin Qingxuang. He had half-step true essence and was an elite prodigy with an eye bloodline. The Yin Flame Eyes attack could injure the soul spirit of a normal origin realm martial artist. Qinyu consumed the second stalk of magical triangular grass. The first stalk was obtained by Qinyu from the treasure summoning tortoise. The second stalk was given by Yuan Chen. After consuming it, Qinyu continued his seclusion. If the same herb was consumed continuously, the medicinal effect would decrease. This time, Qinyu used a shorter amount of time to completely consume the medicinal effect. The moment he opened his eyes, Qinyu's pitch-black eyes seemed to emit 2 rays of dark demonic light that contained a formless demonic intent. If it was a normal Xiantian realm martial artist, they would have collapsed to the ground after being stared at by Qinyu. Right now, my spiritual energy is almost comparable to an origin realm martial artist. Qinyu felt that his spiritual energy had increased tremendously. It was as if it had undergone a transformation. His spiritual awareness had become stronger and could now cover a radius of 100 feet. Of course, the reason why his spiritual energy could increase so much in such a short period of time was not only because of the 2 stalks of magical triangular grass, but also the effect of the moon spirit mineral. After years of accumulation, Qinyu's foundation was extremely strong and his spiritual energy was pure and condensed. Secondly, this ancient ruin was also related to it. The demonic intent in the entire ancient ruin was boundless and could condense the spiritual energy of demonic Dao cultivators. With a glance, Qinyu realized that there were less than 20 pairs of black and white tokens left. There's not much time left. Qinyu used the remaining time to cultivate devil scale protection. In this ancient ruin, he could feel the high level of demonic Dao energy. This allowed Qinyu to cultivate this technique at an extraordinary speed. In less than half a day, Qinyu had more or less comprehended this technique. As expected of an ancient ruin left behind by an empty sea realm martial artist, Qinyu exclaimed. Beside him, the last pair of black and white tokens were dissipating. The time was almost up. In the 10 days in the ancient ruin, Qinyu's strength had grown at an astonishing rate. Firstly, his Sky Devil secret pattern record had broken through to the 3rd rank, and he had completely mastered the second demonic patterns combat technique. Secondly, his spiritual energy had made a huge leap and reached the origin realm. And Qinyu's understanding of demonic Dao and the use of power had been greatly enlightened. Not long later, a spatial tunnel appeared behind Qinyu, and he could feel a strong repulsive force forcing him to leave this place. After leaving the ancient ruin, Qinyu realized that besides Yun Haijin, everyone else was in this valley, and everyone had excited and joyful expressions. But when Qinyu came out, many people looked at Qinyu with envy and jealousy. Because the number of tokens determined how long one could stay in the ancient ruin. And Qinyu was just a mid-stage Xiantian realm martial artist, but he was actually ranked 2nd in the first round, just below Yun Haijin, and stayed in the ancient ruin for such a long time. After waiting for half a day, Yun Haijin finally walked out of the ancient ruin, emitting a strong aura. Zhou Yuning looked at Yun Haijin and felt an invisible pressure, so he couldn't help but avert his eyes. Alright, we can go now. The man in the golden cloud robe looked at Yun Haijin and nodded with satisfaction. Under his lead, the group left the palace successfully, stepped onto the teleportation array, and teleported to Yunyang College. when the group of people left Yunyang School. On an empty space in the flowing Cloud Mountains, a huge platform had been built. On the platform, there were 4 sparring stages. Near the mountains, many students looked at Yun Haijin and the other 9 with envy. The 10 of them had stayed in the ancient ruin for a period of time, so they must have gained a lot. It could be said that they had left the others behind, so they would definitely have an advantage in the upcoming competition. Among them, LV Qiuling and Yin Qingzhuang stared at Qinyu with hatred. They originally had the chance to comprehend the ancient ruin, but Qinyu had taken it away from them. "Brat, if I meet you in the ring, I will make you wish you were dead." Yin Qingzhuang's face was twisted, making him look ferocious and terrifying. "Next, let's start the second round of the competition," the man in the golden cloud robe announced. All the students who had entered the second round stood up. The reward of the first round was comprehension of the ancient ruin, so the final reward of the second round would be even more shocking. There were a total of 108 people who had entered the second round. These 108 people would be evenly distributed on the 4 sparring stages, and they would be ranked according to the number of wins. In the end, 3 people would be selected from each of the 4 sparring stages, and the final battle would determine the top 12. Qinyu was assigned to the 4th sparring stage. Near the 4th sparring stage, the students were sizing each other up, observing each other's strength. Qinyu noticed that there were many familiar faces on the 4th sparring stage, including Yu Hong, Nie Xian, and Shang Han from the No Demon Academy. "Haha, Qinyu, I didn't expect you to be on the 4th sparring stage." Not far away, LV Qiuling sneered. "Brother Chen, your luck is really bad." Yu Hong from the No Demon Academy shook his head slightly. Previously in the secret realm, Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng had forced LV Qiuling into a corner and forced her to hand over her token. But now that the second round was one-on-one, LV Qiuling and Qinyu were in the same group, and she would definitely not let Qinyu go. Of course, the second round had a rule that no killing was allowed, or else LV Qiuling might kill Qinyu. First round, Duan Xingyue vs Tang Shan. Near the 4th sparring stage, a judge announced the battle. Whoosh! With a flash of black light, Duan Xingyue arrived on the stage, and a pair of bright eyes sized up the purple-robed young man below the stage. "Tang Shan, hurry up!" Duan Xingyue said with a smile, as if she knew the purple-robed young man. Under normal circumstances, most men would rush up to such a beauty. But this was a duel, and Tang Shan hesitated as he stepped onto the stage. "I concede." After stepping onto the stage, Tang Shan immediately opened his mouth, as if he was ready to concede. But the moment he stepped onto the stage, Duan Xingyue dashed out like a black star, appearing in front of Tang Shan. With a light tap of her finger, a ball of black starlight bloomed. Boom! Tang Shan fell off the stage, and the battle was over. Duan Xingyue wins. The judge announced in a very normal manner. Many students near the 4th sparring stage looked at Duan Xingyue with fear. The student just now was obviously ready to concede, but before he could say those words, he was blocked by Duan Xingyue and thrown off the stage. Although Duan Xingyue's appearance and figure were perfect, and she was sexy and seductive, causing many male students' hearts to beat faster and their fantasies to run wild, it just so happened that this woman was also a warmonger. Tang Shan, who had just stepped onto the stage, was clearly prepared to concede. However, Duan Xingyue did not care about that. She moved with lightning speed and defeated him. How terrifying. In this group, I'm afraid that the only one who can contend against Duan Xingyue is LV Qiuling, who is ranked 2nd in the Heavenly Star Academy. Yu Hong looked at Duan Xingyue, his body trembling. After all, for an elite prodigy like Duan Xingyue, her strength was already at a limit. Breaking through to the Origin Realm wouldn't bring much of an increase in strength. The 2nd or 3rd ranked cadets of the 4 major colleges would still be able to contend with Duan Xingyue, who had broken through to the Origin Realm. But he didn't know that LV Qiuling, as a beast tamer, mainly relied on the fighting power of her pets. However, her powerful pets were basically dead, so how could she compete with Duan Xingyue? Furthermore, the champion of the 4 academies would be evenly distributed on the 4 stages. Moreover, they had all participated in the first battle of the first round. On the first stage, Yun Haijin's opponent is a tall man at the peak of the Xiantian realm. The moment he ascended the stage, he felt a supreme pressure descend upon him, causing him to be unable to breathe. When he looked into Yun Haizhen's eyes, he felt as if his mind was engulfed by a sea of fire. Cold sweat broke out all over his body as he collapsed to the ground. By combining power and mental strength, it will form a power that can suppress the physical and mental aspects. If the opponent's strength is too low, they will not be able to resist. Chen Yu thought. Moreover, Yun Haizhen's mental power also had a special characteristic. For example, Chen Yu's mental power contained a demonic will that could form a formless mental pressure. After losing the ability to fight, the judge announced that Yun Hai's opponent had lost. On the second dueling platform, Yuan Chen's opponent had already admitted defeat before he could even make a move. Similarly, a pinnacle Xiantian realm student on the third arena immediately admitted defeat. Yi Qingfeng's sword was not ordinary. There were very few people in the same realm who could block it, not to mention that he was a level lower than Yi Qingfeng. Who would have thought that there would be 4 Origin Realm experts in this year's college tournament? One of the higher-ups of the academy sighed. In the previous college tournament, it was already not bad to have 1 or 2 Origin Realm martial artists. What's more, the top 10 of the academy tournament would be rewarded with a transforming essence elixir, which could increase the chances of breaking through to the Origin Realm. But to the 4 prodigies who had already broken through to the Origin Realm, the essence transformation elixir wasn't very useful. It was no wonder that the rewards for this year's academy tournament were much better than the previous years. Apart from the top 2 of the 4 academies, almost no one dares to challenge the prestige of these 4 people. I wonder which of the 4 of them is the strongest and the weakest. The spectators nearby were looking forward to the final battle. Of course, they were not just concerned about the top few. The top 20 of the entire competition all had a trace of hope in the future, and they all had a trace of hope to break through to the legendary Void Sea realm. On the 4th martial stage, after a match, Yu Hong of the Demonless Academy went up. His opponent was a green-haired woman at the peak of the innate realm. Yu Hong showed no mercy. He launched a palm technique right from the start, striking out a dark blue flame palm wind. However, the green-haired woman was not weak either. She held a strange ring-shaped weapon in her hand and fought with Yu Hong for close to 200 moves. After a long period of attrition, the green-haired girl was the first to be exhausted. Yu Hong suddenly launched a sneak attack and obtained victory. A few more rounds passed. Chen Yu against Yang Gu. It's my turn. When Chen Yu heard his name, he walked up to the stage. Haha, I'm so lucky. On the opposite side, a short-haired youth saw Chen Yu and revealed a happy smile. He was a top student of a second-rate academy. He had barely collected 10 tokens and entered the second round. However, there were many experts in the 4th group, so he had no information about them. He was worried that he would lose 7 or 8 times in a row. He did not expect that his first opponent would be the middle stage innate realm Chen Yu. In this way, he could win the first round. Even if he lost consecutively, at least he would not lose face. Although Chen Yu had taken out so many black and white tokens, the short-haired youth did not believe that Chen Yu had obtained them with his own strength. Brother, it's too early to be happy, Yu Hong could not help but sneer. The match began. The short-haired youth immediately rushed out. He held the treasured saber in his hand tightly, and a layer of light blue air surrounded it. He was going to use his killer move as soon as he came up. On the other hand, Chen Yu had his hands behind his back and a calm face. Boom, as the saber fell, Chen Yu's figure was torn apart and turned into nothingness. Not good, an afterimage, the short-haired youth's expression suddenly changed. He did not notice that Chen Yu was using his genuine chi. When did Chen Yu use his movement skill to leave? At the same time, he felt a strong force on his buttocks. Plop, the short-haired youth was kicked out of the stage by Chen Yu and fell flat on his face. From the beginning to the end, Chen Yu did not even use his hand. He had won with a light kick. Off the stage, not many people thought it was strange. After all, Chen Yu was the disciple of the Demon-Free Academy's vice principal, while the short-haired youth was only a student of a second-rate academy. He can move so fast with just his physical strength? Nie Xian's cold face showed a trace of shock. Ordinary cultivators' movement skills were performed by using genuine qi together with their bodies. However, Chen Yu did not use any genuine qi when he moved just now. He was purely using his physical strength and his speed was extremely fast, so his opponent did not notice him. The devilish berserk shadow had extremely high requirements for physical strength. With Qinyu's current physical strength, he could burst out with astonishing speed without using genuine qi, which was far beyond ordinary people. His physical strength is so strong. It seems that he has cultivated the heavenly demon secret pattern to the 3rd level. Elantian's deep eyes flashed with a flash of light. With Qinyu's 3rd level of the heavenly demon secret pattern, he could easily suppress a late-stage Khanate cultivator with just his physical strength. After the battle, Qinyu left the stage and looked at the other battles on the other stages. He saw that Sitolinyu was fighting on the 2nd stage. His opponent was a peak Khanate cultivator from the Heavenly Sword Academy. This sword cultivator's sword skills were extremely sharp and precise. His body was surrounded by a layer of hazy sword aura. Dark Night Secret Eyes. Sitolinyu released the evil spirit and used his eye technique at the same time. A wave of mental strength and illusion power enveloped the sword cultivator's body. The sword cultivator held his sword tightly with both hands and a white light flashed in his eyes. An astonishing sword intent burst out from his body and blocked Sitolinyu's illusion. Suddenly, Sitolinyu's evil spirit stopped using the secret eyes of night and opened its mouth, releasing a low and urgent sound wave of the evil Tao. The sword cultivator did not have time to react and was hit by the sound wave. His body trembled and he retreated. At the same time, the evil spirit used the Dark Night Secret Eyes again. Under the cooperation of Sitolinyu and the evil spirit, the sword cultivator was defeated. As expected of the genius of the Situ clan. He is only a late-stage Khanate cultivator, but he can defeat a peak Khanate cultivator. Sitolinyu and the evil spirit are so well coordinated that the sword cultivator can't even swing his sword. Sitolinyu's first battle had made him famous, and many people paid attention to him. The first round was carried out in an orderly manner. Nie Xian, Shang Han, and the others also went up. Soon, it was the 2nd round. This time, Duan Xinyu's opponent had learned his lesson. He admitted defeat the moment he stepped onto the stage and jumped off the stage with a long sigh. After a few battles, it was Qinyu's turn again. And Qinyu's opponent was Yu Hong from the Demon-Free Academy. "Brother Chen, I didn't expect to meet you so soon," Yu Hong said with a smile. Qinyu looked at Yu Hong and did not know what he was going to do. In the competition for the quota of the Demon-Free Academy, Yu Hong had been instigated by Luo Haoyan to challenge Qinyu and had lost miserably. When Yu Hong saw Qinyu's expression change, he immediately said, "Brother Chen, please don't misunderstand. I admit defeat." He regretted offending Qinyu and had been looking for an opportunity to curry favor with Qinyu. Yu Hong's words shocked many people. Yu Hong was a peak Khanate cultivator and had defeated the green-haired woman who was at the peak Khanate cultivator. His strength was not to be underestimated. And at this moment, when Yu Hong was fighting against Qinyu, he actually admitted defeat. "Sai, we are both in the Demon-Free Academy and Qinyu is the vice principal's disciple. This Yu Hong has no background and must not dare to offend Qinyu." A male student sighed, thinking that he had seen through Yu Hong's thoughts. There was a sense of empathy in his words. That green-haired woman also agreed. She was defeated by Yu Hong, but at this moment, Yu Hong admitted defeat to a peak Khanate cultivator disciple. It gave her the feeling that she had lost to Qinyu. Qinyu wins. The judge announced Qinyu's victory. Following that, there was nothing for Qinyu to do. His gaze swept across the 4 challenge stages and watched the battles that interested him. Soon, the 3rd round began. Qinyu's opponent was a Khanate cultivator from the Sky Sword Academy. He didn't use his qi, but with lightning speed, he arrived behind the student and kicked him off the stage, thus winning the duel. Following that, the 4th round began. Qinyu vs. Fu Bailing. Fu Bailing, a genius disciple of the Fu clan, one of the 4 super-aristocratic families. He is so young and yet he can make it to the 2nd round of this year's competition. In the next competition, he might have a chance to compete with the geniuses of other academies for 1st place. Haha, Qinyu is also considered to be talented in the Demon-Free Academy. I wonder how many moves he can take from Fu Bailing. On the stage, Qinyu and Fu Bailing looked at each other. "We didn't have a winner last time. This time I will definitely defeat you." Fu Bailing's eyes were fixed on Qinyu. Back in the Red Earth secret realm, the two met and exchanged a few moves, but they were evenly matched. Later, the two cooperated to attack the bandit lair. In the end, Fu Bailing was badly tricked by Qinyu. But in the trial's secret realm, Fu Bailing saw Qinyu snatch food from Zhou Yuning and LV Qiuling. He knew that Qinyu had grown to a very shocking level, so he did not underestimate Qinyu. The two of them knew each other before? It seems like they had a duel before, and it was a draw. Many people were surprised. Even in the Heavenly Star Academy, only a few people knew about this matter. Fu Bailing had a great reputation in the Heavenly Star Academy, and was recognized as the leader of the next Academy tournament. Swoosh, Fu Bailing suddenly rushed out, and his surroundings flickered with faint white starlight as he rapidly closed in on Qinyu. At the same time, Qinyu also moved. He exploded with the strength of his body, and shifted behind Fu Bailing. This move is useless. Against me. Fu Bailing said calmly. In the previous two battles, Qinyu had used this method to settle the battle. But Fu Bailing was also more proficient in speed, and in addition, he had seen it before, so he was able to react. Fu Bailing quickly turned around, and pointed a finger. Intense starlight gathered on it, and like a star, it suddenly rushed out. However, Qinyu still had his hands behind his back, and swept his leg. Bang, the leg swept past, and the dazzling starlight finger was kicked into pieces. At the same time, Qinyu's leg landed on Fu Bailing's chest. Poof, Fu Bailing spat out a mouthful of blood, and then flew out of the stage. Facing Fu Bailing, Qinyu still did not use his hands, nor did he use his true qi, and ended the battle with a kick. The spectators nearby were all stunned. Facing a genius like Fu Bailing, Qinyu still managed to kick him off the stage. Could it be that Qinyu was an expert in kicking techniques? But looking at the way he attacked, it was just an ordinary kick. I've underestimated you. It really did hurt a little. After kicking Fu Bailing off the stage, Qinyu's right leg moved slightly to the left and right. Just now, Qinyu had used his physical strength to resist, and Fu Bailing's attack was indeed powerful. But if Qinyu were to use the secret rune devil body, it would probably be no different from scratching an itch. Fu Bailing, who was kicked off the stage, had a dull look on his face. But when he heard Qinyu's words, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He really wanted to curse Qinyu in his heart. You've already kicked me off the stage, so don't humiliate me anymore. After the battle ended, Qinyu walked off the stage under the attention of many people. At this moment, everyone finally looked at Qinyu. Although Fu Bailing was only in the late stage of the Xiantian realm, he was a genius of the Fu clan with excellent talent and potential. He was considered to be the leader of the Heavenly Star Academy in the next Academy tournament. And Qinyu was young and could also participate in the next Academy tournament, but he defeated Fu Bailing so easily. At this time, some people finally understood that the reason why Yu Hong admitted defeat was because he really thought that he wasn't a match for Qinyu, and not because Qinyu had a powerful backer in the academy. How can he be so strong? Could it be that he has a special defensive tool on his leg? Zhang Han stared at Qinyu. She also belonged to the fourth stage, and was destined to have a battle with Qinyu. Previously, she thought that she had a high chance of winning. But after seeing Qinyu's battle, her confidence was shaken. At least, she wasn't as confident as before. One must know that Qinyu didn't even use his true qi when he defeated Fu Bailing. This kid, his strength improved quite quickly. Duan Xinyue was also sizing up Qinyu. Of course, in her opinion, Qinyu's speed on the stage couldn't compare to her at all. At most, Duan Xinyue felt that Qinyu's strength was not bad, but she did not consider him a worthy opponent. Humph, Junior Bailing, I will help you humiliate him. LV Qiuling looked at Fu Bailing, who was recuperating at the side. It's over, LV Qiuling is going to avenge Fu Bailing. LV Qiuling is the second strongest person in the Heavenly Star Academy. She has many spirit pets and can almost instantly crush Qinyu. Many people looked at Qinyu sympathetically. They didn't know that LV Qiuling had a grudge against Qinyu. They were just finding an excuse to do Fu Bailing a favor. They also didn't know that LV Qiuling's powerful spirit pets were gone. At the peak of the mountain where the Heavenly Star Academy was stationed, a woman in palace attire sent a voice transmission to Ilan Tian, your disciple should be a body cultivator, but he defeated Fu Bailing without even using his true qi. He's indeed not ordinary. What kind of body cultivation technique does he cultivate? You'll know in a while. Xianxia revealed a rare faint smile. The competition continued and soon reached the 7th round. On the other hand, Jinyu's luck was good, and he didn't encounter any formidable existences. Practically every single one of his opponents was kicked off the stage by him. This kid is too evil. He actually humiliated others in a martial arts competition. That's right. Even I would be traumatized if I were to be kicked off the stage like that. Voices of condemnation could be heard from many places in the distance. At the same time, the puppet master, Kong Zhong, defeated a late-stage Hotian student on the 3rd stage and received a round of applause. This puppet master can be considered a dark horse. So far, he has only lost to Yi Qingfeng and Luo Haoyan. Other than that, he has a complete victory record. The puppet master, Kong Zhong, had already broken through to the late-stage Xiantian after obtaining an opportunity in the mystic realm. Coupled with his new puppet and superb control skills, there was almost no one in the late-stage Xiantian who could match him. Previously, he had even used a delaying tactic to defeat a peak Xiantian student. This isn't the only dark horse. Yunyang Academy's Thunder spiritual body genius, Wu Heng, and the Imperial family's 8th prince are both young but have amazing combat strength. Battles were going on all 4 stages, so the spectators didn't know which one to watch. The 4th stage ushered in the 8th round. This time, Jinyu's opponent was a peak Xiantian expert from Yunyang Academy. Haha, kid, you're in the limelight, a black-faced young man stared at Jinyu and smirked. Is that so? Jinyu couldn't help but smile. He just felt that there was no need to use his true strength to deal with those people. If he accidentally killed them, he would be deprived of the right to participate in the grand tournament. Haha, you underestimate Yunyang Academy. The black-faced young man laughed loudly. Although he was ranked 18th in Yunyang Academy, the top 20 of Yunyang Academy had all reached the peak Xiantian level, which far surpassed the other 3 academies. Whoosh, Jinyu didn't talk nonsense with him. He moved instantly. The black-faced young man's eyes moved slightly. He could clearly see Jinyu's figure, but he didn't move. Ha, the black-faced young man suddenly shouted. His sturdy body suddenly swelled a bit. Many metal-like patterns appeared on his body, emitting a shocking pressure. It turned out that the black-faced young man was also a body cultivator. Body cultivators liked close combat. Since he knew that Jinyu would approach him, he naturally didn't need to dodge. Do you think you can kick me off the stage? The black-faced young man said sarcastically. Oh? Body cultivator? Jinyu glanced at the black-faced young man. If it was a body cultivator, he should be able to take a beating. He still lifted his leg and kicked at the black-faced young man. But this time, he circulated the demonic pattern chi. A layer of black demonic pattern fog surrounded Jinyu's leg. Bang, Jinyu kicked and the black-faced young man punched at the same time. How can this be? Such strong chi. The black-faced young man's face suddenly turned ugly. His arm trembled and he retracted it. Jinyu's Sky Devil secret pattern record had broken through to the 3rd level. His demonic pattern chi had improved further, almost reaching the half-step True Yuan level. The black-faced young man was only ranked 18th in Yunyang Academy. Compared to the top peak Xiantian experts, there was a huge gap. Naturally, he couldn't withstand Jinyu's kick. At the same time that the dark-skinned youth retracted his arm, Chen Yu sent a kick at the youth's chest, causing a dull thud. It's a bit hard. Jinyu realized that the black-faced young man's defense was strong. He was firmly entrenched on the ground. Suddenly, Jinyu mobilized more demonic pattern chi. He even used some of the secret pattern devil body's power. Plop, the black-faced young man was still kicked off the stage. Damn, a peak Xiantian expert was kicked off the stage by him. Moreover, Wei Dong is a body cultivator. Isn't the defense of a body cultivator always very strong? How did he get kicked off? Many spectators were surprised. However, if they were facing Jinyu's powerful kick, they wouldn't think so. Such strong demonic chi. Some of the students near the stage could clearly feel the true chi that Jinyu had just released. It was hard to imagine that a mid-stage Xiantian expert's chi could be so strong. On the ground, the black-faced young man got up gloomily and looked at Qinyu with fear. He didn't expect that as a body cultivator, he would be kicked off the stage by a mid-stage Xiantian kid. However, from another perspective, he had at least forced Qinyu to use his qi. Previously, Qinyu didn't even use his qi to deal with Qinyu's previous opponents. Thinking about it this way, the black-faced young man felt that his performance was not bad. After Qinyu kicked a peak Xiantian body cultivator off the stage, some of the stronger ones also admitted defeat when they met Qinyu. After all, it was too shameful to be kicked off the stage and it could easily leave a psychological scar. Until the 12th round, Qinyu finally met a strong opponent. Of course, this was only what the outsiders thought. Qinyu vs. Xianghan. Xianghan is ranked 5th in the No Demon Academy, a peak Xiantian expert, while Qinyu is ranked 13th in the No Demon Academy. This time, he will definitely be taught a lesson. I heard that Xianghan seems to have some enmity with Qinyu. This time, Xianghan will definitely not let go of this opportunity to humiliate Qinyu. Many people were looking forward to this battle. Qinyu walked to the stage with a playful smile, sizing up the noble and stunning woman in white opposite him. Previously, when Qinyu killed Xianghan Lan in the life and death arena, Xianghan had threatened to make Qinyu pay for it. After that, Xianghan was prepared to deal with Qinyu, but coincidentally, after that battle, Qinyu was accepted by the vice principal as a disciple. But now, the two of them still met. I am ranked 5th in the No Demon Academy. No matter how strong he is, I can still defeat him. Xianghan said in her heart, staring at Qinyu, and her figure floated out. Whoosh, suddenly, a white ribbon flew out from her sleeve and wrapped around Qinyu at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the Xiang family was indeed one of the 4 great families. This ribbon was actually a supreme-grade treasure. If it was any other beautiful and powerful woman, Qinyu might have played with her. But when it came to Xianghan, Qinyu did not have a good impression of her. Qinyu activated the rune devil body, and the surface of his body turned black and shiny. At the same time, a layer of devil rune qi surrounded him, making Qinyu look extremely terrifying, like a ferocious demon. Roar! With a roar of the wind, Qinyu dashed out and attacked Xianghan at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the strength that Qinyu displayed was far stronger than before, and Xianghan was shocked. She knew that Qinyu had held back his strength, but now that he was facing her, Qinyu had no intention of showing mercy. I am the 5th genius in the academy. It won't be easy to defeat me. Xianghan was furious, and her face was filled with coldness. Whoosh whoosh, the white ribbon in her hand moved rapidly, forming a strong whirlwind. However, after activating the rune devil body and devil rune qi, Qinyu completely ignored Xianghan's attack and arrived in front of her. Impossible, Xianghan's body trembled, and a trace of panic appeared in her heart. Qinyu actually ignored her attack? How was this possible? Seeing that Qinyu was approaching, Xianghan did not care about anything else. She activated a small amount of half-step true yuan in her body and struck out with her palm. Qinyu was fearless. He circulated his energy and punched out. Bang! The moment the fist and palm collided, Xianghan's true qi and half-step true yuan were destroyed, and she was thrown out of the stage. After breaking through the 3rd level of the Sky Demon secret pattern record, Qinyu's demon pattern qi was close to the level of half-step true yuan. Adding on the secret pattern demon body, he used all of his power to throw out a punch. How could Xianghan block it? The number 1 beauty of the No Demon Academy, the 5th-ranked genius, had lost all color in her face. Her face was pale as she was thrown out of the arena like a sandbag. Bang! Xianghan's slender body fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth and dyed her clothes red. She was still in a daze, as if she was unwilling to admit what had just happened. As the 5th-ranked genius of the No Demon Academy, she had been defeated by Qinyu with a single punch. How humiliating was that? Logically speaking, since they were both from the No Demon Academy, Qinyu should have given her some face, such as casually exchanging a few blows before defeating her. However, Xianghan knew that Qinyu did not like her. Therefore, not to mention showing mercy, Qinyu had even used his hidden strength to defeat her with quick thunder. The spectators nearby thought that this battle would be very exciting and intense, but the result was always so unexpected. Qinyu had won with a single blow once again. Many people did not even see the details of the battle. Chen Yu wins. The referee announced Chen Yu's victory. At this time, the crowd burst into an uproar. How can Chen Yu's strength be so strong? He defeated the 5th-ranked Shang Han of the No Demon Academy with a single blow. Isn't Chen Yu only ranked 13th in the No Demon Academy? He's too strong. It seems that he has been holding back all this time. However, Shang Han is such a beauty and is from the same academy as Chen Yu. How could Chen Yu be so ruthless to send her flying with a single blow? This battle had finally made Chen Yu famous. At this time, many people looked at Chen Yu with admiration and respect. This was a world where strength was respected. Brother Chen, you're too mighty. Seeing Chen Yu come down, Yu Hong immediately said. Thinking back to the time when he agreed to Luo Haotian's challenge to Chen Yu, he felt a lingering fear. At the top of a mountain peak, the eyes of the woman in the palace gown flickered. She asked Elan Tian via voice transmission, he cultivates the sky demon's secret inscription? You actually let him practice this kind of cultivation method? The woman was somewhat surprised. She knew a few of the 10 great ancient mystical arts. The Heavenly Star Academy also had one of the 10 great ancient mystical arts. However, this type of cultivation technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even Duan Xingyue only cultivated the Heavenly Star Academy's ultimate technique, the Dark Star Heavenly Palace art, and didn't cultivate the 10 great ancient techniques. On the other 2 mountain peaks, the white-browed elder from the Heavenly Sword Academy and the golden cloud-robed man from the Yunyang Academy also seemed to have discovered something. After all, the true qi and unique physique that Chen Yu had displayed were extraordinary and extremely powerful. Experts of their level would be able to make some guesses after some careful thought. Vice Principal Yi, you're really bold to let your disciple cultivate this kind of cultivation technique, the white-browed old man was. Also slightly surprised. The difficulty of the cultivation technique was too high. If he was unable to break through, then his cultivation would be limited. Even geniuses might be stuck in a single realm for a long time, wasting a lot of time. Since that was the case, it would be safer to practice a lower-level cultivation technique. He's a genius in this area. Elan Tian answered simply. In fact, he didn't intend to let Chen Yu cultivate the Heavenly Demon's secret inscription. It was because Chen Yu wanted to participate in the academy tournament. In order to improve his strength in a short period of time, this cultivation technique was the best choice. Moreover, Chen Yu also wanted to try this cultivation technique. At that time, he also hesitated, but now, he firmly believed that it was the right decision. The leaders of the other 3 academies didn't agree with Elan Tian's words. Since ancient times, there had been many people who challenged the 10 great ancient techniques, but only a few people succeeded. However, if the leaders of the other 3 academies knew that Chen Yu had only cultivated the Heavenly Demon's secret inscription for half a year, they would definitely change their minds. Near the number 1 battle stage, Luo Haotian's gloomy eyes stared at Chen Yu. You're lucky. If we were on the same battle stage, I would definitely make you lose all your face. Luo Haotian clenched his fists and thought to himself. He didn't see the process of Chen Yu defeating Shang Han. He only saw the result, so he thought that he could still easily defeat Chen Yu. It was a pity that he wasn't on the same battle stage as Chen Yu, so he didn't have the chance to humiliate Chen Yu. Luo Haotian vs. Zhou Yuning. It's my turn? Luo Haotian smiled coldly and strode onto the battle stage. Luo Haotian is ranked 2nd in the No Demon Academy, and Zhou Yuning is ranked 3rd in the Sky Sword Academy. This battle should be extremely exciting. Most of the people nearby immediately focused their attention on the number 1 battle stage. Opposite Luo Haotian, a skinny man with dashing eyebrows stood on the stage like a sword, staring at Luo Haotian. Take my sword. Zhou Yuning shouted. He didn't even draw his sword, but a fiery red ray of light descended from the sky and slashed at Luo Haotian. Child's play. Luo Haotian's expression didn't change. A layer of scorching black current burst out from his body and quickly gathered on his fist. He used a fist technique and a black flood dragon was formed. Rumble the scarlet sword ray and the scorching black current intertwined and tore each other apart. Zhou Yuning's eyes narrowed. As a sword cultivator, he was known for his offensive power. Although he was evenly matched with Luo Haotian, he was actually at a disadvantage. Shush! Scorching sun, exterminating sky. Zhou Yuning waved the sword in his hand and unleashed a sea of sword light that pressed forward. This time, Luo Haoyan wasn't as relaxed as before. He could see that Zhou Yuning had used his full strength. Whoosh, Luo Haoyan's body was covered in a layer of scorching white light. This was the Luo clan's scorching white blood meridian. Luo Haoyan's bloodline was extremely compatible with his cultivation technique. At this moment, his strength had increased greatly, and he unleashed a black and white fire dragon. Boom, the battle between the two shocked everyone and was extremely intense. Luo Haoyan was incomparably powerful. He didn't feel like he was at a disadvantage when facing a sword cultivator head-on. The two exchanged hundreds of moves and used all kinds of battle techniques and trump cards. Blazing white true fire. Luo Haoyan took out his true fire and combined it with his bloodline and battle technique. He created a roaring black and white fire dragon that set off a raging heat wave. Boom, Zhou Yuning's sword technique was broken by Luo Haoyan. The remaining power of the fire shot out and sent Zhou Yuning flying to the edge of the stage. Seeing that Luo Haoyan was approaching, Zhou Yuning admitted defeat. Although he lost to Luo Haoyan, he still had a chance to enter the final battle. If he was too heavily injured here, he might not have this chance. Ha ha ha, Luo Haoyan laughed loudly and walked down the stage. He looked at Qinyu as if he was demonstrating his strength. Qinyu was indeed watching Luo Haoyan's battle, but he didn't care about Luo Haoyan's demonstration. He quickly turned his head and looked at Yi Luofeng's battle on the other stage. Yi Luofeng's opponent was Selfless Academy's Wei Bin. Hee, I've long heard of Heavenly Sword Academy's Ice Fairy's name. It's my honor to be able to interact with you today. Wei Bin stared at Yi Luofeng and laughed loudly. Many people in the vicinity couldn't help but cast disdainful gazes at him. I suddenly discovered that the Ice Fairy is 100 times more beautiful than I imagined. A student said excitedly. Idiot, that's because Selfless Academy's Wei Bin is too ugly. Compared to the Ice Fairy Yi Luofeng, Wei Bin could be said to be extremely ugly. When the two of them stood together, the contrast was too stark. Unfortunately, Wei Bin was ranked 8th in Selfless Academy when he was in the late-stage Xiantian realm. Now that he has broken through to the pinnacle, I'm afraid he's even stronger. Everyone couldn't help but feel pity for Yi Luofeng. Such a beauty was actually going to be defeated by an ugly man like Wei Bin. While others were discussing, Yi Luofeng and Wei Bin had already started fighting. In an instant, the violent flaming saber light and the frosty sharp sword light interweaved and collided. Haha, the Ice Fairy is actually so strong. Wei Bin laughed loudly. His attack power became even more ferocious as a wave of flames pounced over. Moon stirring cold light. Yi Luofeng's expression didn't change. The cold intent on her jade sword was astonishing. She fiercely flicked it and broke the layer of flaming saber light in front of her. Chi. 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 The frosty sword light repeatedly stabbed out like sharp icicles. 10 moves, 20 moves, 100 moves, Yi Luofeng still didn't lose. Luofeng has a calm temperament and is good at seeing through the enemy's flaws. Although Wei Bin has the advantage in the beginning, Yi Luofeng will definitely win in the long run. Yi Qingfeng said indifferently, looking at Yi Luofeng, his eyes slightly flickered. As Yi Qingfeng expected, after 150 moves, Wei Bin fell into a disadvantageous position. At a certain opportunity, Yi Luofeng suddenly erupted and defeated Wei Bin. What a terrifying sword Dao talent. This girl must be the leader of Heavenly Sword Academy in the lower realm. While Qinyu was watching the other battles on the other stages. Qinyu against LV Qiuling. On the 4th stage, the referee's voice resounded. Qinyu knew that after another round, it was time for him to take the stage. It's over, Qinyu is going to suffer a calamity. LV Qiuling is the 2nd strongest in Heavenly Star Academy and is also a powerful beast tamer. I'm afraid that Qinyu won't even be able to touch the corner of LV Qiuling's clothes and will be defeated by her spirit pet. Although Qinyu defeated Shang Han, there was still a huge gap between Shang Han and a top genius like LV Qiuling. Qinyu, this time, let's see where you can escape to. LV Qiuling stepped onto the stage and sneered. In the early stages of the trial, Qinyu was indeed escaping. Later on, during the fight for the treasure summoning turtle, Qinyu snatched the treasure and slipped away in the chaos. After Qinyu snatched the token, LV Qiuling thought of revenge, but she couldn't find Qinyu. Haha, escape? I wonder who was the one who was chased by me in the trial and obediently handed over the token in the end. Qinyu couldn't help but laugh. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly boiled. This is impossible. How could LV Qiuling be chased by Qinyu? That kid really knows how to talk big. No one believed Qinyu's words. If you didn't join forces with Jin Shuofeng and use a trap to kill my spirit pet, you would have died in my hands. LV Qiuling's face was red with anger as she scolded. But these words undoubtedly confirmed that LV Qiuling was indeed chased by Qinyu. The higher-ups of Demon Free Academy were stunned. They didn't expect that in the trial, Qinyu and Jin Shuofeng would actually cheat LV Qiuling. Swish. LV Qiuling immediately released a dozen spirit pets from her pet bag. She didn't talk nonsense anymore and decided to use victory to wash away the shame and restore her reputation. Qinyu swept his gaze across the dozen spirit pets. Most of them were late-stage Xiantian, only 2 or 3 were peak Xiantian. He couldn't help but smile. Such a lineup of spirit pets also wanted to deal with him. However, LV Qiuling's strength was also relatively strong, possessing half-step true origin, so he couldn't underestimate her. Almost all of LV Qiuling's previous powerful spiritual pets were killed by Qinyu. Now, most of the spiritual pets that LV Qiuling took out were temporarily tamed by her in the trial with the power of a large team, so there were not many high-level spiritual pets. In the eyes of those who didn't know, LV Qiuling was an outstanding beast tamer. This time, it was really surprising that LV Qiuling took out a group of relatively low-level spiritual pets. Could it be that LV Qiuling's powerful spiritual pets were really killed by Qinyu in the secret realm? That's impossible. No matter how strong Qinyu is, it's impossible for him to kill so many spiritual pets. One question after another surrounded the hearts of the spectators. Originally, they thought that LV Qiuling would definitely win this battle, but now the answer in their hearts was a little shaken. Qinyu, where are your spiritual pets? Why don't they join the battle? LV Qiuling suddenly asked. In fact, she was very concerned about Qinyu's spiritual pets. The fire-scale beast was an ancient beast with low cultivation and was easy to tame. The reason why she tried to kill Qinyu was to a large extent that she took a fancy to Qinyu's spiritual pets. To deal with you, I alone am enough. Qinyu said very casually. In fact, sometimes he couldn't move the Red Flame King at all. The Red Flame King probably also hated this kind of boring battle. Go. LV Qiuling's face was full of frost. Rumble suddenly, in front of Qinyu, more than a dozen demonic beasts exuded a monstrous and fierce demonic aura. They all stared at Qinyu and rushed over. Haha, just these little guys. Qinyu grinned and activated the densely tattooed demonic body. His whole body became black and shiny. At the same time, Qinyu opened his mouth and inhaled. The strong wind whistled around him, and his belly also swelled. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Qinyu's mouth, and it formed a dark gray sound wave that enveloped the area before him, causing his field of vision to distort. Immediately, the spiritual pets trembled and stood rooted to the ground. Blood flowed out from their ears, noses, and other organs. Some even lost consciousness and were knocked out of the stage by the violent sound wave. Even the 3 pets at the peak of the Khanate level couldn't resist Qinyu's sound wave secret art. Their internal organs were injured, their blood boiled, and they suffered internal injuries. Qinyu's heavenly demon secret pattern record broke through to the 3rd level, and his physique was strengthened. This bronze lion roar was activated by Qinyu with the secret rune demonic body and demonic rune qi, so its power was naturally extraordinary. However, after defeating the spiritual pets, Qinyu did not see LV Qiuling. Qinyu, die. LV Qiuling's cold voice came from the sky, and then a huge shadow immediately enveloped Qinyu. Qinyu looked up and saw LV Qiuling was riding on the azure goshawk, attacking Qinyu. Back then, the azure goshawk was only poisoned, but it didn't die. It had now recovered. He was even more surprised that LV Qiuling would use this kind of camouflage to deal with him. LV Qiuling had fought with Qinyu and watched several battles of Qinyu before, so she felt that Qinyu's strength had greatly improved. Therefore, she began to take Qinyu seriously. That was why she didn't summon the Azure at the beginning of the battle, just to confuse Qinyu. When the beasts rushed towards Qinyu, LV Qiuling used the beasts to block Qinyu's vision and summoned the Azure Goshawk to launch an aerial attack. Whoosh! The Azure Goshawk stared at Qinyu with its pair of sharp eagle eyes as it swung its steel-like, azure claws at Qinyu. It remembered that it was this human who injured its wings, causing it to fall from the sky. This scene shocked the other spectators. It seems that Qinyu isn't as simple as he looks. Otherwise, why would the second-ranked student of the Heavenly Star Academy use such a trick? The Azure Goshawk's claws were about to grab Qinyu. This Azure Goshawk was one of LV Qiuling's powerful spiritual pets, and its strength was close to the Origin Realm. This attack was enough to defeat a normal Peak Innate Realm expert. However, Qinyu didn't move and took up the giant ruler sword. Boom! Qinyu waved the giant sword and clashed with the Azure Goshawk's sharp claws. To everyone's surprise, Qinyu's sword actually managed to block the green Goshawk's dive. Explode! Qinyu yelled and used a sword technique from the Demon Shock Sword art, Sword-Shattering Nebula. Boom! The large amount of demonic pattern chi on the giant ruler sword suddenly exploded, forming a demonic chi storm. As a bird, the Azure Goshawk wasn't good at defense, so it immediately retracted its claws and retreated. My spiritual pet's strength is close to the Origin Realm, but it's on par with Qinyu. LV Qiuling was secretly shocked. Qinyu's increase in strength was really terrifying. This was only natural. Previously, Qinyu's Sky Demon Secret Patterns record had reached Stage 2 Greater Mastery, and he was only one step away from Stage 3. After entering the ancient ruins, Qinyu had taken this step. Ding ding bang, Qinyu waved the giant sword continuously. A high-grade King-class treasure weapon, the secret pattern demonic body, and the demonic pattern chi suppressed the Azure Goshawk. But this Goshawk had followed LV Qiuling for a long time, and its combat strength was very strong. Slash! Qinyu immediately leaped up and waved the giant sword, slashing at the Azure Goshawk's wings. This was also one of its weaknesses. After all, if the wings were damaged, the Goshawk wouldn't be able to fly, and its combat strength would definitely drop. Don't even think about it. LV Qiuling controlled the Goshawk and flew up. Qinyu, the sky is my home ground. LV Qiuling looked down at Qinyu with a cold smile on her face. If it was an ordinary person, they would feel a certain psychological pressure when they were looked down at from the sky and could only wait for the opponent to attack. This would affect their strength and mentality, which was enough to lead to failure. But Qinyu was obviously not this kind of person. He immediately took out a pair of black wings from his storage bag and used his true chi to condense it on his back. Roar! With a furious roar, Qinyu executed the Demon Fiend Berserk Shadow and dashed forward. Along the way, the black wings flapped and produced a black stream of air. Immediately, Qinyu's speed increased by 50 to 60%. The Devil Fiend Violent Shadow was good at flying in a straight line. With the increase of 50 to 60%, Qinyu's terrifying speed surprised Duan Xinyue, who was below the stage. At this moment, Qinyu seemed to have turned into an ancient bird and soared into the sky, arriving above the Azure Goshawk. This scene made LV Qiuling's heart tremble, and the Azure Goshawk was also deeply shocked. A moment ago, the master and the pet were looking down at Qinyu, but now, their positions had been reversed. Kill! Qinyu didn't fly very high. When he arrived above LV Qiuling, he controlled the wings and swooped down. Clang! Qinyu slashed down with his sword. The Azure Goshawk barely reacted and blocked the attack with its iron claws, but its body sank a bit. At this moment, LV Qiuling had to take action. She whipped out a brown leather whip. Qinyu focused his eyes and gathered demonic energy in his hand. The defensive ability of the mysterious pattern devil body was also exerted. He actually grabbed the whip with one hand. He grabbed my precious weapon with his bare hands. LV Qiuling's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Qinyu didn't look like a human, but more like a ferocious beast. Clang, clang. Bang, Qinyu waved the giant sword again. The power of each strike was extremely powerful, and he attacked the Azure Goshawk crazily. After all, the Goshawk only had 2 claws, so it couldn't block the attacks. Bang, after being hit in the head by Qinyu, it immediately became dizzy and couldn't keep its balance, falling down. Oh no! LV Qiuling hurriedly released a deep amount of true chi and floated in the air. now that I've lost my flying pet, the sky is now my home field. Laughing heartily, Xianxia dashed forward. Get lost. LV Chilling pulled back the whip and used her half-step true chi. Clang. Bang, bang. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. In the sky, his speed and agility far exceeded LV Chilling's. Even if LV Chilling used her half-step true chi, Xianxia could still block it. Whip weapons were suitable for long-range attacks, and it was more difficult to control when attacking. Xianxia took advantage of this and approached LV Chilling. Bang, LV Chilling didn't have time to block with all her strength, and she was pushed back by Xianxia. Boom, with another strike, LV Chilling was seriously injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. With a bang, LV Chilling fell on the arena. Her body trembled and she couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she had been falling before and was not high from the ground, or she would have fallen to her death. I admit defeat. LV Chilling immediately said. At this moment, she had lost her ability to fight, but she was still on the arena. If she didn't admit defeat, Xianxia could attack and humiliate her at will. As long as he didn't kill her, it wouldn't violate the rules. When LV Chilling admitted defeat, the tense minds of the nearby spectators finally relaxed. I didn't expect to be able to witness a battle in the sky. How exciting! Yeah, a battle in the sky is even more thrilling, but the result was out of my expectations. Heavenly Star Academy's Rank 2, LV Chilling, actually lost to Xianxia. This Xianxia is simply the biggest dark horse. But, as a beast tamer, LV Chilling doesn't have many strong spiritual pets. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle might not be determined. Many of the spectators lamented and expressed their opinions. Xianxia landed and immediately kept his wings. This black wing used up a lot of chi, especially when flying. Xianxia wins. The judge announced the result. LV Chilling, who was lying on the arena, looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression and walked down the stage. Up until now, she had never lost to anyone under the Origin Realm. But today, there was an exception, which she never expected. Interesting. Duan Xinyua's eyes were like two crescent moons as she sized up Xianxia with great interest. Up until now, the fourth stage had reached the 13th round. And Xianxia had 13 consecutive victories. Duan Xinyue also had the same result. On the fourth stage, Duan Xinyue was recognized as the rank 1, while LV Chilling was definitely rank 2. Therefore, the remaining contestants could only fight for the last spot to enter the final battle. But with LV Chilling's defeat, everyone knew that the third spot already belonged to Xianxia. The battle continued. In the 15th round, Xianxua's opponent admitted defeat. What a joke. An expert like LV Chilling, who had a flying mount, was defeated by Xianxia. If he didn't admit defeat, would he be waiting to be humiliated? Moreover, at this point in time, when facing an expert like Xianxia, admitting defeat wasn't shameful at all. It should be said that he knew his limits. After that, there was almost nothing about Xianxia. His winning streak was constantly being refreshed. With regards to this, Xianxia simply sat down and started cultivating. With his current strength, it wasn't impossible for him to fight for the top 3. But he didn't have much half-step chi in his body and could only support a few moves. Therefore, Xianxia was making use of his time to condense more chi. Round after round passed. All the way until the 22nd round. Duan Xinyue against Xianxia. After the judge announced, he looked at the two of them with interest as if he was looking forward to this battle. Duan Xinyue versus Xianxia. On stage number 4, the two strongest students faced off against each other. Originally, in the eyes of others, Xianxia was just an ordinary student. Even if he was the vice principal's disciple, he would at most gain some experience in this year's grand tournament. Xianxua's stage was destined to be the next grand tournament. But now, in the hearts of the students, Xianxia was filled with reverence. His tall figure that created miracles with each step was like an insurmountable moat. Xianxua's opponents, including Fu Bailing and Shang Han, were all defeated by Xianxia in one move. As for LV Chilling, she was defeated by Xianxia in aerial battles. So far, on stage number 4, only Xianxia and Duan Xinyue maintained a 22 winning streak. But in this battle, Xianxua's opponent was one of the 4 major schools, the number 1 student of the Heavenly Star School, Duan Xinyue, a prodigy who had just stepped into the Origin realm. Against Duan Xinyue, Qinyu's winning streak will come to an end. But as a student participating in the grand tournament for the first time, it is already unbelievable for him to achieve so much. Yeah, against Duan Xinyue, no matter how strong Qinyu is, there is nothing he can do. I think he will definitely admit defeat. If it was me, I would definitely admit defeat as well. After all, stage number 4 has 3 slots to advance to the finals. Qinyu only needs to admit defeat once. As long as he can advance to the top 12, his name will be known throughout the Yunjiao country. Nearby, the discussions got louder and louder. One was the number 1 student of the school, the other was a rising dark horse. This battle was the center of attention, including the higher-ups of the 4 major schools and the vice principal. They couldn't help but look at Qinyu with different thoughts in their minds. But they had one thing in common. They didn't expect that Qinyu would be able to defeat LV Qiuling and become an expert on stage number 4, second only to Duan Xinyue. Qinyu, nearby the number 1 arena, Luo Haotian clenched his fists tightly, and he was unable to calm his emotions. In the previous battle, although LV Qiuling didn't have many powerful spiritual pets, since Qinyu could defeat LV Qiuling, he at least had the strength to contend against Luo Haotian. At the same time, senior brother Yuan Chen, Yi Luofeng, Nie Xian, Kong Zhong, and the others all turned to look at Qinyu. They knew Qinyu's character. But a rising star wouldn't be able to defeat an Origin realm martial artist. Admit defeat. Beside the stage, Qinyu had yet to stand up. He was also pondering in his heart. Admit defeat? Qinyu asked himself. If he admitted defeat, he would be able to enter the finals. But in reality, it wasn't that Qinyu didn't have the confidence to go against an Origin realm martial artist. It was just that he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength, in case someone figured out his background and targeted him. Suddenly, Qinyu slowly stood up, and his figure seemed to have grown several times taller than before. His appearance caused many people's gazes to be filled with shock. On the stage, Duan Xinyue was also sizing up Qinyu. When Qinyu stood up, her eyes instantly lit up and her charming lips curled up. Bang, Qinyu landed on the stage. This time, Duan Xinyue didn't act like the first match, not giving her opponent a chance to admit defeat. She stood in the same place and didn't make a move. After a few breaths, Qinyu didn't speak. He actually doesn't want to admit defeat. He wants to challenge Heavenly Star Academy's number 1, Duan Xinyue? I think he's courting death. Although Duan Xinyue's appearance and figure are flawless, she is a battle maniac. If she is beaten till she is crippled, even if she enters the top 12, she won't be able to fight anymore. Most of the people thought that Qinyu was courting death. Right at this moment, the two on the stage moved at the same time. A black wind and a black ball of light clashed together. Boom, when their fists clashed, a shocking explosion was heard. Because his opponent was Duan Xinyue, Qinyu didn't hold back. This punch, he used the secret pattern's devil body and the chi of the devil patterns. With the combination of the two, he exploded with the power of the Origin realm. But Duan Xinyue had just broken through to the Origin realm and was using chi. Swish swish, Qinyu's figure was sent flying back a few feet before he managed to stabilize himself. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Duan Xinyue didn't move an inch. An Origin realm prodigy is indeed different. Qinyu wiped off the fresh blood. With his powerful self-healing ability, the light injury he suffered wasn't a big deal. The chi of the devil patterns might be powerful and was close to the half-step chi realm, but compared to the complete chi, there was still a huge gap. If it wasn't for Qinyu's Sky Devil Secret Patterns record and the powerful support of the Secret Patterns Devil Body, if he was a normal peak Xiantian, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die from this attack. First, I will preserve my strength and act weak. Then, I will find my opponent's flaw. Then, Qinyu's eyes flickered as he had a plan in his mind. Again. Duan Xinyue's interest in Qinyu grew as she initiated the attack. Her speed, strength, and defense were very balanced and didn't have any major flaws. Ding ding pong, Qinyu took out the giant ruler sword and clashed with Duan Xinyue for a few moves. At the same time, Qinyu's organs were storing energy, increasing his speed and strength. Otherwise, he would have been easily suppressed by Duan Xinyue's origin realm cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 10 moves. With every move, Qinyu would be pushed back and suffer some light injuries. But with Qinyu's recovery ability, it wasn't a big problem. He had just broken through to the third rank of the Sky Devil Secret Patterns record. He could use Duan Xinyue to train his Secret Patterns devil body. Unknowingly, with every exchange, Qinyu's injuries were getting lighter and lighter. This kid, is he a monster? He can actually resist the attack of an origin realm. In the surroundings, countless people were paying attention to this battle. Slowly, they revealed a shocked expression until their mouths were wide open. Is this the power of the ancient #1 defense mystic technique? This kid actually cultivated the Sky Devil Secret Patterns record to such a level. Yunyang Institution's vice principal stared at Qinyu. This defense, Elan Tian revealed a trace of surprise. Qinyu's Sky Devil Secret Patterns record should have just broken through to the third rank. His defense was actually at the initial stage of the origin realm. This kid is using me to train his Secret Patterns devil body. Duan Xinyue seemed to have noticed something. She could feel that Qinyu's defense was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, he had just broken through, and through practice and battles, he was constantly stabilizing and getting stronger. Xiao. Boom. Pung. Duan Xinyue's attack frequency was getting faster and the angle of her attack was extremely tricky and ruthless. Focusing on defense, the third rank of the Secret Patterns devil body is getting more and more solid. Qinyu inwardly rejoiced as he retreated and defended himself. Right now, it wasn't so strenuous for him to block the opponent's attack head-on and his injuries were getting lighter. It was expected. When he completely stabilized the third rank of the Sky Devil Secret Patterns record, coupled with the advantage of this powerful physique, his defense could easily withstand the attack of an initial stage origin realm martial artist. Darkened Sky Star. Duan Xinyue knew that something was wrong and immediately activated her secret technique. The kid in front of her was not only as tough as a tortoise, but his recovery speed was also astonishing. Wang, a layer of dark starlight appeared around her body, forming a vast sphere of light that was 10 feet in diameter. It emitted a terrifying and oppressive aura. Xinyue actually used her ultimate move. The Heavenly Star Academy's lady revealed a strange expression. Qinyu's defense was indeed outstanding. Perhaps it was as Elan Tian said, this kid had talent in this area and was suitable to cultivate the Sky Devil Secret Patterns record. But even if it was suitable, Duan Xinyue's move was enough to end the match. Qinyu, to be able to fight with me to this extent, even I am starting to like you. But this is a competition, I can only ruthlessly defeat you. Duan Xinyue revealed a charming smile. Swish, the dark sphere of light around Duan Xinyue's body exploded with a layer of black light. Her speed increased and she smashed towards Qinyu like a star. After executing the darkened sky star, the power of Duan Xinyue's attack shocked some of the origin realm experts present. Retreat. Without a second word, Qinyu executed the devilish berserk shadow and retreated. But Duan Xinyue, who executed this ultimate move, was much faster than usual. Qinyu immediately took out the black remnant wing and flew backwards, increasing his speed. But soon, Qinyu arrived at the edge of the stage. If he turned, it would be a waste of time and he would be easily caught. Qinyu entered the heartburst state and his speed increased, swish. Swish, Qinyu and Duan Xinyue circled around the stage. This kid is so slippery. Duan Xinyue couldn't help but curse. But suddenly, Qinyu stopped and took the initiative to rush towards Duan Xinyue. The two of them were already very close. Duan Xinyue couldn't react to Qinyu's sudden change of direction. In addition, Duan Xinyue was at her strongest when she executed her ultimate move. As the saying goes, when one reaches the peak, one will fall. Right now, she was relatively exhausted. Dong dong. Dong dong, under the heartburst state, her strength and speed increased by several folds. Swish, Qinyu's figure rapidly approached Duan Xinyue. Feeling the oppressive dark aura, he extended his arm and grabbed Duan Xinyue's arms. At the same time, Qinyu's shoulder collided with Duan Xinyue's plump and soft chest. This sudden impact caused Duan Xinyue to suffer a heavy blow as she hurriedly retreated to the edge of the stage. Not good. Duan Xingyue reacted quickly, but her arms were tightly grabbed. The energy around her exploded and gathered towards Qinyu. Roar! Suddenly, a low dragon roar came from Qinyu's body. A layer of translucent red scales appeared on his arms, emitting a terrifying pressure that deterred the surroundings. At such a close distance, Duan Xingyue was shocked by the power of the bloodline emitted by Qinyu's body. At the same time, her arms were grabbed by Qinyu. She couldn't move, and she even felt intense pain. Activating the dragon scale bloodline, Qinyu's strength, especially his defense, increased greatly. He was actually able to withstand the surrounding dark starlight. In addition, the fiend berserk shadow was affected by one's physique. Activating the dragon scale bloodline, Qinyu's physique was greatly enhanced. Coupled with the heartburst state, Qinyu was like a cannonball, rushing towards Duan Xingyue. At a certain moment, Qinyu smiled strangely and suddenly stopped. He loosened his hands, and Duan Xingyue was pushed out of the stage. No! Duan Xingyue fell out of the stage. She didn't suffer any serious injuries, but her face was stiff and lifeless. She didn't expect that she would be defeated by someone other than Yuan Shen, Yun Haizhen, and Yi Qingfeng. Qinyu, what made Duan Xingyue most angry was that the way Qinyu defeated her was by pushing her out of the stage. According to the rules, as long as one left the stage, they would be considered to have lost. Even now, her chest was a little deformed, not as full as it was before. This? Qinyu wins. The judge's eyes widened, a strange look on his face. Qinyu didn't defeat Duan Xingyue head-on. Instead, he suddenly attacked and pushed her out of the stage. Boom, the crowd was boiling. Duan Xingyue was defeated by Qinyu. Tell me this isn't true. How is this possible? This kid is amazing. He pretended to be weak at the beginning and suddenly burst out at the critical moment. He controlled Duan Xingyue at close range and pushed her out of the stage. Not only did this kid win the competition, but he also had intimate contact with Duan Xingyue and directly bumped into her pair of breasts. TSK, I really admire him. The onlookers couldn't help but discuss. The entire Flowing Cloud Mountains audience was ignited by the battle between Qinyu and Duan Xingyue. From their point of view, Qinyu was definitely at a disadvantage against Duan Xingyue. However, not only had Qinyu displayed great strength, but he had also used a strategy and unique method to obtain victory. This was truly a huge surprise to everyone, and their jaws dropped to the ground. But there were some who were dissatisfied with Qinyu's techniques and started to criticize him. This kid is too cunning. Furthermore, he actually went against Xinyue's position. What a rogue. That's right. Qinyu is too despicable. He used tricks to win. Most of these criticisms were from Duan Xinyue's admirers. They hated Qinyu so much in their hearts that they gritted their teeth. They didn't have any intimate contact with Duan Xingyue, but Qinyu took advantage of her. From afar, Yi Luofeng had a resentful expression as she stared at Qinyu, indeed a shameless and despicable person. Other than that, there were also some elite experts who were carefully sizing up Qinyu. After all, Qinyu's rise meant that the competition for the top 12 had become even more intense. Junior brother is indeed capable. But this time, he must have angered Duan Xingyue. Yuan Chen let out a faint laugh. Yun Haizhen and Yi Qingfeng also took a few more glances at Qinyu. All this while, Qinyu had constantly entered their sights. But this time, it was the one that caught their attention the most. But they still didn't pay much attention to it. Among the top students of the 4 major colleges, Duan Xingyue was the weakest and had broken through to the origin realm the latest. But Qinyu still used tricks to win against Duan Xingyue. No matter what. On stage number 4, there were 2 students with 22 winning streaks. They were Qinyu and Duan Xingyue. But with the end of this battle, Qinyu became the only student with 22 winning streaks and was ranked first in the group. Outside the stage, Duan Xingyue was extremely angry. Her face was flushed red and she wanted to rush up the stage to spar with Qinyu. However, this was the academy tournament, and the higher-ups of the 4 academies were all here. If she did not follow the rules, she would lose the right to compete. Qinyu, I underestimated you previously and was careless. You won't be so lucky in the finals. Duan Xingyue glared at Qinyu fiercely before walking to the side. Although she had lost this battle, she was not at all convinced. Both Qinyu and her would enter the finals. At that time, she would not be careless anymore. She would defeat Qinyu in one fell swoop and regain her face. When the commotion gradually died down, Luo Haoyan, who stood a short distance away, was still staring at Qinyu. Qinyu was able to clash head-on with Duan Xingyue, but in this aspect, he was slightly inferior. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about the bloodline that Qinyu had just unleashed, which made him think of something. The competition continues, Yu Hong against Huang Hu. The referee shouted. As the next round of battle progressed, the discussion about the battle between Qinyu and Duan Xingyue quickly died down. To be able to stand on this stage, which one of them wasn't an elite prodigy of the Yunjiao nation, below the stage, Qinyu sat cross-legged calmly with his eyes closed. The battle with Duan Xingyue had given him great enlightenment. After all, this was his first battle with an Origin Realm expert. During the battle, Qinyu's secret pattern demonic body was honed and became even stronger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he comprehended and cultivated at the same time. Yi Qingfeng, Yun Haizhen, and Shi Xiang should all be stronger than Duan Xingyue. Qinyu thought to himself. During the battle with Duan Xingyue, Qinyu felt that the most troublesome thing was that Duan Xinyue's qi was too strong, much stronger than the qi of the demonic patterns. Although Qinyu had half-step qi, he didn't have much and couldn't afford a long battle. This was also the reason why Qinyu didn't expose his half-step qi in the previous battle. Now, Qinyu was circulating the secret technique imparted by the Scarlet Flame Emperor to condense his half-step qi. At the same time, he was circulating the mental cultivation method in the Sky Devil secret pattern record to increase his qi cultivation. During the trial, Qinyu had consumed many precious herbs. After entering the ancient ruins, he had gained a lot of enlightenment. Now that he had experienced a series of intense battles, Qinyu's cultivation had also been stimulated. Especially during this battle, Qinyu felt that his cultivation had improved slightly. On top of a few mountain peaks, the Heavenly Star Academy's lady frowned slightly. Her dignified face revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. Duan Xingyue was the number 1 in the Heavenly Star Academy, but she was defeated by someone who was ranked in the top 10 of the Demonic Academy. This caused the Heavenly Star Academy to lose face. Vice Principal E, if I'm not wrong, this disciple of yours seems to have an extremely powerful bloodline, the white-browed old man from the Heavenly Sword Academy asked. Qinyu's dragon-scale bloodline gave him a feeling that it was more powerful than the bloodlines of the 10 great ancient clans, otherwise, the white-browed old man wouldn't have noticed Qinyu's bloodline. After all, this ancient country was vast and abundant. There were not only the 10 great ancient clans that had academies. There were also many different bloodlines, but most of them had a low concentration. Yes, Ilan Tian answered very simply. He only knew that Qinyu had a special physique, but he didn't expect Qinyu to have the power of bloodline. Suddenly, Ilan Tian realized that when he told Qinyu to participate in the academy competition, he only needed to enter the top 50. However, Qinyu had made it to the top 12, and his final ranking would not be too far behind. This made him look forward to this disciple even more. The man in the golden cloud robe also carefully observed Qinyu. He was very interested in Qinyu's bloodline. As everyone knew, the Yun family also belonged to the 10 great ancient clans, but they were willing to take the initiative to absorb new bloodlines and reproduce. On the 4 arenas, the battles continued. Occasionally, there would be a few exciting battles. Duan Hao, the genius of the Demonic Academy, was also extremely powerful. His cultivation was at the late Khanate stage, but he could fight with a peak Khanate expert. Bang, Duan Hao punched and kicked. His attacks were crazy and ferocious. An invisible evil aura rose, as if there was a ferocious tiger behind him. However, his opponent was equally powerful. He was a peak Khanate student from the Yunyang Academy. As the saber light danced, it intertwined with Duan Hao's punches and kicks, tearing each other apart. Duan Hao, you're no match for me. It's too early for you to say that, Duan Hao let out a roar. At the same time, he activated the power of his bloodline. A layer of black wind patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, clearer and more obvious than before. Duan Hao's speed greatly increased by activating his bloodline. Moreover, the power of his bloodline was compatible with his cultivation technique, which increased his power significantly. Boom! Bang! Duan Hao launched a round of crazy and rapid attacks, which shocked his opponent. The evil wind saber light dissipated, and his opponent had already fallen. Duan Hao wins. As the voice rang out, Duan Hao also lay down with his head raised. He had done his best in this battle. It could be said that he had performed extraordinarily well. Qinyu, I must catch up with you, Duan Hao clenched his fists and said. The battle between Qinyu and Duan Xingyue could be said to have completely stimulated him, making him realize that there was such a big gap between him and Qinyu. Of course, he was not the only one who was stimulated by Qinyu. Wu Heng, the genius from the Yunyang Academy who participated in the tournament for the first time, was also stimulated. He became overflowing with fighting spirit and was extremely crazy. Before the tournament, Wu Heng met Qinyu in the Devil Bone Wasteland and said that he would compete with Qinyu in the tournament. Although he had not had a chance, the battle between Qinyu and Duan Xingyue had already shown that he could not be a match for Qinyu. On the other side, Yi Luofeng also became more serious. A strong fighting spirit arose in her, and she waved the sword in her hand stubbornly and tenaciously. The tournament continued. Qinyu was not disturbed at all. After all, he had defeated Duan Xingyue. Although it was a bit of a trick, he had also displayed the strength to fight head-on with Duan Xingyue. On the fourth stage, the other people treated Qinyu and Duan Xingyue as the strongest fighting strength, and they could only look up to them. Therefore, when it was Qinyu's turn to fight, his opponent immediately admitted defeat. Therefore, Qinyu could be considered to be calm as he cultivated by the side. Perhaps it was the stimulation from the tournament, but the effect of Qinyu's cultivation was not bad. His half-step true origin energy had increased by quite a bit. Finally, along with the end of the last battle on the fourth arena, the fourth stage's ranking was decided. But only the top 3 could enter the finals. First place, Qinyu. Second place, Duan Xingyue. Third place, LV Qiuling. This was undoubtedly the most unexpected ranking. Qinyu occupied the position that should have been Duan Xingyue's. Furthermore, LV Qiuling's Azure Eagle was still there. Adding on her own strength, no one was a match for her, so she obtained the third position. Immediately after, the second stage's ranking was announced. First place, Yuan Chen. Second place, Tang Yamo. Third place, Lu Fan. Among them, Tang Yamo might be at the peak stage of the Xiantian realm, but he was extremely strong and had the ability to challenge an Origin realm expert. He exchanged over 50 moves with Yuan Chen before being defeated. As for Lu Fan, he was ranked second in the Sky Sword Academy. There was no dispute that he obtained the third position. Right at this moment, on the first stage, a dazzling golden flame radiated in all directions. The one who stepped up was Yunyang Academy's number 1, Yun Haizhen. His opponent was Luo Haoyan, who was ranked second in the Demon Free Academy. Facing Yun Haizhen, even Luo Haoyan felt a boundless pressure. His body and mind seemed to be suffering a torment. Seeing that Luo Haoyan didn't admit defeat, Yun Haizhen's eyes narrowed as he took out a golden sword with dragon engravings. Instantly, Yun Haizhen's aura surged. Slash! Yun Haizhen's true origin energy surged as his sword glowed with a dazzling flame radiance. Everyone couldn't help but focus their attention on it. Luo Fire Protection. Luo Haoyan's eyes trembled as he activated the power of his bloodline. Both his palms released a layer of black and white flame, which gathered on the surface of his body and formed a black and white flame barrier. Furthermore, Luo Haoyan integrated the white true fire into his defense. Right at this moment, a golden sword light that was over 10 feet long slashed down. Crack! Instantly, a crack appeared on the barrier around Luo Haoyan. Gold, black, and white flames shot out in all directions. In the next moment, the golden sword light swept across and shattered the flame barrier. PFFF, Luo Haoyan was blasted out of the stage as he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a scorch mark on his chest. If it wasn't for the protection of the supreme-grade artifact armor, his injuries would have been more severe and he wouldn't be able to participate in the following matches. One sword to defeat the number 2 in the Demon Free Academy. This kind of strength was shocking. In the Demon Free Academy, Luo Haoyan could fight against Yuan Chen for a short period of time. Even LV Qiuling from the Heavenly Star Academy could fight against Duan Xingyue. But against Yun Haizhen, Luo Haotian was defeated in one sword. Even Duan Xingyue, who was on stage 4, looked at Yun Haizhen with a solemn expression. Subsequently, the ranking for stage 1 was announced. First place, Yun Haizhen. Second place, Luo Haotian. Third place, Zhou Yuning. Not long after, the battles on stage 3 also came to an end. First place, Yi Chengfeng. Second place, Yin Qingzhuang. Third place, Luo Qiuman. Just like that, the top 12 of the finals were decided. After the preliminaries, the college tournament would take a break for the night. After all, the 27 rounds of the preliminaries were carried out continuously, and all the students were quite tired. The final battle could not be sloppy. It was only fair and just to let every student fight in their peak condition. Yuan Chen, Qin Yu, and Luo Haotian became the focus of the No Demon College's representatives. Just do your best in the final battle, Ilan Tian said to the three of them. Yuan Chen, Qin Yu, and Luo Haotian all looked serious. This was not only for the college's honor, but also for their own honor. They would naturally do their best. Of course, if you get a good ranking, the No Demon College will also give you a certain amount of rewards according to your ranking. A senior branch principal said as he looked at the 3 people in front of him with a pair of slightly squinted eyes. His words made the eyes of Qin Yu and the other 2 light up. This was simply a double reward. Exchanging for the 4th to 6th levels of the Sky Demon secret pattern record requires 1 million demon points. It seems that I have to fight, Qin Yu chuckled. It wasn't easy to earn 1 million magic points. Qin Yu had a deep understanding of the power of the Sky Demon secret pattern record. If he still cultivated the bronze statue skill, it was almost impossible for him to get a good result in this year's college tournament. After a night of rest, the 12 people in the final battle rested for the next day's battle. Little guy, you made it to the top 12. Not bad, the Crimson Flame King looked at Qin Yu lazily and said in an old-fashioned manner. Only the top 12. Qin Yu's expression was calm. Why? Your goal is to be first, right? The Crimson Flame King's eyes flashed, as if he had seen through Qin Yu's intentions. Qin Yu nodded. He would not hold back in the final battle. He would fight for the best ranking, and if possible, he would take first place. I asked you to help me collect the precious materials. How many have you collected? The Crimson Flame King asked. I collected 6, Qin Yu answered. Alright, on account of these 6 precious herbs, this king will help you. The Crimson Flame King stood up and walked to Qin Yu's side. I see that your cultivation is about to reach the peak of the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Now, this king will help you and increase your cultivation speed in the short term, but your spiritual body's aptitude is too poor, so whether or not you can reach the peak of the middle stage will depend on your luck. Then, the Crimson Flame King arrived behind Qin Yu, and its claws quickly tapped on Qin Yu's acupoints, producing a strange heat. Qin Yu could feel that the magic pattern qi in his body was circulating much faster. The next morning, more and more cultivators gathered at Flowing Cloud Mountain Range. The final battle of the college tournament would determine the brightest talents in the entire Yunjiao Nation. In the future, Yunjiao Nation would be theirs. On the stage, the 4 stages had already merged together to form an extremely wide stage. The 12 participants of the final battle were already standing on this stage. What was interesting was that out of these 12 people, there were 3 students from each academy. In previous years, the number of students from Yunyang Academy had always been slightly ahead. However, when they thought of Yunyang Academy's Yun Haizhen, they felt that it did not matter much. The first place of this year's college tournament should still belong to Yunyang Academy. I still haven't reached the peak of the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Qin Yu's expression was calm. After all, he had just reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm not long ago. If not for the large amount of herbs, the opportunities in the ancient relic, and the continuous fierce battles, his cultivation would not have improved so quickly. Now, he was only a little bit away from the peak of the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. The rules of the final battle are exactly the same as the preliminaries, the middle-aged man in the golden cloud robe said loudly. The golden cloud-robed middle-aged man said with a clear voice. His voice was like a huge bell that spread in all directions. First round, first battle, Yun Haizhen vs LV Qiuling. A judge announced. I surrender. LV Qiuling's body trembled and she immediately surrendered. During the preliminaries, Luo Haoyan had been defeated by Yun Haizhen with one strike. Moreover, LV Qiuling's spiritual pet had been greatly damaged, so how could she compete with a top talent like Yun Haizhen? No one said anything about LV Qiuling's surrender. Second round, Yuanchen vs Zhou Yuning. As soon as the announcement was made, the two went up to the stage. Zhou Yuning held the crimson treasured sword in his hand tightly. His eyes were focused as a scorching sword intent burst out from his body. He knew that he was no match for Yuan Chen, but surrendering without fighting would go against his belief in the sword Dao. Slash, all of a sudden, before Zhou Yuning could make a move, a huge crimson sword ray fell from the sky. As the sword ray fell, Yuan Chen's figure was easily shattered. Whoosh, Yuan Chen suddenly appeared on Zhou Yuning's right side and struck out with his palm. A dark, icy palm ray shot out. The scorching air immediately cooled down, and a layer of cold mist appeared. Ding, Zhou Yuning held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, and a huge amount of true qi mixed with a portion of half-step true origin was released. However, Yuan Chen's palm attack was made with true origin. Even though Zhou Yuning's powerful attack had weakened the power of the palm, his figure was still thrown back. He only stopped after retreating for a few dozen feet. A layer of frost appeared on his body, and his limbs were a little stiff. Just as he raised his head, Yuan Chen appeared in front of him. Pung, a palm strike landed on Zhou Yuning's shoulder, and Zhou Yuning's figure was sent flying out of the stage again. Of course, Yuan Chen's palm strike didn't have much destructive power. It merely sent Zhou Yuning flying. Otherwise, Zhou Yuning would be severely injured even if he didn't die. So strong, everyone's heart sank. As expected, it was extremely difficult to challenge the four Origin Realm prodigies. Yuan Chen wins. Third match, Qinyu against Lu Fan. It was Qinyu's turn for the third match. Lu Fan? When Qinyu looked at a muscular, dark-skinned man standing a short distance away, he inexplicably felt a familiar aura from this man. Lu Fan, ranked number 2 in Sky Sword Academy. He was slightly stronger than Zhou Yuning. In addition, Lu Fan had another identity. He was a member of one of the 10 great ancient clans, the Lu clan. If I'm not wrong, Lu Xue should be from one of the 10 great ancient clans, the Lu clan. During the preliminaries, Qinyu paid attention to Lu Fan. His bloodline characteristics were exactly the same as Lu Xue's. Back in the Blood Burial Garden, Lu Xue treated the disciples of the Three Sects and Bone Devil Palace as country bumpkins. His powerful Black Emperor bloodline was something that even Mei Chongqing had to give way to. But in the end, Lu Xue's Black Emperor bloodline was extracted by Qinyu's mysterious heart and used for himself. Qinyu, right? Let me see how much of your victory over Duan Xingyue was due to luck and how much of it was due to your own strength. Lu Fan looked at Qinyu. Although Qinyu's victory over Duan Xingyue was mostly due to luck, Lu Fan still wouldn't underestimate Qinyu. However, Lu Fan still wouldn't underestimate Qinyu. Instead, he would treat Qinyu as a formidable opponent and go all out. Alright. This Lu Fan gave Qinyu a very calm and serious feeling. The match began. A broad longsword appeared in Lu Fan's hand, giving off a heavy feeling. On the other side, Qinyu took out a pitch-black giant ruler. Both of them used swords, and their weapons were very rare heavy swords. Clang, the two heavy swords clashed together, bursting out with a dull metallic sound, giving the illusion that the world was trembling. In the first exchange, Qinyu and Lu Fan both took 2 or 3 steps back. This kid is indeed capable. Lu Fan thought. First of all, he didn't know what cultivation technique Qinyu cultivated, but his true qi was stronger than his. Secondly, Qinyu's strength was also much stronger than his. But as a sword cultivator, Lu Fan's sword skills were far superior to Qinyu's. Clang! Clang, the two continued to exchange blows. The two huge heavy swords set off layers of black shadows. Lu Fan's sword swung faster, and his use of the sword was more proficient. He played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. After a series of exchanges, he was actually able to suppress Qinyu. No wonder he's ranked second in the Heavenly Sword Academy. Qinyu thought. No longer hiding, Qianyu's secret pattern demonic body was instantly activated. A layer of black luster appeared on his body, and there were faint black lines on it. Peng, the moment he used the secret pattern demonic body, the power of Qianyu's true qi also increased. He swung his sword, and even though Lu Fan's sword skills were superb, he was still forced back several steps by Qianyu. Again. Lu Fan shouted, and a layer of black iron lines appeared on the surface of his body. His Black Emperor bloodline was several levels higher than Lu Shua's Black Emperor bloodline. After activating the Black Emperor bloodline, Lu Fan's defense and strength increased greatly. Coupled with his superb heavy sword skills, his battle strength far exceeded LV Qiling's. The two fought fiercely. Qianyu couldn't injure Lu Fan, and Lu Fan couldn't injure Qianyu. It was like a battle between two monsters made of copper and iron. Qianyu, if you dare to lose to Lu Fan, I won't let you off easily. Below the stage, Duan Xingyue snorted coldly. On the surface, Lu Fan's sword skills were superb, and he had a slight advantage. Duan Xingyue had been defeated by Qianyu before. If Qianyu lost to Lu Fan, didn't that mean that Duan Xingyue was also inferior to Lu Fan? I won't lose to him. Qianyu's expression froze, and he said seriously. He wanted to fight for the top 3, and he even had the intention of fighting for first place. Without saying anything, he activated a trace of the dragon scale bloodline. Suddenly, a formless and tyrannical ancient dragon pressure spread out, and a layer of blood-colored scales appeared on Qianyu's arm. He didn't fully activate the dragon scale bloodline, but the power of the bloodline he displayed was slightly stronger than Lu Fan. In addition, Qianyu's bloodline had a terrifying power that could weaken the power of Lu Fan's Black Emperor bloodline. He swung his sword, and the shocking sword light was dark red, and a layer of strange scales appeared on it. Ding! Lu Fan's arms trembled, and he slid backward. He felt his internal organs tremble, and his qi and blood were floating. Dong dong! Dong dong dong! Qianyu's internal organs suddenly erupted, and his strength and speed multiplied as he chased after Lu Fan. At this moment, as if he had gone crazy, Qianyu blasted out with his sword again, and a layer of dark red violent sword wave enveloped Lu Fan, forcing him to retreat. If it were LV Qiling, she would probably be defeated by Qianyu at this moment, but Lu Fan's Black Emperor bloodline had a stronger defense. So fierce. I thought that Qianyu defeated Duan Xingyue because he was opportunistic and lucky. I didn't expect that even Lu Fan would be suppressed by Qianyu in a head-on battle. In the Heavenly Sword Academy, Lu Fan was second only to Yi Qingfeng. He was proficient in both offense and defense, and most people didn't want to fight him head-on. However, at this moment, Lu Fan was suppressed by Qianyu to the point that he couldn't fight back. There were wounds on his body, and he was about to retreat to the edge of the arena. On the other hand, Qianyu could be said to be uninjured. At a certain moment, Qianyu mobilized a trace of half-step True Yuan and integrated it into the huge demonic pattern qi. The giant sword's power increased greatly. Peng! Qianyu exploded with his strongest sword. This time, Lu Fan couldn't block it. His hands trembled, and the heavy sword in his hands was thrown out. The sword light's aftershock bombarded Lu Fan's chest, and he was sent flying out of the arena. He spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and the power of his bloodline quickly disappeared. Qianyu wins. The judge announced the result. If Qianyu defeated Duan Xingyue last time, it could be said that he was opportunistic and had good luck. But this time, Qianyu defeated the second-ranked student of the Heavenly Sword Academy head-on, and it could be said that he was also very strong. Qianyu defeated the second-ranked Lu Fan of the Heavenly Star Academy, causing his prestige to rise once again. He is simply the ultimate dark horse of this competition. He fought his way all the way to the top 12, and even Lu Fan was defeated. This child might be able to obtain the 5th rank after the 4 Origin Realm prodigies. One of the instructors of the Demon-Free Academy revealed a look of joy. If Yuan Chen could make it into the top 4 and Qianyu could get 5th place, the Demon-Free Academy would be able to hold their heads high in this year's Great Academy tournament. It won't be that easy. Yunyang College's Rank 2, Tang Mo, and Rank 3, Yin Qingzhuang, are both experts below the Origin Realm. Tang Mo is more stable and experienced than Lu Fan, while Yin Qingzhuang's ocular bloodline is the bane of physical cultivators. A branch dean said slowly. Since no one refuted it, it was obvious that they had tacitly agreed. In addition, they still compared Qinyu to those below the origin realm. Obviously, they also thought that Qinyu won against Duan Xingyue through trickery. If Qinyu were to meet Duan Xingyue in the finals, she would definitely go all out and Qinyu would definitely lose. Yi Qingfeng vs Luo Qiuman. The match continued. I admit defeat. Luo Qiuman was ranked third in the Heavenly Star Academy, so how could she be Yi Qingfeng's opponent? Most likely, she wouldn't even be able to receive a single sword strike from him. Luo Haoyan against Tang Yimo. Tang Yimo and Luo Haoyan were ranked second in their respective academies, and they were both descendants of the 10 great ancient clans. There were also people from the 10 great ancient clans among the spectating forces of the drifting Cloud Mountain Range. They were also looking forward to this battle. The Luo clan's incandescent bloodline and the Tang clan's dark Wada bloodline. I wonder who's stronger. Everyone was also looking forward to this battle. On the martial stage, the two of them did not waste any time and attacked with quick thunder. Luo Haoyan's entire body was covered in a layer of scorching black flow. His power was ferocious as he threw a thunderous punch at Tang Mo's left side. Tang Mo waved his hand and condensed a layer of dark and gentle water, which collided with Luo Haoyan's fist. In an instant, the black fire and dark water interweaved and eroded. Bang! Bang! Luo Haoyan clenched his other hand into a fist and punched out, exchanging more than 10 blows with Tang Mo. At a certain moment, the two of them activated their bloodlines at almost the same time. An ancient and oppressive bloodline aura rushed out in all directions. After activating their bloodlines, the two's battle prowess increased greatly, and their battle shook the surroundings. Luo Haoyan's incandescent bloodline could amplify fire elemental techniques and unleash explosive power. On the other hand, Tang Mo's dark water bloodline specialized in defense. Using softness to overcome hardness, it could restrain Luo Haoyan to a certain degree. Gradually, Luo Haoyan was at a disadvantage. White flashed true fire. Without another word, Luo Haoyan took out his true fire and exploded with an even more terrifying power. However, Tang Mo was wearing a special treasure within his body. It was a peak existence even amongst supreme-grade treasures. This treasure armor could be used with his water-type cultivation technique to increase his defensive power. Boom! Bang! Tang Mo blocked Luo Haoyan's attacks one after another, then suddenly attacked in the end, winning by a surprise move. Tang Mo wins. The referee announced the result. Damn it, Luo Haoyan was extremely unwilling. He was actually defeated by Tang Mo. During the battle, Tang Mo was extremely calm from the beginning until the end, and he dealt with all of his attacks. His performance was extremely steady and experienced, giving him a feeling that he was unable to see through him. Sigh, Luo Haoyan lost. An upper echelon of the No Demon College side. With Tang Mo's strength, if he defeated Qinyu, he would basically be able to occupy the 5th position. Then this year's top 5, Yunyang College would have 2 participants, once again occupying the limelight. Duan Xingyue against Yin Qingzhuang. This was the last battle of the first round. Yin Qingzhuang's eyes darkened. He ascended the stage and decided to challenge an Origin Realm prodigy. However, Duan Xingyue's Dark Star Heavenly Palace technique was good at both offense and defense. It also had a certain increase in the defense of the soul spirit. Moreover, Duan Xingyue was already at the Origin Realm, making it hard for Yin Qingzhuang's ocular technique to injure her. I admit defeat. Yin Qingzhuang immediately admitted defeat. Duan Xingyue was a battle maniac. He had challenged Duan Xingyue's prestige. If he didn't admit defeat in time, Duan Xingyue wouldn't let him off so easily. I hope my next opponent will be you. When she walked off the stage, Duan Xingyue's black eyes had a trace of battle intent as it stopped on Qinyu. After the 6 battles ended, the second round began very quickly. The first match of the second round, Zhou Yuning against Lu Fan. Lu Fan eventually won. The second match, Luo Qiuman against Yun Haizhen. Once again, Luo Qiuman admitted defeat. Qinyu against Yin Qingzhuang. Ha ha ha, Qinyu, I finally meet you. Just as the judge announced the battle, Yin Qingzhuang laughed sinisterly. In the hidden domain of tribulations, Yin Qingzhuang was caught between Yi Qingfeng and Yuan Shen when he was being targeted by Qinyu. He had no choice but to hand over all his tokens. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 in the first round and enter the ancient ruins to comprehend. But everything was ruined by Qinyu. Shitty, be careful. Yuan Shen couldn't help but warn. The rest looked at Qinyu and shook their heads. He has encountered the most difficult opponent apart from the origin realm. Yi Qingfeng commented indifferently. That's right. This kid might be strong and can go against a peak Xiantian expert. Even Lu Fan isn't his match. But it's easy to increase one's cultivation level, but it's hard to increase one's spiritual energy. I'm afraid Yin Qingzhuang can kill him with a single glance. As a physical cultivator, the spiritual energy must be his weakness. Qinyu has finally met his nemesis. Some of the spectators were discussing and didn't think highly of Qinyu. Including LV Qiuling and Luo Haoyan, they couldn't help but sneer. On the stage, Qinyu and Yin Qingzhuang faced each other from a distance. Qinyu, do you regret what you did in the past? Yin Qingzhuang sneered and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Because once he made a move, he would be victorious. He didn't want the battle to end like this. He wanted to torture Qinyu, mentally, physically and mentally. He wanted to destroy Qinyu in all aspects. When you say regret, are you referring to the matter of making you hand over all your clearance tokens? Qinyu smiled and asked. As soon as this statement was out, the spectators who didn't know what was going on were in an uproar. It was hard to believe that Qinyu had forced Yin Qingzhuang into such a miserable state in the secret domain. Yin Qingzhuang's face was ashen. He didn't expect Qinyu to be so unscrupulous and say it out in front of everyone. Courting death, his face was ferocious and crazed. Within his dark red eyes, flames danced and produced an evil spiritual energy. In flame I flame, Yin Qingzhuang's eyes stared at Qinyu. The dark red flames in his eyes looked as though they were about to jump out. Buzz, Qinyu instantly activated the secret pattern devil body and a layer of secret pattern chi covered his body. Just as he finished all this, a dark red ball of Yin flame appeared in front of Qinyu's chest and instantly exploded. Yin Qingzhuang's Yin flame I flame was targeted at both the material realm and the spiritual realm. Huqiqi the flames raged on Qinyu's body. But Qinyu's defense was extremely strong. In a defensive state, he could even take on a normal attack from an origin realm martial artist. After Yin Qingzhuang executed his ocular technique, he sneered at Qinyu. He knew that Qinyu's physical defense was strong and he didn't expect his ocular technique to hurt Qinyu's body. As long as his ocular technique targeted the spiritual energy and could destroy Qinyu's spiritual energy, he would win this battle. Of course, he was afraid that Qinyu's spiritual energy would be instantly destroyed. Therefore, he didn't execute his ocular technique at full strength. Otherwise, he would be breaking the rules and disqualified from the competition. Sigh, this was the tragedy of being good at spiritual energy attacks. A moment of carelessness could kill the enemy. However, as time ticked by, Qinyu stood in the same spot as if nothing had happened. The flames on his chest gradually extinguished. This scene not only stunned Yin Qingzhuang, but also shocked the spectators. Yin Qingzhuang's ocular technique wasn't able to defeat Qinyu. Qinyu, it seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't think that your mental strength would be so strong. However, I only used 50% of my power in that eye technique just now. This time, you'll definitely lose. Yin Qingzhuang's face darkened. Logically speaking, 50% of his strength should be enough to severely injure Qinyu. Kiki. Qinyu let out a faint laugh and his figure flashed. His spiritual energy was almost on par with an origin realm martial artist. Furthermore, his spiritual energy was more resilient and had a hint of devil intent. The mental energy contained in that ocular technique just now was no different from a tickle for Qinyu. Kid, are you afraid? Yin Qingzhuang sneered and was secretly pleased. From his point of view, Qinyu was afraid, which was why he quickly attacked, hoping to defeat him. Yin Qingzhuang's eyes flickered with Yin fire. His spiritual energy was highly concentrated and locked onto Qinyu. When Qinyu approached him, Yin Qingzhuang's ocular technique was activated again. Bang! A head-sized dark red Yin fire exploded on Qinyu's body and the flame spread rapidly. Qinyu didn't need to care about the damage on the physical level. The key was on the spiritual level. Qinyu felt as though he was in a burning hell, suffering from the torment of the flames. Fortunately, Qinyu was prepared. He gathered his spiritual energy and defended against all of this. He had cultivated heaven-heart refinement before, and this secret technique was an ancient spiritual secret technique that condensed one's willpower and strengthened one's spiritual defense. Under full resistance, Qinyu's spiritual energy forcefully withstood the spiritual attack. If I fully activate my ocular technique, even an origin realm martial artist will be injured if he is caught off guard. After activating his ocular technique, Yin Qingzhuang laughed loudly. The spectators nearby nodded. How could Qinyu defend against Yin Qingzhuang's full-powered Yin Fire Eye Flame? The outcome of this battle was decided. However, just as Yin Qingzhuang was laughing proudly, Qinyu, who wasn't far from him, suddenly released a terrifying and overbearing demonic Dao energy. This, impossible. Yin Qingzhuang was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in shock. Whoosh, Qinyu was already very close to Yin Qingzhuang. He quickly arrived in front of Yin Qingzhuang, gathered power in his heart and punched towards Yin Qingzhuang's head. Feeling the danger, Yin Qingzhuang woke up from his shock and circulated his half-step true essence to defend himself. However, how could his hasty defense block Qinyu's powerful attack after accumulating power in his heart? Boom! As the fist landed, Yin Qingzhuang's figure was immediately sent flying. He landed at the edge of the stage and rolled off. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The rest of the geniuses, including the spectators, only reacted when they saw Yin Qingzhuang roll off the stage. Boom! The crowd was in a frenzy. How is this possible? Yin Qingzhuang's two bloodline eye techniques couldn't even defeat Qinyu? This is too fake. This Qinyu is simply a monster. His body is like a demonic beast and his spiritual energy is equally strong. Even Yin Qingzhuang can't do anything against him. The process and result of this battle was out of everyone's expectations. The 12 genius students were all shocked. Even Yi Chungfeng, who said that Qinyu had met his nemesis, frowned slightly. No, how could I lose to you? Yin Qingzhuang crawled up with a bruised face. He roared loudly and seemed to be a little crazy. Before the battle started, he was confident that he would win. He didn't even want to end the battle so easily. It was because Yin Qingzhuang was too confident that when he used his ocular technique, he thought that Qinyu wouldn't be able to stand up again. Therefore, he completely let down his guard and even thought that he had won. He was enjoying the moment of pleasure. But at this moment, Qinyu's sudden explosion shattered his fantasy and punched him hard in the face. As a body cultivator, Qinyu's spiritual energy is so strong that he can even block Yin Qingzhuang's ocular technique. This is the first time I've seen a body cultivator with such strong spiritual energy. What a genius! Everyone was full of praise for Qinyu. At this moment, the 4 origin realm geniuses among the 12 places started to take Qinyu seriously. Although they still felt that Qinyu wouldn't be able to shake their position, but Qinyu already had the ability to compete with them. As it was his first time participating in the Academy tournament, it was already very unbelievable. Haha, our No Demon Academy actually has such a genius. That's right. With this kid's current ability, the first place in the next tournament will definitely belong to our No Demon Academy. The higher-ups of the No Demon Academy were overjoyed. It had been a long time since the No Demon Academy had obtained the first place in the Academy tournament. Now, Qinyu had given them hope. They believed that with Qinyu's ability and talent, the first place in the next Academy tournament would be easily obtained. But Qinyu's performance is too dazzling. Ilan Tian murmured. Beside him, a branch dean's joyful face immediately darkened when he heard this. That's right, Qinyu's performance was too dazzling. This year's Academy tournament was completely open to the public. In other words, the sect of Yunzhao Nation must have been observing everything from the shadows. With Qinyu's monstrous talent, he was probably the #1 assassination target. LV Choling against Luo Haoyan. The contest continued. Luo Haoyan and LV Choling were both ranked second in their respective academies. LV Choling relied on the green goshawk's flying ability to deal with Luo Haoyan. But at a certain moment, Luo Haoyan expended a large amount of true qi and soared into the sky, unleashing a fierce killing move on LV Chilling. With the incandescent bloodline and the incandescent true fire, Luo Haoyan's explosive power was extremely shocking. In the end, LV Chilling was defeated. The fifth match finally welcomed a battle between two Origin Realm experts. Yuanchen vs Yi Qingfeng. It has finally begun. An Origin Realm battle. No Demon Academy and Heavenly Sword Academy's #1 battle, who won and who lost. The enthusiasm of the onlookers was instantly ignited. This was the first Origin Realm battle since the start of the college tournament. Almost everyone was watching. The leaders of the 4 academies also looked over. The battle between the top students of the 2 academies would determine the final ranking. Yuan Chen, let's fight. Yi Qingfeng simply said. His figure swept out and appeared on the martial arts stage. He held a crystal white artifact sword in his hand, emitting an enormous sword intent that shook the heavens. Back in the hidden domain of the refinement, he hadn't broken through to the Origin Realm and couldn't do anything to Yuan Chen. He had to give away all the spoils of war from Yin Qingzhuang. Although he had broken through and challenged Yuan Chen had always been hiding and didn't want to have a direct battle with him. Fortunately, at this moment, he welcomed a battle with Yuan Chen. All right. Yuan Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked onto the martial arts stage. His entire body emitted an astonishing chilling intent. The temperature of the air plummeted and a layer of gray icy mist appeared around his body. In a split second, Yi Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. Without any warning, he struck with his sword. Ding! A crystal white sword light suddenly blossomed and slashed down. That astonishing sword intent and powerful attack could be clearly felt by the cadets outside the martial arts stage. Many of them shuddered, feeling that they would be sliced in half if they were to face this sword. Yuan Chen's expression didn't change. He raised both of his palms. On top of his palms, a gray icy glow circulated, forming a layer of gray icy aura. Peng, Yuan Chen clasped his hands together and blocked Yi Qingfeng's sword. The two forces intertwined and destroyed each other. Yuan Chen exerted strength in both of his palms and shifted to the side. That sword light landed and left a shallow sword mark on the martial arts stage. Oh my god, the martial arts stage has been destroyed. This was created by a forging master of the Yunzhao nation using the Black Ridge ore and then reinforced by a formation master. A normal Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't even be able to leave a mark on this martial arts stage. Many exclamations sounded. After blocking Yi Qingfeng's sword, Yuan Chen immediately attacked. Whoosh, his figure floated out and closed in on Yi Qingfeng. Along the way, he constantly attacked, striking out rays of icy light palms to disrupt Yi Qingfeng. Every strike of Yi Qingfeng's had to be charged up. Hence, every strike was shocking and destructive. Whoosh, Yi Qingfeng moved as well. His entire body was like a sword, moving at an incomparably fast speed as he pressed forward. The second sword is coming. Yuan Chen had already sensed it. He circulated his qi and struck out a palm. Breaking ice palm. A giant palm of icy light whizzed out. Around the palm of light, countless ice crystals swam. At the same time, Yi Qingfeng's sword descended on the other side. And this sword seemed to be even stronger than the first sword. Boom, the two forces collided. Yuan Chen's attack was shattered by that sword light. Facing the remaining sword Dao power, Yuan Chen immediately used his defensive method to block it. The third sword will be even stronger. I have to disrupt the situation and disrupt his rhythm. Yuan Chen held his breath and concentrated. In every battle, Yi Qingfeng would treat his opponent as a grindstone. His sword aura and sword intent would get stronger. Of course, his consumption would also increase. It was hard for him to be like other sword Dao cultivators who could swing their swords continuously. Ding, the third sword light appeared in a flash. It was dazzling as it slashed down. Cold ice barrier. Yuan Chen's palms released a layer of cold flowing light. He waved it up and formed a thick layer of ice barrier. Crack, the sword landed and cracks appeared on the ice barrier. In less than a breath's time, the ice barrier exploded. Whoosh, whoosh, Yuan Chen retreated, leaving a sword mark on his body. You will lose the fourth sword. Yi Qingfeng looked at Yuan Chen and said in a serious and calm manner. Is that so? The qi in Yuan Chen's body suddenly surged out. The temperature of the entire stage dropped once again. Freezing freeze! Yuan Chen bellowed. The qi in his body fluctuated, stirring up the ice mist on the stage. Boom, the entire stage was filled with coldness. Ice crystals danced in the air and condensed continuously. The 12 people outside the stage all felt a bone-piercing chill. In a short while, the space above the stage seemed to have become an independent domain. Everything within was covered in ice, and even the air was frozen. Yi Qingfeng's location was where the ice gathered. He seemed to be frozen in ice and could not move at all. What shocking strength! Many people exclaimed. Did Yuan Chen win? Everyone's eyes were glued to the stage. So that's how it is. You have been constantly releasing ice attacks at the start, causing the entire stage to be covered in ice mist. It was all for this move. Yi Qingfeng, who was in the ice, said with difficulty. Ice Dao cultivators had the advantage in a land of ice and snow. From the start, Yuan Chen had been modifying the surrounding environment to his advantage. When he finally activated Freezing Freeze, the power would be far beyond the usual. Yes. Yuan Chen shuttled through the domain of ice and approached Yi Qingfeng. But, you have underestimated me. Yi Qingfeng said coldly. The qi in his body surged out crazily, forming small crystal white swords that pierced in all directions. This was a secret skill that Yi Qingfeng cultivated. It could transform qi into thin qi swords that could be used for close combat. This secret skill could only be executed after reaching the origin realm. Hence, no one knew about it. Cracks appeared on the ice layer before it shattered. At the same time, Yuan Chen's accumulated sword descended again. Not good. Yuan Chen's expression changed slightly. He waved both his arms and a cold light surged from his palms. Boundless ice energy gathered towards Yuan Chen from all directions, forming a thick and tall ice wall in front of him. Boom, the crystal white sword light slashed down and the ice exploded, drowning everything. How's the situation? Everyone's eyes were glued to the stage, trying to see the situation inside. When the ice and snow dissipated, everyone saw the two on the stage again. In front of Yuan Chen, the ice wall was broken, but he wasn't injured. On the other side, Yi Qingfeng looked weak, but the sword intent on his body didn't weaken and was still rising. You are not bad. I need to use the fifth sword to finish you off. Yi Qingfeng stared at Yuan Chen, his heart bursting with battle intent. I admit defeat. Yuan Chen suddenly spoke and walked off the stage. Yi Qingfeng, who was preparing to attack, was stunned on the spot. His body couldn't help but sway. He was already prepared to use the fifth sword, but his opponent suddenly admitted defeat, making it hard for him to execute the fifth sword, affecting his body. Yuan Chen, Yi Qingfeng's eyes were cold. I can't block your fifth sword, so I admit defeat. Can't I do that? Yuan Chen said plainly and had already left the stage. Yi Qingfeng wins. The judge announced the result. The upper echelons of Sky Sword Academy instantly smiled and looked at Yunyang College from time to time. Vice Principal Yi, how is my disciple? That white-browed elder asked with a smile. Elantian's expression didn't change and didn't answer. Yi Qingfeng, each sword is stronger than the previous one, Qinyu murmured. It was hard to imagine what would happen if Yi Qingfeng executed the last sword, the sixth match, Tang Mo against Duan Xinyue. This time, Tang Mo displayed his full strength and exchanged over 60 moves with Duan Xinyue before being defeated. Although he was defeated, his strength had already been recognized by everyone. He was recognized as the strongest among the 4 Origin Realm experts and was ranked 5th in this year's tournament. Immediately after, the third round began. The first match ended with one side admitting defeat. The second match was Qinyu's turn. Second match, Qinyu against Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng. Qinyu shuddered. He had finally met his second Origin Realm opponent. Yi Qingfeng had just defeated his Xixiang Yuan Chen, which allowed Qinyu to have a clear understanding of Yi Qingfeng's background. Needless to say, this person was very powerful. Stronger than Duan Xinyue and Yuan Chen. Nearby, the other top 12 cadets and the spectating experts all looked at Qinyu. Qinyu defeated Duan Xinyue with trickery. Against Yi Qingfeng, Jinyu has no chance of winning. He will probably admit defeat. Yi Qingfeng just defeated Yuan Chen and now he is facing Yuan Chen's shitty. This pair of martial brothers will be defeated by Yi Qingfeng. Everyone expressed their thoughts, but they didn't look down on Chenyu. After all, it was rare to see someone below the origin realm who could block Yi Qingfeng's sword. Up until now, against a strong opponent like Yi Qingfeng, most people would admit defeat. As it was Chenyu's first time participating in the academy tournament, it was normal for him to admit defeat immediately. However, outside the stage, Chenyu was still deep in thought and didn't move. "And?" Yi Qingfeng glanced at Chenyu. "Is this kid not going to admit defeat? Does he really think that after defeating Duan Xingyue through trickery, he is my opponent? Kiki, defeating me by luck. Does he want to challenge Yi Qingfeng?" At the side, Duan Xingyue couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, Chenyu stood up. Looking at Chenyu's straight and determined figure, Duan Xingyue seemed to have guessed Chenyu's decision. "Come on, Yi Qingfeng." Chenyu leaped onto the stage and bellowed, his aura surging. This scene made Yi Qingfeng's eyes brighten up. In the past, his opponents were always in a heavy mood, nervous or afraid. But this mid-stage Xiantian kid shouted and took the initiative to challenge him. "Good. You are worthy of this Xia's admiration for being able to block my sword." Yi Qingfeng's figure flew out and slowly landed on the battle ring. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Chenyu actually accepted the challenge. His opponent is Yi Qingfeng. Even his senior brother was defeated by Yi Qingfeng's sword. He's too irrational. If Yi Qingfeng's sword wounds are too severe, it will affect his performance in the following matches. No one was optimistic about it. Even the higher-ups of the Demon-Free Academy felt the same way. One of the instructors shook his head. How could he be so impulsive? Hopefully, Chenyu only wants to exchange one move with Yi Qingfeng and admit defeat after that. It's not too risky. A branch dean pondered for a moment and said. Outside the stage, Yuan Chen revealed a faint smile. "Little junior brother, you really surprised me." Based on Yuan Chen's understanding of Chenyu, he knew that Chenyu would not do things that he was not confident in or without a purpose. In his opinion, Chenyu was not afraid of Yi Qingfeng. Perhaps he was confident that he could fight Yi Qingfeng. Also, when Yuan Chen and Yi Qingfeng were fighting, Yi Qingfeng had been struck by Yuan Chen's frozen freeze. The chill had seeped into his body and he probably hadn't fully recovered yet. "Chenyu, first strike," Yi Qingfeng said on the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal white sword light suddenly burst out and swept towards Chenyu, making a series of sharp, whistling sounds as if it was going to cut everything in half. Chenyu felt a sense of danger and a tingling sensation appeared on his skin. Buzz, without saying a word, he activated the mysterious pattern demonic body. At the same time, Chenyu took out the giant ruler sword and mobilized the demonic pattern chi to defend with all his might. Clang, the sword light swept over with a loud sound and a layer of crystal white sword light exploded. Chenyu's figure was thrown back 5 or 6 feet before he stopped, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. One had to know that if Chenyu defended with all his might, he could block Duan Xinyue's ordinary attack. However, against Yi Qingfeng, the first strike had sent Chenyu flying. Of course, the sword did not cause much damage to Chenyu. Chenyu was wearing the supreme-grade armor that he had taken from Renhan, and he also had the mysterious pattern demonic body, as well as an extremely strong recovery ability. He blocked it. Many exclamations sounded around. However, it was not too surprising that Chenyu could block the sword. After all, Chenyu was a body cultivator and specialized in defense. Most people thought that after Chenyu blocked the sword, he would admit defeat. However, Chenyu, who was on the stage, used his actions to deny their guesses. When he blocked Yi Qingfeng's first strike, Chenyu instantly launched a thunderous attack. Swoosh, a pair of black wings appeared on Chenyu's back, and as they flapped, a layer of black chi patterns surged out. At the same time, Chenyu's heart was also in a state of accumulation. A black shadow flashed, and Chenyu approached Yi Qingfeng. "You actually don't want to fight me, but to defeat me?" A trace of shock appeared on Yi Qingfeng's handsome face. Up until now, of all his opponents, only Yuan Chen had such thoughts. The others only wanted to withstand one more strike from him. He originally thought that Qinyu was the same as the others, but he did not expect that Qinyu had the mentality of defeating him in this battle. Swoosh, Yi Qingfeng moved. His footsteps swept out, and he was like a sharp treasured sword, galloping on the martial stage. Yi Qingfeng's speed was extremely fast. Even if Qinyu used the black wings to increase his speed and was in a state of accumulation, he could not catch up. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, with his heart erupting, Qinyu's speed suddenly increased, and he closed in on Yi Qingfeng. Demonic Destruction Claw. Qinyu shouted in a low voice, and the demonic claw pattern on his right arm seemed to come to life, spreading and climbing, covering his entire arm. Rumble, swoosh. With a swipe, jet-black demonic chi formed a sinister and terrifying demonic claw. It was covered with strange patterns, appearing ancient and evil. Moreover, the power of the demonic pattern battle technique in the state of heart eruption would increase slightly. What a powerful attack! Yi Qingfeng's pupils narrowed. He madly circulated his true essence, increasing his speed. At the same time, he slashed out a second time. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions took place. The first came from where Yi Qingfeng was. The second explosion came from where Qinyu was. Yi Qingfeng did not completely dodge Qinyu's claw. Fortunately, he used his secret skill in time, and countless small crystalline swords surged out of his body, blocking a portion of the damage from Qinyu's claw. However, the clothes on Yi Qingfeng's shoulder were torn, and a bloody mark was left on his skin. You're not bad to be able to injure me, but it's all over. Yi Qingfeng revealed a look of admiration. He believed that with Qinyu's previous performance, it was impossible for him to block his second attack. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingfeng's expression changed. After the layers of sword waves disappeared, a broken black demonic scale light shield actually appeared. This was the battle technique that could only be activated by Qinyu's second demonic pattern, demonic scale protection. This was also the first time Qinyu had used this battle technique in the tournament. He actually blocked Yi Qingfeng's second attack. Luo Haoyan's mouth was slightly agape, unable to believe it. I've never seen the two great battle techniques that this boy just used. Duan Xinyue's gaze was deep. From this, it could be seen that Qinyu had been holding back his strength. Even when facing Duan Xinyue, he was still holding back. This made Duan Xinyue extremely furious. Was she not worthy of Qinyu going all out? Apart from them, the others in the periphery were even more shocked. Not only did Qinyu block Yi Qingfeng's second attack, he even injured Yi Qingfeng. However, they did not have much time to be shocked. When Qinyu blocked the second attack, he erupted again, attacking Yi Qingfeng. Every attack of his is stronger than the one before, so I have to defeat him as soon as possible. The chance to defeat him is when he accumulates power after his attack. Qinyu already had a plan in his heart. At this moment, Qinyu was very close to Yi Qingfeng. Under the accumulation of power in his heart, he instantly closed in on Yi Qingfeng. Swoosh, Yi Qingfeng had just executed his movement technique, preparing to dodge to other places. Demonic Destruction Claw, Qinyu clawed out again, and a black glowing demonic claw grabbed at Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng executed his secret technique again, retreating rapidly at the same time. Chi-Chi, the demonic destruction claw collided with the crystalline white sword light on the surface of Yi Qingfeng's body, tearing at each other. Yi Qingfeng did not specialize in defense, and Qinyu's demonic pattern battle technique was even more powerful under the accumulation of power in his heart. Puchi, the demonic destruction claw whistled past, leaving two faint traces of blood on Yi Qingfeng's abdomen. Failing to defeat Yi Qingfeng, Qinyu chased after him again, launching attacks continuously. This scene caused the spectators to be dumbfounded. Qinyu was like a madman, chasing Yi Qingfeng relentlessly, even injuring Yi Qingfeng twice. Qinyu, the third sword. Yi Qingfeng's expression was cold, and there was even a hint of fierceness. He had actually used the third sword strike to deal with Qinyu, and this had already made him feel humiliated. The third sword? Qinyu's expression became a little more solemn. Senior brother Yuan Chen cultivated the Ice Dao, and was proficient in defense in the first place. Under the circumstances of using a defensive secret technique, he was still injured by Yi Qingfeng's third sword. Roar! A low dragon roar came from within Qinyu's body. In the next moment, a layer of translucent blood-colored scales appeared on his black demonic body, appearing demonic and evil, causing people to shudder. Demonic scale protection. Activating the dragon scale bloodline, Xianyu's strength and defense increased greatly. On his back, the demonic scale secret pattern surged, releasing a layer of strange chi demonic scales that surrounded Xianyu, forming a layer of defense. At the same time, Xianyu's hands pressed on the defense layer, causing a layer of demonic dark red to appear. Boom, bang. Xianyu clearly saw Yi Qingfeng's earth-shattering third sword strike, causing the entire defense layer to tremble, and a crack appeared. I can block it, Xianyu estimated. At a certain moment, the demonic scale protection around him suddenly dispersed, dissipating at the same time as the huge crystal white sword light. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, his heart erupted, and Xianyu approached Yi Qingfeng again. Lose. Xianyu's eyes flickered with a black light, emitting a shocking demonic intent. Yi Qingfeng had already swung his sword 3 times. Even Yuan Shen had to use all his strength to block the 4th sword, and then he admitted defeat. Xianyu didn't want to face Yi Qingfeng's 4th sword, so the gap after the 3rd sword was used would be the key to deciding the outcome of this battle. Not dead yet. Yi Qingfeng's chest heaved, and he looked a little shocked. This mid-stage Khanate kid actually blocked 3 of his sword strikes. Yi Qingfeng didn't have the time to be depressed, because Xianyu was already attacking him. From the 1st to the 3rd sword strike, the distance between the two continued to shrink. This time, Xianyu was only 10 feet away from Yi Qingfeng. Lose. Xianyu growled, and his right hand blasted out a demonic destruction claw. This time, the demonic destruction claw didn't brush past Yi Qingfeng, but struck his shoulder. The white crystal sword on the surface of his body and the power of the demonic destruction claw cancelled each other out, and finally, a portion of the demonic destruction claw's power blasted out. Bang! Yi Qingfeng's figure was sent flying nearly 10 feet away, looking slightly wretched. However, because Xianyu's attack was weakened, it didn't heavily injure Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng was sent flying nearly 10 feet away, and he immediately stood up and retreated, facing Xianyu. Xianyu, 4th sword. Yi Qingfeng's face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but as he waved the sword in his hand, he revealed a hint of a smile. On the stage, in the blink of an eye, Xianyu had blocked 3 of Yi Qingfeng's sword strikes. Up until now, only Yuan Shen alone could block 3 of Yi Qingfeng's sword strikes. Of course, there was one point where Yuan Shen couldn't compare to Xianyu. Not only did Xianyu block 3 of Yi Qingfeng's sword strikes, he even injured Yi Qingfeng thrice, forcing him into such a pathetic state that he almost lost. This is unbelievable. Xianyu, a cultivator below the origin realm, can actually block 3 of Yi Qingfeng's sword strikes and force him into such a pathetic state. It's a pity that Yi Qingfeng's 4th sword strike is here. This battle should end soon. However, it is already shocking that Xianyu can fight with Yi Qingfeng to this extent. It's a pity that he is still too young. There is still a possibility that he can surpass Yi Qingfeng in the future. Yi Qingfeng's sword strikes, each one was stronger than the previous one. The power of the 4th sword strike was something that even Yuan Shen, who was an origin realm prodigy that specialized in defense, had to defend with all his might. And Xianyu would definitely lose. Not only did the spectators think so, even Yi Qingfeng had the same thought as he revealed a victorious smile. But the next scene caused Yi Qingfeng's heart to shudder. The smile on his face disappeared. The surrounding spectators, including the higher-ups of the 4 schools, were all shocked. They originally thought that against the 4th sword strike, Xianyu would decisively admit defeat and defend with all his might to avoid heavy injuries. But Xianyu used his actions to refute everyone's guesses. Only to see. Roar, Xianyu, who was opposite of Yi Qingfeng, sprinted over. The demonic pattern chi on the surface of his body surged, creating a frightening black wind. Xianyu stared at Yi Qingfeng. His eyes emitted a terrifying demonic intent. He was like a peerless demon, rapidly approaching Yi Qingfeng. That's right, against Yi Qingfeng's 4th sword strike, Xianyu didn't admit defeat, neither did he defend with all his might. Instead, he attacked from the front. Impossible, against my 4th sword strike, Yi Qingfeng's eyes widened as he stared at the approaching Xianyu. His mind went blank for a moment. At that moment, Yi Qingfeng's heart wavered, and he began to panic. In fact, he even doubted whether that sword of his could defeat Xianyu. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? Xiao, Yi Qingfeng swung his sword, and a crystalline white sword light blossomed, startling the surroundings. At the same time, Qinyu arrived 2 zhang away from Yi Qingfeng. Defeat. Qinyu unleashed his full strength and struck out with his claw, forming a sinister and evil giant claw with demonic runes. He's going to risk his life to attack, to trade injury for injury. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng finally understood. If he insisted on swinging his sword, he wouldn't be able to block Qinyu's attack in time. If he retracted his strength now and blocked Qinyu's attack, then this sword strike wouldn't be able to defeat Qinyu, who was proficient in defense. In other words, if he wanted to defeat Qinyu, he had to resolutely swing his sword. But at that time, he might also be defeated by Qinyu, and it would be a draw. If I retract my strength midway and block Qinyu's attack, then prepare for the 5th sword strike, Qinyu will definitely die. At that moment, the thought of retreating appeared in Yi Qingfeng's mind. But he came to his senses in an instant. If he retreated this time, his sword Dao would change, and he would walk on the wrong path. Qinyu, let's use this strike to determine the victor. Yi Qingfeng shouted, and his eyes became resolute. Qinyu smiled faintly. From Yi Qingfeng's face, he saw the other party retreat. If Yi Qingfeng really chose to retreat and defend, then he wouldn't be able to do anything to Qinyu. But in the end, Yi Qingfeng still chose to press forward and attack to the end, watching the 2 geniuses on the stage display their ultimate skills, and there was even a hint of mutual destruction. The judges near the stage, including the upper echelons of the Sky Sword Academy and the Demon Free Academy, also became nervous and even wanted to stop it. But the Grand Tournament had a rule that outsiders were not allowed to interfere, or they would be severely punished. The 2 of them want to perish together. Too scary, these 2 lunatics. The others all exclaimed. Boom, after Yi Qingfeng swung his sword, he instantly used a secret technique, and the true yuan in his body turned into many small crystal swords, forming a sword shield in front of him. On the other side, after Qinyu used the demonic destruction claw, he also immediately used the defensive battle technique demonic scale protection. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, with the power of his heart and the support of the dragon scale bloodline, Qinyu used the demonic pattern battle technique with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, the sword light and demonic qi engulfed the 2 figures. What's the result? Yuan Shen, Duan Xinyue, and the other spectating geniuses all had their hearts in their throats. Boom, in the explosion of demonic qi, Yi Qingfeng's figure was thrown out, and the sword in his hand fell to the side. He flew out of the stage and smashed into the ground. His chest was red, and he fainted. On the other side, Qinyu was also sent flying by the sword light. The protective layer of his combat skill had shattered, and a crack had appeared on the armor on his chest. The area that was not covered by the armor had a sword mark half an inch deep. Even the defense of the dragon scale bloodline had been broken for the first time, causing blood to flow out. However, Qinyu's figure stopped at the edge of the stage. I won. At this moment, Qinyu revealed a smile. Although the last attack between him and Yi Qingfeng was dangerous, it was also within Qinyu's expectations. Exchanging injury for injury, Qinyu had a strong physique and strong defense, so it was naturally more worthwhile. Did I see it wrong? Sky Sword Academy's number 1, Sword Dao prodigy Yi Qingfeng actually lost to Qinyu. This is probably the biggest upset in this competition. Qinyu defeated Yi Qingfeng, so there's a high chance he'll get 2nd place. This is already the 2nd Origin Realm prodigy to lose to Qinyu. The exclamations were endless, and it was deafening. A moment later, the cheers came. This kid's temperament isn't ordinary. He actually chose to exchange injury for injury with Qingfeng. With his physique and defense, he would naturally be able to take more damage, but Qingfeng is a sword cultivator. The white-browed elder from Sky Sword Academy sighed. Of course, if Qinyu didn't have the courage to make such a decision, he would have to face Yi Qingfeng's 5th sword. By then, no matter how capable Qinyu was, he would definitely lose. Qinyu saw through this point, which was why he made such a decision, not giving Yi Qingfeng the chance to execute his 5th sword. This kid sure knows how to make use of his advantages. If it was any other person, they would have developed a heart of fear upon seeing Yi Qingfeng's sword. The man in the golden cloud robe revealed a look of praise. Qinyu wins. The judge was stunned for a moment before he announced the result. When Qin Yu walked off the stage, everyone looked at him as if he was a monster. How can he be so strong? Luo Haotian's heart was filled with fear. Unknowingly, Qin Yu had surpassed him, making Luo Haotian feel helpless. Yuanchen also laughed. He didn't expect his little junior brother to defeat Yi Qingfeng. As a senior brother, he was actually surpassed. On the other side, Duan Xinyue was silent, feeling very depressed. This kid actually defeated Yi Qingfeng? Yun Haizhen's bright eyes focused on Qin Yu. In his eyes, in this year's competition, only Yi Qingfeng, or perhaps Yuan Shen, could pose a slight threat to him. However, he didn't expect Yi Qingfeng to actually lose to someone else. Interesting. Yun Haizhen revealed a trace of a smile, his body emitting a formless might that spread in all directions, causing some of the people around him to jump in fright. After the competition ended, Qin Yu left the stage and returned to his seat. At this moment, he was slightly weaker. During the battle with Yi Qingfeng, his heart had been accumulating energy and exploding. Junior brother, injuries caused by true essence are extremely difficult to heal. This is a spring transformation pill, it can heal injuries caused by true essence. Yuan Chen walked over and took out a medicinal pill. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Yu took it without hesitation. In reality, he could feel the wounds on his body healing. In order to conceal this, Qin Yu took the medicinal pill that Yuan Chen gave him. On the other side, Yi Qingfeng was also carried to the side by the upper echelons of the Sky Sword Academy, where he consumed a healing pill and rapidly recovered from his injuries. If Yi Qingfeng couldn't continue fighting, his ranking in this year's competition would most likely fall behind. However, after a while, Yi Qingfeng woke up and looked deeply at Qin Yu. Next time, I'll win. Yi Qingfeng said in a low voice, then stopped worrying and focused on healing his injuries. On the other side, Qin Yu was cultivating and didn't notice this. In the previous battle, Qin Yu had gained a lot of insight. At the same time, he was cultivating the demonic pattern qi and circulating the secret method given by the Scarlet Flame King to condense true essence. The competition continued. The third round, Tang Yimou vs Yin Qingxuang. The competition continued. Tang Yimou and Yin Qingxuang both belonged to the Yunyang Academy and were ranked second and third respectively. Their battle was also very exciting. However, at this moment, many of the 12 places were still thinking about the previous battle. Damn it, how is this kid so powerful? He hid his strength so well that even Yi Qingfeng was defeated. Duan Xinyue was in a dilemma. If she met Qin Yu again, she really didn't have the confidence to defeat Qin Yu. If he can defeat Yi Qingfeng, doesn't that mean he has a chance to fight for the second place in this year's competition? Zhou Yuning was extremely shocked when he thought of this. Of course, Qin Yu only had a chance to fight for the second place. The specific results were still unknown. In his opinion, Qin Yu should have been seriously injured in the battle with Yi Qingfeng. If Qin Yu met a strong opponent in the next round, he might even be defeated. For example, if Yi Qingfeng met Duan Xinyue in the next round, he estimated that his chances of winning were slim. The third round ended quickly, and Tang Yimou won by a small margin. Time passed. After this round, Qin Yu had been cultivating and didn't care about external things. Soon, the fourth round began. Qin Yu vs Zhou Yuning. Qin Yu opened his eyes slightly. I admit defeat. Zhou Yuning said immediately. In the Sky Sword Institute, he barely managed to block a single blade from Yi Qingfeng. Even if Qin Yu was injured, he still wasn't a match for Qin Yu. Seeing his opponent admit defeat, Qin Yu continued to cultivate. Now, he only had 2 opponents left. Shixiang Yuanchen and Yunyang Institute's number 1, Yun Haizhen. Only by defeating these 2 could he fight for the first place. But Yun Haizhen's true strength was unimaginable. He had yet to display his full strength, and Qin Yu didn't have the confidence to win. The fourth round ended quickly. In the fifth round, Qin Yu's opponent admitted defeat again. Until the seventh round. Duan Xinyue vs Yun Haizhen, the judge announced the match. Everyone in the flowing Cloud Mountain range became excited. So soon, another battle between 2 Origin Realm experts appeared. Previously, it was Yuan Shen and Yi Qingfeng. This time, it was the other 2, Duan Xingyue and Yun Haizhen. Duan Xingyue vs Yun Haizhen. As soon as the battle was announced, all the spectators in the flowing cloud mountains were excited. A battle between the top students of the 4 great academies. Yun Haizhen is ranked first on the sky list, so Duan Xingyue is definitely not his opponent. However, Duan Xingyue should be able to force Yun Haizhen to use his true strength. I really want to know how strong Yun Haizhen is. Most people predicted that Duan Xingyue would lose this battle. But so far, Yun Haizhen had always defeated his opponents in one move. No one knew how strong he really was. Maybe Duan Xingyue could let them know a little about this battle. Finally, I don't have to be so bored anymore. Yun Haizhen suddenly stood up and flew onto the stage. His hands were behind his back, his long hair and golden robe fluttered even though there was no wind. There was an invisible pressure between his eyebrows. He stood calmly on the stage, but everyone who was watching him held their breaths. Whoosh, Duan Xingyue also stepped onto the stage. Yun Haizhen was the last opponent she wanted to face in the academy tournament, but she still met him. She knew that she was not Yun Haizhen's opponent, but as the top student of the Heavenly Star Academy, she could not admit defeat. Standing in front of Yun Haizhen and looking into his eyes, Duan Xingyue suddenly felt a scorching pressure descend on her. She felt indescribably uncomfortable. She knew that this was the pressure formed by the combination of Yun Haizhen's powerful mind power and pressure. Around the stage, the other 10 people also looked at the stage. Even Qinyu, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. If Qinyu wanted to win, he would have to face Yun Haizhen. So far, no one had made Yun Haizhen reveal his true strength. On the stage, Duan Xingyue and Yun Haizhen stared at each other. Neither of them made a move, but everyone could feel the tense atmosphere. Flawless. Duan Xingyue stared at Yun Haizhen, but she found that she could not find any flaws. Facing off against Yun Haizhen for such a long time had taken a toll on her psyche. The immense psychic pressure he exerted on her made it hard for her to breathe. Whoosh, finally, Duan Xingyue made the first move. Her right fist shone with a black light as she approached Yun Haizhen. When Duan Xingyue came to Yun Haizhen's right, Yun Haizhen suddenly drew his sword. Boom, a scorching sword aura slashed at Duan Xingyue from the edge of the stage. There was actually a charred mark left on the tough stage. Yun Hai really wasn't like Yi Chingfeng, who could accumulate strength with each strike stronger than the last. However, Yun Hai's true attack was similarly incomparably powerful. Whoosh, Duan Xingyue moved her feet slightly and dodged the attack. However, at this moment, Yun Hai really did unleash a second sword attack. It was as if he had already predicted Duan Xingyue's actions. Unable to dodge, Duan Xingyue punched out with both fists, bursting with dark starlight. Rumble, the scorching red sword aura engulfed the black aura and continued to advance. Whoosh, Duan Xingyue hastily retreated to avoid the explosion. Before Duan Xingyue could land on the ground, Yun Haizhen swung his sword again, forcing her into a corner. Outside the stage, the other 10 participants were dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end, Yun Haizhen stood at his original position, not moving at all. However, Duan Xingyue was forced to use all her strength to dodge his attacks. I didn't expect Yun Hai's strength to have already reached such a level. Even Tang Mo, who was ranked second in the Yunyang Academy, was shocked. So strong. He's strong in all aspects, not to mention any weaknesses. Qinyu looked at Yun Haizhen who was on the stage. From the beginning to the end, Yun Haizhen didn't move a single step. However, he gave off the feeling that he was in control of the entire battle. It was as if he was toying with Duan Xingyue in the palm of his hand. Although Yi Chingfeng was strong, his weakness was very obvious. After each sword attack, there was a period of time for him to accumulate strength. On the other hand, Yun Haizhen gave off a feeling that he was in control of the entire situation. The higher-ups of the 4 academies were also watching the battle on the stage. The outcome of this battle has been decided. I only hope that Xingyue will be able to gain something from this battle. The vice principal of the Heavenly Star Academy said calmly. On the stage, Duan Xingyue was sweating profusely. She realized that from the beginning to the end, the initiative was in Yun Haizhen's hands. Yun Haizhen stood at his original position, not moving an inch. However, Duan Xingyue couldn't get within 10 feet of him. She had to face Yun Haizhen's powerful attacks. She felt like she was a prey that had fallen into a trap. She kept struggling, but it was useless. She could only wait for the hunter to come and take her life. We have to disrupt his rhythm. Duan Xinyue thought to herself. Star shower. The true essence within Duan Xinyue's body surged, and a black light sparkled around her, forming a dense layer of black light. Swish swish, all of the black orbs flashed and shot up into the sky. After drawing a black arc in the air, they fell toward Yun Haizhen. Almost 100 balls of black light attacked Yun Haizhen from all directions. After unleashing this attack, Duan Xinyue still did not stop. Darkening sky star. Buzz, a layer of hazy dark starlight appeared around her body, forming a vast sphere of light that was 30 meters in diameter, exuding a terrifying and oppressive aura. Sun flame light cut. Yun Haizhen's expression remained unchanged as he raised the golden sword in his hand and swung it repeatedly. Xiao xiao xiao, rays of fierce and scorching sword light formed a ring and spread out. Bang 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 bang, all of the black orbs of light were destroyed by the sword light as they fell. Furthermore, there were many sword rays that shot out to attack Duan Xinyue. Boom. Bang, Duan Xinyue's speed and strength were greatly increased in her explosive state. She either dodged or attacked, breaking Yun Haizhen's attack. Alright, I'm close. Duan Xinyue finally got within 30 meters of Yun Haizhen. She clenched her fists, and the true essence ripple on her became stronger. Dark Star Punch. Duan Xinyue yelled and threw a punch. Instantly, the black light around her body disappeared, and all of her power surged into the punch. This punch was Duan Xinyue's most powerful attack. A pitch-black ball of light crashed toward Yun Haizhen, causing the surroundings to distort. Is this your most powerful attack? Then it's over. Yun Haizhen's expression did not change much. The space around him suddenly turned crimson red, and golden flames appeared. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding golden light, and it emitted a suction force that sucked away the surrounding flames. Destructive flaming dragon slash. With a sweep of the sword, a dazzling golden flaming sword light shot out. The flames on the sword light rose, forming a faint shadow of a flaming dragon. The power of this sword caused all the contestants in the finals to have grave expressions, and their hearts to tremble. Even Yi Qingfeng was stunned, admiring Yun Haizhen's sword. PFFF, the flaming sword light shot out and collided with the black star. In a moment, the black star was split into two. Whoosh, the flaming sword light continued to shoot out, piercing toward Duan Xinyue. Duan Xinyue's eyes widened. She immediately circulated her true essence and waved her arms, forming a black light barrier. Boom, as the sword light approached, Duan Xinyue's arms trembled, and the light barrier in front of her shattered. She was sent flying off the stage by the aftershock of the sword light. Yun Haizhen wins. After the battle ended, Yun Haizhen still stood in the same spot, not moving a single step from the beginning. Many of the participants were stunned, and their expressions were stiff. They were both Origin Realm prodigies, but Yun Haizhen defeated Duan Xinyue so easily. From the looks of it, he didn't even use his full strength, which made him unfathomable. They were known as geniuses, but compared to Yun Haizhen, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. LV Chilling vs Zhou Yuning. The tournament continued. It was now the 7th round, and the tournament was more than half completed. Many were already guessing the results of the tournament. Yun Haizhen is undoubtedly number 1, but Duan Xinyue and Yuan Shen haven't fought yet, so we don't know who's stronger and who's weaker. Yi Qingfeng is injured and no longer has his peak battle prowess. What about Qinyu? Someone asked. If there are no accidents, Qinyu might even defeat Duan Xinyue and Yuan Shen, and become number 2. I don't think so. You guys don't know how strong Yi Qingfeng's sword is. Qinyu took Yi Qingfeng's 4th sword strike head-on and must be severely injured. He is probably not a match for Yuan Shen and Duan Xinyue. The 8th round, Yuan Shen vs Qinyu. Finally, it is Qinyu and Yuan Shen's turn. I heard that they are fellow disciples. I don't know if the senior brother is stronger or if the junior brother is better than the senior brother. Ilan Tian, the deputy dean of Demon Free Academy, was slightly surprised. He did not expect that he would be able to see 2 of his disciples fight in this tournament after Qinyu participated. Senior brother, let's fight. Qinyu smiled. Ever since he became Elantian's disciple, Yuan Shen had been treating Qinyu very well. Although Qinyu did not want to fight Yuan Shen, this was a tournament and there was nothing he could do about it. Junior brother, don't look down on senior brother. If I show mercy, then senior brother won't hesitate to take away your ranking. Yuan Shen also smiled. Back in the academy, when he and Qinyu had a 20-move agreement, he had discovered that Qinyu had been holding back and hiding his strength. Now, the two of them stood on the arena and were about to fight. It seemed that they were going to continue what they had not finished the last time. Yes. Qinyu nodded. Boom, Qinyu suddenly activated his mysterious pattern demonic body and rushed out. The demonic patterns on the giant ruler sword in his hand moved and he swung it. Come on. Yuan Shen shouted in a low voice and slapped out a frosty palm shadow. Boom, after the attack, the two of them quickly approached each other. The palm light and the sword light clashed back and forth, and the sound of explosions was endless. Junior brother, do you want to win first place? Yuan Shen asked as they exchanged blows. That's right. Qinyu hesitated for a moment and replied. Of course, he wanted to win first place, but Qinyu did not have much confidence against Yun Haizhen. Although the two of them spoke directly, the battle was too intense and it was difficult to see their figures clearly. Naturally, no one could hear their conversation. In that case, I will lend you a hand. Yuan Shen took a deep breath and smiled. Qinyu was stunned. You've reached the bottleneck, right? Let me be your whetstone and help you break through. Yuan Shen transmitted his voice. What? Qinyu was taken aback by Yuan Shen's sudden words. But in the next moment, his expression recovered and he revealed a determined expression. All right. Qinyu nodded. He understood his senior brother's personality and character. Yuan Shen had lost to Yi Qingfeng, so no matter how well he performed, he could only get second place. But Qinyu had not lost a battle yet. In other words, among the 12 in the finals, other than Qinyu, no one else could challenge Yun Haizhen's position. If Qinyu could succeed, it would not only be an honor for Qinyu, but it would also be an honor for the Demon-Free Academy. As Qinyu's senior brother, Yuan Shen would also be happy. Bang! 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 Qinyu gave up on using other methods and only attacked crazily with the dense pattern demonic body and the demonic pattern qi. On the arena, astonishing demonic qi and ice surged and intertwined. Qinyu's eyes flickered. He continuously waved the giant ruler sword, and the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. His fighting spirit continued to rise. His essence, qi, and spirit continued to rise, and the genuine qi in his body flowed crazily. The potential in his body was squeezed out bit by bit. The fierce battle between the two lasted for a long time, causing the nearby spectators to be stunned. They thought that there was some deep hatred between Qinyu and Yuan Shen. Yuan Shen and Qinyu are here? I see. On the distant mountain peak, a trace of doubt flashed in Elantian's eyes. Then, he revealed a gratified smile. On the martial stage, the battle between Qinyu and Yuan Shen was exceptionally fierce. Both sides continued to attack without stopping. The more they fought, the fiercer they became, as if there was some deep hatred between them. It seems that even fellow disciples will mercilessly kill each other when faced with a problem of profit and honor. I wonder who will be the one to defeat the other in the end. Many of the spectators looked like they were watching a good show. However, some of the more powerful ones and the finalists noticed some clues. Although the battle between Qinyu and Yuan Shen was extremely fierce, neither side used any ultimate moves or trump cards. There were several times when the other side revealed a small flaw. If they used their ultimate moves immediately, they would instantly gain the upper hand. However, this situation didn't happen. This undoubtedly proved that the two didn't want to defeat each other. They must have some other goal. On the martial stage, Qinyu became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. His fighting spirit was overflowing, and the blood essence in his body seemed to be burning, constantly erupting. Qinyu's cultivation had reached its limit long ago, but it wasn't easy to break through. He needed a turning point. At this moment, Yuan Shen was willing to become Qinyu's whetstone, sharpening Qinyu and lending him a hand. In addition, in the head-on clash with Yuan Shen, Qin Yu's mystic rune demonic body was also undergoing repeated tempering, constantly improving. Thump thump. Thump thump, Qin Yu's heart constantly beat. A vigorous vitality burst out and flowed through Qin Yu's body, gathering in his demonic body. However, a part of it also went to the mass of true qi in his qi. At this moment, Qin Yu's aura increased greatly, and his true qi became more condensed. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time, giving Yuan Shen a sense of pressure. Yuan Shen is helping Qin Yu break through. Yi Qingfeng's eyes flashed. I didn't expect them to have such a plan. At this moment, the other 10 finalists could basically all see it. They couldn't help but admire Yuan Shen for making such a choice, willingly becoming Qin Yu's whetstone. Hee, it seems that the true target of those two is me. A relaxed smile appeared on Yun Haizhen's face. Suddenly, on the martial stage, Qin Yu's true energy, aura, and pressure suddenly grew stronger. In his energy sea, the mass of true energy expanded, and the demonic pattern energy became even more condensed. Success! Qin Yu was overjoyed. He had finally reached the peak of the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Do you still want to continue? Yuan Shen asked with a smile. Furthermore, now that my cultivation base has increased, there is a possibility that my cultivation technique can be improved as well. Qin Yu said honestly. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of the Khanate realm, Qin Yu's devil pattern qi had advanced to the next level. Then, the Sky Devil secret pattern record could also be improved. In addition, this cultivation technique fused the Devil Dao and the Body Refinement Dao, and Qin Yu's talent in the Body Refinement Dao was unparalleled. Alright. Yuan Shen agreed, and the two of them continued to spar. At this moment, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would basically understand what Qin Yu and Yuan Shen were doing. This? What do they think the Academy tournament is? Learning from each other and helping each other? This kind of battle is too boring. Originally, everyone thought that this was a battle between senior and junior brothers, but it turned out to be a friendly battle between senior and junior brothers. The battle had been going on for a long time, and the two of them were only fighting fiercely, but they didn't have any intention of killing each other. For the spectators, such a battle was indeed very boring. However, the Academy tournament didn't explicitly prohibit this. Until the battle between the two of them approached an hour. Qin Yu, Yuan Shen, if the two of you still can't determine a winner, it will end as a draw. The referee said impatiently. There was a rule in the Academy tournament that in order to avoid a protracted battle, the winner would be determined after the battle reached an hour. I admit defeat. Yuan Shen said. After Qin Yu broke through, even if the two of them really fought to determine a winner, Yuan Shen would definitely lose. Qin Yu wins. The referee symbolically announced the victory. After Qin Yu walked off the stage, he immediately took some healing and cultivation precious materials and closed his eyes to cultivate. Firstly, he had broken through to the peak stage of the Xiantian realm, so he needed to consolidate his cultivation. Secondly, as his cultivation level increased and his physique continued to strengthen, his Sky Devil secret pattern record had the possibility to improve further. Vice Principal E, it seems like this new disciple of yours wants to fight for first place? Sky Sword Academy's white-browed elder said with a smile. From the previous battle between Qin Yu and Yuan Shen, coupled with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he could naturally guess this. Ilan Tian didn't speak. He didn't expect this to happen. Haha, Qin Yu might be a monster, but he is still lacking compared to Yun Haizhen. Yun Haizhen is truly the strongest prodigy of this era. No one can compare. Yunyang Academy's vice principal laughed. He could see Qin Yu's intention, but he didn't care. The tournament continued. In the 9th round, another Origin Realm battle began. Yi Qingfeng vs Yun Haizhen. Finally, it's their turn. They are both number 1 in the Academy and both sword users. One of them is number 1 in the Sky ranking and the other is number 2 in the Sky ranking. Before the Academy's grand tournament, this was the match that everyone was looking forward to. On the tournament stage, the two of them held onto their swords and looked at each other. Two invisible sword lights flashed in the air. Ding tss, a crystal white and extremely sharp sword light collided with another domineering and scorching sword light, causing a loud explosion to resound in the void. In the next moment, Yi Chingfeng attacked first. An eye-catching sword light rushed out and pierced through everything before slashing down at Yun Haizhen. Ding pung, Yun Haizhen raised his sword that was flickering with golden flames and released boundless heat to block Yi Chingfeng's sword. Boom, with a wave of his arm, golden flames exploded and destroyed Yi Chingfeng's sword move. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. After Yi Chingfeng slashed out with his sword, he immediately executed his movement skill and dodged around to avoid Yun Haizhen's sword. But immediately after, Yun Haizhen slashed out with his second and third sword. Different from Yi Chingfeng, Yun Haizhen's sword was extremely fast and didn't give his opponent a chance to breathe. At a certain moment, Yun Haizhen took the initiative to rush towards Yi Chingfeng. Ding pung, Yun Haizhen's speed was also extremely fast. The two of them clashed in an instant and a sharp sound of swords clashing was heard, accompanied by a shocking true yuan ripple. Yi Chingfeng grunted and retreated with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Sigh, Chingfeng hasn't fully recovered from his previous injuries. The white-browed old man from the Sky Sword Academy sighed. Yi Chingfeng, you're not at your peak. You're not my opponent. Through the exchange just now, Yun Haizhen could determine Yi Chingfeng's condition. Only Yi Chingfeng at his peak could make Yun Haizhen look down on him. Yi Chingfeng's current condition made Yun Haizhen slightly disappointed. Second sword. When Yi Chingfeng was pushed back by Yun Haizhen, the second sword slashed out and its power was even stronger than before. Annihilation Flaming Dragon Slash. Yun Haizhen's eyes narrowed and he slashed out with his sword. A dazzling golden flame sword light shot out and the flames on it rose, forming a faint shadow of a fire dragon. Boom, bang, Yun Haizhen took the initiative to attack. This sword shot out and destroyed Yi Chingfeng's second sword attack, then continued to attack Yi Chingfeng. The crowd gasped when they saw such a domineering attack. They were all thinking about how to block Yi Chingfeng's sword, but Yun Haizhen chose to destroy Yi Chingfeng's sword. Bang, Yi Chingfeng was injured by the aftershock of Yun Haizhen's sword again. He retreated for a distance with a pale face. Yi Chingfeng, you're my opponent. I'll use some tricks to defeat you. Yun Haizhen stared at Yi Chingfeng with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Buzz, suddenly, the aura on his body increased. A layer of golden flames appeared in a radius of 12 feet, giving off a great pressure. Gradually, a layer of gold appeared on Yun Haizhen's skin, and a flame pattern appeared. Boom, the flames around him rose, as if it had turned into a sea of fire. Yun Haizhen, who was in the middle of the sea of fire, was covered in golden light. He looked like a dazzling golden sun. At that moment, the other 10 participants looked at Yun Haizhen with fear and submission. Yun Haizhen is using the power of his bloodline. Such a rich bloodline. No wonder he's a genius of the imperial family. A commotion broke out. On the other side, Yi Chingfeng frowned. He felt an unprecedented pressure. He had been accumulating power for a long time, but he didn't attack. Yi Chingfeng, let's end this. Yun Haizhen stretched out his hand. Instantly, the surrounding golden flame spread out and turned into a fiery dragon that coiled around Yi Chingfeng. At the same time, he swung the sword in his other hand. A golden sword ray with dragon patterns shot out with an unstoppable force. Slash! Yi Chingfeng's eyes were filled with determination. He swung the sword that he had been accumulating power for a long time. A crystal white sword ray that was tens of feet long descended with a layer of white sword shadow. Rumble, on the stage, the flames were boiling and the sound of explosions was deafening. A white figure was thrown out of the firestorm and landed outside the stage. I lost. Yi Chingfeng said helplessly. If he didn't retreat in time, his life would have been in danger. Yun Haizhen won. Too strong. The moment he used his bloodline, he sent Yi Chingfeng flying. No wonder he's the most outstanding prodigy of this generation. The commotion broke out. The final confrontation between the two had caused some of the spectating Origin Realm experts to be slightly moved and admit their inferiority. Yun Haizhen won. The tournament continued. The current Yun Haizhen was undoubtedly standing on top of everyone. The other 3 Origin Realm prodigies were all suppressed and looked dim in front of him. In this round, Qinyu met Duan Xinyue. But the current Qinyu had a breakthrough in his cultivation and was much stronger than before. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves and Duan Xinyue was defeated by Qinyu. 10th round. Yun Haijin against Yuan Chen. It was already the 10th round. There were 2 more rounds before the college tournament came to an end. On the stage, Yuan Chen and Yun Haijin were already exchanging blows. The left side of the stage was ice cold while the right side was filled with golden flames. As the two of them exchanged blows, the golden flames continued to push forward. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. 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 Yun Haijin's sword light descended rapidly. Yuan Chen defended with all his might but was still unable to do so. At a certain moment, the golden flames pushed forward and evaporated the cold mist on the stage. Pung, Yuan Chen was sent flying by Yun Haijin's sword. There was a charred sword mark on his chest as he fell outside the stage and vomited a mouthful of blood. Throughout the entire process, Yun Haijin appeared to be very calm. He only used sword after sword to defeat Yuan Chen. No one can compete with him. The other 3 Origin Realm prodigies are all being trampled by Yun Haijin. Yun Haijin is undeniably number 1. Right at this moment, below the stage, Jinyu's body emitted a black demonic light. Layers of demonic pattern chi rose from his body. At this moment, Jinyu was like an ancient demon that had awoken. His eyes emitted a demonic light that struck fear into people's hearts. Just now, Jinyu's record of the Sky Demon's secret patterns had reached the 3rd level. Xiaoqing's true chi and secret pattern devil body had both improved a lot. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw his senior brother Yuan Chen being defeated by Yun Haijin. Yuan Chen fell outside the ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother. Jinyu immediately went over. I'm fine. Yuan Chen waved his hand. He was good at defense, so his injury wasn't serious. Jinyu, you're practicing one of the 10 great ancient martial arts, the Sky Demon's secret patterns, right? You seem to have improved a bit. I hope you'll be able to bring me some fun. As Yun Haijin looked at Jinyu, a smile appeared on his face. He was a bit disappointed when he fought against Yi Chingfeng because Yi Chingfeng wasn't at his peak condition. However, Jinyu had defeated Yi Chingfeng before and Yuan Chen was willing to be his whetstone to help him break through. The current Jinyu was already above Duan Xinyue, Yuan Chen, and Yi Chingfeng, so he could play with him for a bit. No one was surprised that Yun Haijin would say such a thing. Jinyu had defeated Yi Chingfeng, Duan Xinyue, and the others with his own strength. He had also improved with the help of his senior brother Yuan Chen. Jinyu now had the strength to challenge Yun Haijin. I didn't expect Jinyu, a student participating in the school's competition for the first time, to be able to make it this far. So far, only Jinyu and Yun Haijin haven't lost a single match. I didn't expect Jinyu to compete with Yun Haijin for first place. At this moment, many people were in a daze. Before this, Jinyu was just an ordinary student in their eyes. But as soon as the competition began, Jinyu charged out like a dark horse and rose all the way like a hot knife through butter. In the end, he actually reached a state where he could challenge Yun Haijin. However, Jinyu won't be able to defeat Yun Haijin. Everyone present had witnessed Jinyu's rise, but they were certain that Jinyu's rise would come to an end after meeting Yun Haijin. The contest continued. After Jinyu's cultivation technique had improved, his next target was the blood-glazed flame. He had already refined more than 30% of this flame. Now that his mental strength had skyrocketed, he should be able to refine a little more. It was said that Yun Haijin also had a true fire spirit flame, but until now, no one had been able to force him to use it. Therefore, to defeat Yun Haijin, the power of the blood-glazed flame was essential. With the help of the flame spirit and Jinyu's powerful mental strength, the refinement of the spirit flame was very smooth. The blood-colored flame next to his sea of energy grew larger and larger. Time passed. At a certain moment, Jinyu against Luo Haoyan. The referee announced the next battle. Jinyu. Luo Haoyan's eyes trembled as fear rose in his heart. Before the grand contest, he was confident that if he met Jinyu, he would definitely be able to step on him. But in the grand contest, he could only watch as Qinyu rose and overtook him, becoming an existence comparable to an origin realm prodigy. The difference between before and after was a huge blow to him. Luo Haoyan knew that against Qinyu, he had no chance of winning. But how could he admit defeat in front of Qinyu? Luo Haoyan stepped onto the stage without hesitation. "Senior Luo, how have you been?" Qinyu couldn't help but grin. He knew that during the freshman grand contest and when he ventured into the Scarlet Earth hidden domain, Luo Haoyan had plotted against Qinyu. But now, Luo Haoyan could no longer do anything to Qinyu. Luo Haoyan's face darkened and didn't reply. He circulated his qi and prepared to defend. After all, even if he attacked, he wouldn't be able to hurt Qinyu. If he chose to defend, he might be able to withstand a few moves from Qinyu. Boom! Qinyu's body suddenly emitted a domineering demonic aura. In his eyes, black light surged. It was as if two rays of demonic light from hell burst out and rushed towards Luo Haoyan. Boom! Luo Haoyan suddenly felt a strong demonic spiritual pressure. He felt as if he was in a demonic abyss. In the void, there were two giant demonic eyes staring at him, releasing a terrifying demonic intent. That pair of demonic eyes seemed to come from a terrifying devil that could easily kill him. Swish! On the other side, Qinyu saw that Luo Haoyan was intimidated by his spiritual power and demonic intent. He immediately rushed out. When Qinyu arrived in front of Luo Haoyan suddenly reacted with a horrified expression. He instantly activated his bloodline and extended both his hands in an attempt to block Qinyu's attack. But his reaction was still too slow. Pong! Qinyu fiercely swept his leg. The powerful strength and demonic pattern qi shattered Luo Haoyan's qi. That leg landed on Luo Haoyan's chest. The huge force caused Luo Haoyan's body to fly backwards and crash outside the stage. One kick to settle Luo Haoyan. After the battle ended, Qinyu glanced at Luo Haoyan and walked off the stage. On the ground, Luo Haoyan's face was covered in dust. His expression was sluggish and his eyes were filled with disappointment. He didn't dare believe that such a weak ant could actually defeat him with a single kick. How humiliating was this? Did Luo Haoyan throw the match? Even if Qinyu has the strength of an origin realm prodigy, he just casually kicked Luo Haoyan and he lost. Isn't he too weak? Everyone was just discussing and didn't pay much attention to Luo Haoyan. Now, everyone was looking forward to the battle between Qinyu and Yun Haizhen. After all, the other three origin realm prodigies were already under Yun Haizhen's feet. Although no one was optimistic about Qinyu, they were happy to see how long Qinyu could last against Yun Haizhen. After the battle ended, Qinyu returned to his seat and continued to refine the blood-glazed flame in silence. As time passed, the 10th round had ended and it was time for the 11th round. Living up to the audience's expectations, the first match of the 11th round, Yun Haizhen vs Qinyu. Great, it's finally time for this battle. After this battle, Yun Haizhen will be considered the true number one. Sigh, Qinyu is considered a prodigy. It's a pity that he is too young and has encountered Yun Haizhen. Although he will miss the number one spot in this year's tournament, he can wait for the next one. Countless people were exclaiming and discussing. Shitty, all the best. Yuan Chen laughed. Although he didn't have high expectations, Qinyu's performance was already good enough. It didn't matter if he won or lost. Qinyu nodded. Xixiang Yuan Chen was willing to become Qinyu's whetstone to increase Qinyu's strength. For this battle, Qinyu would definitely give it his all. Qinyu, come. Let me see your number one defensive technique since ancient times. Yun Haizhen was already standing on the stage and said casually. Even if this Qinyu cultivates the number one defensive technique, he will still be badly injured under Yun Haizhen's attacks. Yi Qingfeng said calmly. Swish, Qinyu leaped up into the air and landed on the stage. When he saw Yun Haizhen's eyes, Qinyu instantly felt a domineering pressure. It was like a golden sea of fire that was going to bury him. Boom, a boundlessly domineering demonic will burst forth from Qinyu's soul, instantly dispersing the surrounding golden light and blazing flames. In the void, there seemed to be an ancient demon facing off against a golden dragon from afar. Two frightening spiritual forces collided, stirring up gusts of wind. Not bad. Your will is on par with mine. Yun Haizhen smiled. Although he was a little disappointed in his battle with Yi Qingfeng, this battle might be a lot of fun for him. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, Yun Haijin waved the golden dragon sword in his hand, and a golden flame sword aura slashed at Qinyu. Qinyu immediately activated the mysterious pattern demonic body and took out the giant ruler sword. He activated the demonic pattern chi and swung the sword with all his strength. Boom! Yun Haijin's sword aura instantly engulfed Qinyu's attack and exploded toward Qinyu. Sigh, the difference is so big. One of the spectators sighed. However, a pitch-black shadow suddenly rushed out of the exploding golden flames and headed straight for Yun Haijin. He's not injured at all? Yun Haijin narrowed his eyes. Again. He waved the golden sword in his hand, and rays of golden flame sword aura shot out toward Qinyu. Yun Haijin's attack speed was extremely fast, and each of his attacks was extremely powerful. His accuracy was also impeccable. It was also because of this that he was able to control the situation without moving and toy with his enemies until they died. Slash! Qinyu shouted. His heart gathered power, and the demonic pattern chi covered the surface of his body. After the Sky Demon's secret pattern records reached the 3rd level, Qinyu's defense had increased again. Even if he faced Yi Qingfeng's 4th attack, Qinyu could still block it. Boom! 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 He swung the giant ruler sword to meet each golden flame sword aura slash. Although Qinyu's attack wasn't as powerful as Yun Haijin's, it couldn't destroy his attack. However, the weakened sword aura of the giant ruler sword instantly dissipated when it landed on Qinyu's secret pattern demonic body. It couldn't cause any damage. It's indeed the best defensive cultivation technique. Yun Haijin's eyes lit up. Buzz, the true essence in his body surged, and a layer of golden flame appeared in the air. Destruction flaming dragon slash. Yun Haijin focused his gaze, and a dazzling golden flame sword aura shot out. The flames on it rose and formed the shadow of a golden fire dragon. He immediately used his killer move against Qinyu. However, as he attacked, Qinyu also activated the demonic pattern on his right arm and swung out a demonic claw. This time, Qinyu used the demonic pattern on his right arm again. After that attack, he immediately activated the 2nd demonic pattern. A layer of demonic scale chi surged out and quickly formed a demonic scale shield on the surface of his body. Injury for injury? You've underestimated me. Yun Haijin couldn't help but smile. After he swung out his sword, he suddenly extended his other hand and punched out a fist made of golden flames towards Qinyu's demonic claw. However, on the other side, Qinyu also made a shocking decision. Whoosh! Qinyu took out the black wing, and his speed instantly multiplied. While defending with all his might, he actively crashed into Yun Haijin's attack. In the eyes of others, it looked like suicide. One had to know that Duan Xinyue had been defeated by Yun Haijin with this attack, but now, Qinyu had actually crashed into it. Although they knew that Qinyu was trading damage for damage, if he were to be killed instantly, how could he trade damage for damage? Dragon Scale Bloodline. An ancient bloodline power burst out of Qinyu's body, and a layer of translucent blood-colored scales appeared on his arm. Boom! The golden flames exploded, forming a firestorm that swept in all directions. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the flames. It was Qinyu. At this moment, there was a claw mark on his chest. He had to admit that Yun Haijin's attack was indeed powerful. Demonic Destruction Claw. Qinyu's demonic runes and blood-colored, scale-covered arm abruptly swung out, and a layer of strange, blood-colored scales appeared on the black, unadorned demonic hand as it whizzed out. Moreover, this time, Qinyu used the power of half-step True Yuan. This was a power that Qinyu had never used before. Once he used half-step True Yuan, the power of Qinyu's attack would increase a few more times. The moment the demonic claw flew out, Yun Haijin's eyes became serious. He quickly swung out his sword. Boom! The powerful demonic claw tore the golden flame sword light into pieces and attacked Yun Haijin. Countless spectators could only watch as Qinyu charged toward Yun Haijin's dazzling flame like a moth to a flame. This kid is crazy. He's not afraid of death. I think he's looking for death. With Yun Haijin's strength, he can kill Qinyu in an instant if he uses his full strength. But at the next moment, the changes on the stage shocked them. Boom! Qinyu's sudden claw attack shattered Yun Haijin's flaming sword light. What a powerful attack! Yun Haizhen exclaimed in his heart. All this while, Qin Yu's attacks were far from Yun Haizhen's. Qin Yu was only able to withstand Yun Haizhen's attacks because of his strong defense. Plus, Yun Haizhen knew that Qin Yu cultivated the #1 defensive technique, records of the Sky Demon's secret patterns. Therefore, he didn't mind Qin Yu's attack. But at this moment, Qin Yu's sudden attack was terrifying. Yun Haizhen could even feel a strong vibration of half-step True Yuan. A mid-stage Xiantian realm cultivator with half-step True Yuan? How was this possible? This was unheard of. Therefore, Yun Haizhen was caught off guard. Ding! TSS, Yun Haizhen used the Golden Dragon pattern sword to block in front of his chest as he released his True Yuan to block Qin Yu's claw attack. His body kept sliding backward, and his arms felt a huge force coming at him. Qin Yu's half-step True Yuan was formed from the foundation of the Qi of demonic patterns. It was comparable to the returning Origin Realm's True Yuan. At the same time, the Dragon Scale bloodline increased Qin Yu's strength, making his attacks extremely powerful. Boom, a wave of golden demonic Qi exploded. After everything dissipated, Yun Haizhen stood there. The clothes on his left shoulder were torn and there were a few scratches on his golden inner armor. Qin Yu's attack had penetrated the inner armor and injured Yun Haizhen. Injured? Yun Haizhen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to be injured because of his negligence. This was the first time he had been injured since the start of the tournament. There was no time to think. Qin Yu rushed over once more. He was like a peerless fiendish devil, and his demonic intent was awe-inspiring. At the same time, the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Qin Yu actually repelled Yun Haizhen and even injured him. This is unbelievable. Looks like senior brother Qin Yu's strength has increased quite a bit with Yuan Chen's help. The other 10 people outside the dueling ring were even more shocked. They had fought with Yun Haizhen before, so they knew how terrifying he was. Yun Haizhen stood on the battle stage as if he was in control of the entire battle, toying with his opponents as he pleased. However, in his battle with Qin Yu, Yun Haizhen not only seemed to have lost this control, but he was also injured by Qin Yu. Yun Haizhen's control is indeed strong, but junior brother's fighting style is simple and violent. He's not affected by Yun Haizhen at all. No matter what Yun Haizhen does, junior brother will face it head-on and attack without fear of death. Yuan Chen analyzed. Boom, on the stage, Qin Yu and Yun Haizhen clashed again. This time, the two seemed to be equally matched. Boom, boom. Boom, Qin Yu closed in on Yun Haizhen. He slashed with the giant sword and punched with his other hand, attacking with all his might. This attack style couldn't be any simpler, and it even looked a little silly. As long as his opponent temporarily dodged or evaded Qin Yu's attacks, he would be able to win. However, Qin Yu's attack style was effective against Yun Haizhen. As the #1 person in the Yunyang Academy, how could Yun Haizhen retreat and dodge when facing a mid-stage Khanate cultivator? Ding! Bang! Yun Haizhen swung his sword again and again. Although his attack speed was fast, Qin Yu was faster and more brutal. Qin Yu seemed to have gone crazy. He completely ignored his defense and attacked without thinking. However, how could Yun Haizhen's defense compare to Qin Yu's? He had to defend himself. Gradually, Yun Haizhen was suppressed by Qin Yu. This scene caused the nearby spectators to be dumbstruck. Haizhen is too stubborn. As long as he takes a step back and waits for Qin Yu to run out of energy. The vice dean of the Yunyang Academy sighed. However, he wasn't worried at all. Boom, on the stage, a powerful bloodline power emanated from Yun Haizhen's body. His aura suddenly increased, giving off a terrifying aura. Gradually, Yun Haizhen's skin was plated with a layer of gold, and a flame pattern appeared. With him as the center, a golden sea of fire appeared around him. In the middle of the sea of fire, Yun Haizhen's body shone with golden light. He looked like a dazzling golden sun. Huh? This kid's bloodline power isn't suppressed at all in front of me? After activating the bloodline power, Yun Haizhen discovered a shocking fact. The density of his bloodline was extremely high. The bloodlines of his peers from the 10 ancient races were almost suppressed by him, but Qin Yu's bloodline wasn't affected much. However, that wasn't important. After activating the bloodline power, Yun Haizhen's attack power would rise to a new level, and Qinyu wouldn't be able to block it. But as Yun Haijin attacked, Qinyu's bloodline power became stronger and stronger. Roar! Suddenly, a faint dragon roar came from Qinyu's body. It was accompanied by a trace of an ancient dragon's aura. The blood-colored scales on his body became more and more realistic, as if they had become real scales. At this moment, Yun Haijin's blazing sun bloodline was actually suppressed. Dong! 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 Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinyu's internal organs erupted, and his speed and strength multiplied. Bang! 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 He held the sword in his left hand and slashed continuously. Demonic patterns covered his right hand as he activated the demonic destruction claw. On the other side, Yun Haijin didn't show any weakness and counterattacked. However, Qinyu used the rune demonic body and the dragon scale bloodline to resist the opponent's attacks. Scars kept appearing on his body, but they were rapidly healing. On the other hand, Yun Haijin was suppressed by Qinyu again. His golden robe was torn, and cracks appeared on the golden armor. At a certain moment, Qinyu's attack speed slowed down, and he opened his mouth to take a deep breath. Roar! With a thunderous roar, it charged forward. Although Yun Haijin took the opportunity to leave a few wounds on Qinyu's body, he was affected by Qinyu's bronze lion roar. His head buzzed, and his organs hurt. Boom! Qinyu's claw slashed out and pushed Yun Haijin back dozens of feet. The clothes in front of his chest were torn, revealing the golden armor underneath. However, the power of Qinyu's attack penetrated the armor and hit Yun Haijin's body, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Before, Yun Haijin had only been scratched by Qinyu, but this time, he was injured by Qinyu. At this moment, the entire arena became silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Golden sun shattering slash. Yun Haijin's expression became fierce, and golden flames boiled around him. A terrifying power was released from the dragon-patterned sword. Boom! The golden sword in his hand was burning with fire. He slashed out, and a shocking golden sword aura pierced through the air. Its light made everything around it dim. Demonic scale protection. Qinyu immediately used the second demonic pattern battle skill, and this time, he used some half-step true essence. A layer of black and red demonic scale light shield appeared around Qinyu. After using the defensive battle skill, Qinyu continued to press toward Yun Haijin, wanting to trade injury for injury. Boom! Bang! The sword aura landed on the arena, and golden flames rose. At the same time, a ball of black demonic chi exploded where Yun Haijin was. Damn it! Yun Haijin couldn't help but curse. This Qinyu is insane. He doesn't fear me at all. No matter how I attack, Qinyu seems to be unafraid of death, and he wants to hurt me at all costs. Whoosh! In the sea of flames, Qinyu charged out again. He had many wounds on his body, but he didn't care at all. Qinyu, you're much stronger than Yi Qingfeng. You forced me to this point, so I've decided to defeat you with my strongest attack. Yun Haijin's annoyance gradually calmed down, as if the battle was about to end. Whoosh! He raised his palm, and a ball of dazzling golden flames suddenly appeared on it, and it was suffused with a terrifying pressure. Blazing Sun True Fire. The Yun clan specializes in refining true fire spirit flames. Rumor has it that Yun Haijin's Blazing Sun True Fire has even swallowed another ball of true fire. Its power is extraordinary. This level of true fire can be ranked top 10 in the entire Yunjiao nation. This battle is over. The crowd was in awe. It was impressive enough that Qinyu could force Yun Haijin to this point, but Qinyu was still going to be defeated by Yun Haijin. Yuanchen shook his head. The power of Yun Haijin's bloodline combined with the powerful, Blazing Sun True Fire, was something that even an returning Origin Realm expert wouldn't dare to go against. However, when everyone turned to look at Qinyu, they were stunned once more, their eyes widening in shock. Facing Yun Haijin who had summoned the Blazing Sun True Fire, Qinyu still had the same fearless look. Whoosh! Qinyu approached Yun Haijin quickly, his aura surging and demonic aura surging. Since you are courting death, then I will show you my strongest combat power. Yun Haijin was enraged. He had used such a technique, but Qinyu wasn't afraid. This made him extremely unhappy. Boom! Yun Haijin slapped his sword. Instantly, the Blazing Sun True Fire was infused into the sword, causing the entire golden longsword to burn. Looking at this sword, some of the veteran early-stage returning Origin Realm experts were slightly shaken. But at this moment, a ball of flame appeared in Qianyu's hand. It was blood red and looked extremely demonic. This is True Fire Spirit Flame. Oh my god, Qianyu also has a type of True Fire Spirit Flame. What kind of flame is this? That is one of the Blood Dao Sacred Flames, the innate spirit flame, blood-glazed flame. The moment this flame appeared, the wind it created was far stronger than Yun Haizhen's blazing sun True Fire. How is this possible? I am the strongest. Yun Haizhen was stunned for a moment before he suddenly shouted and slashed with his sword. Boom, with a flash of golden light, a golden pillar of light with dragon patterns was shot out along with a dazzling golden flame, shattering everything in its path. Devil Destruction Claw. The demonic patterns on Qianyu's right arm pulsated as his half-step true essence surged out. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, with all his might, Qianyu struck out with his claw, forming an ancient and evil blood-red scaled claw. At the same time, the entire blood-glazed flame was infused into the dark red scaled claw. This Devil Destruction Claw was instantly covered in a layer of blood-glazed flame. With an extremely ferocious aura, it rushed out with the intention of tearing everything apart. Boom, the two of them attacked at almost the same time. A destructive storm rose into the sky as the golden flame and the dark red flame intertwined. The power generated from this clash was enough to kill a normal peak stage innate. Rumble, the dark red flame seemed to have a mind of its own as it surged and swallowed the golden flame in an instant. Under the control of Qianyu and the flame spirit, the power of the blood-glazed flame was unleashed to its limit. Adding on to the fact that the quality of the blood-glazed flame was higher than Yun Haizhen's blazing sun True Fire, Qianyu had the upper hand in this attack. Boom, a dark demonic claw with 5 blood flames circling its fingers broke through everything and charged at Yun Haizhen. No, this is impossible. Yun Haizhen's face was filled with fear and he seemed to have lost his soul. His most powerful attack was not as powerful as Qianyu's. He immediately swung his sword, but he had already unleashed his most powerful attack, so he had no energy left to continue. Boom, Yun Haizhen's body was sent flying dozens of feet away. The inner armor on his chest was broken, and a few blood flames danced on his body. End of chapter 360. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.